We got a bit of breaking news surrounding the Arizona Coyotes, and it seems like every time I start seeing the Coyotes in the news recently, it's never exactly good. So let's go ahead and remember that whole the combine prospect testing scandal that went on and just kind of never had a resolution because they were investigating it, that whole thing. Well, that's finally come back, and the NHL has officially punished the Arizona Coyotes for their illegal acts. And I quote, "The National Hockey League has sanctioned the Arizona Coyotes for violating the NHL's combine testing policy during the 2019-20 season, directing the forfeiture of the club's second-round pick in the 2020 NHL Draft and first-round pick in the 2021 NHL Draft," end quote. So, let's just put this into perspective, okay? Just to kind of get the full picture. Right before the playoffs, and first and foremost, we finally got some star talent. We were first in the Pacific Division, then you saw that huge collapse. They barely qualify for the playoffs via the play-in round, and then John Chaika quits on the organization. They do manage to beat the play-in round against Nashville. Then they get absolutely dominated from Colorado. Back-to-back 7-1 losses. They got dominated. Let's just call a spade, all right? Then it comes out that certain players are playing injured, including Christian Dvorak essentially playing with one shoulder. Not my words, Rick Tocchet's words, by the way. And now you're looking at potentially losing Taylor Hall, who you also traded away this year's first-round pick in order to acquire. And because of this, you are losing your second-round pick this year and your first-round pick next year. Real quick, is it too late to become a full-time Vegas fan? Obviously, I'm joking, okay? But the simple fact that if this is not navigated carefully, alright, if the Coyotes organization and their leadership, which so far has not shown the biggest, most prestigious history of nothing but amazing moves, can guide this ship, through these treacherous waters, the organization can and will be fine. However, given the fact that there has been a long, rocky history of some questionable decision-making, this could potentially take all the momentum Arizona has gained and essentially throw it away. Because when you, again, put it into perspective, you are about to lose Taylor Hall, allegedly. Carl Soderberg might be on the way out. Richardson might be on the way out. You don't exactly have all that much cap space. You have rumors about your captain being on the move. You have a lot of uncertainty, which is, in my opinion, depressing, considering this organization just kind of got everything back together and made it to the playoffs for the first time in 8 years. It's just, if this is handled poorly, and they don't continue to develop their prospects properly. And you know what? I would argue they're not developing very well, considering how they've mishandled some of those prospects because of bad contracts and players that are locked up in NHL level contracts, so you can't exactly afford to bring certain players up to really give them their opportunity. I've pointed out Kevin Bianco before, but I think a smaller example is the now 25-year-old Michael Bunting, who in that little tiny span that he actually had in 18-19 playing in Arizona, I think he had a goal and an assist in a very small amount of time playing sheltered minutes on the fourth line. And I think guys like that are kind of what you're going to want to double down on going on in the future, because he is a good, defensively responsible bottom six forward that probably should have slotted onto the roster this year. Same thing with guys like Kevin Bianco. I think he should have already been part of the NHL core at least going into the last season. So it's one of those things where I'm not exactly in the most optimistic of mindsets when it comes to how this team handles their existing prospects, let alone the fact that for the next 2 years, if we just kind of take it at face value, there aren't going to be any high-quality prospects going into the system unless we trade. I mean, to be fair, this was just announced today, and the rumors of OEL were within the last week, so it's possible Arizona had some sort of heads up. Obviously, they knew they were going to be punished, so maybe that's part of the reason why those rumors are going around, and that's part of the reason why OEL could be on the move if he decides to waive that no-trade clause. So, I mean, that could just be preemptive. We're trying to kind of fix this and adjust moving for the future. But at the same time, just the simple fact that you're not going to have those first 2 draft picks for the next couple of years, and you're not going to be able to pick from the upper echelon of talent, you're essentially going to have to get lucky or keep looking for guys like Matthias Michelli later on in the draft where it's like, yeah, they're quality kind of sleepers that could develop or could not, and it still is going to be up in the air, which is unfortunate. So just, I understand the cynicism. I appreciate Python for adding me on Twitter and asking me if I was okay. I am ish, because this, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, will not kill the team. My worry is that it could cause a chain reaction of bad decisions and just do away with all of the good moves Arizona has been making over the last few years. And I just desperately don't want Arizona to be a basement dweller again next year. I don't think this fan base will exactly take too kindly to that. How do you do, fellow kids? We got some Coyotes stuff to talk about right now. So it was announced today that the Arizona Coyotes have extended goaltender Adin Hill on a 1-year, one-way contract. It's apparently worth $800,000 per Pierre LeBrun, but who really cares about the value of this? The interesting part, unlike the last 1-year contract he signed, this is a one-way, which at least tells me, and should tell most people, that means one of the goaltenders on the Coyotes' main roster is likely going to be on the move. Now, it's likely most of you already know this, but just to catch some people up, allegedly the Coyotes' ownership wants to shave about $10 million of salary. As most of you should probably know, they were pretty much at the cap ceiling last year. That does make a little bit of sense. It frustrates me a little bit, given the names that have been kind of thrown around for trade rumors, but this kind of solidifies at least the likelihood of one of those names being on the move. Before getting into that, I should at least, talk about Adin Hill a little bit. Adin Hill is a decent backup goaltender. I just don't fully understand why they're bringing him back for one reason only, is that going to the games last year where either Kuemper or Raanta was hurt, or maybe Raanta wasn't playing very well, it was just this weird atmosphere where him being on the bench, and it just seemed like they didn't want to use him very often, and I couldn't personally tell why. I can't even really explain why I feel that way. It was just a weird and kind of uncomfortable atmosphere. However, in terms of quality, Adin Hill is a pretty good backup level goaltender. Going over his stats in 17-18, he actually played in 4 games, started all of them, 1-3-0 record, 3.49 goals against, 8.91 save percentage. Not the greatest, but it was that 18-19 season where he came out of nowhere when both Kuemper and Raanta were injured. He had 13 games, 11 starts, a 7-5-0 record with a 2.76 goals against, 9.01 save percentage. It's solid, and I said it back then, I'll say it again. He's not a technical goaltender in terms of technique and positioning. It's more so kind of an athletic goaltender. Think Marty Turco, but not quite as skilled, where it's mostly him throwing his body where he thinks the puck is going to be, and it makes for some real good highlight level saves, and that's the kind of guy that'll come in for at least 4 or 5 games, and it'll get you a couple of wins. That's a quality decision to want to keep this guy around for at least another year or so. But then last year, 19-20, same amount of games, 13 games, only 9 started, a 2-4-3 record, 2.62 goals against, which was better, and a 9.18 save percentage, which was much better. However, he didn't record a shutout like he did in 18-19, and there was just that weird atmosphere I talked about earlier. It's a good decision to want to keep him on as your backup, and on top of that, you allow Ivan Prosvetov, Ivan the Terrible, to go ahead and get a full year starting at the professional level. I think that's going to be great for his development, and I still stand behind. I think that is going to be the starting goaltender of the Coyotes' future. As for the Coyotes' present, you have Darcy Kuemper, whose 2-year extension kicks in this season at $4.5 million a year for 2 years, and Antti Raanta, whose $4.25 million contract. This is the final year. It's an expiring contract. Now, talking King Darcy first, in 18-19, his first full season in Arizona, Darcy Kuemper played in 55 games, starting all 55 of those, a 27-20-8 record, a 2.33 goals against, and a 9.25 save percentage. Those are some of the best numbers he's ever put up. He played out of his mind. He almost single-handedly got the Coyotes into the playoffs in 18-19, and then last year, 19-20, and both years he did have some injury issues. 29 games played, all started, 16-11-2 record, a 2.22 goals against, and a 9.28 save percentage, even better than the year before. Yes, less games played, was a shortened season, he did miss time. However, Darcy Kuemper played out of his freaking mind for 2 years in a row, and then played his freaking mind off during the playoffs. Yes, he did get blown up by Colorado a couple of times, but starting starting 9 games with a 4-5-0 record and a .913 save percentage, especially knowing that they went up against one of the best offensive teams in the playoffs. Not only did he help Arizona steal a game against a Cup favorite, he literally kept Arizona in at least 3 of those 5 games. Unfortunately, that's kind of the main reason why I honestly think Darcy is going to be the one to get traded. He's 1 year younger, he's 30 years old, he has 2 controllable years in that contract, and he's played ridiculous for the last 2 consecutive seasons. He just carries more value, and with Arizona lacking a lot of draft capital, that's most likely going to be the move they're going to go for, because you can probably get a couple of teams to bid, and allegedly right now it's Edmonton and Calgary, and that'll get someone to overpay and give Arizona a lot of assets. On the other hand, you have Antti Raanta, who has 1 year left on that contract, has struggled to stay healthy. However, this year, despite still having some injury issues, he did have a bounce-back year, so that could add some value for him, and it's an expiring contract. Most teams are going to be willing to take on that risk, but looking at his last couple of seasons, 18, 19, 12 games played, all started, 5-6-0 record, 288 goals against, .906 save percentage, decent numbers, but definitely not as good as the year before, that year that just shocked everyone and put Antti Raanta on the map as a potential starter. But then last year, 19, 20, 33 games played, 32 of those started, a 15, 14, and 3 record, 263 goals against, .921 save percentage. He just had a really good year last year, especially in comparison to that year before. It wasn't quite as good as that 17-18 season, but it showed that he does still have some of that left in him, so that still could get maybe a 3rd round pick, maybe depending if you can get a little bidding war going, maybe a 2nd round pick. It just depends on kind of how desperate teams are, but you could still see him on the move. However, at the end of the day, despite Raanta playing better last year, I think that still solidifies Darcy Kuemper being the one likely to be on the move, because with Raanta playing better last year, you can have him play one more solid year for Arizona and just let his contract go after that, with Adin Hill being a 1A, 1B kind of scenario, and then figure it out from there, with Ivan Prosvetov coming in and likely being the starting goaltender of the future within the next 2 or 3 seasons. That would end up lining up rather well if you can just keep Adin Hill around long enough, and you would also regain that draft capital with Darcy Kuemper. And as much as I'm going to hate myself for saying this, I honestly think that this Adin Hill contract solidifies Darcy Kuemper as the one to leave. However, this contract likely solidifies at least one of these 2 goaltenders to be on their way out. The Coyotes' search for a new general manager is officially over. They have announced that former St. Louis Blues assistant GM and director of amateur scouting, Bill Armstrong, is now the general manager of the Arizona Coyotes. He has signed a 4-year deal with a 5th-year team option. However, with the whole John Chayka thing, I don't care if you're under a 20-year contract, if you can just kind of quit. But they did at least lock him up for a few years, so that is a good thing. And one thing I really like about Armstrong is not only has he been with the Blues since 2004, but he was the assistant GM in 2018, and last year, 2019, is when they won that Stanley Cup. So, at least logically to me, I don't care if the only thing he did as an assistant general manager was hold the GM's clipboard and sit there and smile and nod. He was at least there and observing how to build a Stanley Cup winning team, and especially with Alex Marullo wanting to come in and make this a winning franchise, I think this will help the Coyotes moving forward, and it might suggest that they're not going to go for a full rebuild. It could just be a retool, which at least puts my mind at ease, because I'm not going to lie, if this team would have, after about 6 years of rebuilding and finally making it to the playoffs, just because they didn't have any top 2 picks for 2 consecutive seasons, blow everything up, I'm not going to lie, it would have been hard to watch this team for at least the next season, because that would just feel like a betrayal to the fans. Seriously, it actually might feel as bad, at least to me personally, as back in 2014, 2015, right in there, when this team went from being a contender to a laughingstock. Coyotes owner Alex Marullo had a couple of nice things to say about Bill Armstrong in a statement that they put out today, and I quote, "Bill is smart, honest, and hardworking, and he knows how to build a winning team," end quote. Yeah, obviously that is a huge shot at John Chayka. Then he goes on to say, and I quote, "He brings the right mix of hockey knowledge, business acumen, and leadership qualities that we need in order to achieve our goal of bringing the Stanley Cup to Arizona," end quote. And yeah, once again, a huge shot at John Chayka, the analytics darling. As for Armstrong, he would say in a statement, and I quote, "I am extremely grateful to Mr. Marullo, Alex Marullo Jr., and President and CEO Xavier Gutierrez for this opportunity. We have a great ownership that is committed to winning, a very good core group of young, talented players, and a passionate fan fan base. I'm excited about our future and the opportunity to build this team into a perennial playoff contender, end quote. And I absolutely love this quote. I love this mindset. Once again, even if he didn't do anything in St. Louis in terms of as assistant general manager, he at least knows how to build a winning franchise by learning behind someone who did build a franchise. And on top of that, his experience in scouting should lead Arizona to drafting more wisely. And as I pointed out in Let's Say that Arizona can't draft goalies video, that is a huge thing for the Arizona Coyotes because we have not had consistently good drafting. Chaika did have a mostly solid record over the last couple of years, but it doesn't mean that he hit on even 50% of them. So having the experience and someone that has a hockey mind, hockey knowledge, someone that knows how to build a winning team and knows how to draft smart, this could change the entire identity of the Coyotes. However, we will not fully know for at least the next couple of years because we still have to see if they're going to go with the retool or the full-out rebuild. Hopefully it's just the retool. I don't mind seeing Oliver Ekman-Larsson on his way out. I wouldn't mind seeing Stepan or Goligoski. There's plenty of contracts you could move. The only guy that I just do not want them to trade away is Darcy Kuemper, because that will tell me they don't think they're going to be competitive for the next year or two, and it is going to be at least a couple-year process, and especially after how long fans like me have waited for this team to be competitive again, it is going to be a bit of a slap in the face. However, this is a very good hire on paper, and we'll just have to wait a couple of years, see what he does, especially take a look at his drafting and take a look at the trades he's going to be making, because most likely he's going to start making some trades within the next couple of weeks or so, now that he has the keys to the castle, so we'll have to go ahead and wait and see there. But on paper, a very good move. Welcome to the desert, Mr. Bill Armstrong, and let's go Coyotes. With the Arizona Coyotes firing their assistant GM, it's only a matter of time before they announce me as his replacement, so I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a freebie. This will be considered my interview. This is my off-season plan for the Arizona Coyotes. Obviously, I'm being facetious. I already got the job. First and foremost, I already put it up on Twitter about a month ago, my ideal lineup. Here it is on the screen. If I have my way, this is what the team would look like next year realistically. But with that being said, let's go ahead and look at the roster and look at some moves that I would potentially make. I'll start off with a smaller move. Jordan Oesterle has 1 year left on his contract. He is fine. However, I would much rather have Ilya Lyubushkin as a right shot defenseman, and on top of that, a little bit more physical. I like his game, so I'd probably want to give him a 1 or 2 year extension. So I'd probably move Oesterle for maybe like a 6th round draft pick. Personally, I really don't care what the return is. I'm just essentially freeing up that little bit of cap space so you can re-sign Ilya Lyubushkin and actually have him be one of your top 6 defenders. Then the next thing I'm doing is I'm calling up Colorado and saying, are you still interested in Nicholas Hjalmarsson? Because freeing up that $5 million a year, and more importantly, that roster spot is really important to me personally, so I would go ahead and put him on the move, not exactly caring what that return is either. This is just about dumping some salary and making a roster spot for somebody else that I'll get to in a second. And finally, on the defensive side, I'm buying out Alex Goligoski. He has $5.47 million left on this 1 year of his contract. 35 years old. He is just not that good. He had a better season than last year than the year before, but he's still not very good defensively anymore, and you're not getting as much offense as you would like out of him. Again, last year was a better year. However, I don't think his value has gone up enough where anyone's really going to give up anything for him, so I would just buy him out here. And just like that, we are down to only 4 roster defensemen. There's a couple of restricted free agents to sign, so first and foremost, I'm signing Kyle Capobianco to about a 2 year, maybe $2.25 million one-way contract, and I'm going to finally give him his full-time NHL roster spot. I have cleared space. He is going to be going up there in that top 4 somewhere, and just see if he's going to go ahead and flourish, or if he's going to flop at the NHL level. And then I'm also going to re-sign Vili Sarjärvi for about another 1, maybe 2 year contract. I'd go 2-way if I could with him. 23 years old, right shot defenseman. I would want him as that 7th defenseman. You can go ahead and switch him out with Ilya Lyubushkin and kind of see what you like. And then your defensive pairings would most likely be Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Jason Demers for his last year of the contract. A little side note here, if there is any interest in a guy like Jason Demers, I wouldn't mind moving him. However, only 3.9 for this year. I'm not exactly going to sweat it. He does have chemistry with OEL. But if you did want to move on from him, I would actually throw Victor Soderstrom right there. I mean, let's be honest here. Soderstrom was clearly drafted to play with OEL. Why don't we go ahead and just see what that kid can do in his second year as a professional and move on from there. My second pairing, I'm actually going to go Capobianco and Lyubushkin because I like how he's more of a defensive defenseman and Cap is a 2-way defenseman. So essentially what you're doing here is allowing 2-way, slightly offensive-minded defensemen to play with more defensive defensemen, and you're providing good coverage both ways for that top 4. And then finally, I'm going Jakub Jakob Chychrun paired with probably Vili Saarajärvi, but that's just because I want to see what that kid can do at the NHL level. If not, and then going with a different direction, you can have Soderstrom here if you still keep Demers. Whatever you want to do there, but that's how I would do it. So I'd want to have it a lot more so you have a guy that can both shoot on the left and on the right side, as well as defensive defensemen that can play very well in both zones. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm trying to see what we really have in a lot of these prospects and putting them into the lineup, and that's what my defense would look like. Goaltending wise, they've already re-signed Hill, and I would just trade Antti Raanta. I'm assuming you can probably get about a third-round pick. He is still a fringe-level starting goaltender. 1 year left on that contract. Somebody will be willing to bite if they do need a goaltender, and I don't think a third-round pick is asking too much. Now, when you look at the forwards, I'm actually going to go ahead and do a little bit of an overhaul. So first and foremost, I'm letting Richardson and Fisher both walk in free agency, as well as Carl Soderberg. You can't afford to pay him anyway. You're trying to cut salary. Let him go. Let him play on another team. See if he can have another chance at a cup or something. Vinny Hinostroza had a disappointing year last year. I would still offer him a 1 year, maybe $1.25 million contract so he can play as the right wing on the fourth line. And this is essentially what I'm doing after you re-sign Hall, because I'm freeing up, at least in my mind, all this cap space so I can try to get Hall at somewhere around $7 million a year for 5 years. I think that's a pretty solid amount of money, and it's a pretty solid amount of term. Now, with all that being said, let's get into my lineups. On the first line, I would have Hall, Hayton, and Garland. First and foremost, Garland is your leading scorer. Him and Hall had chemistry. And Barrett Hayton, they were playing that patty cake, wishy-washy thing with him last year. If this kid was drafted to be your number one center, then go ahead and let him be your number one center. He's 20 years old. I think it is about the time to see if he can be what you want him to be, and at least give him more consistent NHL play. And I think that'll be what's best for his game, as well as having a guy like Hall and Garland on his wings. Second line, I'm going Devo, Keller, and Kessel, because I genuinely think that Keller and Kessel can get some things going. Keller and Dvorak did have some good chemistry, and that's a solid competitive top six in my opinion. Then we get into the third, so I'm actually going to re-sign Michael Bunting for a 1 year contract, probably again somewhere around 1, maybe 1.2 or something, and I'm putting him on the third line with Lane Peterson and Nick Schmaltz, because Lane Peterson, minus some injury issues, this kid is just ridiculous. He's talented, and he is a top 9 potential in the NHL. He's a very defensively responsible two-way center. He does have a really good shot on him. He's a really good passer, and him and Bunting have been playing together for a couple of years and have some good chemistry. I would just let these two play for 1 year and just see what happens. He already extended Peterson, and Schmaltz, there's just no consistency with where you put him in the lineup, so I put him to keep him in the top 9, see how he does, and if he still plays well and you can get him going with Peterson and Bunting and get some scoring going, you keep him. Obviously that contract's working out well. If you still struggle to find him a permanent spot in that top 6, because realistically with what you're paying Schmaltz and what you got him for, you want him to be in the top 6. However, if you can at least get him in that top 9 and he can produce, you went ahead and you got everything you needed out of him. Then my fourth line, I'm going to let Michael Grabner finish out his last year. It's only $3.35 million for 1 more year. He did have a bit of a bounce back, and I would love to finally make a video exclusively on him, and I would play him with Stepan and Hinostroza, because Stepan, 1 year left. I really don't think how well he played in the playoffs that added to his value very much. He is in a contract year though, so you can most likely get a lot of quality play out of him, and if this team isn't necessarily in the playoff push, they can move him and get some assets and then continue whatever retool direction they're going with. But this is a roster that would still remain competitive and at least have the potential to get into a second wildcard spot, to at least show Arizona, hey, we are not interested in blowing this up. It's a retool. We are trying to go back to the playoffs. That is our goal. And so far, it seems like that's what Bill Armstrong wants to do. However, not a single major move has been made, so we're going to have to kind of wait and see on that. But that is exactly what I'm thinking, and I think that lineup is going to be a solid one to at least see the potential of this team. Personally, I'd also like a new coach, but I can't get everything I want. And I think if they went with a lineup similar to this, you'd finally see if some of those draft picks that you've been drafting over the last couple of years are any good, and see how desperate it really is in terms of your prospect pool. And on top of that, you can see if you have some value to trade for more assets later on towards the trade deadline if you are not a playoff team. So that is just what I would personally do, and I would like that roster. However, we'll have to just kind of wait and see what they do with this one. Alright, so today is finally some good news in the offseason. I'm a very happy boy. I don't know if you can tell, but let's go ahead and talk about this. So it has been announced today that Bill Armstrong has extended 2 defensemen's contracts. Ilya Lyubushkin, 1 year, $1 million. That's a really good depth move. I like him as a bottom pairing defenseman. He's a very good defensive guy. I feel like they take him out of the lineup too much. He makes maybe 1 or 2 small mistakes, and they kind of end up taking him out for someone else. But I think he's one of the more consistent defenders on the team, and I really like that as a depth move. But this is the big one for me, and it gets me excited. So, Kyle Capobianco, a 2-year, $775,000 a year contract, and it's a one-way 2-year contract. This is it. He is finally going to be getting his real shot at a NHL roster full-time, and I could not be more excited because I've been saying it for the last couple of years. Capobianco is essentially a younger Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and if you can finally get him to reach that potential, and he's looked okay in like, I think it's 15 games he's played in the NHL. The only downside is that he's been playing very sheltered minutes on the third pairing, as well as he got injured after I think 2 or 3 games in his first season. That was 18-19. But right now is the opportunity to fully show what he can potentially do, and I genuinely think if you get him in that top 4, you give him a full season to see what he can do, give him those minutes, allow him to take on that role. This kid is a multi-time all-star at the AHL level. He is, in my opinion, the best defensive prospect we have, and I'm just glad that at 23 he's finally getting his opportunity, and that also sets up the potential move out of Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Look, I like the guy, but here's my big problem. Oliver Ekman-Larsson hasn't been elite since around 2016, and the thing is, I've noticed over the last couple of years, is he'll have 1 or 2 really good defensive games, or he'll have a couple of elite defensive shifts in a game or two, especially late in games, and everyone will rally behind him because he does still have that talent. Then he'll get lazy, you'll see him not working as hard, and it especially hit me in the playoffs. I did notice it in 2018-19, and especially this season, where he'll just take 4, 5, 6 games off at a time where he doesn't really do a whole lot. Then you hit the playoffs, and I can count at least 2 or 3 goals, primarily in that Nashville series, where he was just caught staring at the puck. He wasn't doing his job, he was on the improper side, or he wasn't, picking up his man, or he wasn't trying to get in a position to help out Kuemper or whoever was in net, and he does that just enough to annoy me as a guy making $8.25 million a year. Yes, that offensive production of around 40 points a season, that is good for a defender, and I will never say that isn't. My problem is that he just isn't that good defensively, and it's the same problem I had with Keith Yandel. You're here to play defense. The offensive production is nice. I do appreciate it. It shows that you do have offensive upside, and I will never take that away from you, but the fact that he is as weak as he is defensively, then of course you have his leadership issues, and it's one of those things where I think it is just time to move on from him, and if you can make the deal with Vancouver, make the deal with Boston. I prefer Boston. They have better prospects, as well as you're not going to get one of the guys that you really want out of Vancouver. You're not going to get a Bo Horvat or something like that, so I don't think it's really worth going down that line too much, where you have better options over in Boston, and of course you get him out of your conference, so you don't have to play him too much. Then if he just hits that second or third gear and starts playing out of his mind again, 2015 or so, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, that elite level play of his, then yeah, no, you're probably in trouble. You don't want to see that. What is it, 4 or 6 times a season if he's playing within your own division? So it's one of those things where I would rather you move him across, and then of course you give Capobianco his opportunity, and worst case scenario, he's getting paid under $800,000 this season, and if he flops, you can probably just waive him and send him back down to the minors for the last year of his contract the next season and move on, cut your losses. I don't think that is too big of a price to pay to really try to invest in the future. They already have been, a lot of rumbling saying they want to cut that payroll, and it makes a lot of sense. You can regain some futures with OEL, and I know that Jean-Marcel has a no movement clause, but he's been tied to Colorado a lot. You might be able to get him to waive that, maybe even Goligoski, because he did have a much better season last year. You might be able to move on from him, maybe get another right shot defenseman, maybe allow Victor Soderstrom to come up. I'm not entirely sure he's ready, but a lot of the people around me really seem to believe in him, and you know what? If you really want to give him this chance, I'm completely open for it. So I think all this does is provide defensive depth, as well as it kind of hints to me OEL's on the way out, but it's not exactly a sad moment because we still have all those moments with him here and the good times, and of course you have to go through the bad, but when he's at that point of that career where he just doesn't really seem like the same player anymore, and you can potentially move on with someone else who's been in your system for years, I think this is the appropriate time. This team is in a very weird spot right now, and I don't really think they're going to have the assets to remain all that competitive going into next year. It really will depend on what Armstrong does during the draft, but I just think this is a really good move. I'm excited. Congratulations to Ilya Lyubushkin. I'm genuinely excited to see him sticking around on the team. And of course, Capobianco is finally going to get his opportunity at the NHL, and I cannot be more excited. I kind of feel similar to Christian Walker finally getting a shot at the MLB, except for, Capobianco has a much higher upside and is younger. Alright, so the news came out yesterday per Craig Morgan, and I quote, "Not that it's a surprise at this point, but Coyotes GM Bill Armstrong just said that the Coyotes are moving on from unrestricted free agent forward Taylor Hall. He has talked to agent Darren Ferris. They wish him well. They will not re-sign him," end quote. And I know that a lot of Coyotes fans are actually happy about this. They're saying, good, we need to move on from him. He wasn't that good anyway. And here's why I'm not exactly happy about this. There are multiple reasons, but first and foremost, that officially means that we just wasted those assets for half a season of Taylor Hall. And while I don't personally think anything's going to come out of Schnarr, you just lost a really solid defensive prospect in Ball, so just got to keep that in the back of your mind. And Taylor Hall, once again, I pointed out again and again, in the 1920 season when he was in Arizona, 35 games, 10 goals, 17 assists for 27 points, he was almost a point-per-game guy. He helped Connor Garland reach that potential to be a 20-plus goal scorer, and in the 2019-2020 playoffs, in 9 games played, he scored 2 goals and 4 assists for 6 points, once again keeping a ridiculously consistent pace, scoring at least every 2 out of 3 games, scoring 1 point. He is the definition of consistency, and this offense is objectively worse without him, because you essentially just lose a lot of talent. And what's your first line going to look like now? The only viable line I see going into this next season would be maybe Keller, Dvorak, and Garland, and this is not going to get it done. If this team is as active as people are saying they might be on the free agent market, then you might be able to get some people for that middle 6, but essentially that top 6 right now is a shell of what it used to be. And yes, we still have Phil Kessel, but so far in a Coyotes uniform, he's only played well in the first handful of games that he played in Arizona, and then in the playoffs, and even then it was pretty short-lived because he ended up not playing that well against Colorado. It's one of those things where this offense is really going to be stripped down to its basic components right now, and they're going to need to have a really smart GM at the helm. So far, I like what Bill Armstrong's doing, I like what he's thinking, I like what he's saying, but I need to see a little more, and of course I have to hold off all my judgment until at least tomorrow when free agency opens up and see if they end up moving Ekman-Larsson. But the simple fact of this is that while Arizona most likely would not be able to afford him unless you made a couple of moves, and they've only ended up making one move so far to free up some cap space, so I understand why you couldn't afford him, so I'm not upset about that. I'm just sad that this offense is objectively worse now going into next season, barring whatever Bill Armstrong does or does not do tomorrow, and that's what's bumming me out, because obviously you're not going to get another Taylor Hall level competitor here, and it's just a simple fact that how many times are we going to get these players that are elite level or star level or all-star level, whatever you want to consider them, and they don't stay here long or they don't work out? Olli Jokinen, Taylor Hall, so far Phil Kessel isn't working out, and next season really is going to be the big decider of whether or not we got good value out of Kessel, and I honestly hope he bounces back because we need Kessel right now more than ever, considering you just lost what is, in my opinion, the most valuable offensive asset on the team right now, other than, Connor Garland, who's your leading scorer, and maybe Clayton Keller, who figured it out a lot more last year, was playing so much better that I think he's become a genuinely good hockey player, not just a good passer or someone who has a pretty good shot, no, a good all-around hockey player. So we still have assets, we still have players, and you still have some moves you can make. Allegedly, they might move on from Schmaltz, and Schmaltz, they just haven't been able to find a permanent spot in that top 6, so that might be for the best if they end up going that route, although I don't personally see it. I see him sticking with him because he still is valuable, he still does play well with Keller, so kind of mess around, see what you can do there. They even had some momentum going there with Dvorak for a while. Going back to Hall, it's just, this is sad news because the offense is honestly and objectively worse with him gone, and we're going to have to watch, what Bill Armstrong does closely, because he can essentially replace that, not with the same level of talent, but with someone that might fit in the system better and be more valuable to the offense that they're running. However, we just have to wait and see, although, at least for Halsey, I do at least appreciate that we had another all-star level player on our team, even if it only was for those 35 games. I wish you the best, and wherever you end up going, I hope you at least get to compete for a cup. So despite losing draft picks in the Hall trade, losing draft picks because of the scandal, and of course a GM that couldn't participate in the draft because of an agreement with his former franchise, the Arizona Coyotes still had some draft picks and showed up to the 2020 entry draft. Let's see how they did. So they had a pick in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round, and let's start off with that pick in the 4th round, 111th overall defenseman Mitchell Miller, and I want to read a quick quote from the Elite Prospects 2020 NHL Draft Guide, and and I quote, "Miller showed high-level off-the-puck instincts, keeping his feet moving at all times, making himself available and anticipating developing passing lanes. His sense of timing is a big plus at both ends of the ice. He laid a massive open ice hit in the neutral zone and defended soundly in less obvious ways with a consistent gap and well-timed commitments with his crossovers." End quote. And honestly, from what I can tell at a glance, this is a pretty solid pick, especially being in the 4th round. 5'11", 194 pounds, not the biggest, but he definitely can play a good two-way game, as stated by that quote in the draft guide. And then looking over his last couple of years in play, 2018-19 in the USHL at Cedar Rapids Rough Riders, 48 games, 4 goals, 12 assists, 16 points, and then he had 6 games played in the playoffs that year. And last year for the Tri-City Storm of the USHL, 44 games, 8 goals, 25 assists, 33 points. So it seems that he has a really good two-way game. He knows how to move the puck, he can hit, and it seems like he's more of that two-way defenseman that you're going to rely upon for his defensive abilities as well, that you will at least get that offensive upside. The only downside with him, 18-year-old kid, he has committed to University of North Dakota, so you're not going to see him for the next 4 years. However, that's a bonus, because when he does get out of college, you know, it'll set him up for his own future for him personally, but he's only 22, so he's still going to be young. He's going to be playing against a certain consistent level of competition, so his game should develop rather well, and I do look forward to seeing him down the pipeline, though that's probably not going to be, like I said, for the next 3 or 4 years. Next up, drafted in the 5th round, 142nd overall, left winger Carson Bandel, and I'll read another quote from the Elite Prospects 2020 NHL Draft Guide, and I quote, "His dexterity and puck control allowed him to slice through NTDP defenders with shocking ease. He combines his feet so well with his hands, setting up dekes with crossovers and mohawks. His strength was notable as he just kept throwing around players like they weren't even there. Really impressive stuff," end quote. Honestly, I like him already without even glancing at the stats, but then you go ahead and look at this kid, 6'4", 201 pounds, and I like him even more throughout the last couple of years in the USHL for the Madison Capitals in 18-19, 60 games played, 10 goals, 10 assists, 20 points. Then last year as an alternate captain, 49 games, 20 goals, 29 assists for 49 points, obviously showing some improvement in his game. He has committed to Michigan Tech, so once again, another kid you're probably not going to see for the next 3 to 4 years, but hey, 18-year-old is going to come out at 21, 22, and it's all it's going to do is help develop his game and get him around consistent competition, so I just like this one. It's a solid pick on paper, plus it's always good to get a young power forward in your system. Next up, picked in the 6th round, 173rd overall, forward Philip Barkland. Let's go ahead and read his Elite Prospects 2020 Draft Guide entry, and I quote, "He has a good push in his first steps and really accelerates over long distances. He skates with open hips, which allow him to skate fast sideways. His edge work while turning is good and enables him to change direction and shake off defenders along the boards. Barkland's motor and drive really stand out. He can play physical and engage in board battles to win the puck back," end quote. And I already like him based off just that, so obviously what you're going to be getting is a more physical player that also skates very well. That's a lot of raw talent you can work with, 6 feet tall, 168 pounds. He does list as a center, as well as a winger. Let's go ahead and take a glance at his stats over the last couple of seasons. So last year in the J20 Super Elite League, 43 games, 9 goals, 21 assists for 30 points. And so far this year in J20, he has 10 games, 1 goal, 7 assists for 8 points. So it seems like this kid is much more of a passer, a kid that can really set people up. However, for context, he is, or at least has been, playing on the same team as his brother Alfred Barkland, so it's one of those things where it could have something to do with that. But what you're getting out of this kid seems to be a lot of upside with more of a fast kind of skill game, but he isn't afraid to get dirty and use that size while also being a guy that sets people up. So definitely not a bad pick, though this one really is going to need a couple of years before we have an idea what you're going to get out of Barkland. And finally, drafted in the 7th round, 204th overall, you have forward Ben McCartney, and I don't even have to read his little snippet to know that I like this kid, but we're going to read the snippet anyway, and I quote, "McCartney plays a simple meat and potatoes sort of game. He spends a lot of time in front of the net and does a good job fighting for positioning. He also took the puck to the net on one occasion, dropping the shoulder and dragging a defender with him en route to his scoring chance," end quote. I'm going to be honest here, let's go ahead and let my biases fly here. This is my favorite of the picks so far, 6 foot, 185 pounds, but the fact that he plays the kind of game that he plays, and when you look at his statistics over the last 3 years, 17-18 in the WHL for the Brandon Wheat Kings, 51 games, 2 goals, 10 assists, 12 points. Then in 18-19, same team, same league, 67 games, 21 goals, 20 assists for 41 points. And last year, same league, same team, 61 games, 25 goals, 36 assists for 61 points. He plays physically. I absolutely love that quote about him literally dragging a defender for a scoring opportunity. I like his size. I like that game. I like how his stats are on the up and up. Yes, it is just in the WHL, and a lot of the time stats don't transition over. However, that level of consistency, back-to-back 20-plus goal seasons. Then you look at 16-17 and U18. In 29 games, he had 27 goals there, so it's just showing a little bit more consistency when you go further back. I like his size. I think this is probably one of the better players in the draft. And so far, out of the 4 players I've talked about, they've all been pretty solid. The only one I'm a little iffy on is Barkland, but this is my favorite player out of the draft so far. The size, the style of game, the fact that he's been a consistent 20-goal scorer in the leagues he's played in so far. I think this is probably the best, most NHL-ready talent we drafted in this specific draft. Then again, you also have to remember the context that Miller and Bandel are going to be going to college, where of course McCartney is not. However, I absolutely love this kid's game. As of right now, McCartney is my favorite of the 4 draft picks for this draft for the Coyotes. So being completely honest here, despite the fact that Arizona had no top 3 draft picks, this draft actually ends up looking pretty solid. You have a skilled right shot 2A defenseman and 3 big forwards coming up in your system. I especially like Ben McCartney, and of course, Bandel and Miller I think are going to end up being good. The only kind of wild card for me is Barkland. I think this ended up being a quality draft for the Coyotes, all things considered. Obviously, we won't know until a couple of years have passed, but just on paper, the draft picks they've made, the kind of kids they're going for, I really like this draft class, and I can see at least 3 of these players being NHLers within the next 5 years. Alright, so free agency day 1, the Coyotes were a little active. They had a couple of signings. Go ahead and talk about it. So first and foremost, the Coyotes signed forward John Hayden, formerly of the Chicago Blackhawks and last season the New Jersey Devils. The guy is 25 years old, 6'3", 223 pounds, listed as the center. I'm assuming he's probably a winger, but just a simple fact that this guy has the size, and one of the main reasons they signed him is when you're actually listening to Bill Armstrong after the day was up, that they wanted to get some physicality in the lineup, and I like that mindset because that's what he brings. Yeah, you look at his point totals, so last year 43 games, 3 goals and assists, 4 points, with 77 penalty minutes. The dude will definitely hit hard. He's not afraid to drop the gloves. 18, 19, 54 games, 3 goals, 2 assists, 5 points, -12. Season before, 47 games, 4 goals, 9 assists, 13 points as his career high, so on and so forth. You get it. He's mostly a big physical guy that you want to have in your bottom 6. He's not going to be a big scorer or anything, but adds maybe a few goals a season, which is fine. I like the value you're getting him for. He's only $750,000 for the 1 year. It's a good solid contract for a bottom 6 guy. I honestly don't see any negative sides for him because it just adds that sandpaper to the lineup that this team desperately does need. So yeah, not a whole lot to complain about here. Moving on. Then we move on to the bigger signing of the day, the guy that I'm more excited to have here. 28-year-old forward Tyler Pitlick, who's going to fit in just fine on this bottom 6. Looking at his stats over the last couple of years. Last year in Philadelphia, 63 games, 8 goals, 12 assists, 20 points. The year prior in Dallas, 47 games, 8 goals, 4 assists, 12 points. And then his career high came in 17-18, also in Dallas. 80 games, 14 goals, 13 assists, 27 points. This is just solid depth that you want in that bottom 6, and I couldn't be more excited. And the fact that it's 2 years, it's a very reasonable cap hit of $1.75 million a year. I don't see any downsides with him. I don't see any downsides really with Hayden. He's probably going to be your 4th line guy. But Pitlick, I'm excited for this one, and I understand it's going to sound like a really stupid reason, but years ago when I was playing, NHL 18 or whatever, I'd always end up picking him up and signing him for a couple of years as a Coyotes. He's good depth, and I don't know, it's weird that a guy that I'm actually a casual fan of, that I actually have liked for the last couple of years, actually comes to Arizona. It's a good fit at a good contract, and I don't see any downsides to Bill Armstrong's first day as a general manager in terms of free agency. It's just so weird, especially as someone who's been covering the team for the last couple of years, that we're kind of getting back to the mindset. It feels like a Don Maloney signing. It feels like a Don Maloney kind of, we're looking for depth, we're looking for pieces that are going to fit well in our system and help us succeed long term, because Hayden, yeah, he's a 1-year guy. You might extend him a little bit further if he ends up working out well long term. When it comes to Pitlick, this is a guy that's on a shorter contract that by the time it's over will be 30, right at the tail end of the prime of his career, and let's say the Coyotes are in a position to go for a cup run or go for a playoff run. That's a guy that's a quality veteran you can sign for a lower cap hit, keep him on the team, keep that consistency, and he's going to bring that same consistent game. And worst case scenario, if he doesn't work out, you're not stuck with this guy for the next 3, 4, 5 years until he's 35, and you just have no way to move him, no trade value for him. It seems like one of those depth moves that I would have seen back when, Don Maloney was general manager, and it gives me so much optimism, which is why I'm a little nervous, because every time I get optimistic about this team, it blows up in my face. But I like a lot of what Armstrong is doing, and just the simple fact that he wants to add what this team has been missing. And while I will always prefer the pure skill build, where it's just, no, 4 lines of we're going to outskill you, go ahead, get frustrated, and take those bad penalties because we're going to score. But Arizona has never had the roster to take advantage of that, so going ahead with the simple concept of we need to have some of these physical guys, some of the depth guys, we need to really focus on that bottom 6 and make it better, because in theory, the top 6 is already decided. The top 6 is already there. You're going to have Kessel, Garland, Keller, Schmaltz, Dvorak, Dvorak, you already have your top 6 figured out for the most part. Maybe Stepan is still top 6. I don't see him as top 6, but just maybe. So what you're really doing right now is focusing on that depth. I love the direction they're going right now. We will have to wait and see if they go for a little more after that. They end up making a trade or two, but so far, day 1, I'm liking what Bill Armstrong is doing with this team. Day 2, the 2020 NHL free agency in Arizona is once again active. They actually made 2 free agent signings and extended another player within their system. Let's go ahead and get into it. So first and foremost, the Coyotes signed 28-year-old forward Johan Larsson to a 2-year, one-way contract. And looking at his numbers, it is clear that he is just a depth signing. He spent the last 7 years in Buffalo, where last year was actually his career year with 18 points, 6 goals, 12 assists in those 62 games. With his cap hit being $1.4 million a year, it's honestly not bad value for a depth bottom 6 forward. He's more of a two-way guy when looking at the Coyotes press release. And a fun fact about Johan Larsson, he actually did play with Oliver Ekman-Larsson in the 2018 IIHF World Championship, and they won the gold medal, so thanks Craig Morgan's Twitter for that little tidbit. Then after realizing that him and Ekman-Larsson were actually teammates in 2018 and looking at Larsson's stats for that year, the negative 30 plus minus makes a lot more sense. I am of course being facetious, however at the end of the day, Johan Larsson is a pretty solid grab at only $1.4 million for only 2 years. He's 28 years old, coming off a career year, so this really is the prime of his career. His likely upside is about 25 points, and in the bottom 6 for a team that struggles to score, I will take that all day. Next up, the Coyotes signed forward Dryden Hunt to a 1-year, 2-way contract. He should be making about $700,000 a year. This is a kid that came over from Florida. I am vaguely familiar with him, and by that I mean I know his name. This is likely the replacement for Vinny Hinostroza, and it's funny because Vinny Hinostroza ended up signing with Florida, so they essentially just traded them. But looking over Hunt's stats in 2017-18, 11 games, 1 assist, 18-19, 31 games, 3 goals, 7 assists, 10 points. This is his career year. And last year, 19-20, 21 games and 4 assists. He just doesn't really seem to be fitting in wherever he's at. He seems like one of those, like I said, bottom 6 kind of Vinny Hinostroza replacements. 24 years old, not exactly a terrible contract. The way I see this signing is, if it works out, it's going to work out well, and if it doesn't work out, you let him play the rest of the year in Tucson, you let him go at the end of the year. And finally, the Arizona Coyotes extended right shot 25-year-old defenseman Jordan Gross a 1-year, 2-way contract, $750,000 average annual value. This is something that I'm assuming he's just going to stay in Tucson because he's only ever played in 2 NHL games. That was last year. Played in 2 games, scoring 1 assist, and that's really about it. I mean, the +2 is nice, I guess, but I don't really have too much to say about this contract because I don't really see him playing in the NHL at all. I mean, maybe as an emergency call-up like they had him for last year, but I honestly don't see him really bringing him back after this contract. It just kind of comes off as a little unnecessary to me. I understand you do want to have depth, and he is part of Tucson's core. It's just a little weird because I would have assumed that he would have wanted to be pushing for an NHL roster spot in Arizona. You're just not going to get it. But at the end of the day, him returning to Tucson for 1 more year is an objectively good thing, and it is a pretty decent value because you can bring him up in a pinch where there's a bunch of injuries. So to go ahead and recap, the Arizona Coyotes extend Gross, likely keeping him in the AHL. They go ahead and give a chance to a guy like Hunt and bring in a depth bottom 6 forward in Johan Larsson, who has previously played with Oliver Ekman-Larsson, so that one really does kind of come off as a we're sorry for trying to trade you, but it is still a quality depth signing, so I'm not going to complain about that. I like Bill Armstrong's vision, and now it's pretty much shorter contracts to get some depth guys in here, adds a little bit of sandpaper, some defensive responsibility. This team seemingly is going to be adopting that Rick Tocchet coaching system from a couple of years ago, where it's pretty much this team is going to thrive off of the defense and the defensive schemes, which means there's going to be a lot of 1-0 or 2-0, 2-1 games next year, assuming that they can go ahead and continue this path and it isn't just for the first couple of days trying to get depth first and foremost, and then maybe setting up a trade for something bigger later. Since there have been multiple sources borderline confirming that the NHL season will start on January 13th, 2021, and will be a 56-game season, I think it's finally time to start talking about my projected lineups for the 2020-2021, or at the very least just 2021 Arizona Coyotes. So without wasting time, let's get into my projected lineup for the team. Now, as most of you can see, this lineup's going to look a little bit weird, and some of you are going to say, well, why is this guy here? Why is this guy here? I'm just trying to find the most logical line pairings, especially having watched this team for the last couple of years, trying to find the best logic possible that I think they're actually going to go with lineup-wise. Starting off with the first line, I think Christian Dvorak will play center with Nick Schmaltz on the right wing and Barrett Hayton on the left wing. The basic logic here is that it is time for Barrett Hayton to get a bigger spot on the roster, as well as if Dvorak ever gets kicked out of the faceoff zone, you'll have a secondary center to take that draw to give you a higher percentage chance to win that faceoff. And Dvorak and Schmaltz developed great chemistry last year, and while it wasn't all that consistent, there were some injuries, I still think you can build upon that, while also giving the hopeful future franchise center Barrett Hayton more of a role and more ice time to help with his development along the way. Side note, my dream first line would be Clayton Keller on the left wing, Barrett Hayton at center, and Connor Garland on the right wing. Just want to throw that out there right now. My second line, I went with Clayton Keller on the left wing, Derek Stepan at center, and Phil Kessel on the right wing. Kessel and Stepan did play well together, so you're going to want to keep them together. And and they still see Derek Stepan as a top 2 center. Personally, I don't think he's a top 2 center anymore, but if you put him at that role, he is on a contract year, you might be able to generate some interest for trade value towards a trade deadline. So there's that. And of course, Clayton Keller, he works fantastically on the second line. He gets better matchups, and it's really helped with his development and his scoring touch. So I think if he stays on the second line, you get him someone that can play with him better. I prefer Lawson Krause personally, because Krause can also pass, shoot, and hit. So you have a little bit of sandpaper plus some skill. But TLDR, I really think Clayton Keller works best as a second line winger, and I think that's where you're going to have him succeed the most. Next up on the third line, I put Lawson Krause with Tyler Pitlick and Connor Garland. With Taylor Hall gone, Connor Garland is less likely to be as much of a scorer as he was in the previous season, and I think pairing him with a guy like Lawson Krause and Tyler Pitlick will result in a forward line that is mostly defensively responsible as well as can get you depth scoring, and that'll help round out that top 9. Then for the fourth line, I see it being more of a grinding, maybe defensive lines. I put John Hayden with Johan Larsson and Christian Fischer. I think this would just be one of those lines that, like, sandpaper, get it out there and we shut the other team down. Arizona really needed more of that last season. Once again, I still prefer the heavy skill build where all 4 lines are meant to score. However, it's very volatile. It's very much a glass cannon. So I like how at the very least they're going to have a line that is just a lot of rough and tough guys. However, I'm not expecting much scoring from that line. Defensively, Arizona has way too many defensemen under contract. There are currently 8 that have a one-way contract. Jordan Rose technically, but he's not on the active roster, at least on the Coyotes website. So I went with just that was on the Coyotes website. So first pairing, OEL, Jason Demers, nothing changes there. They work really well together. They seem to have a much better relationship and partnership on the ice out there, so I'm just going to keep them together. Jakub Chychrun and Alex Goligoski. I like how Chychrun is more defensively capable than Goligoski as a whole, yet they're both primarily offensive defensemen, so it can create some decent opportunities there, maybe some depth scoring, but I think they're going to keep them together. And then on the third line, since Nick Johnson never ended up getting traded, you'll have him with Ilya Lyubushkin as a shutdown third pairing line, because both of them are very good at being shut down. A little more physical defensemen, especially with Ilya Lyubushkin, so I think that's what's going to be your top 6. You might see a lot of Lyubushkin being traded out with Jordan Oesterle like you saw with last year. I just think that Lyubushkin is the better defender, so I'm going to keep him in that permanent top 6. And then of course you see Kyle Capobianco down there in the corner. I would really love it for him to steal a roster spot, but here's the thing, especially knowing that they couldn't move some of these contracts, you're not going to sit Goligoski for the kind of money he's making. You're not going to sit Jalmerson, especially for he's still a very good defensive defenseman, and why would you re-sign Lyubushkin just to sit him as well? I don't personally think he's going to knock anyone out of the lineup permanently. Maybe if there's some injury issues, you'll see Capobianco really get that chance and really be able to run with it. However, with the current build, with the current defensemen they have on the roster, I just don't personally see it. So yeah, my top 6 is OEL, Demers, Chychrun, Goligoski, Jalmerson, and Lyubushkin. And then goaltending, no surprise here, Darcy Kuemper as your starter, Antti Raanta as your backup, and Adin Hill as a third string. If Adin Hill ends up getting sent down, they might bring up Dryden Hunt to be your extra forward, so you have your 3 extra skaters, but just, you know, I'm going to keep it as Adin Hill being on the roster, mainly because you're always going to have some sort of injury with these goaltenders, with just the tendency to ride certain goaltenders, the injury-prone nature of other goaltenders. It's always good to have a third goaltender. I think Adin Hill is fine. I really want to see Ivan Prosvetov just get a full year as the full-time starter in Tucson to really help with his development. I genuinely still think Prosvetov is going to end up being the starting goaltender whenever Darcy Kuemper leaves. And Adin Hill probably is going to fight for a spot, but he might end up leaving in a couple of years anyway. But just, I think the goaltending is going to be fine. Nothing really else to comment on. I hope Darcy Kuemper will play the entire season, at least most of it. So then when I take a step back and I look at the entire roster projection and what this team is looking like it's going to be, and the fact that it will be a 56-game season, here's what I predict. I think this team is going to be competitive, maybe a little better than last year because the team will be a little bit more focused and a little more tough. However, I'm not going to predict they're going to make this big run or anything. I think their ceiling really is about 30 wins, and they'll be in the contention for a playoff spot, most likely a wild card spot, but I really don't know anything else past that because I think this team really needs to show a lot more, especially with the bigger games and how they ended the playoffs last year. So I see a team that will be competitive, but I'm not going to get my hopes up for anything big or massive, and that's just my projections for the roster and a maybe slight projection for the record going into next year. So hopefully everything turns out well, and I'm really excited to see this team hit the ice in 2021. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and not only do I finally have something Coyotes related to talk about, but there's some actual good news today. So on the way home from work tonight, it has been announced that the Arizona Coyotes have traded forward Derek Stepan to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for a 2021 second-round pick. I'm not sure how I can put this into context to really just show how big of a move this truly is and how great of a move this truly is, but I'm going to at least try. The Arizona Coyotes have lost a lot of draft capital over the last year between the Taylor Hall trade, Phil Kessel trade, just losing it due to being punished by the NHL. Needless to say, the Arizona Coyotes desperately needed a first, second, or third round pick to at least get some of the prospect pool going again. Not only that, but freeing up this roster space does a couple of things. First and foremost, it gives Barrett Hayton an opportunity to get into the lineup consistently, as well as really take a bigger role on this team, as well as potentially opens up an extra forward spot for a guy from Tucson like Lane Peterson and Braden Burke, which not only can can show you what you might actually have in these guys as prospects, but as well as giving them some sort of NHL experience, even if it is just filling in for injuries. Seriously, this is a huge win for the Arizona Coyotes and a very good trade. However, we do need to look at the other side of the coin and check out Derek Stepan. When the Coyotes originally acquired Derek Stepan, he was coming off of 4 consecutive seasons of 50 or more points, as well as a 20-goal season, with those other 3 seasons being 16 goals or higher. Then in his first season in Arizona in 17-18, he played in all 82 games, scoring just 14 goals, but recorded a career-high 42 assists for 56 points. It was clear that Derek Stepan was not only a consistently good top 6 center, but he was also a very valuable asset to this team moving forward. Then we get into 2018-2019, where Derek Stepan did take a pretty sizable step back, and while playing in 72 games, meaning he only missed 10 from the season prior, he would score 15 goals, which was up from the previous year, yet only scored 20 assists, which was less than half, for only 35 points. To put it in perspective, someone who is supposed to be a consistent top 6 forward recorded 21 less points in only 10 less games. Even if he would have played in those other 10 games, he would have likely still been about a 40-point scorer. Then last year, 2019-2020, he played in 70 games and only scored 10 goals and 18 assists for 28 points. Once again, a step back, and even if he would have played in the additional 2 games to give him parity with 18-19, he wasn't scoring 7 points in those 2 games. Then when you look at his performance during the 2020 playoffs, he'd play in 9 games, score 1 goal and 4 assists for 5 points, which objectively was a very productive playoff for him. However, you also have to add in the context that he ended up playing those playoff games after multiple months of rest because of the NHL break due to the pandemic. So now if you're the Arizona Coyotes, you have to look at this situation logically. Going into the 2021 NHL season, Derek Stepan is a 30-year-old on an expiring contract that has been on a consistent decline over the last 3 seasons. Logically, it is at best a 50-50 chance whether or not Derek Stepan does do what a lot of other players do and play very well during a contract year to then generate some sort of value at the trade deadline, or will stagnate / continue his decline, which would then hurt his overall value. And at that point, any logical general manager is looking at this situation, seeing a very valuable asset and a second-round pick in exchange for a player that is at best a 50-50 shot of bouncing back this year and turning around his consistent decline over the last few years. This is an absolute no-brainer regardless of emotional attachment to Derek Stepan. When you take just a step back and look at it objectively, Derek Stepan is a middle 6, more like a bottom 6 player at this point in his career if this decline does continue and you ended up turning that into a second-round pick. This is seriously such a good forward-thinking move. You're getting valuable assets for a questionable asset, as well as opening up a roster spot for Barrett Hayton, which is supposed to be your future. But this move shows that the Arizona Coyotes are attempting to be a forward-thinking franchise so that they can try to keep moving forward as opposed to living in the past. The entire point of acquiring guys like Derek Stepan when your core was young, so that way you could have a natural leader in the locker room, while guys like Clayton Keller, Christian Dvorak, Jakob Chychrun, and Nick Schmaltz all grow and become veterans themselves, so that way whenever they hit the prime of their careers, you can then move on from some of those veterans and keep, once again, moving forward, because now those young guys are becoming veterans themselves and are going to start forming leadership abilities. When the Coyotes originally acquired Derek Stepan, he fit the role the Arizona Coyotes needed at the time as a damn good top 6 forward. However, he has started to decline as well as that core has started to mature. Though I've been critical of Stepan during the last couple years that I've been covering the team, I do wish him well, but this is a very good forward-thinking move, and it was time for the change. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we got some more news for the Arizona Coyotes. Today, the Arizona Coyotes have officially signed forward Derek Brassard to a 1-year contract. And per John Gamadoro of Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, link below in the description to the article, the contract is worth $1.2 million per the 1 year. The 33-year-old Brassard is coming off of a 66-game season with the New York Islanders in 1920, where he registered 10 goals, 22 assists for 32 points, which is 4 more points than Stepan last year, who he's likely replacing because he is a center who can also play wing. On the bright side, this move doesn't likely take up that spot that Barrett Hayton might be taking up in the top 6, because Brassard is mostly a middle 6 to bottom 6 forward who's going to help provide some depth scoring. Let's go ahead and just look at Derek Brassard's career since, let's say, 2014. So he scored 18 goals in 13-14, 19 in 14-15, 27 in 15-16, another 14 in 16-17, 21 in 17-18, 14 in 18-19, and another 10 goals last year. He's mostly consistent, scoring between 10 and 15 goals a season. On top of that, excluding 18-19, he usually registers about 20 to maybe 30 assists per season, so this guy could potentially be around 30-35 points this year. He does a great job replacing Derek Stepan at an awesome contract at only $1.2 million for the 1 year. This is a really good contract signing, and I don't really think I have anything negative to say about it. As mentioned before, he's about a middle 6, bottom 6 kind of guy, so I don't think he's going to be knocking Barrett Hayton out of that top 6 role. They're probably going to try to elevate him too. And he's going to provide much needed depth scoring. He can also play center or on the wing, so it's just more of those combinations where you can have a couple of centers playing on the same line. So no matter what, you have playmakers anchors as well as people that can take a face-off. Brassard also has some solid NHL playoff experience, going back to the Coyotes NHL article on this, and I quote, he helped the Senators reach the Eastern Conference Finals in 2017 before losing in Game 7 to the eventual champion Penguins. When you lose to the eventual Cup winner in the Conference Finals, that tells me you're part of a team that was a legitimate Cup contender. Let's go ahead and recap. Brassard is a veteran with playoff experience as well as a mostly consistent scorer and can provide some leadership ability as well as fit right into the middle to bottom six in this team and help provide some depth scoring. Add on to the fact that from what I can tell, he's a mostly defensively responsible forward, and this is just a great signing all around. Even while thinking pessimistically, there is very little risk in here because even if he doesn't end up scoring the 30 points that you would hope he would score, he's still likely to be replacing Brad Richardson's minimum production on that fourth line, so even then, this is still a solid move. I gotta say, I'm really liking a lot of the smaller moves that Bill Armstrong is making. It's really providing a lot of depth to this team that you haven't had in previous seasons, and in theory, it should make them more competitive, or at the very least, more solid all around. Because I knew this was going to be a shorter video, I want to throw one last small piece of news. On Monday, the Coyotes officially signed Nick Schmaltz's brother, Jordan Schmaltz, to a professional tryout contract. Now, Schmaltz really doesn't have much experience. He's only played in 42 NHL games, but just keep in the back of your mind, there is another right-shot defenseman at training camp, and you can never have enough right-shot defensemen in an NHL roster. Just to reiterate, this is a professional tryout contract. This does not necessarily guarantee him a spot on the team or a contract in the NHL. Anyway, to wrap things up, the Coyotes signed Dvorak, and that's a pretty good contract. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. The Arizona Coyotes officially start the 2021 NHL season tomorrow, and they unveiled their opening night roster today. All 23 players, including 3 goalies, 7 defensemen, and 13 forwards. Without any further delay, here we go. This is going in order of numbers. So number 4, defenseman Nick Hjalmarsson. Number 6, defenseman Jakob Chychrun. Number 8, forward Nick Schmaltz. Number 9, forward Clayton Keller. Number 15, forward John Hayden. Number 16, forward Derek Brassard. Number 17, forward Tyler Pitlick. Number 18, forward Christian Dvorak. Number 22, forward Johan Larsson. Number 23, defenseman Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Number 29, Barrett Hayton. Number 31, goaltender Aiden Hill. Number 32, goaltender Antti Ranta. Number 33, defenseman Alex Goligoski. Number 35, goaltender Darcy Kuemper. Number 36, forward Christian Fischer. Number 55, defenseman Jason Demers. Number 67, forward Lawson Krause. Number 75, defenseman Kyle Capobianco. Number 81, forward Phil Kessel. Number 82, defenseman Jordan Oesterle. Number 83, forward Connor Garland. And number 91, forward Drake Kagula. Note, defenseman Ilya Lyubushkin will be added to the roster once his immigration and visa issues have been resolved. The Coyotes also announced their 6-player taxi squad, so it will be number 24 forward Hudson Fasching, number 26 forward Michael Chaput, number 28 forward Dryden Hunt, number 34 forward Frederick Gauthier, number 77 defenseman Victor Soderstrom, and number 79 defenseman Jordan Gross. Admittedly, I would have preferred that Soderstrom would have went down to help lead the defense in Tucson so we can at least get a full year of, I guess, semi-pro experience. However, him being on the taxi squad isn't exactly a big deal. So now that the 23-man roster has been finalized and my now outdated lineup projection has been blowing up for the last couple of days, I think I owe you guys an updated lineup projection, right? Note that my projections are based off what I think not only would be the most logical fit, but what I honestly think they might actually do with their line combinations. I have not been paying attention to the line combinations during the training camp. For my first line, I have Christian Fischer at center with Nick Schmaltz on the right wing and Clayton Keller on the left wing. Not only did Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz play very well together when Nick Schmaltz was first acquired, but last year Christian Fischer and Nick Schmaltz played really well together and kind of sparked up some chemistry there. So I think really giving all 3 of these guys the top line minutes might do some good. For my second line, I have Barrett Hayton at center with Connor Garland on the right and Phil Kessel on the left. Connor Garland is the only 20-goal scorer in the last handful of years for the Arizona Coyotes, so of course you're going to keep him in the top 6. I think Barrett Hayton is going to take up a much bigger role now that Derek Stepan is gone, and now also that Stepan is gone, where else are you going to put Phil Kessel with the kind of money he's making and the role you want him to have on the team? You're going to want to keep him in the top 6, so having him with Hayton and Connor Garland just kind of makes sense. The third line, I genuinely had no idea what they were going to do here, so I put Brassard at center because he's still going to be a top 9 anchor, Tyler Pitlick on the right, and then Johan Larsson on the left. It's essentially a line of all 3 centers, and I'm not entirely sure what they want to do here. However, all 3 of them can take a face-off. Tyler Pitlick's right-handed shot, keep him on the right. Johan Larsson left-handed shot, keep him on the left. It just kind of makes the most sense for me. The fourth line, I wasn't exactly sure what to do here, but because in the playoffs last year I kept trying to push that big boy line, I think the fourth line is going to be an all-out checking line with John Hayden at center, Christian Fischer on the right wing, and Lawson Krause on the left wing. Not much else to say here, considering Lawson Krause and Christian Fischer are essentially the same kind of player. Both players will get you about 10 goals a year and add some sandpaper to the bottom 6, so maybe they're just going to go with that. But to be completely honest here, the entire bottom 6, I'm still not entirely sure what they're going to do with that. As for defensive pairings, the first pairing, Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Jason Demers, no changes here, they play very well together. Second pairing, I have Jakob Chychrun with Alex Goligoski. Goligoski did much better last year, and on top of that, Jakob Chychrun is a fantastic two-way defenseman, so I think pairing them together just kind of makes the most sense. For my third pairing, I have Nick Hjalmarsson and Kyle Capobianco. I genuinely feel Capobianco is a much better defenseman than Oesterle, and he might actually end up replacing Oesterle in that bottom pair. However, I don't really see them doing much else with him this season, or at the very least early on, unless there's injuries. For the goaltenders, I have Darcy Kuemper and Antti Ranta as the starter and backup respectively, no surprises there. And then for the extras, I have Jordan Oesterle, defenseman, and forward Drake Kagula. Now note that it was also revealed today that Lawson Krause will be unavailable at least for the very beginning of the season because he is in COVID protocol. protocols, so it is very likely that Kagula will come in. It really can't be overstated that I'm ridiculously excited for Kyle Capobianco to finally get a shot at the NHL. I literally have been freaking out all day. I'm just so happy for the guy, and honestly, looking at how the roster is starting to fill out, I'm getting a little more optimistic about the season, though I still maintain this team's absolute ceiling is about 30 wins for me. But you know what? Considering the dumpster fire this team could have turned into after an offseason like they've had, I'll take competitive hockey. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and the Coyotes 2021 NHL season has finally gotten underway when they hosted the San Jose Sharks tonight, January 14th, 2021. Now, I wanted to start off taking a quick peek at the starting lineups because I wanted to see how accurate mine were. So first line, Hayton on the left wing with Schmaltz at center, Garland on the right wing, Kajula on the left wing, Dvorak at center, Kessel on the right wing for the second line, third line, Keller, Brassard, Pitlick, and fourth line, Krause, Larson, and Fisher. Well, I did get Brassard as a third line center with Pitlick on the right wing for the third line, and Krause and Fisher being the wingers for the fourth line, but that's really about it. Okay, well, I did get Chukrin and Goligoski together correctly, however, they're the first pairing defenseman, OEL and Demers, of course, they're the second pair, and then Jalmerson on the third pair. But honestly, to anyone that really watches this defense, that one was pretty obvious. Darcy Kuemper would start tonight, of course, and getting into the goal scoring in the first period. At 12:43, Tomas Hertl is first from Kane and Couture on the power play, and then at 16:51, so not long after, Tomas Hertl is second of the night from Leonard and Kane. Let's just say walking out of a movie theater with the Coyotes already down 2-0 in the first period wasn't exactly my best first impression of the team. Then I started watching in the second period on the way home, and Connor Garland at 15:46 on the power play gets his first from Dvorak and Chikrin, and I actually originally thought it was off Brassard's stick. I figured it was off somebody's stick, but it was just a really good shot from Garland. Dvorak passed it over to Garland in the right circle. He just took a shot, and when you take a shot on goal, good things happen. And just a quick side note before heading into the third period, that second period, Arizona played a lot more chippy, a lot more physical, and actually got a lot more shots on net. There was a period of time where they were out shooting San Jose 6-0, and that was extended to 8-1 later on in the period. Anyway, getting back into the third period, after about 10 minutes or so of really good hockey, primarily coming from the Arizona Coyotes, Evander Kane gets the puck, a little backhand forehand. Kuemper didn't really have a chance, as Evander Kane's first of the year from Leonard and Hertl. Yes, Richard, Evander Kane did have more points than dollars in this game. Skip ahead about 5 minutes or so, and there's a delayed penalty. Connor Garland has the puck on the side of the net. Then he fired a bullet right between the circles to Clayton Keller, and Clayton Keller finished the job. His first goal of the year from Garland and Chikrin. That's Chikrin's second assist, by the way, at 16:30 of the third. So in the span of about 5 minutes, my mindset went from, oh my god, Arizona still hasn't figured out how to score, to, yes, they're getting back in this. Oh, those Yotes know how to keep me on my toes. Then we head inside the last minute of the game. Darcy Kuemper's pulled. Arizona's getting some really good pressure on, then just a lot of banging in front of the net. Phil Kessel is first from Goligoski and Keller with just over 3 seconds left in the game. Side note, both my wife and I ate a hot dog in the movie theater tonight. You're welcome, Coyotes fans. Anyway, this is the kind of goal scoring we needed out of Phil Kessel all of last year, and the fact that he's doing it in the first game of the year, it's a very good start for him. Good job, Phil. Anyway, we go ahead into the shootout. Schmaltz gets the first shot. He does score, however, no other Coyotes score, and then San Jose players end up scoring the next 2 goals, so San Jose does take the win 4-3 officially in the shootout. But you know what? At the very least, not only is Arizona pushing to get back into games and getting games into overtime, but they got that point and they're getting competitive. I could nitpick about how the Arizona Coyotes looked really flat in that first period. I can talk about how Derek Brassard was making too many chip passes behind himself, which actually led to a couple of turnovers. But at the end of the day, here's what I really want to focus on. The fact that Arizona came out looking terrible in the first period and then bounced back, and they found a way to keep pushing and getting those opportunities. Even when they were down 3-1 late, they still kept fighting, and I really like that spirit. The fact they actually managed to score 3 goals to start the season, that's borderline unheard of around these parts. And on top of that, they managed to even score a power play goal and look good on most of their power plays, generating some very good opportunities, fishing the puck around well. This does look like a much better team overall. It's not just the Connor Garland show. Phil Kessel and Clayton Keller are both stepping up and playing much better right now. I think if this team can keep it up, they're going to be a pretty good team overall this year, and I really liked a lot of that sandpaper they added to the lineup. Johan Larsson with Lawson Krause and Christian Fischer was a really good combination, and I like that a lot. Darcy Kuemper made 32 saves on 35 shots with only 3 goals against and a .914 save percentage, though he will take the overtime loss, putting his record at 0-0-1. For my 3 stars of the game, the third star has to go to Phil Kessel for tying it late. That was just a really good performance out of him. The fact that he actually managed to score in the first game overall, I really would like to see him take over this offense moving forward. Second star has to go to Clayton Keller, who ended up scoring the second goal of the game off that really good pass by Connor Garland, and on top of that, assisting on the game-tying goal by Phil Kessel. And of course, the first star has to go to Connor Garland himself, who not only started off the scoring, but also had that beautiful pass to Clayton Keller. Not only did Connor Garland have a goal and an assist for 2 points, but he was still the hardest working guy on the team. Though I must say, I think the entire team played really well for the last 40 minutes of the game. Overall, I like the effort, I like what I'm seeing, there's a lot to like. However, once again, it shows you can't just play 1 or 2/3 of a good hockey game. You gotta have a full effort, and if Arizona can do that, they're gonna start winning some games here. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Sharks matchup on January 16th, 2021. So in the season opener against these very same Sharks, the Arizona Coyotes came out flat in the first period and had an excellent performance for the last 40 minutes, pushed it into overtime, and ended up getting at least 1 point out of the deal. But the biggest questions going into tonight's matchup was whether or not Arizona was going to play a full 60, and also can they keep the scoring going. I would argue the answer to both of those questions is yes. However, before we get into the goal scoring summary, let's go ahead and talk about the goaltending. Antti Raanta got the start tonight, which made me a little worried whether or not this going to be a little bit of drama between him and Darcy Kuemper again. Then I thought about it and thought, just maybe Rick Tocchet is starting to learn to not just bury one goaltender, and he's going to play Antti for this game and alternate between the two. Of course, only time will give us a definitive answer to that question. However, I do have a good feeling here. Moving on to the scoring summary, starting off in the first period on the power play at 3:34, Ryan Donato would score his first from Timo Meier and Ferraro, once again putting San Jose on the board first. Skip ahead about 9 minutes and Arizona gets their own power play, and at 12:31, Phil Kessel is second from Oliver Ekman-Larsson on a decent little backhanded shot in front of the net. The score is tied, and Phil Kessel's on pace for 56 goals for at least one more game. Skip ahead a couple of minutes at 14:41 of the first, and Barrett Hayton goes bar downski, getting his first goal of the season from Connor Garland and Nick Schmaltz. First off, really good shot by Barrett Hayton. Secondly, a great pass by Connor Garland. Thirdly, I really appreciate how Nicholas Hjalmarsson pinches in on that play to keep the puck in, because if he doesn't pinch in there, the puck is gone. That play never happens. Unfortunately, the fun was not meant to last, because less than a minute later, Timo Meier is first at 15:27. We're all tied up going into the second period. Luckily, we wouldn't have to wait long for Arizona to respond, because at 5:13, Phil Kessel scored his second of the night, third of the season from Ekman-Larsson and Christian Dvorak. It was an all-around hard-working play. Arizona did a good job keeping the puck in the zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson takes a clapper from the point. Phil Kessel tips it in. There you go. Doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to go in. Skip ahead just a few minutes at 8:56 of the second period. Jakob Chychrun, a blast from the point off of a face-off win by Derek Brassard. Coyotes are up 4-2. It's Jakob Chychrun's first of the year. I guess the party wasn't over yet, boys, because at 2:39 of the third period, Clayton Keller is second from Ekman-Larsson and Derek Brassard. Ekman-Larsson just shot it from the point and went off of Clayton Keller's stick. It was kind of bouncing around there. He just swatted it in. There you go. Clayton Keller was just feeling left out, boys. Arizona takes a 5-2 lead, and that would hold until 19:09, where Tomas Hertl would get his third from Meier and Carlson on the power play. But it was just too little too late, and Arizona comes away with the 5-3 victory over the San Jose Sharks, taking 3 out of 4 possible points in this little mini-series. Looking at some overall team numbers, while Arizona did outscore San Jose outshot them 34-26. San Jose would also score 2 power play goals, putting them at 2 for 4, while Arizona would get 1, but they'd only get 1 out of 3, which is still good. However, you would like to do better on your power play than your opponents. Overall, it was still a pretty physical game, though San Jose does get the slight edge in hits, 23-22, but Arizona blocked 15 shots compared to San Jose's 10. The team stat that sticks out most to me is Arizona won 60% of the faceoffs in this game, which is only up slightly from the last game, yes, but if you can win faceoffs, you can give yourself opportunities. Another thing that stuck out to me in a positive way was the fact that none of the 6 Arizona Coyotes defensemen finished with a negative plus-minus. My logic on this is if it's just a team stat, that means the team defense is playing better as a unit, and if it's individual stats, that means all 6 individual defensemen are playing better. Moving on to goaltending now, while Antti Raanta did give up 3 goals, and I would consider at least 2 of those 3 goals bad goals, he still stopped 31 out of 34 shots and posted a .912 save percentage. Antti Raanta had a good game today. 2 games in, the Coyotes are starting to show the strength of their goalie tandem, at least if you're looking strictly at save percentage. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who had 3 assists in this game, went down with an injury and ended up not returning, and Rick Tocchet does not currently have an update on his condition. However, if he does end up missing a few games, at least Kyle Capobianco should be able to help pull some slack. That being said, I sincerely hope Oliver Ekman-Larsson doesn't end up missing any time, and I hope he's okay. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch this game in full because I had to work, so I was just listening to it on the radio and watching as many highlights as I could. However, one last thing that I want to mention is I saw a highlight where Connor Garland was just deking and dangling into the offensive zone. He is an elite talent. I will take no further questions. As for my 3 stars of the game, my 3rd star has to go to Antti Raanta. 31 saves, .912 save percentage. He had a good game. Good job getting the first win of the season. 2nd star has to go to Phil Kessel, who scored 2 goals tonight. He has 3 on the season. He is currently leading the team, and he's also on pace for somewhere around 80 goals this season. Not that I'm saying he's gonna hit that, but he is objectively on pace for it. And then my 3rd star has to go to Captain Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Not only has he been playing better over the last couple of games and showing a little bit more leadership on the ice, at least from a fan perspective, but the fact that he was integral to 3 of the different goals scored tonight. He had a fantastic game. Hopefully he recovers very soon. As for what's next, Arizona will now have a 4-game series against the Vegas Golden Knights, 2 home, 2 away, so this really is starting to feel like baseball season. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got an update on the Oliver Ekman-Larsson situation. The Coyotes have officially placed Oliver Ekman-Larsson on injured reserve, meaning he will be out until at least I think it's January 23rd, meaning Oliver should be missing about 3 games, and on top of that, Coach Tocchet said he wasn't going to be on the road trip for Vegas. Here's a clip.
Yeah, it's a lower body. It's going to be day-to-day, but he won't be making the trip to Vegas. So
confirmed by Rick Tocchet himself, Oliver Ekman-Larsson will miss at least the next couple of games. So now the question becomes who's going to be taking his spot. Craig Morgan on Twitter did state that it's probably going to be either Capobianco or Jordan Gross, though to me it wouldn't really make much sense for Jordan Gross to be the proverbial next man up, because if he was going to be, he would have made the opening night roster and not Capobianco. So what makes more sense to me is that Jordan Gross will be called up from the taxi squad to the main roster because we're going to have an open roster spot, but Capobianco will at least end up playing one of the games in Vegas Vegas, and they'll probably take it from there. Hopefully the injury to Oliver Ekman-Larsson isn't too serious and he's only out a couple of games. However, if he is out long term, this is a huge opportunity for Kyle Capobianco to really show that he can play at the NHL level. But even if Capobianco comes out and plays fantastic, the one thing that is concerning me is the loss of the leadership of Oliver Ekman-Larsson. I'll fully admit I've been heavily critical of Oliver Ekman-Larsson since I started my original AZ Sports Guy channel. However, the couple of games that he's played this year, he has looked fantastic, and you can see from an outsider's perspective the level of on-the-ice leadership by example he is showing so far. And once a player has that big of an impact on a team, that loss can be huge. So to recap, Oliver Ekman-Larsson is on injured reserve and will likely be out for at least 3 games. Kyle Capobianco will probably be replacing him at least for a couple of games, and Jordan Gross might end up coming to the main roster. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the matchup on January 18th, 2021 between the Arizona Coyotes and Vegas Golden Knights. Arizona coming off a win against San Jose, entering the game 1-0-1, and Vegas on a 2-game winning streak 2-0-0. Darcy Kuemper would start for the Arizona Coyotes tonight in search of his first win, and with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get into the scoring. The first goal would come at 8:24 of the first when Mark Stone would turn the puck over to Tyler Pitlick, who would skate down the ice and score a shorthanded goal, his first of the season and first point as a Coyote. One thing I liked about this play in particular is that even though Pitlick did have Kajula striding with him and it was a 2-on-1, Pitlick still decided to shoot the puck and good things happened, first of the season. Skip ahead to 9:35 of the second period on the power play where Nick Schmaltz gets his first of the season from Chychrun and Brassard. It was a simple but effective play, a lot of passing around. You had Brassard over to Chychrun, Chychrun just dropped it off for Schmaltz, Schmaltz just sniped it. And just like that, about halfway through the game, the Arizona Coyotes have a 2-0 lead. They're playing hard, they're outplaying Vegas. Arizona looked like the better team halfway through this game. That was nice while it lasted because skip ahead to 17:02 of the second, Max Pacioretty is third from Stevenson and Theodore. This was just a smart heads-up play by Pacioretty, who was behind the net, saw Darcy Kuemper was trying to go back to his post, just bops it in off Darcy Kuemper, 2-1. Skip ahead to 4:11 of the third, and Riley Smith gets his first from Carlson and Marchessault, just a really good pass by Carlson and then backhand by Smith. I didn't originally see the puck cross the line, but that's just how fast the shot was. Just like that, we're all tied up. Skip ahead to 8:12 of the third, and Chandler Stevenson is first from Whitecloud and Stone, and now Vegas has the lead 3-2. This was just a really good shot by Zachary Whitecloud from the point, and it went off Stevenson's back. And guess what? They all look the same on the score sheet. Skip ahead to the last couple of minutes of the game. Arizona's on a power play. They're skating 6-on-4. They're only down by 1. They're generating a couple of opportunities. Enter the buzzkill known as Riley Smith, who just clears it down the end of the ice, goes into the empty net. Second of the night, second of the season. Vegas wins 4-2. And that is what I'm going to dub as the Arizona Sports Special, because how do you go into a game like this? How do you go and play exactly as hard as Arizona did? The first 2 periods, Arizona looked like the better team consistently, and that goal at the end by Max Pacioretty seemed like that odd kind of goal that was just going to happen, but it wasn't going to change the momentum. Then you come out in the third period and play consistently terribly, and watch yourself surrender 4 consecutive goals to drop a 2-0 lead to a 4-2 defeat. The Vegas Golden Knights are a very good team. However, for 40 minutes, Arizona consistently outplayed them, and they just took their foot off the gas. And yes, Vegas has been very good in the third period all season so far, but that does not mean that you go out there and stop trying. And what I saw out of the Arizona Coyotes in that third period was a team meandering around as if they had a 2 or 3 goal lead, just to realize they were down in the last couple of minutes and then try when it was far too late. This is the kind of loss that needs to absolutely anger the Coyotes, and they need to come out in the next game against Vegas and they need to win and win decisively. I'm saying Arizona needs to win by a score of like 5-1 because that is an absolutely embarrassing way to lose. The simple fact that Arizona should have walked away with a win in this game, but instead they leave the game with egg on their face and no points. And I mean no disrespect to Vegas. Once again, Vegas is a very good team. They worked hard, they got the goals, they earned the win. However, the simple fact was that Arizona outplayed them for 2/3 of this game and then essentially just gave up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the team stats. Shots on goal, Arizona outshot Vegas 32-28. Arizona won 51% of the faceoffs. Arizona went 1 for 5 on their power plays, which you would have liked them to convert at least one more time. However, they at least did get the 1 goal. On the flip side, Arizona held Vegas to 0 for 5 on their power plays because their penalty kill is still really good. Arizona out-hit Vegas 30-21, but Vegas blocked more shots and stole the puck more. Goaltending-wise, Darcy Kuemper stopped 24 out of 27 shots, surrendering 3 goals and posting an .889 save percentage. In terms of other notes, one thing that stuck out to me is that 4 out of the 6 Coyotes defenders, that's 2/3, posted a negative plus-minus. The only 2 that didn't post a negative plus-minus were surprisingly Alex Goligoski and Jason Demers, who both posted a neutral plus-minus, and Jason Demers only played 14 minutes and 33 seconds. The only defenseman that played less than him was Kyle Capobianco, who played 14 minutes and 23 seconds. Which brings me to the performance of Kyle Capobianco. Kyle Capobianco did not have a very good game today. First and foremost, it was his sloppy defense that helped lead to that first Smith goal. He also turned the puck over on a power play, which led to William Karlsson getting a breakaway opportunity. And then he also made a bad defensive play, giving another Vegas Golden Knight a breakaway after Clayton Keller turned it over on a power play. On top of that, his passes were shaky. He had a couple really good passes and a couple really bad passes, and at least he did generate a couple of shots on goal, and he was throwing the body around a little bit, though he would only officially record 1 hit, and he did block 2 shots. Kyle Capobianco is a very talented defenseman. However, it appeared that he was completely ill-prepared for the faster-paced gameplay at the NHL level, and he looked completely amateur because of it. I really want Cap to succeed at the NHL level. However, if he's going to do that, he needs to address his issues and address them now, because opportunities at the NHL level are not going to come easy to him. Jordan Gross was a healthy scratch. Rick Tocchet usually likes to have a left-handed defenseman and a right-handed defenseman paired, and if Kyle Capobianco continues to look as shaky as he did in this game, he could very well see his chances of the NHL taken away. Seriously, Cap, use it as a learning opportunity. You are much better than this. On a more positive note, despite the fact that Connor Garland didn't end up recording any points in this game, he was all around the net. He was setting up guys, he made a lot of good passes, he was getting involved in plays, he was generating some hits, and he also recorded 4 shots on goal. Not to mention the fact that he broke Petrangelo's ankles. Seriously, Garland is an elite talent, and he is the hardest working player on this team consistently. In terms of Coyotes stars of the game, the third star would have to go to Connor Garland because of how hard he was working and he was generating some very good opportunities. Second star would have to go to Nick Schmaltz for capitalizing on that power play and getting his first goal of the season. And of course, the first star goes to Tyler Pitlick, who not only got the scoring started, but scored shorthanded. Arizona's next game is Wednesday, January 20th at Vegas once more, and Arizona needs to get that win and really respond back after this performance. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm going to talk about the Coyotes versus Golden Knights matchup on January 20th, 2021. So after surrendering a 2-0 lead for a 4-2 loss on Monday, how did Arizona come back and respond against Vegas tonight? I'm going to say we saw a little bit of time here. Arizona didn't respond today. To start off, Barrett Hayton's a little banged up, so they decided to give him the night off today, so the forward lines would be Kajula, Schmaltz, Garland, Krause, Dvorak, Kessel, Keller, Brassard, Pitlick, and Fisher, Larson, Hayden. John Hayden gets his first game of the year. I must say, I'm really glad they decided to take precaution with Hayden. I didn't see if he took a big hit or, blocked a shot or something, but if he's a little bit banged up, just go ahead and just give him the night off. I would rather a guy miss a game or two voluntarily rather than be out for 4 to 5 weeks with an injury. So I did want to start off the video by giving a compliment to the Arizona Coyotes organization because to me it's a very forward-thinking move. One more roster change, Antti Raanta was a healthy scratch today, so Aiden Hill was the official backup. Per Craig Morgan on Twitter, there is nothing wrong with Antti Raanta, however, I don't buy it. Look, the guy's had too much of an injury history, I just don't personally buy them randomly healthy scratching him for absolutely no reason. With that being said, Darcy Kuemper gets a start. Let's go ahead and get into the scoring. It wouldn't take that long for the scoring to start. At 5:18 of the first, Shea Theodore is first for Martinez and Tuck off a blast from the point. Vegas is up 1-0. Skip ahead just a few minutes, and at 8:33 of the first, Alex Pietrangelo gets his first of the season, and as a Golden Knight from Tuck and Colasar, the puck was loose in the circle. Pietrangelo let loose a clapper, and it just ended up finding its way through Darcy's pads. Vegas is up 2-0. Heading into the second period, despite Arizona playing a lot better overall, Lawson Krause turns the puck over in the neutral zone, and Mark Stone is second from Pacioretty and Haig. Vegas is up 3-0 at 10:59 of the second. At the very least, it wouldn't take long for Arizona to answer back, as at 11:52, Nick Schmaltz is second from Kajula. It's Kajula's first point as an Arizona Coyote. This was just a good heads-up play by Kajula. He ends up backhanding it over to Schmaltz, and Schmaltz just snipes it off the post and in. That had to be the angriest sounding post I've ever heard. Unfortunately, that's as close as Arizona was going to get in this game, because at 5:01 of the third, Shea Theodore gets his second of the game from Smith and Marchessault. It was one hell of a pass from Smith to Theodore. I really don't think Darcy Kuemper had much of a chance. However, I would like to award an honorary third assist to Jason Demers, who absolutely just threw the puck away in the offensive zone, which led to this rush, which led to the goal. And then just over a minute later, at 6:14 of the third, on the power play, Alex Tuck gets his second from Stone and Pietrangelo. On the right side, at least one team must have listened to my last report. Unfortunately, it wasn't Arizona, because Vegas takes a 5-1 lead. On the bright side, at least one more good thing would happen to Arizona in this game. About a minute and a half later, at 7:38 of the third, Jakob Chychrun would take a blast from the point, and they would deflect off Phil Kessel's stick, and Phil Kessel would record his 4th goal from Chychrun and Dvorak. So at the very least, Phil Kessel is still on pace for 56 goals. Unfortunately, that would be the last goal of the game, and Arizona would take a 5-2 loss. Darcy Kuemper would stop 24 out of 29 shots, giving up 5 goals and posting an .828 save percentage. Personally, I don't think it was Darcy Kemper's fault. There really wasn't a whole lot of quality defense in front of him, and Arizona didn't really provide a whole lot of offensive upside on the other side of the ice. However, Kuemper still gets the loss and posts a record of 0-2-1. When looking at the final team stats, I actually think it's pretty funny, because if you were to look at just these final team stats in a bubble without knowing the final score, you would think this game was a lot closer than it was. With that being said, Vegas outshot Arizona 29-23. They took 52% of the faceoffs. They were 1 for 7 on the power play, with Arizona going 0 for 4. Side note, Arizona's penalty kill was absolutely phenomenal for most of the game. However, the hits, blocks, and giveaways were all tied at 23, 14, and 6 respectively. Yeah, like I said, at a glance in a bubble without knowing the final score, you would think this game was a lot closer. I want to acknowledge it here right now. Yes, there was that huge blatant missed call on Connor Garland. However, Arizona still had 4 power play opportunities and did absolutely nothing. And on top of that, the team took 7 penalties and were overall undisciplined throughout the entire game. And while Drake Kajula had probably his best game as an Arizona Coyote, he was personally responsible for 2 of those penalties. On top of that, you had way too many stupid turnovers, which directly led to 2 of those goals. Once again, Demers and Krause, them turning the puck over directly led to goals scored. Add on top of that the fact that Arizona came out and looked absolutely terrible in the first period, and they only had bits and pieces of real competitive play throughout the second and third. I'm gonna go ahead and say it, this team went from playing 40 minutes of really good hockey to this game they only played about 15 or 20. I also feel the need to stress it, Vegas is a very good team. They worked hard, they got their shots on goal, they earned the win, but knowing how good of of a team Vegas is and knowing how well Arizona played in the last game, Arizona needed to play a lot better in this game, and they just didn't. Now Arizona gets to return home and play 2 more games against Vegas, so since Vegas won the last 2 in Vegas, Arizona needs to step up and they need to win these next 2 games at home. On the bright side, 4 games into the season, Arizona is still yet to score less than 2 goals in a game, which is at least something to work with. However, you need to score more and score more consistently against the better teams, i.e. Vegas. If I had to do 3 stars of the game, Phil Kessel has to get the 3rd star for scoring a goal and keeping on pace for 56. Drake Caggiula gets the 2nd star because he had a really good game and also finally got his first point as an Arizona Coyote. And of course, Nick Schmaltz has to get the 1st star, not only getting Arizona on the board and bouncing back from those very late goals given up, but that was just the angriest sounding shot off a pipe I've heard in a long time. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes vs. Golden Knights matchup on January 22nd, 2021. Before we get started, I must disclose that I didn't end up watching the first 2 periods of the game because I had the opportunity to go watch Jurassic World in theaters, and I decided to do that. However, I did watch the entirety of the 3rd period, so logically I will have to assume some things based off of statistics and highlights. However, I am still confident in my ability to provide quality coverage. I just wanted to disclose that before we got started. Alright, so with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. First and foremost, there's a couple of roster changes to talk about. Victor Soderstrom is making his NHL debut tonight, as well as Barrett Hayton is back in the lineup. So taking a look at the lines, Caggiula, Schmaltz, Garland, no changes there. 2nd line, Keller, Hayton, and Kessel. It's good to see Hayton back in the center position. 3rd line, Brassard, Dvorak, Pitlick. 4th line, Krause, Larson, and Fisher. Mostly minor changes, but first and foremost, Keller is back in the top 6, and it's a really interesting combination with him, Hayton, and Kessel. Then taking a look at the 3rd line with Dvorak taking over as center, with Brassard getting kicked over to the wing. Brassard's a left-handed shot, so it does make sense, and also having Dvorak be the top 9 anchor is actually an interesting idea. At least to me, it shows me that for the first time in quite a long time, the Arizona Coyotes actually have some center depth. The defensive pairings are Chikrin, Goligoski, Jean-Marcin Demers, Australia Soderstrom, nothing really surprising there, and then of course Darcy Kuemper gets to start. With the introduction out of the way, let's go ahead and get into the scoring summary. It wouldn't take Arizona long to get on the board because at 3:22 of the first on the power play, Christian Dvorak would record his first goal from Connor Garland. This was just a solid textbook heads-up play by the Arizona Coyotes power play unit. Connor Garland gets a shot on goal from around the circle, Robin Lehter makes a save, and Christian Dvorak is right there to pick up the change, his first of the year. The Arizona Coyotes would hold on to that 1-0 lead going into the 2nd period, however it wouldn't last for very long because at 1:19 of the 2nd, Shea Theodore would score to get his 3rd of the season and tie up the game. To keep it simple, it was a really bad turnover by Alex Goligoski right on the stick of Shea Theodore, and he just snipes it in. Then about 6 minutes later, at 7:55 of the 2nd, Arizona will respond. Derek Brassard is first as a Coyote from Pitlick and Dvorak. The play started with Christian Dvorak flipping the puck out to center ice to Tyler Pitlick, who then just chipped it forward to Derek Brassard, and Derek Brassard winds back a clapper for his first as a Coyote. Coyotes take the lead 2-1. Then skip ahead to 12 minutes of the 2nd, and Schmaltz will score his 3rd from Garland and Caggiula to give the Coyotes a 3-1 lead. This one was just a really nice play, so behind the net, Caggiula drops it off for Garland. Garland passes it forward to Nick Schmaltz, and Nick Schmaltz waits just long enough for Leonard to be on the ice, puts it up above him, Coyotes up 3-1. Skip ahead to the 3rd period, and then at just 1:25 of the 3rd, Connor Garland scores his 2nd of the season from Caggiula, and Schmaltz put in the Coyotes up 4-1. This was a really good zone entry by the Coyotes, so Schmaltz passes it over to Caggiula. Caggiula a backhand over to Garland. Garland forehand backhand, and the 5-0 Leonard. Coyotes go up by a score of 4-1 to start the 3rd period. Fast forward 10 minutes, and at 11:04 of the 3rd, Vegas would finally respond with Cody Glass getting his first from Stone and Theodore. Fortunately, it happened at the tail end of a Demers double minor, but this is just a solid play by the Vegas Golden Knights. Mark Stone gets a solid shot on goal, and Cody Glass tips it in. And then finally at 19:01 of the 3rd, with an empty net and a delayed penalty, Jordan Oesterle gets his first of the year on the power play from Lawson Krause. Play starts off with a great effort by Lawson Krause to force a turnover around the blue line and kicks it up to Jordan Oesterle, who just ices it from center ice. I'd like to take a second right now to admit that I think I've been underestimating Jordan Oesterle. He's had a pretty good season so far, as he's playing pretty solid defensively overall. With that being said, the Arizona Coyotes take a 5-2 win, improving their record to 2-2-1 on the season. Looking at the team stats, at least in the 3rd period, it seemed the Arizona Coyotes are playing better defense overall, but Vegas still outshot them 31-26. Vegas won 59% of the faceoffs. Vegas went 1 for 4 on their power play, where Arizona went 2 for 6. Hey, look, the penalty killing still played solid, but at least Arizona got 2 power play goals. Vegas out-hit Arizona 24-22. They blocked 21 shots to Arizona's 13, and they gave the puck away 2 fewer times than Arizona. As for the goaltending, Darcy Kuemper stopped 29 out of 31 shots, surrendering 2 goals and posting a .935 save percentage for his first win on the season, improving his record to 1-2-1. As for the miscellaneous notes, first and foremost, I want to mention how not a single Arizona Coyote posted a negative plus-minus on the entire night, so that must mean if it's a team stat, the team played pretty well defensively. Next up, Victor Soderstrom made his NHL debut today, and from what I watched, he actually played pretty solid. In fact, in the 3rd period, he actually personally prevented a goal when the puck ended up getting behind Kuemper and was getting ready to go in the net, and he ended up kicking it back into Kuemper's pads to ice the puck. So well done, Victor Soderstrom. I would like to award you an honorary save. And lastly, as confirmed by Craig Morgan on Twitter, Ilya Lyubushkin will finally be allowed to join the team, so he should be here in the next couple of days. I'm not entirely sure if that means he's going to end up playing in the next game, but at the very least Kyle Capobianco is likely going back to the taxi squad, and Victor Soderstrom will either play or be the 7th defenseman. Third star has to go to Drake Caggiula for his 2 assists in the night, and he played really well playing with Garland and Schmaltz. Second star has to go to Nick Schmaltz, who had a goal and an assist, including what ended up being the game-winning goal. He had a damn good game. And then first star with a goal and 2 assists, your Coyotes' leading point scorer, Connor Garland. I've said it once and I'll say it again, Connor Garland is a truly elite talent. He keeps working hard and it's been paying off for him. With that being said, the Coyotes take a 5-2 win against Vegas tonight to improve their record to 2-2-1, and they got one more against Vegas at home in a couple of days. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Golden Knights matchup on January 24th, 2021. Real quick, before we get started, I have a little bit of disclosure I gotta get out of the way. So I did watch the first 2 periods. I had to go to work, listen to the first 15 minutes on the way to work, and then as I was walking into the door and waiting to clock in, I watched the last 5 minutes. So I was paying attention to all 60 minutes, but I only technically watched 45. With that out of the way, Darcy Kuemper gets his 4th consecutive start. Let's go ahead and get to the scoring summary. I was gonna leave it blank here for about 45 seconds as a joke, but even I'm not that desperate for watch time. So there wouldn't be a single goal scored until 1917, pretty good movie by the way, of the 3rd period, where William Karlsson would score a 2nd of the season from Jonathan Marchessault and Alex Tuch. The overwhelming narrative is that this should have been an icing call and Arizona lost specifically because of a missed call by the referees. However, if you actually watch the play, it wasn't just the referees. It was partially the referees, but not just the referees. So when Tuch dumped it in and Marchessault was chasing after it, Chychrun had the option to either go to the right side of the net and attack directly, or go to the left side of the net and try to pick up the puck if it ended up going past Marchessault. Chychrun chose wrong and decided to go to the left side of the net. The puck actually bounced off of the net going right to Marchessault, but then passes it right over to Karlsson and takes a shot as soon as it hits his stick, and Goose is a little bit late getting back, so he goes to try to defend it. I think it actually goes off his stick, but it goes in anyway. So yes, it is an objective fact that if the linesman would have called icing right there, that play doesn't happen. It is also equally an objective fact that if Jakob Chychrun decides to read the play correctly and attack the right side of the net, that perfectly timed pass from Marchessault to Karlsson just wouldn't happen. I do believe 100% in making sure these referees are accountable for their missed calls. However, the players must also be equally held accountable, and no one's really holding Jakob Chychrun accountable here. They're trying to say it's 100% on the referees when it just wasn't. And to anyone that was watching this entire game, the fact that the game came down to just one singular play is actually impressive on Arizona's part, because Vegas was showing consistently throughout the entire game how they were the better team, but Arizona persevered and kept playing up to the competition, thus showing that they are getting better as a unit. Primarily the fact that Arizona's defense is still really good, just like it has been for the last couple of years. For example, just the Arizona defenders blocked 12 shots in this game, led by Alex Goligoski, shockingly enough, with 5, and Jordan Osterley with 4. Seriously, besides a couple of turnovers over the last couple of games that have directly led to goals and the fact that he's essentially disappeared from the score sheet, Goligoski's playing really well this year, especially defensively. While the defense played really well, the offense just didn't. They had a couple of chances, but Vegas outshot them 27-16. They won 61% of the faceoffs. Both teams went 0-2 on the power play. Vegas out-hit Arizona 34-27, but Arizona still kept within it. Arizona blocked 16 total shots as opposed to Vegas's 15, and both gave the puck away 5 times. Even the team stats back it up. Even though Arizona did keep themselves within this game and were competitive, Vegas is just the better team. Sure, in an alternate timeline where either Jakob Chychrun attacks the puck on the right side of the net or the linesman calls icing, this game could have gone into overtime, or Arizona could have even knocked in a goal late. But in the timeline that we were actually in, the defense played really well, and Darcy Kuemper had a hell of a game, stopping 26 out of 27 shots, only letting in 1 goal and posting a .963 save percentage. Despite that, because the offense didn't even really show up except for a couple of plays here or there, Darcy Kuemper still gets the loss despite playing fantastic. If I had to do 3 stars, number 3 has to go to Alex Goligoski for stepping up and blocking 5 big shots. Number 2 has to go to Lawson Crouse, who not only registered 8 hits on the night, but also had Arizona's best scoring chance whenever he made this small little move over to his left side and then shot it immediately, and it ended up going off the post. And number 1 has to go to big Darcy Kuemper, posted a .963 save percentage and stopped 27 shots, including a handful of really impressive shots against a really good offensive team. At the end of the day, Arizona was competitive against one of the best teams in the league. Remember, this is a Vegas team that's gone to the Western Conference Finals in 2 of the last 3 seasons. Their biggest strengths continue to be the defense and goaltending, and they are getting better as a unit. They just need to start scoring more against the better teams. The Arizona Coyotes fall to 2-3-1 in the season and will next play against the Anaheim Ducks on Tuesday and Thursday. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we're going to talk about the Coyotes versus Anaheim Ducks matchup on January 26th, 2021. Coming off of a brutal 1-0 loss in regulation on Sunday versus the Vegas Golden Knights, Arizona really needed to bounce back and respond tonight against the Anaheim Ducks, and did they? Well, before getting into that, let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes goaltending situation. Despite an Arizona Coyotes spokesperson allegedly saying nothing was wrong with Antti Raanta on January 20th, followed by Arizona placing Antti Raanta on injured reserve on January 22nd, as well as head coach Rick Tocchet confirming himself that Antti Raanta will be ready for Tuesday's game against the Anaheim Ducks, Adin Hill still served as the backup in tonight's game against the Anaheim Ducks, which just confirms to me what I already knew: never trust PR or access journalism. Anyway, Darcy Kuemper gets to start for the 5th consecutive game. Let's go ahead and talk about some lineup adjustments, including Jordan Gross making his season debut replacing Victor Soderstrom. Add on top of that the middle 6 getting a shakeup, so Barrett Hayton was kicked back over to the wing with Brassard being moved up to that second line center position, and Keller being put back down on the third line playing with Dvorak and Pitlick. Not exactly surprised to see the lines getting shaken up a little bit after getting shut out, so let's go ahead and get right into the scoring summary. The scoring would begin at 10:59 of the first, where Danton Heinen would get his first of the season unassisted. Well, it's officially unassisted, but it should be assisted by Drake Caggiula because he's the one who turned the puck over, which led to the goal. And that's it for the scoring summary. Arizona would lose by a score of 1-0. Again, since there's no real scoring summary, I'm just going to go ahead and roughly break down the game from my perspective here. So to start the first period, Arizona came out absolutely swinging. They were getting shots on goal. They were playing hard, playing fast. Then Anaheim answered back. Then Anaheim scored a goal. Then Arizona started playing a little hard again, but not exactly that hard. Going into the second period, Arizona came out playing absolutely terribly. Anaheim looked completely unbeatable. There was a point when I thought Anaheim was playing in Game 7 of Stanley Cup Finals. Every single thing the Coyotes did, Anaheim had a perfect response for. That would last a few minutes, and Arizona would take complete control of the second period, yet they still wouldn't end up scoring. Then the third period rolls around, and the only way I can describe it is that it just meandered. Arizona got some chances, Anaheim got some chances, there was a lot of fighting in the neutral zone, Arizona did a lot more meandering, Arizona did more meandering, and then towards the very end, Arizona got serious and still couldn't end up scoring. John Gibson had a fantastic game, and I in no way, shape, or form want to diminish that. I also don't want to say that Arizona played an overall bad game, because they didn't. Overall, Arizona played a rather solid game. My frustrations show up when Arizona responded to being shut out at home 1-0 by being shut out at home 1-0. In a season that is a sprint, not a marathon, my frustrations show up when Arizona follows up a regulation loss by 1 goal with another regulation loss by 1 goal. One of Arizona's biggest problems historically is the fact that they just cannot get games into overtime, which is directly equated to tens of points, which in the past could have made them either a playoff team or a playoff contender. Instead, Arizona loses yet another 1-goal game without being able to push into overtime, which directly costs them points. If this season continues the way that others have in the past, Arizona will be kicking themselves for losses like this. You have to find a way to push these 1-goal games into overtime. And the thing is, Arizona had their opportunities. They outshot Anaheim 31-24. Arizona had 3 power plays. Let me go ahead and just stop for a second and explain Arizona's power play arc. For the first 2 power plays, Arizona spent way too many times passing and passing and passing, despite multiple open lanes for Phil Kessel to take a shot on a one-time. Then you hit the last power play where Arizona starts going into desperation mode and shooting from any and every single angle, despite like half of those shots not hitting the net. Arizona needs to find a way to score and score consistently. They were doing it very well for the first couple of games. Now it's as if they just used up all their goal scoring power. Arizona's currently in a mobile game, boys. We gotta wait another week or so for the energy meter to recharge so they can start scoring again. In terms of the other team stats, Arizona won 46% of the faceoffs, so you gotta tighten that up a little bit. Arizona recorded the same amount of hits as Anaheim, 23 apiece. Arizona got outblocked, but they still recorded 11 blocks of their own, so that's still not bad. And they also recorded 6 steals, which is double what Anaheim recorded. So even the team stat numbers back it up. Arizona is still playing well, they just need to find the back of the net. What frustrates me personally is at the beginning of the season, Arizona was showing that they could score, and now all of a sudden it's just dried back up. Again, this season is not a marathon, it's a sprint. Arizona needs to get it together and get it together now and get it together consistently. Anyway, Darcy Kuemper stops 23 out of 24 shots, only surrendering 1 goal and posting a .958 save percentage, yet he still records a loss for a 1-4-1 record. Seriously, Arizona, give Darcy Kuemper back to Marvel. He deserves better than this. As for my 3 stars of the game, my 3rd star has to go to Jordan Gross. I feel like I've been completely overlooking this guy. He showed up, he was playing really well. He did have a turnover earlier on in the game, but he was shooting from everywhere and playing rather well defensively. He recorded 4 shots on goal in his season debut. He was playing pretty well. 2nd star goes to Darcy Kuemper, stopping 23 out of 24 with a .958 save percentage. Seriously, another great effort by Darcy. And the 1st star has to go to Josh Gibson, stopping all 31 shots. There was plenty of those shots that could have gone in easily, and just, he had a fantastic game. Nothing else really to say on that. These 2 teams go back at it again on Thursday, right before Arizona goes on a 6-game road trip, so that is a must-win in my opinion. Arizona cannot afford to fall to 2-5-1 right now. With that being said, with the 2-1 loss to Anaheim tonight, Arizona has dropped their last 2 games in a row. They have been shut out for 2 games in a row, and Arizona finishes with a 2-4-1 record going into the next game. Like I said, I consider Thursday night a must-win. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Ducks matchup on January 28th, 2021. Going into tonight's matchup, the Arizona Coyotes have been shut out 2 consecutive games, so you know, might want to get on that one, bud. Antti is finally back in the lineup, though only as a backup goaltender tonight. Darcy Kuemper gets a start, looking for his 2nd win of the season. Let's go ahead and get into the scoring summary. It wouldn't take Anaheim long to get on the board, because at 3:16 of the first, Jakob Silfverberg recorded his 2nd goal in the season because of a Jordan Gross turnover. Not really much to add here, just a bad pass. Moving on to the 2nd period now, after 7 consecutive periods of scoreless hockey, the Arizona Coyotes finally got one. Because at 7:43 of the second, Christian Dvorak would score his 2nd goal of the season from Jakob Chychrun and Derek Brassard. This play is the exact reason why he just put pucks on net. So Brassard wins the faceoff, Jakob Chychrun passes it over to Christian Dvorak. Christian Dvorak behind the net just loops around and shoots it. The puck goes off Shattenkirk's shin and goes in. Originally, they thought I was going to go to Brassard, but it didn't, so make of that what you will. But that doesn't really matter because the Coyotes break the scoreless streak and the game is is now tied. Skip ahead to the third period where just 52 seconds in, Garland would score his third goal from Osterley and Keller. Originally, the goal was awarded to Keller because it looked like it went off of his stick and in, but it turns out it went off of a defender's stick and in. Either way, it's still someone's third of the season. This one goes to Garland, the GOAT. I like the play. Garland rushed in, shook around a little bit, played with the defenders, backhanded it right off a defender's stick and in. I like it. Put it towards the net. But 8 minutes later, 8:57 in the third, Danton Heinen would score his second on the power play from Comtois and Fowler. Game is now tied. Just a solid rebound shot, not a whole lot Kuemper can do. Skip ahead to 15:34 of the third on the power play. Christian Dvorak, his second of the night, third of the season from Kessel and Schmaltz. Not only did the Coyotes finally score a power play goal, but this one was a beauty. For whatever reason, it took this specific power play for Arizona to finally start passing very well, and this was just Schmaltz to Kessel to Dvorak, tic-tac-toe, goal goes in. Anaheim would not be able to respond, and thus Arizona breaks their losing streak, winning the game 3-2. Darcy Kuemper made a few good saves, but he did not have to work very hard in this game. He stopped 14 out of 16 shots, surrendering 2 goals and posting a .875 save percentage, where in the last 2 games where Kuemper played fantastic and ended up getting a loss despite deserving a win, in this game he just played okay and ends up getting that win, improving his record to 2-4-1 on the season. Let's go ahead and get into the team stats. Arizona outshot Anaheim 34-16. In the second period alone, shots were either 12 or 14-1. Arizona was buzzing offensively, what can I say? Well, except for on the power play, but we'll get to that. Arizona improved in the faceoff circle this time, winning 57% of the faceoffs. Heading into the power play, the Anaheim Ducks get their first power play goal in the season, going 1 for 2, and after what feels like forever, Arizona finally gets one, going 1 for 5. Let me go ahead and TLDR those power plays. The first, let's say 3 or 4 of them, pass, 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 dump it out, dump it out, dump it out, pass, 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 maybe get a shot, dump it out, dump it out. But then for whatever reason on that last power play where Christian Dvorak ends up getting that goal, this team was just passing crisp. They were getting shots off. I have no idea why, but hey, I like it. More of that, please. Going back to the team stats, Arizona out-hit Anaheim 26-18, but Arizona out-blocked Arizona 17-12 and turned the puck over 2 fewer times. But that doesn't matter because the Arizona Coyotes got the win, improving their record to 3-4-1, and let's go. As for my 3 stars of the game, my third star has to go to Jakob Chychrun, who not only had an assist in this game, but also recorded 3 shots on goal, 2 hits, and 2 block shots. He had a good game. Second star of the game goes to Garland. Come on now, that goal is fantastic. And of course, my first star has to go to Christian Dvorak for scoring 2 goals tonight, including the game winner. He had himself a good game. And let's see if the boys can keep the momentum up, because after a few days off, they're going to be going on a 6-game road trip. If Arizona can go at least 3-2-1 on the road trip, I'll be happy. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I apologize for the delay, but I'm going to level with you. I didn't feel like doing the report last night, but that was then, this is now, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Blues matchup on February 2nd, 2021. So Arizona enters the matchup 3-4-1, and St. Louis enters 6-2-1. This is going to be a hard-fought game for the Arizona Coyotes, and to their credit, Arizona came out in that first 5 or 10 minutes of the first period, and they played absolutely fantastic. Seriously, there were points in time when I did not think St. Louis was going to be able to get themselves back into it. Then St. Louis got themselves back into it. We're not quite there yet. Let's go ahead and get into the goaltending. So Darcy Kuemper starts yet another game, despite the fact that Antti Raanta is officially skating and healthy, and he is dressing as the backup goaltender, so maybe give Darcy Kuemper one night off. I know Coach Tocchet was talking beforehand, saying that Darcy was saying he felt great and he felt refreshed, but even so, you gotta take care of the goaltending, and I really thought that Tocchet was starting to get better at that in the first couple of games, and then the second Antti Raanta's out, they're like, Adin Hill doesn't exist. But none of that matters. Darcy Kuemper gets to start. Let's go ahead and get into the goal scoring summary. We start off at the midway point of the first period at 10:15. Christian Dvorak would score his 4th goal from Pitlick and Kajula. This was a good, fast, hard-working hockey play. Kajula passed it up for Pitlick, and Pitlick just goes cross-crease over to Dvorak. Dvorak actually crashes into the net, but the puck crosses the line first, no goaltender contact, good goal. Unfortunately, the lead wouldn't last very long because at 17:25 of the first, Hoffman would get his second as a Blue from Parayko and Blais. While I don't necessarily agree that Darcy Kuemper had no chance in this shot, that was a sniper's goal. Hoffman just sniped Bard downski. He wouldn't have had that open lane if Alex Goligoski wouldn't have blown a tire and fell to the ice, but at the same time, that was a hell of a goal. Then heading into the second period, Justin Falk would get his third from Blais and done at 3:54, and this is just a dirty play. Falk made his way through 3 Arizona defenders and goes 5-hole on Kuemper. That was just nasty. Anyway, Arizona goes from being up 1-0 to very quickly being down 2-1, so they needed to respond, and a couple of minutes later, that's exactly what they would do. Because on the power play at 6:25 of the second, Christian Dvorak scores his 2nd goal of the game, 5th of the season from Schmaltz and Kessel. Side note, that is the first Coyote to score back-to-back 2-goal games since Maxwell Domi in 2016. And this was just such a nice play. Kessel finds Schmaltz, Schmaltz finds Dvorak in front of the net, tic-tac-toe score. More efforts like that in the power play, please and thank you. Unfortunately, the next 2 goals go to St. Louis, 11:45 of the second, Dunn his 3rd from Schwartz and Kyrou, and then going into the 3rd period at 1:44, Ryan O'Reilly gets his 2nd from Kyrou and Parayko. Yeah, I know I kind of skipped past that, but honestly, at that point it's 4-2 in favor of St. Louis, and I'm just thinking Arizona's done right now. Then, with a little over 3 minutes left, Arizona pulls pulls the goalie and gets to work. And it didn't take too long because at 17:21 of the third, Nick Schmaltz his fourth from Garland and Kessel. Arizona's back within one. Where was that earlier, Yotes? This one was another one-timer goal, so Kessel puts it in for Garland. Garland's on the side of the net, kind of jukes around a defender, goes right to Schmaltz, and then Schmaltz just puts it home. Coyotes back within one. But then to the surprise of no one, because they decided to wait so long to finally get back on the board, Coyotes waited too long. Game's over. 4-3 final. That's right. Yet again, Arizona gets themselves back within a game, and it's a one-goal game, and they manage to still lose it in regulation. This is one of the main reasons why Arizona ends up losing out on playoff spots, because you have to find a way to push these one-goal games into overtime. To briefly talk about goaltending, Kuemper stops 25 out of 29, surrendering 4 goals against and posting an .862 save percentage. Kuemper didn't play terrible, but he also didn't play particularly well. He played somewhere in the middle, but Arizona's defense needs to step up a little bit more in front of him. With that being said, Darcy Kuemper gets the loss, putting his record now to 2-5-1 in the season. Team stats, Arizona outshot St. Louis 35-29. There was one point when it was somewhere around 11-1 or 11-2 in the first period. Arizona was getting a lot of opportunities and a lot of chances, but at the end of the day, you need to capitalize more, because if you're going to give up 4 goals, you need to score 5. Face-off percentage, Arizona only won 44%, which is really sad because at the beginning of the game, especially in that first period, Arizona had won around 56 or 54%. Arizona needs to win more face-offs because getting puck possession is important, and starting off with the puck is even more so. Power play, Arizona was 1 for 2, so at the very least, they are playing better on the power play. They got a goal, so that's good. However, they were 5 for 5 on the penalty kill. You know, Arizona really is lucky that penalty killing unit is probably top 5 in the NHL, because this is one of the most undisciplined teams I've ever watched. There were just so many stupid, bad penalties. The Keller penalty in the first period, then you had the Osterley delay of game penalty, then you had Kajula with his double minor. You have to control your stick, and that was just a stupid play. Arizona is taking way too many dumb penalties, and that penalty kill is not going to be able to bail them out forever. Arizona out-hit St. Louis 15-13, and if you're wondering why that seems really low, it's because not only was Lawson Krause, but Christian Fischer were out tonight. So now John Hayden and Dryden Hunt are in the lineup. Dryden Hunt played pretty well from what I can tell. He did get injured, but he ended up coming back, and John Hayden, I couldn't even tell he was playing. Arizona blocked 19 shots versus St. Louis's 16 shots, so at the very least, both defenses played okay. Moving on to my 3 stars of the game. Number 3, Phil Kessel, who had 2 big assists tonight. Number 2, Nick Schmaltz, who had a goal and an assist for 2 points. And of course, number 1 has to go to Christian Dvorak for being the first Coyote since 2016 to have 2 back-to-back multi-goal games. Arizona plays St. Louis again tomorrow, and in my opinion, you gotta pull out the victory there, because you showed that you can compete with St. Louis, but Arizona also equally showed that against better opponents are going to fall and crumble, so you gotta make sure that does not become a narrative and get a big win in the next game. As for the matchup last night on February 2nd, Arizona did play overall well. I'm just disappointed because in that first period, they looked borderline unstoppable, and then they just kind of crumbled. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Blues matchup on February 4th, 2021. After losing by a score of 4-3 on February 2nd, Arizona came into this matchup looking for a W. Before we get started, we got a couple of roster changes. First off, Ilya Lyubushkin comes in, Jordan Gross goes back to the taxi squad, so Michael Chaput can come in to replace Dryden Hunt from last game, because Lawson Krause and Christian Fischer are still injured. As for goaltending, Antti Raanta makes his first start since January 16th against San Jose. With the prerequisite out of the way, let's go ahead and get into the goal scoring summary. Last night's game started off a lot like Tuesday night's game, where the Coyotes would score about midway through the first period, because at 9:32 of the first, Tyler Pitlick would record his second goal of the season from Drake Kajula and Christian Dvorak. This one was just a quick, smart play. Drake Kajula has the puck down by the boards, and then you see Tyler Pitlick streaking to the center, passes it over, scores. Skip ahead to a little bit later in the first, and at 17:48 of the first, Nick Schmaltz scores his 5th goal of the season from Garland and Osterley. Side note, I like to officially acknowledge that when I said Capobianco is a better defenseman than Jordan Osterley, his reaction was probably, am I a joke to you? This one just starts as a really hard-working play by Connor Garland, who just pushes it to the front of the net. Jordan Binnington does make the save, but there are no St. Louis defenders around to pick up the change, so Nick Schmaltz comes in and just pokes it in, 2-0 Coyotes. Moving on to the second period, at 5:18 of the second, Connor Garland would score his 4th of the season from Demers and Osterley. This one was another garbage goal. Osterley passes it over to Demers, who shoots it, and Binnington makes the save, but there's no one around. Wide open net, Connor Garland puts it in, his 4th of the year. So the Coyotes are up 3-0 going into the third period. Everyone's probably feeling pretty good. I go on the second intermission report with a guy, the Hawaiian Blues fan. He's sitting there telling me at the end of the game he's going to invite me back on to Gloat, and I told him I've seen Arizona blow leads before in the third period, and I'm still a little bit iffy. I would like one more goal just to kind of seal it. Oh boy, do I hate being right. So despite Arizona dominating the pace for the majority of the game, cut to about the final 5 minutes of the third period, and this game just goes wild. So St. Louis pulls the goalie with about 5 minutes remaining in the period, and then at 16:45 of the third, Mike Hoffman scores his 3rd from Krug and Shen, and of course Hoffman would finally turn it on when he played against Arizona. So then St. Louis pulls the goalie again, and luckily at 17:46, Christian Dvorak scores a wide open net, his 6th of the season, which, side note, extends his goal scoring streak to 3 games in a row. That's 5 goals in the last 3 games. So St. Louis is down 4-1 at this point, and they pull the goalie again, and at 18:49 of the third, Ryan O'Reilly is 3rd from Schwartz and Perron into 2-goal game. Then, just under a minute later at 19:35, Mike Hoffman is second of the night, fourth of the season from Perron and Krug. This is now a 1-goal game, and I'm sitting here thinking, you gotta be kidding me. Antti Raanta was 5 minutes away from a shutout, and now it's a 1-goal game? And despite pulling the goalie one last time and generating a couple of good opportunities, Arizona escapes this one with a 4-3 win, an exact mirror of the Tuesday matchup, and secure the 2 desperately needed points. So this actually reminds me when I was first covering the Coyotes back in the 2018-2019 season, and they were on a little bit of a hot streak, but then against Carolina at home, they actually blew a lead, sending it to overtime, and ended up winning the game in overtime. But I pointed out how that's a dangerous thing you don't want to get into the habit of, and they ended up going on a small losing streak after that. It just gave me the vibes of, are you kidding me? You can't just hold on to the lead. I understand St. Louis is a really good team offensively, and it's one of those feelings kind of similar to Colorado in the first couple of games of the playoffs, where it took them so long to finally beat Kuemper that once they did, the floodgates were open and goals started pouring in, and that's what happened here. Honestly, I am genuinely happy Arizona did pull off the victory and did get the 2 points, but if I'm the head coach, or if I'm the captain, or if I'm a leader in this locker room after a game like this, my mindset is we just got blown out. I'm pretending those first 2 periods didn't happen, and I'm acting like we got blown out 4 or 5-1, because that's just ridiculous. You cannot give up leads like that and expect to be a playoff team. However, on the positive side, Arizona has shown consistently over these last 2 games that they can play against teams like St. Louis. They've shown that they can skate with them, they can generate opportunities, and they can keep these games close. However, blowing a lead like that shows me a lot more so that they can only play up to their competition for so long, and maybe they're not quite ready to make that next step. That's the problem with inconsistent play in an inconsistent hockey team. I know there's injuries, but when you look at the injuries realistically, you're missing a top 4 defenseman and 2 bottom 6 forwards. The 2 bottom 6 forwards should have no problem being replaced in the short term by Hayden and Chaput. And the defenseman, I can see the problem there, but you also just got Lyubushkin back, and he's a legitimate 7th defenseman in the NHL, so it's showing that it's not that big of a loss anymore. Note that I am not saying that OEL is not a loss at all. What I am saying is that we have another NHL caliber defenseman that can come in to cover for his spot in the short term while providing good defense. Therefore, it is not that big of a loss anymore. It is still a loss. Anyway, I hope Arizona liked playing St. Louis over the last couple of games. Because of some delays in the schedule, they will be staying in St. Louis to play against these same Blues on Saturday and Monday. That means that just like against Vegas, this will officially become a small playoff series, except for the only difference is that Arizona will be playing against St. Louis for 6 consecutive games, meaning this is a huge opportunity for Arizona to get some wins, adjust their game, and get themselves back in the playoff picture early on. Alright, so I'm taking up a little bit too much time with all of that, let's go ahead and briefly get into the team stats. So shots, St. Louis outshot Arizona 43-30. They won 62% of the faceoffs, so Arizona needs to adjust there. Arizona goes over 2 on the power play, St. Louis goes over 4. St. Louis out-hit Arizona 23-18, and Arizona blocked 24 shots versus St. Louis's 8. And as a little bonus, now that it has been 3 or more games, there are 3 players that are currently on a point streak. Nick Schmaltz is on a 3-game point streak with 2 goals and 2 assists. Connor Garland is on a 3-game point streak also with 2 goals and 2 assists. And Christian Dvorak is also on a 3-game point streak with a whopping 5 goals and 1 assist. Goaltending wise, Antti Raanta stopped 40 shots, posting a .930 save percentage, but surrendering 3 goals, and I really don't blame most of those goals on him. He should have had a shutout. With that being said, Antti Raanta gets the win, improving his record on the season to 2-0-0. Moving on to 3 stars of the night, number 3 I have to give to Antti Raanta. 40 big saves, he should have had a shutout, had a damn good game. Welcome back to the lineup. Second star goes to Connor Garland, who had 1 goal and 1 assist for 2 points, and the first star has to go to the game winner, Christian Dvorak, 1 goal and 1 assist for 2 points. As I mentioned previously, giving him 5 goals in the last 3 games. Anyway, with that win, Arizona does improve their record to 4-5-1, and they play next on Saturday against these same St. Louis Blues. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes vs. Blues matchup on February 6th, 2021. So after Arizona struggled to maintain a 3-goal lead in the third period, how did they respond in this game? Also, before we get started, I watched the first, listened to part of the second, and listened to all the third. Anyway, after Raanta played in the last game, Darcy Kuemper gets a start for this one. Let's go ahead and get into the goal scoring summary. So Arizona started off hot, scoring on the first shot of the game. At 2:50 of the first, Jakob Chychrun is second from Keller and Garland. This was a solid play. Keller has possession of the puck on the backside of the net and finds Jakob Chychrun in the front. Tic-tac-toe, one-timer shot, scored. Unfortunately, just over a minute later on St. Louis's first shot of the game, they would also score. Robert Thomas is first from Parayko and Krug. Despite the hot start and it seeming like this game is going to be a shooting gallery, that just didn't end up happening. Yes, that's my very clever segue into talking about the topic of penalties. There were a lot of penalties in this game. Some good, some bad. I'd be lying if I said I saw every single one, but I am seeing a lot of controversy out of this one, so, you know, maybe the ref should do a better job. Anyway, with that clever segue, here's another clever segue. At 10:44 of the second, Clayton Keller gets his 3rd goal of the season from Kessel and Osterley on the power play. This one was a really really strong zone entry. Kessel passes it over to Keller. Keller just breaks towards the net, makes a little move, and it looks like it goes in 5-hole. Coyotes are up 2-1. Skip ahead to the last couple of minutes of the third period. Arizona's on another power play, so St. Louis goes ahead and pulls the goalie to make it 5-on-5. Connor Garland gets a lot of really good pressure in that offensive zone. He gets tripped up but maintains possession, passing it over to Jakob Chychrun in front of the net, who scores his second goal of the night, third of the season from Connor Garland. And with that, Arizona takes the win 3-1. That's 4 out of 6 possible points so far in St. Louis, and improving their record to 5-5-1 on the year. Despite giving up a goal in the first shot he faced, Darcy Kuemper would then stop the next 24 consecutive shots and post a .960 save percentage. And with that win, Darcy Kuemper improves his record to 3-5-1 on the season. As for some miscellaneous notes, Drake Caggiula would be injured in the first period and would not return. There is still no word on whether or not it's going to be missing some time there. And a second note, Johan Larsson, Michael Chaput, and John Hayden have been playing really good over the last couple of games, but very quietly. Getting into the team stats, St. Louis outshot Arizona 25-19. St. Louis took 58% of the faceoffs, so at least Arizona did get a little bit better there, with St. Louis going 0-for-4. St. Louis out-hits Arizona 21-17. They blocked more shots, 11-8, and they gave the puck up 2 fewer times. But all things considered, this was actually a pretty good game for Arizona, showing once again that they can compete with a much better team. Arizona and St. Louis play again tomorrow, and if Arizona manages to win that game, that means Arizona will secure 6 out of a possible 8 points on this road trip. Oh, and before we go, for my 3 stars of the game, third star is to go to Connor Garland, who had 2 big assists. Second star is to go to Clayton Keller, who not only had the game-winning goal, but an assist. And the first star is to go to Jakob Chychrun, who had 2 big goals, including the backbreaker. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes vs. Blues matchup on February 8th, 2021. Going into last night's matchup, the Coyotes had taken 2 out of the possible 3 games in St. Louis, and were looking to finish out the road trip strong. Before we get started, we have a couple of roster notes. Drake Caggiula did not play in last night's game, but since Lawson Crouse returned last night, he just took Caggiula's spot. No other lines were affected. As for the goaltending, Darcy Kuemper would get the start. Let's go ahead and get into the goal scoring summary. Personally, I would say it was a very productive first period for both teams, but St. Louis got on the board first, because at 13:29 on the power play, Ryan O'Reilly hits 4th from David Perron and Justin Falk. And just like that, St. Louis is up 1-0 going into the second period. However, it wouldn't take Arizona very long to respond, because at 1:48 of the second, Connor Garland would score his 5th of the season from Keller and Schmaltz. This was a good fast play. Nick Schmaltz brings it into the zone, pushes it towards the net for Clayton Keller. It goes off of the pipe right to Connor Garland, wide open net, and he puts it home. How good is that short leash line? Anyway, skip ahead about 6.5 minutes, and at 8:11 of the second, David Perron would score his 5th from Barbashev and O'Reilly. St. Louis retakes the lead. But Arizona wasn't going down like that, because a few minutes later at 11:36 on the power play, Christian Dvorak scores his team-leading 7th goal of the season from Schmaltz and Chychrun. This play is exactly why you get people in front of the net. Schmaltz takes a point shot, and Dvorak's right there to pick up the change. We got a brand new ball game. But annoyingly, because St. Louis wouldn't just go away, at 3:44 of the third, Ryan O'Reilly gets his 2nd of the night, 5th of the season. St. Louis takes the lead again. Then we skip ahead to the last couple of minutes of the game. There are bad penalties being called on both ways, including an embellishment on Connor Garland when all he did was get thrown to the ice. Yeah, great call, ref. Which, side note, I was talking to a guy in the Blue Note fan report last night after the game, and he was mentioning how the refs should put away their whistle towards the end of the game. And while on the surface I actually do agree with that sentiment, upon actually sleeping on it and thinking about it more, the main inherent flaw with that mindset is that late in games, if they are close, like a 1-goal game or something, the defense is then further incentivized to slash, hook, hold, and do all those things, because they know they're less likely to be called for a penalty, because refs don't want to be seen as deciding games. But then again, also, the refs have been consistently terrible throughout this entire series, and it has usually benefited Arizona, so logically I can't complain too much, but I can offer that critique. Anyway, at 19:59 of the third, on the power play, Clayton Keller scores his 4th of the season from Dvorak and Chychrun, and with less than 1 second on the clock, this game's going to overtime. Jakob Chychrun hits a couple of shots from the point, they both get blocked. Christian Dvorak sees time's running out, he flips it back for Keller on the side of the net, wide open net, Keller puts it home, we're going to OT. In overtime, we get some standard boring 3-on-3 hockey, so let's head to the shootout. Despite Perron scoring first to start the shootout, Connor Garland and Christian Dvorak score back-to-back, and the Coyotes take this one in the shootout. With that 4-3 final, the Coyotes win their 3rd straight game and improve their record to 6-5-1. We're going back to Glendale for 3 more against the Blues. If we're talking goaltending, Darcy Kuemper stood on his head for most of this game, stopping 40 out of 43 shots and posted a .930 save percentage. Kuemper gets a much-deserved win, improving his record to 4-5-1 in the season. Before getting into team stats, I have 1 or 2 miscellaneous notes. Jordan Oesterle got hit into the boards awkwardly in the third period and did not return. As for the team stats, St. Louis outshot Arizona 43-26, but at the very least, Arizona won 54% of the faceoffs, addressing one of their biggest issues over the last couple of games. Arizona goes 2-for-4 on the power play, while St. Louis goes 1-for-4. Arizona narrowly out-hit St. Louis 22-21. St. Louis blocked a whopping 28 shots versus Arizona Arizona's 17, and both gave the puck up 6 times. All I can say is that once again, the numbers back up that Arizona can show that they can consistently play with some of the better teams in the NHL, and they're also forming a brand new rivalry with someone that's going to be in their division next year. I don't really have much else to add, so let's go ahead and get into my 3 stars. My second and third star are going to be tied here. Christian Dvorak and Clayton Keller each played a really good game and had a goal and 1 assist. And the first star has to go to Darcy Kuemper, who stopped a whopping 40 shots and posted a .930 save percentage. Darcy Kuemper is once again the best player on the team. Arizona went into St. Louis and won 3 out of 4 games, giving them 6 out of a possible 8 points, and now head home to face these same St. Louis Blues for another 3 consecutive games. In my mind, Arizona's goal should be to win at least 2 of those 3 games. That'll position them very well in the playoff picture moving forward. So this news just dropped about 15 minutes ago, and I'll just quote the entire thing. It's really short. For immediate release, Thursday, February 11th, 2021, Glendale, Arizona, and I quote, "The Arizona Coyotes announced today that the club has terminated the contract of former assistant general manager and EVP of hockey operations Steve Sullivan. The Coyotes will not be filling their vacant assistant general manager position this season." Now, this news wouldn't have been surprising to me if it would have happened not long after the draft, after the whole Mitchell Miller situation, because if you remember, because of an agreement that he had with the Blues, Bill Armstrong actually couldn't participate in his first draft as an Arizona Coyotes general manager, so Steve Sullivan took the helm. So like I said, if the Coyotes fired Steve Sullivan right around that time, let's say a week or so after the draft, that would have made a lot more sense to me. But the Coyotes decided to just fire him right now out of the blue with absolutely no thank you for your time in the organization. Something has to be going on here. Now, the reason I bring back up the Mitchell Miller situation is because of that, it would make sense for the Coyotes to want to part ways with him, and in theory, I can even accept the fact that maybe the Coyotes wanted to wait for a lot of the news to blow over before finally firing him. Okay, I guess, even though I think most reasonable people would agree that it would have made a lot more sense to fire him when that news was still relevant to actually show that you want to change as an organization, but it is still in fact a possibility. But my first guess when I first saw the Arizona Coyotes tweet out the headline before I actually clicked on the press release was that it actually made a lot of sense for the Coyotes to move on from Sullivan in general because you're bringing in Armstrong and he's going to want to bring in his own staff. Then I read the press release and saw it was only 2 sentences. There was no thank you. It was just we're firing him, and on top of that we're not going to be replacing his job throughout this season. Something had to have happened, so I did a Google search and I couldn't find any recent events that Steve Sullivan got himself mixed in with. Well, at the very least, publicly I can't find anything. And with Craig Morgan's tweet that I'm going to show right now, and on top of that, logic usually dictating a simpler reasoning, it seems that the Arizona Coyotes are going to fire Steve Sullivan anyway, likely because he was close to Chaika, but an additional reason could be because Bill Armstrong wants to fill that spot himself with someone that he handpicks next season. So if the Coyotes are going to fire him anyway, it's likely they just arbitrarily chose today to do it. And I'm going to say this sincerely, I genuinely hope that's all it is, because the Arizona Coyotes definitely do not need any more drama surrounding their franchise right now. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Blues matchup on February 12th, 2021. So this matchup was the 5th of 7 consecutive games Arizona has won the last 3. How are they going to play going into this one? Well, first and foremost, we got a couple of lineup changes because Oliver Ekman-Larsson is officially healthy and back in the lineup. So OEL and Fisher are back in the lineup tonight, but John Hayden is officially in COVID protocol, and Drake Caggiula is still injured, so Dryden Hunt ended up playing tonight. So offensively, the lines were Keller, Schmaltz, Garland, Krause, Dvorak, Pitlick, Hunt, Brassard, Kessel, and Hayden, Larson, and Fisher. Hayden getting bumped down to the 4th line is surprising and not surprising at the same time. He does need to start getting going because after that first goal he scored in the first couple of games, he hasn't scored since. Anyway, defensively, because of how well Lyubushkin and Oshile have been playing, Jason Demers was actually the odd man out. So it goes OEL, Lyubushkin, Goligoski, Jalmerson, and Chychrun, Osterley. One last thing, I was working during the first period, so I did not get to watch that, but I did watch the entirety of the second and the third, and that would be just my luck because one Arizona Coyotes player did get injured in the first and did not return. A little bit more on that later. Anyway, Darcy Kuemper gets to start as expected. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and get right into the goal scoring summary. So the scoring would start early at 2:28 of the first on the power play. Justin Falk gets his 4th of the season from Perron and Hoffman. Not a whole lot to add here, that was just a really good shot from the point. St. Louis is up 1-0. Skip ahead to 8:44 of the second, and Johan Larsson will record his 1st of the season from Jordan Osterley and Barrett Hayton. Remember earlier in the video when I said Hayton needed to get going? Well, he got an assist here, so that's something. Anyway, this is just a really good play, so Barrett Hayton passes it over to Jordan Osterley. Jordan Osterley hits a clapper from the point, just puts it on net. Then Johan Larsson gets the rebound, just puts it in. Coyotes tie this game up. We got a brand new ball game. Skip ahead to the 3rd period, and at 13:05 of the 3rd, Justin Falk gets his 2nd of the night, 5th of the season from Kyrou and Gunnarsson. All I can say is that Kyrou played fantastic here, and he absolutely beat the Arizona Coyotes defense, who was just playing lazy. He beat out the icing call, held onto the puck, found Justin Falk, and he gets the goal, 2nd of the night. St. Louis is now up 2-1. After that, Arizona gets a couple of good chances. They really make a good effort to try to get back into the game, but it's just too little too late because at 18:52 and 19:35, St. Louis would score in the empty net. Arizona ends up dropping this game 4-1. And honestly, there really isn't a whole lot else to get into here because it was just a tight, close game between two very competitive teams that have each other's number right right now. I think the team stats actually back that up. So St. Louis only outshot Arizona 26-25. Arizona won 52% of the faceoffs. Arizona goes over 3 on the power play. St. Louis 1 for 2. Arizona out-hit St. Louis 25-12. St. Louis blocks more shots than Arizona 18-14. And Arizona gives the puck away one more time, 4 versus 3. Honestly, it was just a close game. It came down to that one lazy defensive play where if any of the Coyotes defenders skates harder there, that entire play that led to the second fault goal just doesn't happen. And then on top of that, if Arizona wasn't offside and that Connor Garland goal ends up counting, Arizona has a 2-1 lead at one point in this game. So it just comes down to Arizona and St. Louis are both playing very well right now, and Arizona's biggest problem is not being able to score early in games and also not being able to score multiple goals throughout the first 2 periods. You know, anyone with a hockey brain could have told you waiting till the third period to do a last-minute comeback is not going to work forever, so Arizona was bound to lose another one of these close games against St. Louis. And when you look at it, minus those 2 empty net goals, it was a 1-goal defeat. So honestly, minus a couple of things I want to get into a little bit later on, I think Arizona had a pretty good game. Despite the loss, I'm proud of how they played. Goaltending-wise, Darcy Kuemper stopped 23 out of 25 shots, only allowing 2 goals and posting a .920 save percentage, yet he still gets a loss and his record falls to 4-6-1. Darcy Kuemper is still playing really well, and I just wish they would get a few more wins for him in net. So going back to the player that got injured, Nick Jarmelson actually left in the first period and did not return. That was the period I didn't end up watching, so I never got to see the play. Apparently it's an upper body injury. We have no idea how long he's going to be out. That likely means Jason Demers plays tomorrow. And then the last player I want to talk about is Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He returned tonight and he honestly had a pretty solid game, but there was one thing that bugged me throughout the game. I think it was in the second period. So Oliver Ekman-Larsson comes up from behind, I think it was Ryan O'Reilly, and he chops him with the stick and they get tangled up together. I thought that should have been a penalty, and it comes off as Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He looked good, he played well today, but he might not be 110% because he did get outskated there. I just didn't like that play. I wanted to point it out. I think he needs to clean it up a little bit, but again, other than that one play, he had a pretty good game. And that's about all I got for you. The Arizona Coyotes and St. Louis Blues play once again tomorrow. It's a back-to-back situation, and Antti is supposed to be ready for tonight's game, which probably means he gets to start tomorrow. To me, tomorrow's the most important game. I don't actually care that Arizona loses today because they still played a very good game, but tomorrow is game 6. Arizona is up 3-2, and if they win tomorrow, to me, they prove that this season, Arizona is a better team than St. Louis. So I look forward to tomorrow's game. I'm probably going to be live with Guy, the Hawaiian Blues fan, so go ahead and look over on his channel tomorrow for the pregame. Probably throughout the rest of the game too. I know, shameless plug, but he's a good guy. I've been having a lot of fun collabing with him over the last week or so, so in case you weren't aware I was doing that, I'm doing that. Oh yeah, before we go, 3 stars time. 3rd star has to go to Barrett Hayton for finally breaking that scoreless streak and getting an assist tonight. 2nd star has to go to Johan Larsson for scoring his first goal as an Arizona Coyote. And of course, the 1st star has to go to big Darcy Kuemper, stopping 23 out of 25 shots, .920 save percentage. Already talked about this, he's been playing very well. I just wish Arizona would have got the win for him, but hey, that's neither here nor there. Arizona and St. Louis play again tomorrow, and let's see how it goes. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Coyotes versus Blues matchup on February 13th, 2021. This one is Game 6. Arizona leads the series 3-2. Are they going to finish it tonight? We will find out after talking about the lineup changes for tonight. So with Johan Larsson getting a 2-game suspension for an illegal hit to the head and Nick Jarmelson being injured in the last game, Hudson Fasching makes his season debut and Jason Demers is back in the lineup. So the lines go Keller, Schmaltz, Garland, Kraus, Dvorak, Pitlick, Hunt, Brassard, Kessel, Fisher, Hayton, Fasching, and the defensive pairings are OEL with Labushkin, Chychrun, Goligoski, and Osterley Demers. Antti gets a start, so you know what that means. We're giving up at least 3 goals tonight. Let's go ahead and get right into the goal scoring summary. So just 21 seconds in, our boy Connor Garland scores his 6th of the season off a snipe. Connor Garland is going to price his way out of Arizona. I'm calling it right now. He steals the puck and just snipes it past Husso on the first shot of the game. That is the quickest Arizona goal to start a game since Martin Handel, and I think it was 2015, against the Los Angeles Kings, where he scored 15 seconds in. Then 5 minutes later, at 5:46 of the first, off a turnover by Barrett Hayton, Kyle Clifford records his 3rd of the season from De La Rose. This is a really stupid turnover and a really good shot by Clifford. Nothing else to really say here. Then skip ahead to 13:22 of the first, where Zach Sanford would score his 2nd of the season from Barbashev and Krug. I don't want to take anything away from Sanford or the Blues here, but this is a really bad goal for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, because of the angle, Antti should know you have to hug the post there, because if he hugs the post, that goal doesn't go in. And secondly, Captain Oliver Ekman-Larsson did not do a good enough job clearing the front of the net, so Antti could see the shot. That's a terrible goal to give up, but either way, it still counts. St. Louis goes up 2-1. Then skip ahead to the second period. We're at 5:27, almost as if Barrett Hayton knew he had to make up for giving up that goal earlier on due to a turnover. Barrett Hayton scores his 2nd of the season from Keller and Chychrun. It was a solid zone entry, and Keller passes it over to Hayton. Hayton held onto it for a long time. I didn't know he was actually going to shoot it, but then he just sniped it, redeeming him from the previous goal that he helped to give up. Game is tied 2-2. Unfortunately, the tie wouldn't last very long because at 7:09 of the second, Ivan Barbashev would score his 2nd of the season from from O'Reilly and Perron. It was a great reaction and shot by Barbashev. I want to give him complete credit on that play. But if you watch, Oliver Ekman-Larsson was lazy on that play and didn't even try to skate towards the net, and if he actually tries in that play, he can get a stick involved in there and maybe the shot doesn't go in. I blame that play on Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He needs to take accountability for plays like that. Now we head into the third period. We're just 1 minute and 50 seconds in. Nick Schmaltz scores his 6th goal of the season from Demers and Ekman-Larsson. It shows get to the net, put pucks on net, and just see if you can get a rebound, because Demers puts it on the net and Nick Schmaltz is right there for the rebound and just puts it in there. Now the game's tied up at 3. Then about 10 minutes later at 11:23, Dryden Hunt scores his first goal as an Arizona Coyote from Christian Fischer. I have to give a lot of credit to Christian Fischer on that play with his physical play and managing to hold on to the puck, and then finds Dryden Hunt in front of the net. Coyotes are now up 4-3. But since Arizona can't seem to hang on to a lead, at 14:23, Jordan Kyrou scores his 6th from Hoffman. The game's tied once more. Ilya Lyubushkin blows a tire, so yeah, it is a 2-on-1. However, this one beats Antti Raanta glove side, and I can't help but sit there and think Antti Raanta should have had that save. I don't want to take anything away from Kyrou on the play. It was a good shot, but if you're Antti Raanta and that puck's going glove side, you have to make that save. That is a weak goal to let in. Then we go into overtime, and at 1:49, Mike Hoffman scores his 5th from Sundqvist and Dunn. St. Louis wins 5-4 in overtime. I just can't emphasize this enough. Antti Raanta was beaten once again on his glove side, and he made an absolutely terrible move on that play to try to go for the save. He had complete vision of that. I blame that goal 100% on Antti Raanta, because there was a defender on the play trying to make a move. Yeah, he was playing back a little bit, but he was still trying to make the move, and you had complete line of sight. That one is on Antti Raanta. Coyotes lose 4-3. I'm tired of talking about him, so let's go ahead and get his stats out of the way. Antti Raanta stops 30 out of 35 shots, surrendering 5 goals and posting an .857 save percentage. He gets the overtime loss. His record now goes to 2-0-1. Arizona's defense played absolutely terribly today, but Antti Raanta needed to make some more of those saves. That is on him. Antti Raanta had a bad game. Speaking of the defense, half of them posted negative plus minuses. Goligoski posted a -1, Ekman-Larsson posted a -2, and Ilya Lyubushkin, as much as this hurts my heart, posted a -3. I guess whenever you're paired with the worst Coyotes defenseman, it looks bad on you as well. Obligatory statement about the Arizona Coyotes and St. Louis Blues having a very tight game, playing very similar to one another. Arizona outshoots St. Louis 36-35. St. Louis wins 52% of the faceoffs. Both teams go 0-2 on the power play. Arizona outhit St. Louis 40-18. Arizona blocked 20 shots versus St. Louis's 6, but Arizona gave the puck away more times, 12 versus 7. So once again, it was a tight game where Arizona's offense actually was clicking and actually could have got them a win, but Antti Raanta, specifically Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and the defense as a whole played terribly. And I don't want to hear any sort of OEL defense force saying, oh, well, he might still be hurt. If he's still hurt, he shouldn't be playing, because when you look at how he's playing right now, he is actively hurting the team with his terrible defensive play. Alright, 3 stars of the game. Third star has to go to Dryden Hunt for scoring his first goal as a Coyote. Second star goes to Barrett Hayden for scoring a goal tonight and getting going over the last couple of games. That's 2 points in the last 2 games, and also redeeming himself for that turnover earlier in the game. And the first star goes to my boy Connor Garland, who got the scoring started, stole the puck, and just sniped it in. Garland for MVP, anyone? Anyway, Arizona and St. Louis close out their 7-game series on Monday, and if Arizona can win, they can still show they're the better team, but they need to win convincingly. None of this overtime stuff. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and as you can see, face cam back in the office. Obviously a bit of an echoing problem. I should have a recording booth built in the next couple of days, so just bear with me there. But hey, let's finally talk about the Arizona Coyotes St. Louis Blues Game 7 on February 15th, 2021. Now, despite the fact that I had to work, I didn't think I was going to have time to watch the entire game. Because I like to overestimate so that way I'm not late to work, I did have just enough time to watch all but the last 5 minutes. So I do think I have more than enough knowledge firsthand to go ahead and give a proper coverage, but had to disclose that before we get started. You guys know the drill. Anyway, let's get right into it. Darcy Kuemper gets the start, and there's only 1 goal in the entire game. It was at 5:21 of the second. Clayton Keller is 5th from Nick Schmaltz. Puck ends up coming loose. Nick Schmaltz brings it over, passes it to Clayton Keller, holds it for a couple of seconds, and it goes glove side. It looks like it goes off of Binnington's glove and in, and you can't really blame Binnington for that one if you're a St. Louis fan. But if you're a Coyotes fan, finally the bounces go your way, and that's the final, 1-0. Yeah, not a whole lot to really talk about there. Clayton Keller gets the game winner, and Darcy Kuemper gets the shutout. Looking at Darcy Kuemper's stats specifically, he had 24 saves, probably one of the easier shutouts you're going to get. He had a lot of quality saves, but I feel like Arizona's defense did a good job limiting the amount of times Darcy Kuemper needed to stand on his head. But when he did stand on his head. So there you go. I don't want to take anything away from Darcy, but I do think the defense did step up in front of him, especially a lot of the guys that I've been criticizing a lot, OEL in particular. I thought he had a pretty good game, so I want to go ahead and get that out there. I'm one of the people that I will criticize you if you suck, or if you are sucking right now, but I will praise you if you're doing better, so I want to go ahead and give it up to him, give him some credit. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the team stats. So shots on goal, St. Louis outshot Arizona 24-19. Arizona took 49% of the faceoffs, so while they didn't win the faceoffs, they at least are getting better a little bit more consistently, so I do like to see that. Arizona goes 0-4 on the power play, St. Louis 0-2. It's one of those things where I feel like most of the calls were actually legitimate calls. There were maybe one or two calls that weren't exactly that great. I kind of felt this game was going to be a lot more chippy than it was, to be honest, but at least there wasn't that many bad or egregious penalties. Looking at the hits, Arizona once again out-hit St. Louis, this time 30-16. They blocked more shots, 15-8, and gave the puck up fewer times, 5 versus 3. So it just shows, once again, consistently, go look at all my reports, look at all the game reports and stat lines. Every single one of these games has been ridiculously close, ridiculously consistently, and it just shows that this had that playoff atmosphere, that playoff series vibe, and I can tell you right now, as someone who was on the Blue Note fan report for a lot of the pre-games, some post-games, intermission reports and whatnot, there is a lot of St. Louis fans that are tired of seeing Arizona. Me personally, I'm going to miss playing against St. Louis, because this is a team that shows Arizona is getting more consistently good, and they can play with some of the better teams, because they take 4 out of the 7 games. But I still think if you're going to show you're better than St. Louis this year, you got to take the last matchup, whenever that is. It's a little bit later on in the season, but whenever that happens, you got to win that one, in my opinion, or else you're kind of just 50-50. But again, when you look at the stats, these teams are pretty 50-50. They match up well. Guys said a lot of the time, so, just want to put that out there. It was an exciting series. It was a lot of fun to watch. Arizona, like I said, had a good game. Not a whole lot to talk about this specific game, but just the fact that I watched 7 games of Arizona staying consistently within these games, even the games they lost, like the 4-1 loss, 2 of those were empty net goals, so it wasn't even that they got blown out. It was a 2-1 game until the very end of the third period, so it just shows that Arizona can play with the better teams, and if they can keep this going and play like this against, let's say, a Colorado, maybe get some revenge after the playoffs last year, it can show Arizona's ready to take another step, but if they can't, I'm not entirely sure what they're going to do in the offseason, but that's neither here nor there. I just had to get a little bit of insight since there wasn't a whole lot about this specific game that I wanted to talk about. Anyway, Coyotes win 1-0. Darcy Kuemper improves his record to 4-5-1, and the Coyotes go 7-6-2. They are above 500, but you got to get one more win because I don't like the whole fake 500 thing. Get a couple more wins, but anyway, there you go. The next matchup is against the LA Kings tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Like I said, sorry it's a shorter report, but not a whole lot to get into this one. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Los Angeles Kings matchup on February 18th, 2021. Couple of things to get out of the way before we get started. First and foremost, the Coyotes game was on during my time at work today, so I did not get to watch the entirety of it. I watched the first 5 or so minutes of the first, then I had to go back to work, and then during my cleaning for the night, I got to listen to the second, third, overtime, and the shootout, so I got to listen to the majority of the game, but just had to get that out there. I'm knowledgeable of what happened tonight, but I did not get to actually physically watch it, so there you go. We have a couple of roster adjustments. Barrett Hayton and Ilya Lyubushkin are out tonight, and Antti Ranta is officially back on injured reserve. Anyway, Darcy Kuemper gets to start. Let's go ahead and get right into the goal-scoring summary, and it started off pretty early on in the first period. At 4:21 of the first, Dustin Brown scores his 8th from Kopitar and Iafallo. This is just a terrible defensive play by OEL and Jason Demers. So OEL is playing defense in the corner, and then Jason Demers skates up to provide some coverage. But instead of either of them communicating so one can then go back towards the net to help provide some defense for Kuemper, none of them communicate, and Dustin Brown ends up getting a breakaway within the Coyotes' defensive zone, and Ella is up 1-0. Look, OEL has been playing very poorly ever since he came back from injury, and if he's still hurt, he needs to sit, because I can count at least 1 goal per game, except for the shutout, obviously, where one of these goals, at the very least, was on OEL and his terrible defensive play. If you're going to hurt the team, you need to not play. Anyway, at 11:50 of the first, Carter gets his third from Doughty and Velarde, and now Arizona is down 2-0 going into that second period. Arizona only really had a couple of good shifts in that first period. You had the opening shift, the Devo and Krause line, had a pretty good shift there. Then, of course, the short leash line, and then it was pretty much all LA from there. But then we get into the second period, and Connor Garland, 1 minute in, gets his 7th from Keller and Schmaltz, and he just puts it on the net, ends up finding its way in there. It actually ends up getting credited to Schmaltz, and then back to Garland, so Connor Garland appreciation tweet, Arizona's back within 1. And then just 4 or so minutes later, at 5:51, Phil the Thrill gets his 5th from Pitlick and Hunt. There's a lot of action in front of the net. Phil Kessel ends up just poking it in there, and now Arizona is tied. A lot of the momentum is going back to Arizona. The third period was pretty even overall. And then it just goes to overtime. Overtime, once again, is kind of a failure. Bring back the 4-on-4 overtime, seriously. And then we go to the shootout, and Arizona ends up losing in the shootout. So yeah, the LA Kings, as the shootout final, win 3-2. And my frustration here is that Arizona has showed, while playing against a much better team in St. Louis, that they can compete with better teams. LA has been playing well recently, but here's the thing. Overall, Arizona is a better team than LA, but they are not acting like it. And I'm kind of getting sick and tired of Arizona coming out and just not playing up to their competition whenever the competition is quote-unquote below them, because obviously they're not, and the team stats back it up. So looking at the shots on goal, LA outshoots Arizona 29-22. They 50% on the faceoffs, both teams over 3 on power plays. Arizona does out-hit LA 31-18, so at the very least, it's understandable why you would then take out Hayton, because you want Krause and Fisher and Hayden going out there because you want to provide some big sandpaper against a big physical team like LA, and it did at least work out in that aspect. Block shots, LA blocked 10 versus Arizona's 4, but LA did give the puck away more times, 5 versus 3, so once again, kind of like with the St. Louis situation, it was a very close game when you actually look at the team stats, and you can't have that because Arizona needs to be definitively better than a Los Angeles because they're still, starting their rebuild. They got a lot of older guys, still from the 2012 team, and a lot of the guys that are producing are that 2012 team, so you have to outwork them, and it's getting frustrating. Anyway, going down to the goaltending, Darcy Kuemper, 27 saves out of 29 faced, only 2 goals given up, a .931 save percentage, yet he still records the loss 5-6-2 on the season. Darcy deserves better, to be honest, than the efforts he's getting in front of him, but you know what? At the very least, he got the shutout last game. It's only 2 goals tonight, but if you have a better defensive play overall, let's say the Jeff Carter goal still goes in, at the very least, that Dustin Brown goal should have never started out, so it's just, you got to tighten things up, and you have to tighten things up when they matter, but at the very least, they did respond, they do get a point, but it's still disappointing to see that they're just kind of playing down to competition. You can't be doing that. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into the 3 stars because I'd like to go to sleep tonight. 3rd star has to go to Phil Kessel for tying the game. 2nd star, of course, Connor Garland. I have that bias. 1st star, Darcy Kuemper. All right, obviously making a lot of the big plays and the big saves when he needed to, posting a .931 save percentage. He didn't deserve to get a loss, but at the very least, it's one of those technical losses, the overtime/shootout loss, so make of that what you will. These teams are back at it in a couple of days, and just better effort next game, because in my opinion, you got to win the next one. You got to win it definitively. At the very least, they're addressing the problem of these close games, at least taking them into overtime, because at the end of the first period, it looked like LA could walk away with a 4-1, 5-1, maybe even 5-2 victory. So at the very least, they did respond, but you need to have a full 60 to go out there and get the next win definitively. Anyway, that's all I got for you. The Arizona Coyotes do lose in the shootout 3-2, and let's see if they can bounce back next game. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Arizona Coyotes taking on the LA Kings on February 20th, 2021. As per usual, disclosure time, I got called into work tonight, so I didn't get to watch any of the game. I listened to a good majority of the first and second period. When you're assisting customers, loud noises, it's kind of hard to hear everything. So I'm going to be relying heavily upon stats and, of course, what the play-by-play analysts were saying. But I did not get to see or hear any of the third period. So without all that out of the way, let's talk about a couple of roster adjustments and changes. So Kevin Bianco and Gauthier end up getting sent down to Tucson officially, so at least Cap will get to play now. Aaron Ness gets called up to the taxi squad, and Dryden Hunt goes to the taxi squad, so that way Drake Caggiula can come back into the lineup. So make of all that what you will. It's a couple of little, roster shufflings. Darcy Kuemper gets to start. Let's get right into the goal scoring summary. So this one's going to go by pretty quick, so no goals in the first period. Then we head into the second period. At 4:37, Alex Iafallo is fourth from Kempe and Kopitar on the power play, and just like that, LA's up 1-0. Arizona once again playing from behind, but they did at least respond, roughly 8 minutes or so later. At 11:48, also on the power play, Derek Brassard is second from Ekman Larsson and Kessel. First off, it's good to see Ekman Larsson and Kessel getting on the board with a few more assists, but Brassard, man, he came out playing very well those first couple of games. He's still been generating some offense, but he hasn't been able to find the back of the net for a while, so good on him to finally get on there. But then we head into the third period, where everything gets shaky for me, so again, it's a little bit quicker. 52 seconds in, short-handed, Trevor Moore gets his second from Anderson and Doughty, and once again, Arizona's playing from behind, and you cannot afford to give up short-handed goals. And no, that was not goaltender interference. When you look at the play, Jacob Chikrin's stick was the only thing touching Darcy Kuemper. That was not goaltender interference. I don't understand that challenge to be honest. Then at 9:41 of the third, Phil Kessel is 6th from Osterley and Ekman Larsson. That's 2 points for Ekman Larsson tonight, also on the power play. So as you can see, the first 4 goals were tied up 2-2 at this point. The first 4 goals are all on special teams. And at the very least, Kessel's getting on the board, like Osterley and Ekman Larsson getting involved. It was actually a pretty good shot. I didn't get to watch that play. I watched all of the goals. I'm not going to break down the play because I didn't actually get to watch it, so I'm just kind of giving a summary as quickly as I can. So now the game's tied up. Then at 12:52 of the third, Gabriel Velarde gets his 4th from Carter and Doughty. Just like that, LA's back up, and you can't keep doing that. Right? Arizona needs to not only get the game tied, but then generate a lead, and every single time it seems like they're getting these leads, they're giving it right back up. So you can't be doing that, going down 3-2. And then at 19:47, Alex Iafallo, that's his 2nd of the night, 5th of the season from Kopitar. That was a full-ice shot. I have to give LA credit. Honestly, they blocked a lot of good shots. They got a lot of good pressure, and ends up just sinking that one. Arizona ends up falling by a final score of 4-2. The record drops to 7-7-3, and at this point, I'm just getting frustrated because you need to play better against teams like LA. LA is still in their rebuild. Arizona is supposed to be getting out of this rebuild. They're supposed to be becoming a consistent contender. You got your big boys back out there on the ice that way you can actually compete physically with a team like that. Labushkin ends up playing tonight instead of Jason Demers, which I'm actually a really big fan of because Jason Demers over the last few weeks has shown me he cannot play hockey right now. And Ilya Labushkin is a much better physical defender, so I like getting to see him against the LA Kings, but it still doesn't end up making that much of a difference. They end up falling 4-2 anyway. Looking at Darcy Kuemper real quick, stopping 19 out of 22 shots, posting an .864 save percentage, giving up 3 goals, gets the loss. Not really a whole lot I can say there. He played okay from what I can tell, and the team as a whole played pretty well for the first couple of periods. Again, I was listening along, and it seemed like Arizona was actually getting the chances they needed to. They were actually applying pressure to LA, and especially for the first 5 or so minutes, I was listening to Lindsey Fry and Bob Hehouse. They were talking about how every single time LA had the puck or was near the puck, there was a Coyote right there, and that's how you win hockey games. But they never find the net in that first period, and I can't help but wonder if they do find the net in that first period, where the momentum goes, and if maybe they can end up getting some goals there, maybe they can end up getting the win. So I think they need to just get more goals in the first period. Just to make a long story short, get more goals in the first period, capitalize on that advantage and that momentum, because as LA showed, if the momentum swings the other way, you're playing from behind. There you go. Team stats, Arizona gets outshot 24-23. LA won 64% of the faceoffs. And I've said it before, I complained a lot, especially during that St. Louis series. You can't be losing faceoffs like that. Arizona gets 2 out of 4 power plays. So at the very least, they're scoring on the power play. They're addressing one of the bigger problems. They did it pretty consistently against St. Louis, but you still want to keep going with that. So they're going 50% of the power play right there. They give up 1 power play goal. So LA goes 1 for 3. So, maybe the Coyotes took one or two too many stupid penalties, and you can't be doing that. Hits, Arizona out-hits them 32-26, but it's still close. Blocks, the LA Kings blocked double the amount of shots as the Coyotes, 20 versus 10, and Arizona gave the puck up more times, 8 versus 6. So it's on paper relatively close, but one of the things that Arizona needs to get back on and get a lot more practice in is face-offs, because as you can see, you're seeing a lot of the times that whoever wins the majority of the face-offs generates the majority of the control and typically controls the flow of the game and ends up getting the win. So Arizona falls 4-2, and I was a lot more frustrated about this loss when I was getting off of work. I missed the third period, didn't get to see the full context. But now that I've kind of got to look at the numbers again, watch the highlights, and get as much, different alternate information as I possibly can from different sources and different people's perspectives, it comes across more so as one of those games where Arizona had a good effort once again until towards the end of the game, where what they did their usual, okay, well, we kind of got back in the game, we're looking pretty good. I guess we can kind of hit the foot off the gas. And a team like LA, look, as much as I strongly dislike the Los Angeles Kings, they still had 2 Stanley Cups in a 3-year span? That's 2 Stanley Cups in the 2010s. They eliminated the Coyotes in 2012 in the Western Conference Finals to deny them a single appearance in the Cup Finals. And most of the players that are producing on this team are still the players from around that era. So even though they're well past their prime, you still cannot take the foot off the pedal against a team like the Kings. And To their credit, they went out there and won. Arizona now has a couple against Anaheim, and to me, you need to win both. Win both convincingly, win both by at least 2 goals, and to kind of show that you didn't essentially peak when you were playing St. Louis, and you can go out there and play better against other competition, because a team like LA right now, this season and this moment, is supposed to be a team Arizona should be able to beat. So they need to address that and just play better in the next couple of games. I am very disappointed, because you cannot let any team come in and beat you twice at home, and Arizona just did that. So respond. That's all I can say, is this team needs to come out and respond. But at the end of the day, Coyotes drop 4-2, and we'll see how they respond in the next game. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and man, was that a game. That was definitely a game. Look, time for some disclosure. I got to listen to the game at work tonight. I listened to the first period or so, and after it was down 2-0, I kind of rage quit. I was just done. Got everything closed up, turned the game back on during the second. Derek Brassard had just scored, and about a minute or so later, Jakub Chychrun scores, and it's tied up, and then I listened to the whole third period on the way home. So, listened to about half of the first, I think about a quarter of the second, and then all of the third, so get that disclosure out of the way. Have a couple of things to talk about before we get into the game. So, first and foremost, Antti misses yet another game. I believe that's 4 or 3 consecutive. It's one of those two. Barrett Hayton officially is going down to Tucson. I have some thoughts on that. I might turn that into its own video tomorrow, so if you're interested in that, go ahead and leave a comment below. And then Kevin Bianco keeps getting shuffled. I think they're doing something with the cap, so I have no idea if he's actually going to stay in Tucson, because apparently he was reassigned after being assigned back to the taxi squad today. It's really confusing going on there. Hudson Fasching was officially the healthy scratch. And now, Darcy Kuemper starts his 15th game of the season. We are 18 games in. Look, you don't need to burn the dude out in February. Let Adin Hill play. Give Adin Hill a couple of games. Give Darcy a break, because he's 15 out of 18, and if this team wants to make some noise in the playoffs, you do not need to break your goaltender. Anyway, with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and get right into this game. So I don't think Arizona could have played a worse first period if they tried. So at 3:09 of the first, Jakob Silfverberg is 4th unassisted. This came from a bad defensive play. Arizona couldn't get it out of the zone, and he ends up just scoring. But then at 12:27, so right around 10 minutes later on the power play, Max Jones is second from Comtois and Fowler. Arizona's down 2-0 going into that second period. And then to start the second, at 1:53 the second, Fowler, his second from Getzlav and Comtois. Arizona's down 3-0. This team looked terrible. I'm not going to lie, I was angry. I'm pretty sure every Coyotes fan was angry. But then something happens. So it was shorthanded. Christian Dvorak gets a breakaway, gets taken down, and then he gets a penalty shot and scores his 8th of the season. And right there, they're talking about it, Heater and Lipinski and Bissonnette, they're talking about that was the moment that changed this game. Because if it wasn't for that goal, for that break, for that penalty shot, Anaheim might go up 4-0, but now it's 3-1, and then you cut ahead to just a couple of minutes later. Derek Brassard, his 3rd from Garland and Kessel. It's really a sneaky goal by Brassard. I really like that one. Then you had Jakub Chychrun, his 4th from Kajula and Keller at 12:02. Put it into context, they scored 3 goals in about, 4 minutes? All right, this team showed that they can light that spark, and when that spark goes, they go. And they try to challenge that. Arizona ends up getting a power play after that. But this game, when the second period started, 2 minutes in, it looked like Arizona was not going to be anywhere near this. And let's be honest here, they probably didn't deserve to be in this game. But the fact that this team showed they had no quit, they kept fighting, I have nothing but respect for that. Honestly, I can be as frustrated as I want with that start, and I'm still going to be frustrated with the start, but I forgive that start because this team battled. They scratched and clawed their way back in, and I think that's what Arizona's always done best when it comes to not giving up on games that they really want to get done. And if you just you work on the starts, and I think this team will do a lot better, but let's go ahead and move on past that. Then at 3:52 of the second, Christian Dvorak actually tips in a shot from Jakub Chychrun. That's Christian Dvorak's 9th of the season. That's his 2nd of the night, and I think his 3rd 2-goal night of the season. Just crazy. He's playing out of his mind. Chychrun and Keller on the power play at 3:52, and that holds. Despite the fact that Anaheim actually had a pretty good push towards the very end, Arizona stayed strong, and they solidified that defense. Arizona pulls out the 4-3 victory. I'm legitimately shocked. Arizona goes back to above 500, 8-7-3. Obviously, to me, it's 8-10, but it's good. It's a good first step, and if they can build on it going into the next game, they can get some momentum going here, maybe do some damage, because I don't see a team that had that kind of fight, a team that had that kind of perseverance, just going away, with nothing. And I have to respect that performance. Go looking at Darcy Kuemper real quick. It wasn't his best game. He stopped 25 out of 28 shots, giving up 3 goals and posting an .893 save percentage. He was okay. He was okay. I want to give him at least a little bit of credit. He does get the win at the very least, so it is improving his record, so I like seeing that. And then looking at the team stats, Arizona was outshot 28-25. Arizona took 47% of the faceoffs. They're doing the small things to kind of improve there, and I like that. They go 1 for 4 on the power play. Anaheim goes 1 for 5. You still have to watch out for the penalties, but the total penalty minutes, Arizona took 24 minutes of penalty time, where Anaheim took 22. These teams fought a couple of times, and I like how scrappy that is because these are old rivals, and the fact that they're getting in there in Arizona, keeping that sandpaper in the bottom. I have some things to talk about Barrett Hayton going down, but the simple fact is that big meat line, that line at the very bottom of the lineup where it's Hayton and Fisher and Larson, they're playing well and they're doing exactly what you need to do. You're getting a couple of opportunities, a couple of good shots, but it's mostly getting some meat on some bodies and just making you a physical team to play against, and that's what you need in the modern NHL. Anyway, moving on, Arizona was out-hit 25-24, so it was really close. They blocked 14 shots versus Anaheim's 11, and both teams gave the puck away 10 times. Look, Arizona shouldn't have been anywhere near this game. And the fact that, once again, like a lot of these games we're seeing, Arizona's keeping themselves in it. And you look at the team stats, you look at a lot of the little things that Arizona's doing, whether this game was a blowout at one point or not, it doesn't matter, because this team rallied and scored 4 unanswered. All those, none of those came on empty nets. It wasn't those technicals, oh, we got, a tip on empty net. No, these are all legitimate goals, and the fact that Arizona battled back, I have nothing but respect for that. I think the defense did kind of bounce back, but you got to clean it up. Especially that first period was awful. I'm not going to mince words here. That was an awful first period. But you know what? At the end of the day, that doesn't matter because Arizona won. They win 4-3. To me, this is a statement because that's coming to me. That feels like a 4-0 win. The comeback fashion, just the dominance that Arizona portrayed, especially in that very small amount of time to get back into it, and it was all started by a shorthanded goal. Yeah, it was a penalty shot, but it was still a shorthanded goal. I don't want to gush for too long. I'm flabbergasted. I am taken aback. I am just surprised that they managed it, and I'm really happy. So anyway, getting into the 3 stars, first and foremost, 3rd star Clayton Keller had a couple of big assists. Really good game for him. 2nd star Jacob Chychrun had a goal and an assist. Jacob Chychrun is the one who ends up tying it and gets an assist in the game winner, but the 1st star has to be Christian Dvorak, big Christian Dvorak. 2 goals tonight. Again, that's his 3rd or 4th, multi-goal game. He's playing really well, and he's showing that contract they signed him to was a pretty fair contract for his services. If he can keep it up, if he can keep up play like this, if he can become a 20-goal scorer, that's a fantastic contract, to be honest. And he's really coming into his own as part of this core, and I'm happy. I'm just sitting here on a night that I thought I was going to be angry, and in that first period, when they were down 2-0, I legitimately thought, I'm like, what's the point of making the video tonight? I'm going to sit here and say, oh, Arizona came out and played bad again against a team they should be competing against. But no, I don't have to say that. Because Arizona learned their lessons. They kept their nose down and just got to work. And right there, boom, 4 unanswered goals, they win. Coyotes get the win, 4-3. And Darcy Kuemper gets the win. Arizona goes up to 8-7-3. And just good news, just legitimately good news, and I need to see more of that, because if they can beat Anaheim again and then go on to get a little bit of a streak going, if they can keep the games against Colorado, I think it's in 3 or 4 games they got to play Colorado, if they can keep those competitive, that tells me Arizona is ready to make another step. I just don't know where that step is, but anyway, Arizona wins 4-3. I'm tired of taking up your time. Thanks for watching, and damn. Oh, Aiden fucking Hill. Look, I don't normally curse, but you know what? This is exactly why I was saying you can afford to move on from Ronta, and you can rely on Aiden Hill, because while he's just a fringe-level starter, i.e. the 1B, a very good backup, you can utilize him so you can move on from Ronta to get his inherent value, because he would still be seen as a decent fringe option around the NHL, a little bit more so proven than Aiden Hill. That's exactly why I was saying it. And on top of that, don't be afraid to play a backup. I hate why it happened, but Aiden freaking Hill, great game. All right, look, this is exactly why he had that flash of brilliance in the 18-19 season, because he can come in, surprise everyone, and play really damn good. So let's just go ahead and get right into it. Yes, I am wearing a Vegas jersey. It's a knockoff Mark Stone jersey, and it's because the Kachinas in the wash right now. My dog decided to break into my office and take it into the backyard and play in the dirt, so that's currently being washed. So before the 3rd period, I went ahead and just threw this on. I'm still going to wear a jersey, but I prefer to wear either damaged or knockoff jerseys while I'm doing videos. I have no idea why. It's a superstition thing. And then this team back-to-back nights, the exact same performance. Let's go ahead one more time, get into the opening and kind of the starting goaltenders. Darcy Kuemper starting in his 16th of the team's 19 games. Once again, I'm not going to stop banging on about that. You need to be okay with giving the starting goaltender rest, especially in a condensed schedule like this, because you're playing a lot of games, and as we saw what happened later on in the game, he ended up leaving with an injury. We have no idea if it's going to be a long-term or short-term thing, but we've seen this throughout the last couple of years, how Rick Tocchet will play one goalie and continue to play that goalie, and look what we've had consistently. Every single year, Raanta and Kuemper have gotten hurt because of that practice. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm not going to back down from reiterating that, because it continues to happen over and over again. It's like I'm playing Far Cry 3. Do you know the definition of insanity? I do. It's called being a Yotes fan. Anyway, let's go ahead and get right into this. So Arizona had a really good first period. I actually think they came out and played, that period should have been theirs. I think they actually got a couple of good opportunities. I never felt like they really had a good zone presence, but they had some good opportunities, usually off rushes. But just before the end of the period at 19:48, Maxime Comtois, his 8th from Hackapah and Fowler. Sorry, I'm terrible with names. And it's just one of those things where he's in front of the net, just pokes it behind him, it just bounces in. I'm not going to blame Kuemper for that. Maybe the defense should have been a little bit tighter, but it's also one of those things. It's just a bounce. I'm not going to get too angry about that. But as most people know, hockey is a game very much about momentum. Momentum shifts. We saw that with the penalty shot, shorthanded goal by Christian Dvorak in the last game, where right there, you go into the last minute, give up a goal. That's an entire period for a team to realize what they're doing right and gain some confidence. Then you go into the second period where Josh Mahura is first from steal at 7:58, and just, this was a shot that probably shouldn't have gone in. I'm going to go ahead and blame that one on Darcy Kuemper. You have Connor Garland playing some pretty good defense out there towards the point, but after the shot's blocked, he just puts it on net. Kuemper's not really in a good position. It just flies over him. That one I'm going to put on Kuemper. Arizona's down 2-0. Then on the power play, Max Jones, his third from Comtois and Fowler at 15:46, and now Arizona's down 3-0. I'm pretty angry and upset at this point. I'm pretty sure most Coyotes fans are angry and upset at this point. And the thing is, I retweeted them saying they're down 3-0, saying, Arizona not constantly playing from behind and relying upon comebacks to win challenge. And then I guess I'm proven wrong there, because they relied upon the comeback and ended up getting the win. Let's go ahead and get right to the third period. While the second period, I'm going to say it right now, was garbage. I think Arizona actually played terrible in the second. That third was much better. It was a little bit more grindy and whatnot. They're getting some opportunities. But then in the third period at 10:05, Tyler Pitlick is third from Ekman-Larsson in Australia, and just redirecting shots, getting yourself where you need to be. It's a pretty good shot by Ekman-Larsson to at least get into a position where it can be deflected and go in, and there you go. And then just about a minute and a half later at 11:49, Jakob Chychrun is fifth from Garland and Kessel. And I love this one because Jakob Chychrun shoots it and it goes in off of a defender. They literally put it in the net. Arizona's now is within one goal, and you can see it. At that point, Anaheim knew this game was over because they're going over to the bench. The coach is trying to calm them down. You can tell that they were playing, keep away with the puck a lot. They were really trying to keep the puck away from Arizona and just play around because they're just trying to kill time. No, that's not how you play hockey. We've seen it when the Coyotes have blown leads before in the third period. You do not play hockey like that. And right there, 16:39, Phil Kessel, his 7th from Garland and Ekman-Larsson. And Phil Kessel has been absolutely fantastic these last few games. It's mostly quiet. He's been racking up a lot of assists. But we'll just go ahead and take a quick peek at his last 4 games. He has a total of 3 goals and 3 assists in the last 4 games. So just, he's playing really well. And yeah, it's mostly assists, but just playing well. I got to give Phil Kessel his credit. And he's the only real active point streak right now. Connor Garland and Ekman-Larsson are starting to get one going, but still, I have nothing but respect for the guy. Then we go into overtime. 3-on-3 overtime is garbage. I'm not going to stop saying that because it's not real hockey. It's literally a video game gimmick. I should probably do an entire video on that. But it's literally a gimmick because everyone's constantly throwing the puck back in their own defensive zone, getting reset. If you have 4-on-4, you can either have 2 defensemen or a defenseman and a forward, and that's where you're running the risk because you can at least fish the puck around and get some presence. So yeah, no. If you're going to say the shootout is gimmicky and skills competition, so is 3-on-3 overtime. I'm not going to back down from that. But then you end up going into the shootout. Arizona misses the first shot because, Schmaltz just fans on it. Anaheim scores, and I'm thinking, oh no, because he completely beat Hill on that glove side. Then Hill stepped up for the next 2 shots. You had Connor Garland, Christian Dvorak. That Dvorak goal was just silky. And it ends up going off of Miller's glove, off his wrist. It was just... Love it. Love it. Hit the mic again. I absolutely love that because it's showing right there that they get the opportunities, and when you get into the shootout, you have players, your Dvoraks, your Garlands, even Schmalti, though he didn't score tonight, that actually are part of this core and actually have a pretty good shot on them and can deke out goaltenders. And if we can just see a little bit more of that, I know it's a little greedy, I'll admit, it's greedy, but if we can just see a little more of that in regulation or earlier on in games, like in the first period, I would be a lot happier. But Arizona wins 4-3 in overtime. Adin Hill gets the win. His record is 1-0-0. Like I said, Darcy Kuemper actually ended up leaving in the third period. It was after 43 minutes and 14 seconds of ice time. Adin Hill comes in, stops 14 out of 14. He has a shutout. It's not an official shutout, but he has a shutout. Darcy Kuemper stopped 18 out of 21, 857 goals against, or 857 save percentage, 3 goals against. Was not his night, and he didn't really look right. Anyone who's been watching this team has been able to tell by watching him, he doesn't look quite right the last few games. It's almost like when you keep burying a goaltender, they start to break down. Look, Vegas is my second team. I can never care for Vegas the way I care about Arizona. I've tried, trust me. I just legitimately can't. But I've seen it with Fleury. And then Leonard had to come in and have his really good run in order for Fleury to essentially get the rest he needed. Now he's having a fantastic season this year. It shows. If you bury your goaltender, look at Nikolai Habibulin, Marc-Andre Fleury, you bury your goaltender and you overwork them, by the time you hit the end of the season or the playoffs, they're not the same and you can't rely upon them in the same way. So you usually end up needing to bring in another guy, or you just don't go that far. It's why rest for a goaltender is important, because they're playing all 60. They're playing all 60 minutes. They don't get to hop off the ice after a 40-second shift. So I'm not gonna get off that. I'm not gonna get off that, because this team could have the legs if they would just, be willing to play their backup a little bit more often. So I hope Darcy Kuemper's okay. And I understand it might come off like I'm just using his injury as a way to show that I'm right. I apologize genuinely if that's how it comes off. That's not what I mean by that. All I mean is that it's frustrating to see these teams and these talented goaltenders and them burying the goaltenders, and it ends up making it to where those teams don't go as far as they probably should. All right, so I'm just going to end it there. Team stats, Arizona's outshot 35-28. There was a point where I think Arizona only had like 2 or 3 shots throughout an entire period. I think it was that second period. It was looking bad for a while, but Arizona ends up getting all the goals that they needed. Face-off percentage, Arizona wins 57% of the face-offs. I've been banging on about this for a long time. Face-offs are key. It is much better to win an offensive zone face-off and have possession immediately than have to go back, fish for it in the neutral zone, fish for it in your offensive zone, go try to do and establish a proper zone entry. It just doesn't work. Arizona 0-2 on the power play. Anaheim 1-2 on their power play. The penalty kill, I mean, you got to step up just a little bit more. That's all I'm going to say on that. Hits, Arizona's out-hit 33-27. Anaheim's a very scrappy team, and I also like how these teams don't like each other. Not quite to the level of St. Louis, but they don't like each other. There's a lot of physicality, a lot of big hits. I like it. Block shots, Arizona outblocks Anaheim 17-16, so it's very close. Giveaways, Arizona gave the puck away 6 times versus Anaheim's 5. So when you look at it once again, a pretty even affair, all things considered. Arizona maybe get a few more shots, but that's just playing a little bit, too nitpicky, I suppose. They got the win. I have to be happy. And I'm not going to, rain on anyone's parade there. But just the fact that this team, I can't get over it. All right, I was angry, but I did not hit that. Like, I hit the point when I was mad and I'm saying, wow, like I'm tired of this team. But I'd never hit the point when I'm like, I'm not going to keep watching. I actually had the night off tonight. I was going to watch the entire game. I watched the entire game. I never hit that point where I'm like, there's no chance for it. But I was feeling like they're probably going to lose this one. And they just kept at it and kept fighting and kept scratching, kept clawing. That's what I love about this team, honestly. I can't give them enough credit there. But just keep it up with the fighting, honestly. Just keep it up. Keep fighting to get yourself in it. Anyway, Arizona wins 4-3 in the shootout. Their record goes to 9-7-3. I believe that's just enough to get them back above LA for the 4th spot in the division. Anaheim falls to 6-10-4. And in terms of my 3 stars, I'm going to have to go Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Connor Garland being 2 and 3 pick. I don't really care. They both played very well, and on top of that, generated some chances and got 2 assists each. So I'm just going to split it between them. And then, of course, the first star, cheeseburger, hot dog Phil himself, Mr. Meisterburger, a goal and an assist, gets the tying goal. He got the secondary assist on that Jacob Chikrin goal that brought him within 1. He's been a huge difference maker. the fact that he's turning his play around the way he is, I have nothing but respect for that. And just once again, let's just take a quick look, in case I got anything wrong, at these last 4 games. That's 3 goals and 3 assists, 6 points in 4 games. Even though last year, I will maintain he was bad last year. He did not give anywhere near the production he needed to, and he looked really bad for most of it. He's had a couple of stretches this year. It's usually about, 4 or 5 games at a time, but he's turned it on. And right now, this is the Phil Kessel that I was excited for when we first got him. This is the Phil Kessel that if you go to Hot Take Hockey, Coyotes fan reacts to Phil Kessel trade plug, that happened over a year ago or whatever. That's the Phil Kessel I was excited for and I was screaming about, because that's what he needs to bring. I love what he's bringing lately, that veteran leadership that he's bringing. He's going to shoot. He's also going to pass and pass efficiently. Love it. Just absolutely love it. First star of the game. He just, nothing but credit to Phil Kessel there. Like I said, Arizona gets to win 4-3. Their record is back up. I think right now they're about as close to the proper above 500 as possible. Obviously, if you take away the overtime losses, it's 9-10. But you know what? I'm not splitting hairs. They're doing the good things right now. They just need to tighten up certain things like the defense or playing better in the first. But you know what? I'm not going to complain right now, because I find it hard to be frustrated right now. I mean, 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, sure. But right now, I cannot be frustrated, because it's 2 games in a row. They fought and clawed, and they've looked so much better when they need to than they did against the LA Kings, and it just shows this team can play clutch. I just want them to work a little bit more on the other stuff. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. That is the Coyotes versus Ducks matchup on February 24th, 2021. Have a good one. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. And I'm here to talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Colorado Avalanche matchup on February 26th, 2021. Let's go ahead and get right into it. One bit of disclosure, I was actually working during the start of the game, so I only got to listen to very brief portions of the first, but I did watch the entirety of the second and the third. Anyways, get right into the lineup changes. John Hayden did not play tonight, so the lineups got changed up. Brassard, Schmaltz, Keller, Garland, Dvorak, Kessel, Krause, Larson, Pitlick, Kajula, Chaput, Fisher. So obviously the short leash line is officially broken up, and Chaput is in that fourth line center. I actually like the two-way game Chaput's been bringing the few games he's played, so I actually like seeing that. No other real defensive changes, but Aiden Hill gets a start. Anyway, go ahead and jump right into the goal scoring summary. So from what I've heard and can tell from the stats, Arizona did not look very good in the first and did not come prepared, and Colorado did, but Arizona still managed to make sure there was no goals allowed. Aiden Hill was playing pretty well. But then you get to the start of the second, and Arizona's on the penalty kill, and at 1:43 of the second, Mikko Rantanen gets his 8th from Kadri and McKinnon, and now Colorado's up 1-0. That's one of those plays where Aiden Hill really didn't have a chance, but if Goligoski was in a better position and also wasn't getting his stick lifted and playing a little bit stronger, that goal might not go in, so I can't blame Hill. I'm going to look at the defense and say you have to find ways to tighten it up, because the defense needs to stop failing the goaltending, because the goaltending can only take you so far if the defense is allowing too many quality opportunities and second chances. Anyway, getting right into the third at 6:04, Andrei Burakovsky is 4th from Kadri and Rantanen. Now Arizona's down 2-0. And then about 5 minutes later, at 11 minutes, Kadri gets his 6th from Makar, and the Coyotes just get caught puck watching. And once again, it started in the Coyotes' defensive zone, and it turned into a pseudo breakaway. It goes 5-hole. Yes, you would like Hill to make the save there, but when he gets hung up to dry, and there's no one actually helping to play on defense, and it's allowing that Kel Makar, it's a great pass, but the fact that there should have been a stick in the way, and they should have been playing on Nazem Kadri, but he gets away from it, goes 5-hole, nothing, can't take it away from him, and now they're down 3-0 for the third consecutive game in the third period. But then a little bit of magic happens, because for whatever reason, Arizona can't play until they're down 3-0. At 18:24 the third, Phil Kessel scores his 8th from Dvorak and Chikrin, and the hot dog man does it again, extending that point streak. He is playing fantastic right now. And then they go ahead and pull the goaltender, and at 19:07, Drake Kajula steals one from Connor Garland, his first from Garland and Kessel. It was going to go in anyway, but he ends up putting it in. And it's good for him because it's his actual first goal as a Coyote, and the fact that he has a very good kind of grinding game that also is a pretty good, I'd say, depth scoring. The fact that he finally gets one in, I'm actually really happy for him. So Arizona ends up pushing, they press, and right after that second goal, Colorado, I guess they actually studied the film and realized that they're a better team than Anaheim, calls a timeout, they calm it down, and Arizona gets a couple more good chances, but doesn't end up being enough. Colorado hangs on for the win, 3-2, and Arizona turns a game that otherwise looked like very much Arizona not showing up. And then when they kind of tried to, Colorado showed they were just on a different level, to Arizona showing, once again, against one of the better teams in the division, in the league, an actual cup contender, showing that they can play with them. If only you started earlier, I think Arizona wins this game. But the fact that you started too late, and that's kind of their fault, they need to work on that. That's kind of why they end up falling short. Anyway, talking about the goaltending, I think Adin Hill had a very good game today. I know its stats aren't going to reflect it, but he stopped 26 out of 29 with an .897 save percentage. And if you think about the context, if the defense steps up a little bit more on that penalty kill, that first goal doesn't go in, and if they actually don't get caught puck watching, the third goal doesn't go in. So let's just say the shots still happen. That's now, 28 out of 29. The save percentage is fantastic. So it really comes down to if the defense plays a little bit tighter, it shows more so that Adin Hill had a very good game. Also, note, Hunter Misko played today. And the Coyotes didn't start scoring until I had already tweeted Arizona really can't score against Tucson's old backup. So thankfully, hey, Richard, the reverse jinx worked. But the fact that this matchup was Hill versus Miska, the 2019 Tucson Roadrunners starter versus backup, I think that was pretty cool and whatnot. Go ahead and look at the team stats. Arizona was outshot 29-18. All right, at one point, I think the hockey guy was saying they had 7 shots throughout the first 30 minutes. Half of the game, you had 7 shots. Hunter Misko was allowed to get comfortable, and that's the problem, because maybe if Arizona has a better first period, maybe they score the first. Or maybe after the Rantanen goal, maybe Arizona can respond. They had to play better. They had to get more shots, and that's something they had to work on for tomorrow. Face-off percentage, Colorado takes 59%, so once again, Arizona struggling in the face-off circle. It's a little better than it's been, but you still need to tighten that up. That's one hardcore thing they need to work on with their centers. Dvorak and Schmaltz are good. I think Dvorak's the best center on the team, but you got to work on the faceoff percentage. Power play, Colorado is 1 for 3. Arizona's 0 for 2. In terms of hits, Arizona out-hits Colorado 26-23. Colorado blocks 12 versus Arizona's 11 shots. And Arizona gives the puck up 8 times versus Colorado's 4. So I've mentioned it before. I know you're probably getting tired of it. Arizona, once again, in terms of team stats, keeping games close, showing that they can play with these bigger teams and better teams. But when it comes to what matters, like the goals, the shots on goals, the face-off percentage, Arizona struggles. If they can just work on that, because they're showing, as opposed to scoring 1, maybe 2 goals a night, they're scoring like 2, 3, maybe 4 goals a night, and that's a huge step forward, but you can't, no disrespect to Hunter Miska, I am a fan of Hunter Miska, you can't let a career AHLer embarrass you the way he did to start the game, but at the very least, they bounced back. They got some pressure on him. Unfortunately, Hill's record on the season drops to 1-1-0, but at the very least, you know how to beat him. I don't think they're playing Miska tomorrow, but if they end up doing it, you know how to beat him, so there you go. Keep that in the back of your mind. But anyway, despite the fact that if Arizona just once again plays a full 60, they probably win this game, I'm going to at least appreciate the effort, because it could have been a 3-0 finish. Even if they would have tried to, pull the goaltender when they're down 3-0 later on in the game, even if they would have tried that, it could have been 4-0. They could have got shut out by a career AHLer, and the fact that they still put in the effort, they put in the time. The Coyotes are a very, I don't want to say gritty, because I feel like it's almost the wrong word to say, but I also feel like contextually it kind of works. They're a team that's going to keep fighting to get back in it, and I have nothing but respect for that. I'm just frustrated you're not doing it earlier. Generate the opportunities, generate the offense, generate the momentum, and you be the one to start it. Don't rely on being down 3-0 to start turning on your game. That frustrates me. But anyway, getting into the 3 stars. 3rd stars to go to Drake Caggiula, getting his first goal as a Coyote tonight. He played very well. He's been playing well for a while, but he finally got one in, so I am happy for him. 2nd star goes to Phil the Thrill. That's what? In the last 5 games, 4 goals, 4 assists, or 4 goals, 5 assists. He's been on fire. That is the Phil Kessel the Coyotes traded for. That is the Phil Kessel I freaked out when we got the news that he was coming over. That's the Phil Kessel that was worth getting rid of Galchenyuk, because Galchenyuk was a good Coyote. I don't care. You guys can try to tell me anything you want. He was a good Coyote. And 1st star goes to Adin Hill, 26 saves. It should have been 1 or 2 more if Arizona's defense plays a little better. It should have been his 2nd win in 2 games. But once again, that's neither here nor there. That's in an alternate universe. But Adin Hill kept him in it. And it shows that he's a good fringe starter. He's a good backup. He's a good 1B. I really hope they extend him and move forward with him while they're continuing to develop Prosvetov. But anyway, that's all I got for you. Arizona loses and falls to 9-8-3 on the season. These teams are back at it again tomorrow. Well, I mean, I'm recording it at midnight, so technically tonight. But, they're back at it. And hopefully Arizona can take what they learned here tonight and win tomorrow and show that little bit towards the very end wasn't just a fluke against a younger goaltender. That's all I got for you. I'm the AZ Sports Guy, and thanks for watching. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Colorado Avalanche matchup on February 27th, 2021. Now, I want to get a new format going on the games like this when I actually get to watch the entirety of the game from the comfort of my office, so I can start taking notes, and for games like this, i.e. I was watching the entirety of it from the comfort of my office, that we're going to have a different formula and format, so we're going to go by the notes, i.e. the hockey guy style, and any other game when I'm, let's say, out and about and watching it or listening to most of it, we're going to go back to the old style. Anyway, with that out of the way, Garland is out with an injury. He is day-to-day. Dryden Hunt is in. Darcy Kuemper is still out, still listed as day-to-day. And Antti gets to start with Adin Hill backing him up. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into it. So Arizona starts this game looking a lot like Colorado does normally. There's always sticks in the passing lanes. They were playing very well defensively. They were skating quickly. They were getting possession, some quality time, quality chances. And for about 12 minutes, so the first 12 minutes of that first, Arizona did not allow Colorado anything. No quality scoring chances, no quality passing lanes. Then 16 seconds after that mark, at 12:16, McKinnon gets his fifth from Burakovsky and Graves, and Antti can't make glove saves. It beat him completely glove side. It was a snipe by McKinnon, but once again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Antti needs to start making more glove saves. He did make a couple later on, but he got beat a lot more than that. Anyway, Colorado, to that point, had less than 4 shots on goal. So Arizona was doing a very good job out shooting them, but all it takes is one shot. Anyone who watches hockey knows, one shot later, it's a completely different game. Anyway, Dryden Hunt takes a tripping penalty within the last 2 minutes of the first, and then Arizona proceeds to kill that off. But after the first period was over, Arizona's leading 9-7 in shots. At one point in this period, Arizona was leading 7-2. That should probably tell you where this game is about to go. Anyway, in the second, at 1:23, the shots were 5-0 Colorado in the second. A minute and 23 seconds, Colorado was up 5-0 in terms of shots for the second period. And then Keller, a defensive turnover, leads to about a 2-minute Colorado attack where I'm surprised they didn't end up winning. End up scoring right there. That was such a quality attack, and Colorado kind of woke up and realized they're the Avalanche, and they're not going to just have a one-goal game with Arizona. But Arizona did at least get the puck out, but 5 minutes in, the shots are 10-2 in the second period for Colorado, and they're just completely dominating the pace of play. But then, at that 5-minute mark, Colorado takes a penalty. Arizona proceeds to do nothing. Then, about 2.5 minutes later, at 7:29, Colorado takes another penalty, and Arizona had so many great chances, really good puck pressure, really good shots towards the net. None of them are hitting the net. That's the problem, is you can't have those opportunities and not do anything with them. They couldn't even hit the net, and it's just frustrating. But yeah, there's great chances, can't do anything. Then at 10:50 the second, Arizona, too many men on the ice. They killed a penalty, but Arizona is so accustomed to playing from behind and scoring goals late to have 6 guys on the ice that they've taken 4 too many men on the ice penalties in the last 5 games or so. So that needs to be addressed. It is officially starting to get out of hand. Anyway, Arizona gets a shorthanded chance. It was a 2-on-1. Nothing comes of it. And then McKinnon's shot is deflected over the net by Caggiula when they go back over into the Coyote zone. That one might have gone in if Caggiula wasn't there to tip it, because it ends up... if you look at the angle on it, it was going to beat Raanta. It looks like it was going to go in. So that right there, that moment stuck out because that could have been 2-0 right there. Anyway, Colorado has a defensive turnover in their defensive zone, which leads to a Nick Hjalmarsson shot that Clayton Keller expertly deflects in at 14-13. That's Keller's 6th from Nick Hjalmarsson. We have a tie game. Unfortunately, about 3 minutes later at 17-15, McDonald, his first of the season from Donskoy and Burakovsky, was a wraparound and just beats Antti Raanta 5-hole. That's another one you don't want to see go in. And just like that, as we're getting ready to go into the third period, Colorado made sure they still had a lead. Anyway, Arizona has a 2-on-1 with just under 30 seconds, and Grubauer stops the puck against Clayton Keller right there. Clayton Keller had that chance. He held on to it. He was looking for the pass, you can tell. That's the only one thing I don't like about Keller's game this year, is he's so pass first by default that he waited just too long on that shot because he might have had a better opportunity if he would have shot a little bit earlier, and you see it happen all the time. But anyway, Grubauer makes a save. Coyotes are down 2-1 going into the third. The shots were 27-15 Colorado after 2. That's 20-6 Colorado outshot Arizona in the second. You cannot give up 20 shots in a period against one of the best teams in the league. You just can't. Anyway, getting into the third period, here's my last note for the entire game. At 1:52 of the third, OEL takes a tripping penalty. Colorado scores 6 seconds later. literally 6 seconds later. At 1:58, Landeskog is fourth from Rantanen and Girard. Now Colorado's up 3-1, and from this point, Arizona had no chance. I'm going to call it like it is. Colorado completely ran away with it, and OEL even admitted it after the game. He took a bad penalty, and that led to the momentum shifting. It got out of hand from there. And then, at 12 minutes exactly, Donskoy is sixth from Nichushkin and Girard, and then at 13:57, a little under 2 minutes later, Jost is first from Rantanen, and just like that, the Coyotes are down 5-1, and I'm pretty sure every Coyotes fan is having PTSD from the playoffs. Luckily, at 16:32, Ilya Lyubushkin originally was credited for the goal, which would have been his first career NHL goal, ends up getting pulled back from him, but Johan Larsson scores his second as a Coyote and of the season from Krause and Osterley. It's officially now 5-2. Arizona pulls the net, pulls the goalie, tries to get something going, and then at 18:09, Pierre-Edouard Bellemare, the former Golden Knight, ends up potting it from just about full ice. It was somewhere around the blue line. That's his first from Kuemper at the empty net, and that's it. That's the end. 6-2 final. The Arizona Coyotes dropped to Colorado, dropping their record to 9-9-3. Colorado advances to 11-6-1. Goaltending-wise, you look at Antti Raanta had 35 saves, but surrendered 5 goals, posting an .875 save percentage. And if we know what happens to Antti Raanta, he starts one game, gets about 30 saves, still gives up more goals to put his save percentage below where it should be, and then he goes back on injured reserve for another few days. Mark my words, it's going to happen. Please, for once, have that work, have the reverse work for me, and he still ends up playing and plays well. And then you look at the team stats, and this is all Colorado's game. Colorado outshoots Arizona 41-25. They win 57% of the faceoffs. They go 1 for 3 on the power play. Arizona's 0 for 2. Arizona does out-hit them 33-19, but we saw it in the St. Louis series on the games when St. Louis won. Guy mentioned it on the Blue Notes fan report, is that usually Arizona's hitting more because they don't have the puck. Arizona blocks 15 shots versus Colorado's 5. Both teams give the puck up 5 times, but at that point, it doesn't really matter. Arizona kind of needed to play on their toes defensively, and they ended up failing. The defense, I think, played very well through about the first 2 periods. There was a couple of plays here or there, but I thought especially the first, they were playing well. That third period, the defense kind of didn't exist, kind of like in the San Jose and St. Louis game. If anyone stayed up to watch that and saw me live on the Blue Note fan report post game, you know what I'm talking about. But the fact that goaltenders and defense just kind of don't exist. And I look at a game like this, and once again, I think Shannon, the hockey guy, said it very well, and I repeated that in yesterday's video. This is a game where if it was a little bit different for about 1 period, Arizona probably wins, because Arizona had a very good amount of momentum, and right there in the second period, if they stop McDonald from scoring that goal, and it's 1-1 going into the third, and OEL does not take that penalty, or even it's still 2-1 going into the third, and OEL doesn't take that penalty, Arizona still is within this. Then it just snowballed and got out of hand. And it shows that while this team is competitive, they can't compete with the elite teams in their division or the elite teams in the conference, and that's going to open up way too many questions about whether or not it's time for another rebuild, which I genuinely hope isn't the solution they come up with, because let's be honest here, the fan base is not going to accept another rebuild. But anyway, without wasting any more of your time, I'm just disappointed, because Arizona showed for about 40 minutes they can compete with elite teams. They cannot do it a full 60, and that's the problem, because you need to play a full 60 in order to win games in the National Hockey League, in order to win series, and at that point, if you can't beat the teams you would be seeing in the playoffs, can we really consider you a playoff contender? So that's a question Arizona's going to have to ask themselves. They're going to have to address and ponder that, but I think if Arizona can make adjustments and avoid the whole questionable penalties and avoid giving up defensively, they can answer it and come out on top. But yeah, against Colorado, the last 2 games wasn't going to happen. They had a good rush in the last game. This one, they couldn't capitalize and generate more goals. At the very least, they stopped the bleeding. That's about all I could say. I don't really have stars of the game, to be honest, because the entire team played well-ish and then not. So I guess I'll just go ahead and say Lawson Krause for an assist is the 3rd star. Johan Larsson for stopping the bleeding is the 2nd star. And Clayton Keller for a very good offensive play to get the first goal on board and tie it is the 1st star. If I had to do stars, well, I really don't think this is a game where Arizona's walking away with having stars of the game. But that's just my thoughts. Thanks for watching. The Arizona Coyotes lose by a score of 6-2 to the Colorado Avalanche. They will play again in a couple of days. get a couple wins, boys. How's it going, boys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I gotta make this one real quick. It turns out that time flies, and as of a couple of days from now, it would have been a year since my wife and I got married, so I get to get out of town for a day or two, so let's go and get right into it. A little bit of a side note, so I was at work again tonight, and I listened to the entirety of the first while cleaning and whatnot, listened to all the third, including on the way home, so I got to hear that last goal and whatnot. And most of the second, and I listened to about the first 5, maybe 8 minutes or so. Okay, I'm going to watch the last 10 minutes of Lord of the Rings because I'm in between theaters, so this is the last theater, or at least the next theater, so I have 10 minutes to kill. And as I'm walking out, Johan Larsson scores, so I missed all those second period goals. So that disclosure out of the way, let's go ahead and get right into it. Antti Raanta gets the start, Connor Garland is back in the lineup, and the healthy scratches are Dryden Hunt and Jason Demers, so make of that what you will. Go ahead and jump right into the goal scoring summary. In the second period at 9:26, Clayton Keller gets his 7th from Osterley and Ekman Larsson. Can I just say Jordan Osterley has essentially turned into that left-handed shot defenseman that's good at moving the puck around at the very least in the offensive zone and kind of helping set things up. So I like that. Definitely playing well. I think it's a contract year for him, so that might explain it. But anyway, moving on. Then Drew Doughty about a minute later at 10:59 is 6th from Kempe and Kopitar. And can we just talk for 1 second about Anze Kopitar has only 4 goals. Yeah, whatever. He has 20 assists. This dude has 20 assists. The dude should be ancient. And the fact that he's still producing as well as he is, look, I have nothing but respect for Anze Kopitar. Hate the rest of the Kings, but hey, you know what? Nothing but respect for Anze Kopitar. Then just a couple of minutes later at 12:40, Nick Schmaltz, his 7th from Garland and Chychrun on the power play. Coyotes get the lead right back up. And then, like 13 seconds later, at 12:53, Johan Larsson is 3rd, 2nd in 2 games. Remember, we thought that Ilya Lyubushkin got his first career NHL goal in the last game. Didn't end up happening. It went off of a defender, so Johan Larsson got the goal. Johan Larsson also gets a goal tonight, so yeah, he's playing very well right now. And then third period, 13:47, Gabriel Velarde is 6th from Anderson and Athanasiou, so I guess I'll just Athanasiou later because the Arizona Coyotes end up holding on to this win. Antti Raanta. Again, I will always admit I'm a heavy critic of Antti Raanta, but he had a phenomenal game. Okay, 40 saves. This dude, 40 saves, 2 goals against, .952 save percentage. His record goes up to 3-1-1 in the year. I have nothing but respect for him in that game. I have to give him all the credit in the world. He had a damn good game. And defense, you need to stop giving up like 35-plus shots a night. And I think that's a video I might have to make later on, is that, this team used to be very well known for being essentially borderline elite defensively. And you're seeing slowly but surely, or at the very least, especially this year, that defense falling off of a cliff and bending more and more and more. You saw it kind of starting in the last season, but that's one thing that might need to get addressed. But at the end of the day, at the very least, they're still playing well enough, and Antti Raanta, like I said, fantastic game. Anyway, team stats, Arizona's outshot 42-23. Just gonna leave that one there. Coyotes win just 38% of the faceoffs. Once again, struggling in the faceoff circle. They need to figure it out. All right, this is one of the biggest things that's going to kill you in games. Yeah, they ended up holding on to this lead here, but the simple fact that you got outshot by almost 20, and so many of these, you look at the face-off percentages, and if you're winning more face-offs in the defensive zone, that's less of an opportunity for the Los Angeles Kings to get shots, or at the very least start momentum. And if you're winning face-offs in the offensive zone, you get to start off with that momentum instead of trying to fight to keep the puck in the zone. So you gotta fix it. There's nothing else, no excuses. Anyway, Arizona 2 for 3 on the power play, LA 1 for 4, so one of their 2 goals came on the power play. That was 3 consecutive power play goals in the game, so make of that what you will. Hits, Arizona out-hit LA 25-10. That's shocking because LA has always been this big, burly, physical team, and this is kind of what I feel like the Coyotes were built for, is to play against the LAs of the division, because, yeah, being able to out-hit a team like that that's known for being a grinder, and they've been a grinder for a while, and that's partially how they won 2 cups, yeah, I think that's a very good sign, but, you got to play better against the Colorados. Anyway, Arizona blocked 16 shots versus LA's 6, and LA gave the puck up 9 times versus Arizona's 2. So they're protecting the puck a little bit better. I like to see that. Still got to tighten it up defensively. I feel like I'm saying that every single video, and that has to mean something. Just whatever you got to do, you got to just try to tighten it up, boys. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, let's go ahead and get right into the 3 stars of the game. I'll go ahead and give the 3rd star probably to Nick Schmaltz for giving the Coyotes back the lead. Clayton Keller probably gets the second for getting the Coyotes on the board. Doesn't really matter who gets number 3 and number 2, honestly, in a game like this. It was a very, solid game overall. First star has to go to Antti Raanta. 40 freaking saves and a .952 save percentage. That is a fantastic game, nothing but respect. Arizona improves their record to 10-9-3. That puts them, I think, a point above LA at this point, and they're 5th in the division. They're back within the striking distance, and they really needed those 2 points because they're going to be coming up playing some of the better teams in the division. So if you can win this next matchup, I think they have one more matchup against the Kings in LA. If you can win that and then move on to these other games and at least steal a game or two, you got to beat Colorado once. You got to beat Minnesota at least once. If you can do that, you can stay competitive and you can show that you're not going to back down. I think right now this is a good opportunity for Arizona to build on some momentum. But anyway, it's just a solid game. I like seeing it. I like seeing the Coyotes actually have some hustle with them. I don't like that third period playing with the lead where they just kind of play back a lot more. Because especially, when you look at how other teams play against Arizona, is that when, they're in the lead, they're still getting opportunities. And what is the best defense? Not allowing your opponent to handle the puck in your defensive zone. So if you're playing very well offensively and getting opportunities, killing a minute, 2 minutes, 30 seconds here and there, that's way less time the other team has to set up. Because remember, they still have to get across the ice and start setting up to apply that pressure. So if you continuously take that away from them, you take away momentum. So I think Arizona kind of needs to adopt more of that strategy. Because from what I was hearing throughout the third, they're very much playing back and playing protect the goalie. At the very least, it did work. They only scored 1 goal in that third period. So, I mean, it is what it is. But you can't win permanently. Or at the very least, I guess not permanently. You can't win long-term with strategy like that unless you have the personnel. And it's kind of showing that Arizona has the personnel a little less and a little less each game this season. So maybe that can still be turned around. Maybe that's a bad trend. Maybe it's time to move on from a couple of guys defensively and kind of, see if you can get the boys back going, defensively. I think they've had some very good games, very-ish games and whatnot, but at the end of the day, that kind of has to be, it is what it is. Nick Jarmelson plays in his 800th career NHL game. Fantastic player. I hate that he took the number 4 because to me it's always Z's, but fantastic player and good on him. Anyway, Coyotes win 3-2. I'm sorry I went on too long. And it's a good opportunity to build up some momentum. So with that being said, Coyotes win 3-2, improve that record, and let's see if they can keep it going. Yeehaw, boys! How's it going? It's the AZ Sports Guy, and I wanted to start off this very special episode with a quote from a nice book I got at the Grand Canyon today, so let's go ahead and get right into it. In a dazzling display of cosmic disarray, this is especially true for Coyote, who consistently shows us what not to do by doing it. Very, very wise words by the Navajo. Go ahead and give them all the credit in the world. As a Coyotes fan, I can say 100%. Yeah, this is exactly how that works. Go ahead and jump right into it. So, I got to watch about half of the first, and I had to meet with some family. It's my 1-year wedding anniversary today. Got to watch part of the second. Gave up after a little bit and decided just to go about my yeehaw day. So, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Should be a quick one. The scoring, Antti Raanta got the start today, by the way. Aiden Hill is down in Tucson for essentially a training game to get back into shape. I don't know what that means, but whatever. Anyway, in the first period, Coyotes are down 3-0 by the end of it. So at 4:27, Zuccarello is 4th from Kaprizov, Brad Hunt from Greenway and Foligno at 13:18, and then Nick Bjorkstad from Kaprizov and Zuccarello at 14:27. Then we go ahead into the second period on a breakaway. This is a really clean shot. I'll go ahead and give it to him. Jordan Greenway is 4th from Foligno and Brodin. But at the very least, he had a pretty good top shelf celly right there by Clayton Keller at 4:59. His 8th from Osterley and Jalmerson, and then at 18:46, Fiala gets his 7th unassisted. Coyotes lose 5-1. Their record drops to 10-10-3. Look, Minnesota's a very good team, but they just got embarrassed. They got outplayed pretty much the entire game. They came out, they looked okay, I guess, to start the first. I was watching the very start of it, but it was very clear very early on that Minnesota had their number. Antti Raanta did not have a very good night going ahead and looking at his statistics. So Antti Raanta stopped 22 out of 27, 815 save percentage, 5 goals against. In 2 of his last 3 starts, he started the last 3 games, he has given up 5 goals in 2 of his last 3 starts. It is, he is not playing very well. Yes, it can be argued a couple of those goals might have been hung out to dry, but the simple fact is you still have to make the saves. And there goes the trade value, boys. Go ahead and just throw that one out there. Anyway, looking at the team stats, Arizona's outshot 27-25, so they at least kept the shots down. They did win 58% of the faceoffs. So one of my biggest criticisms that Arizona was not winning faceoffs, they got it done, but it didn't end up amounting to much. They go 0-3 on the power play. Minnesota's 0-4. There was a situation where it was after a Connor Garland penalty, which honestly, I hate those retaliation calls, but it happens if the ref doesn't see the first one, but sees you retaliate. You still did the action. You still retaliated. You're still going to get the penalty. So it is frustrating. I get it, but you still got to kind of watch the temper. But I understand. But, the OEL commits a terrible, I think it was a hold on what essentially was like a partial breakaway. And look, just let him take the shot, honestly, at that point, because you do not need to put a team that's already up 4-0 at that point. I believe it was already 4-0 back on the power play. So just back-to-back power plays. Really bad idea, bad penalty to take. Anyway, going to the hits, Arizona out-hits Minnesota 23-13. So at the very least, you got something going. Minnesota blocked 14 shots versus Arizona 6, and Arizona gave the puck away 11 times versus Minnesota's 9. Team stats, yeah, sure, a few of the areas are pretty close. Shots on goal, both teams being inefficient on the power play. Despite the fact that Arizona, I think it was their second power play, they actually got some pretty good chances. You got to capitalize. Phil to throw out a couple good shots. And I actually thought, I want to say it was Brassard on the side of the net. I thought he missed an open net. No, that was a really good play by, is it Kakinen? So, just Minnesota Wild's goaltender played pretty well tonight. And then out hitting him like he should, out blocking. Defense has to step up a little bit more. That first goal, essentially Nick Hjalmarsson kind of partially screened him. But once again, Antti Ranta's slow on that glove side. So, you kind of got to consider that moving forward. Then the other ones, they just kind of went in. So go ahead and make of all of those what you will, because that Brad Hunt goal was a terrible goal. He just kind of flung it for the blue line, and I've seen goals like that go in against the Coyotes, I think 2 or 3 times now, and I want to say they've all been against Antti Ranta. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I will admit if I'm wrong, but just off the top of my head. But anyway, if I had to give if I had to give 3 stars as a game, just go ahead and wrap it up so we can just kind of put this one behind us. We're back at it again tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a later game because, or at least a later video for me because I'm going to be working during the night. Theaters peak new movie coming out. Sorry about that, about the wait. But anyway, so if I had to go 3 stars, let's go Hjalmarsson and Osterley as 2 and 3 because they got the assist in the night, and then Keller is 8th, so he's the 1st star. Sure, yeah, whatever. Arizona loses this one by a score of 5-1 and drops the record at 10-10-3. I do not want to see that game tomorrow. If they can come out and at least get something going, at least get a couple of chances, at least, come out early. The big problem is you're not scoring early. They didn't score until the 3rd period. And yeah, sure, you get your free crunchy beef tacos, not sponsored. It's just, it's ingrained in my head because I'm so used to this team scoring in the 3rd period. If you can get things done in the 1st, and they did a good job in the 2nd period and one of the last couple of games, but you have to consistently score in the first 40 minutes. You cannot rely on comebacks every game. Look, I tweeted out, quote tweeted them being down 4-0 in the 2nd as a meme. We got them right where we want them. No, they had us where they wanted us. Let's be honest here. But anyway, you got to learn from the loss, and you got to play up because this is a very good team, and you had to play up to competition, and Arizona just got outplayed, in my opinion, every single time I was watching it, and when I was listening to it later on, I think in the 2nd period, and I gave up in the 3rd, I'm going to be honest. I'll be completely honest with you. Honestly, at that point, they were just getting outplayed from every single bit that I was listening to and watching, so it's just got to play harder. That's it. It's not a whole lot of insight or valid, I guess, constructive level criticism. It just comes down to simple: get pucks deep, get pucks to the net, win some hockey games. I know the letter Kenny. So there you go. Coyotes lose. Let's see if they can get it back tomorrow, boys. Yeehaw, boys. AZ Sports Guy here, and this is the 2nd time I'm doing this. I had the entire video done. I just didn't have audio. Whatever. I didn't get off work tonight till almost midnight, which as of recording right now is about an hour and a half ago, so I just want to make this as quick as possible. So obviously, working tonight, I didn't get to watch the game. I listened to as much as I possibly could, so I listened to portions of the 1st, portions of the 2nd, portions of the 3rd, so it's probably approximately 25 total minutes. So all that disclosure out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into it. I'm normally a huge critic of Rick Tocchet, but I have to give him credit for this. So he was not happy with what he saw in effort-wise in the last game, and he made some roster changes. So when you look at so many lines were changed, but on top of that, Freddie Gauthier made his debut for the Coyotes tonight. John Hayden's back in the lineup. Drake Caggiula wasn't playing, and Jason Demers was back in the lineup. He actually had a couple of decent chances, at least what I was listening to. He actually had a pretty good game overall. Labushkin's out, so a lot of shuffling around. Darcy Kuemper gets to start. Let's go ahead and get right into the goal-scoring summary. So in the first period, it kind of, from what I could tell listening to it, Arizona came out and played well, but Minnesota's better. 14-20, Matt Dumba is 5th from Bjorkstead and Parise, and 15-12, Jordan Greenway is 5th unassisted. And right there, within about a minute, Minnesota's up 2-0. We're going into the second period, down 2-0. And a lot of Coyotes fans being frustrated. I can completely understand that because, getting outplayed, and I understand why Coyotes fans wouldn't be looking forward to the schedule moving forward right now, but then something happens. At 1:25, so less than 90 seconds into the second period, Lawson Krause finally pots his first from Connor Garland and Nick Schmaltz. It just shows, get to the net, get rebounds, put the garbage in. It all looks the same on the score sheet. Krause has been having a really good year, a very good two-way game. It's very good to see him finally getting rewarded offensively. Then we go ahead later on to Jacob Chikrin at 13:32, is 6th from Larson and Brassard. There was a bit of a kerfuffle, I would say, in front of the net, or at least around the net area, so Talbot was not ready for that. And it's going to be weird to call this a snipe because obviously it didn't exactly go like top shelf or wasn't pretty, but it was a very good hard wrist shot from Jakob Chikrin, goes right in the net. Now we're tied going into the third period. Arizona actually has a power play going into the third. They don't score on it, but then they get another one, and at 3:57, Connor Garland is 8th from Brassard and Keller. Side note, Keller's on a 4-game point streak. That is 3 goals and 2 total assists over the last 4 games, is because Keller gets another assist in a couple of minutes. Then at 6:15, Pitlick is 4th from Jolmason and Keller. See what I was talking about? And Pitlick, he had an opportunity in an earlier power play. He was playing very well. He's been playing well, and the fact that he finally gets another one, it's always good to see. And then we go ahead and skip ahead later on into the third when the Minnesota Wild go ahead and pull their goaltender at 19:13. Pitlick is 5th from Jolmason and Dvorak, and just like that, the Arizona Coyotes won 5-2. They improved their record to 11-10-3. Minnesota falls to 13-8-1. Arizona's within a couple of games, honestly, getting a couple of those wins away from being pretty much around where Minnesota is. Keep that up and start kind of building some wins, because that's a good performance. It's a very good way to bounce back. Looking at Darcy Kuemper, Kuemper stopped 32 out of 34 shots in his return after missing, I think it was 5 or 6 consecutive games. 941 save percentage, only 2 goals against, improves his record to 7-7-2. And just like that, Darcy Kuemper is a very good goaltender, and I'm going to argue it has a lot to do with rest. I'm not going to play conspiracy theory about the injury, whether it was a real thing, because it probably was, or how severe it was. I'm just going to say Darcy Kuemper plays very well when you actually let him rest a little bit and not just, bury the guy, because he did not look very good before that break. He looked okay. Not terrible, but okay. Looking at the team stats, Minnesota outshoots Arizona 34-31. Arizona takes 57% of the faceoffs, which is really good for Arizona because they've been struggling throughout the year to consistently win faceoffs, and that's back-to-back games where they won 57% or more. I think the last game was either 58 or 63. I know it's a bigger percentage gap, but Arizona's improving, and I like seeing it. Arizona 1 for 4 on the power play, so you're at least getting some opportunities, taking advantage of them. Minnesota 0 for 2. Again, Arizona has a very good penalty kill, but on top of that, Minnesota's power play is terrible. Arizona out-hits Minnesota 26-17. Even with the lead, even while they're winning, they're still out-hitting Minnesota. Good to see it. But Minnesota blocks 18 shots versus Arizona's 8, so 10 more than them. So obviously, you get a couple more of those on net. You outshoot Minnesota. Giveaways, Arizona gave the puck away 11 times versus Minnesota's 2. Just clean it up a little bit. The defense played better overall from what I heard. The goaltending definitely. The offense was definitely buzzing when they needed to. Just don't get the puck up as many times. I don't know. I just want to throw that out there. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the 3 stars. 3rd star has to go to Connor Garland with a big goal. That was just a snipe. Connor Garland is elite. I need to make a video on it at some point. The dude's elite. The way he can skate, deke, and dangle. Obviously, it's going to sound like a bad comparison, but the only way I can describe it is Nathan MacKinnon light. And if you're being compared to Nathan MacKinnon in any context, that's a very good thing. Anyway, going ahead to the 2nd star, I got to give it to Pitty. He had 2 goals. He's been playing very well lately, especially getting some opportunities, and gets that in. And then, of course, the 1st star, Darcy Kuemper, 32 saves, 941 save percentage, gets the big win. Looked really good in his return after the injury. And yeah, Arizona, Rick Tocchet, like I said, I criticize him a lot. I don't regret criticizing him, but he did a good thing here by seeing what he didn't like and making changes. And it seemed to have lit the players up, and they played very well to respond. And they keep themselves in an active playoff hunt. Start stringing together wins, you'll be fine. But if they can do that, this team will be fine because they have a good team. They just need to find a way to build that consistency. And I think I probably should make a video on this too. I would love to see them hyper active at the trade deadline, and I would love to see an entirely different defensive core. Obviously, you're going to keep OEL. Obviously, you're going to keep Jakob Chychrun. But I would honestly love to see an entire switch of the rest of it. I like Jarmelson. Probably not going to bring him back next year. I like Osterley. Probably won't bring him back next year. I would love to see that because I want to see what they can do to overhaul the defense and whatnot. But that's for a entirely different day. Coyotes win by a score of 5-2, and honestly, I'll take it. I like that. Go Yotes. Ye frickin' boys. It's the AZ Sports Guy here, and I would have had the video out last night, but after installing a new Wi-Fi card, having to get drivers and everything set up with the new mic, I decided 1 a.m. was my bedtime, but that was then. This is now. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Colorado Avalanche matchup on March 8th, 2021. A little bit of disclosure, I was watching for about the first 10 minutes or so, then I had to start, cleaning up so that I was listening to it. I was present for about the whole game, but just in case, there you go, had to disclose it. Anyway, so Darcy Kuemper gets to start tonight, and let's jump right into the goal scoring summary. So in the first period, at 4:54 on the power play, Derek Brassard gets his fourth from Keller and Ekman-Larsson, and I remember I jumped up out of my seat. I looked really weird at work doing that, but I jumped out of my seat for that one. Not only do the Coyotes score on the power play, not only do they score earlier in a game, but they scored first. And that's the first time that has happened since I think it was February 13th that the announcer said. That is ridiculous. And once again, I said it before, I'll say it again. You cannot afford to keep playing from behind. They finally are not playing from behind for once, so I'll take it. Then at 15-17 of the first, Jakob Chychrun is seventh from Keller and Goligoski. And right there, Arizona's up 2-0. It was just a really good shot. I like it. Jakob Chychrun really is a very good two-way defenseman. I also like that he has a wrist shot and a slap shot on him. So, accuracy versus power. He has both. Anyway, hopping right into the second period, this one was all Colorado. So I think Arizona honestly outplayed Colorado for the most part in that first period. Even though they scored on their first shot and had a very limited amount of shots overall, but I still think they've played better than Colorado in the first. The second period, in my opinion, was all Colorado. Arizona had a total of 2 shots. Make of that what you will. At 9:31 of the second, Valeri Nichushkin from Kadri and Graves. And at 14:52, the Coyote killer himself, Andrei Burakovsky from Girardi and Rantanen. I was a much bigger fan of Burakovsky when he was in Washington and we didn't have to deal with him this much. Now he's a little annoying. That one was on the power play as well. The Coyotes, I'm listening to this, and they are just desperately trying to get into the locker room for the third, end of the second period to go into the third, at least tied. And at that point, the back of my mind, I'm thinking they probably don't deserve to win this one because they're not playing a full 60. Then we get into the third period, and I'm not going to claim that Arizona outplayed Colorado. All I'm going to say is that Arizona played well enough. And that's the best way to describe it. And at 4:06 of the third, Johan Larsson is fourth from Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Phil Kessel. I believe that puts him at 499. He is one away from 500 career assists, which would put him at the 20th player that is U.S. born to reach that mark. Just trying to make sure that I'm getting all of that correct. Anyway, that's the game-winning goal. Right there, the Coyotes win 3-2 in regulation against Colorado. They're only a few points behind Colorado, and right there, that's what you need to do. You need to beat these teams in regulation, or if you're going to lose close games, get it in overtime so you stay within it. Arizona does one of those two things. And while it might not be the prettiest effort, while it might not be, the game to solidify Arizona as a hardcore contender yet, right there is enough to show they can compete. Do it again, play a full 60. That's the only thing I can say is you have to do this again, play a full 60, steal that win. All right, if you can go into Colorado and get 4 out of 4 points, right there, that's going to put you in a very good spot. But anyway, that's then. That's tomorrow. This is now. Arizona won the freaking game. They beat one of the, essentially what most people would consider as one of the Stanley Cup favorites for the year. So just, I'm actually really proud of that. Obviously, it wasn't the prettiest win because of that second period and how much they were playing from behind, or not from behind on the scoreboard, but from behind in terms of momentum and the amount of shots they were giving up. It shows in the team stats. Colorado outshot Arizona 35-14, yet Arizona scores 3 goals. I don't know how statistically likely that is, but it just goes to show quality over quantity, even though a lot of Colorado's chances were high quality. Face-off percentages. Arizona takes 44%, which against a really good team like Colorado, I'm going to go ahead and give them a pass on that one. That's at least better than it has been. Arizona's 1 for 2 on the power play. Colorado goes 1 for 4. Arizona still out-hits Colorado 24-20, and they block more shots 21-10 and give the puck away fewer times, 8 versus 5. So, they're protecting the puck a little bit better. I like seeing that. And, of course, blocking just a metric ton of shots, because if you add even 10 of those shots, that's 45 shots on Coyotes goaltenders. I don't think the Coyotes walk out of that one with a win. So the defense definitely stepped up, playing better than they have in the last few games, and I like seeing that. Let's talk about what I don't like seeing. So Darcy Kuemper actually left while it was tied. Left in the third period, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in. His total time on ice was 42-20. He made 17 out of 19 saves with an .895 save percentage. I thought he played well, honestly. But, he's looking at the referee saying, he probably hyperextended something. It's a lower body injury. Coach Tocchet said he'll be reevaluated today. Honestly, I'm going to assume he's going to be out for a week or two. I have no idea when you have goaltenders with injury issues, when they get injured, they're probably going to be out for a little while. So I'm just going to assume Raanta and Hill are the tandem moving forward for at least the next week or two. Hopefully, Kuemper's okay. Hopefully, he can be there tomorrow. Don't rush it. If he says he's ready to go tomorrow, make him sit out tomorrow. Just any extra time for the body of a goaltender to heal, because they have to play all 60 and they have to move in different ways that actual skaters and defensemen have to skate and move. So that's what leads to a lot more of those hyperextending injuries. So hopefully he's going to be okay. But he did leave when the game was tied, meaning Antti Raanta gets the win, and he had 16 saves. He played 17 minutes and 40 seconds and had to record 16 saves. It could have got ridiculous. His record improves to 4-2-1. Antti Raanta, honestly, he played well. That's 2 of his last handful of games that he's played very well. He's had some bad games too, because he's still a very mixed bag goaltender, but at the same time, still good. So he came in, did exactly what he needed to, and also stopped all 3 power play shots against Colorado. So that's huge, because Colorado's power play buzzes. Let's be honest here. They were without McKinnon, they're without Makar, but you still have Rantanen, you still have Burakovsky. You can't take your foot off the gas. And that was my biggest point out of the first period was, don't take your foot off the gas, keep scoring, and it kind of felt like they put the foot off the gas. They got it back on, They still managed to complete the ride, but definitely had to raise the blood pressure a little bit. But anyway, with all that being said, Arizona still finds a way to win this one. And let's go to current point streaks. Clayton Keller. Clayton Keller is now on a 5-game point streak. This kid is playing ridiculous right now, and it's 3 goals and 4 assists for 7 points in 5 games. You can argue a lot of, underachieving a couple of years ago. Last year wasn't the best, although I made the video saying that he finally figured it out, because before he was a very one-dimensional player, and now he's actually getting involved in forecheck, he's getting his stick involved in the play, he's passing better, he's choosing to shoot more often and higher quality chances. He's not just blowing the puck away like he used to. Man, is he playing well right now. He is probably Arizona's best player right now, and that's even considering Connor Garland, who I'm very high on. But anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the 3 stars of the game. I'm going to go ahead and have to give the third star to Clayton Keller, 2 huge assists for him. And then, of course, Johan Larsson gets the second. Game-winning goal has to get a second. Come on. But the first star, Antti Raanta. He stopped 16 shots in less than a full period of play, and he ended up locking it down so that way Arizona pulls out the victory. And without a goaltender standing up when you need them to most, Arizona's not walking out of this one with a victory. So they're not 12-10-3 right now if it wasn't for Antti Raanta in that game. So he has to get the first star of the game. But yeah, Arizona wins by a score of 3-2, beating one of the best teams in the league, and they improve the record to 12-10-3, while Colorado falls to 13-8-2. Arizona does have some games in hand, so, keep winning. But that's all I can say. But at the very least, they played well enough. They got the win. You just kind of need to show this wasn't a fluke. Go out there tomorrow, play hard, and just lock it down, essentially. That's the only thing I can say, is lock tomorrow down. You know, to go along with the whole cowboy aesthetic, I was thinking I should get some prop guns. So I can be like, pew pew, to start off these videos. Anyway, what is up, guys? The AZ Sports Guy here. Random thought I know. I forgot my wife got me a studio light, so we're going to test it out today and see how that goes. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Colorado Avalanche matchup on March 10th, 2021. Time for some disclosure. I had to work again tonight, so I was listening to and aware of the entire game. But of course, when you're talking to people, trying to conduct business, or when you get home and you're arguing with people, you know, you can't exactly listen to every single thing. So I was aware, I was listening. I was not 100% with every single second of the game, but I was there. So want to get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Antti Raanta gets the start tonight, and let's see if they can pull the rabbit out of the hat one more time against Colorado. I think they're 1 point behind them going into this game. So, hey, try to stay alive in that playoff fight. But anyways, get right into it, the goal scoring summary. So it did not start out very well, let's be honest here. At 1:23 of the first, Brandon Saad is ninth from Burakovsky and Taves. And right there, I think it's okay for most Coyotes fans to react similarly to the way I did, where I was like, hey, hi, why? Look, I know Colorado's a good team, but allowing, I think it was the second shot of the game. It was within 90 seconds, and you're already down 1-0. It basically, all of the magic Arizona had in the last game, it didn't seem like it was there for this game. Then there's a lot of back and forth, some chances here, some chances there, primarily for Colorado. And let's go ahead and get right into the second period, where Arizona, from what I could hear, was making a better effort. But the problem is, at 18:05 of the second, the Coyotes would finally score. They still did not have 10 shots yet, all right? Just for context, I think it was a 9th or 8th shot. But at 18:05, Tyler Pitlick gets his 6th from Chychrun and Keller. This was a fantastic shot, honestly, by Pitty. It isn't even supposed to be a shot. He's trying to pass over to Nick Schmaltz, and it goes off of, I think it was a defender in front, which is, it originally went to Nick Schmaltz, but now that I'm sitting here right there, Tyler Pitlick. So think of that what you will. Jakob Chychrun is still just on fire, essentially. He's a very good two-way defender. And earlier on in the game, I want to say it was in the second period, he had a very good diving block to kind of help cover Raanta, and Raanta was barraged with shots. I want to get it out of the way, because once again, as someone who is known for being a very heavy critic of Antti Raanta, he had a fantastic game. I'm just going to leave it there. There are some highlights. You've seen them. One of those he kind of got lucky on, to be honest here, but you know what? He still made the save, so that's neither here nor there. But, you know, Pitty's just trying to find someone going right for Schmaltz. It was originally credited to him, but apparently now it's Pitlick's goal. And I said it when he was announced to be signed. I like Tyler Pitlick. He is a very good bottom six player, and you can put him in most parts of the lineup, and he's still going to produce at a relatively consistent rate. Obviously, I'm adding some additional context here, because when I originally talked about this, that was months ago. I could have just said Pitlick good. So just in case, there is definitely some paraphrasing and additional context going on there. And Arizona actually had, from what I was listening to on the way home, a pretty solid third period, all things considered. The only thing is I didn't even realize it went into overtime, because I wasn't exactly all there for some of that third period, and then all of a sudden it's 4:22 in the overtime, Landeskog scores, and I couldn't figure out why Landeskog scoring immediately ended the game. Took me a second to realize. There you go. Then the NHL app said Arizona lost 2-0 in overtime. I am not sure how that worked. I'm assuming they're transitioning the goal over from Schmaltz to Pitlick, but I'm just saying it was a really weird. I should have taken the screenshot. That was probably the biggest mistake I made tonight. But anyway, Arizona loses 2-1, and I'm not mad. I'm not frustrated. There's I don't even have my normal complaints. Obviously, part of that could be due to the fact that I wasn't 100% mentally aware with every single second of the game. But it's also the fact that Colorado is a better team than Arizona. I know, controversial takes only on this channel. But the fact that Colorado is a much better team than Arizona, and they kept it close, they got the game tied, and one of my biggest complaints for this team for the last couple of years is you're losing too many one-goal games in regulation, and especially in a season like this, every single point matters. You want to separate yourself from the bottom feeders, but you also want to keep yourself in contention for a playoff spot, because Arizona, with an overtime loss, I know they're going into, I think it's 3 games against Minnesota, in the next week or so, but when you take these games into overtime, you're keeping yourself in it. And that's what Arizona needs to do right now. And I have no complaints. I mean, yeah, sure, I can look at the shots on goal. Oh, you should have had more shots on goal. Obviously, they know that. That's not, stunning and brave on my part right there. So I really can't find anything else to complain about because you're playing against a better team and you're still competing with them. And Arizona also took quite a few number of penalties, some bad ones. I think mostly bad ones from what I can hear, especially when on Derek Brassard later on. But it's hard to be angry because they at least got the job done enough to go into overtime, and that's got to make them feel pretty good. You get 3 out of 4 points going up against one of the Stanley Cup favorites. I know I keep saying that, and it might get repetitive, but the thing is, they're considered a Stanley Cup favorite, so you have to take them seriously, and the fact that Arizona's walking out with consistent points right now, it's much better than it was in the playoffs, much better than it was in, I think it was that first game they played against them at home, so like to see it. Antti Raanta gets the loss, but 44 saves. I'm going to say it right now. He has had 3 of his last 4 performances be phenomenal. I have nothing to complain about. He gets the overtime loss. His record's now 4-2-2, I believe. But just 44 saves, 957 save percentage, 2 goals against in 64 minutes, 22 seconds played. I saw some saves where you had to go to the splits. That save that I think you're all familiar with, that the Coyotes tweeted at multiple times saying, "Onto you, animal," where that's one of those Aiden Hill saves, the Marty Turco saves, where it wasn't so much because the goaltender was so skilled to get it, but he was still aware enough to get his body where it needed to be, and his back pad was still there right where the puck was going. You can't take that away from the guy. So, I mean, hey, keep this up. Keep this up. If Antti Raanta keeps playing like this, I'll stop being an Antti Raanta critic. And I've for the most part kept my word, so you can bet on that. But he played fantastic. He's the first star of the game, by the way. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Anyway, team stats: Colorado outshoots Arizona 46-14. I'm going to leave that one there. Arizona takes 52% of the faceoffs, much better, and they're gaining consistent. I believe it's the last 3 or 4 in a row where it's 46 or higher percentage. That's keeping it right about average, keeping it right about in the middle. That's staying competitive when you're getting the first possession after a faceoff. Arizona over 2 on the power play, Colorado 0 for 5. Arizona's penalty kill, I've said it once, I'll say it again. That's really good. Hits, Arizona out-hits Colorado 11-6, so not a very, at least when it comes to officially recorded hits, because you had a couple of hits against Antti Raanta, including one really good one, but I think it was Nathan McKinnon that Lindsey Fry mentioned was a very good shoulder check, which is on the goaltender. They got away with 2 of those, by the way. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that. That's weird. But, low officially hitting game. Arizona blocks 20 shots versus Colorado's 17. Let's be honest here. No matter how hot Antti Raanta was tonight in terms of getting his body in front of pucks, if you put 10 more shots on him and he's having to face 56, this is probably a 4-1 blowout. Let's just be honest here. Arizona's defense is playing much better in the last couple of games. Arizona protects the puck well. They give up the puck 0 times, and Colorado gives it up 7 times. So it's just honestly a solid game. You need to generate more offense, you need to generate more shots, you need to probably score a little bit earlier, but you know what? You got one in the second, you kept it tied, you kept it close. Anything I could say is honestly a nitpick. Arizona falls in overtime. The record goes to 12-10-4, and they stay right within the hunt, where Colorado's 14-8-2. Honestly, like I said, I got no complaints. It was a really good game. 3 stars. Let's go ahead and give the 3rd star to Clayton Keller just because of how his point streak is now 6 games in a row, I believe. 2nd star, let's give it to Tyler Pitlick for at least tying the game. He's been playing very well. On top of that was a really good pass that ended up turning into a shot. Then, of course, 1st star, Antti Raanta, 44 saves. Let's just be honest with that one. That's just phenomenal. So, anyway, the Coyotes drop a game that I'm honestly not upset they dropped because they kept it competitive. They got the point. You did exactly what you needed to do, and you don't need to win each and every single game. You just need to keep them competitive, get points going, and keep yourself in the standings. So, I mean, as a Coyotes fan, yeah, a little disappointed in the loss, I suppose, but nothing really to be angry about. Coyotes lose, but, hey, you looked okay doing it. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about this. Arizona Coyotes goaltender Darcy Kuemper has officially been placed on injured reserve. He left the game early on March 8th in Colorado, about 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the 3rd. We all know what happens from there. Antti Raanta comes in, he faces 16 shots, stops all of them, played fantastic, and the Arizona Coyotes do walk out of that one with a 3-2 victory, and the very next day on March 9th, Darcy Kuemper was officially placed on injured reserve. Craig Morgan actually reported that he was going back to Arizona, and it should be about 3 to 4 weeks at least from what he was hearing. And so far, we haven't really got any more updates except for it seems like he just tweaked something. It seems like he might have hyperextended something. They're calling it a lower body injury. And when he left that game, he pretty much just told the referee, go ahead and stop the game. Like, he knew immediately he was done. And then obviously you're going to be going Adin Hill on Toronto moving forward. And in the 2 games since, on March 10th, you actually got away with a 2-1 loss in overtime. On Toronto started, had a very good game. And then you had tonight where Adin Hill gave up 3 goals and a 4-0 loss. It should have been 2. That last goal is really weak. But hey, whatever. I can't exactly take away that hat trick from Kirill Kaprizov. But since this injury, the Arizona Coyotes are 1-1-1 if we're counting that game that they won. And so far, you kind of see it go from a win to an overtime loss to a shutout loss. So make of that one what you will. You got 2 more against Minnesota and then a couple against the Ducks before returning home. But one thing the Arizona Coyotes are going to have to essentially accept is that pretty much for the rest of the month, and these are very important games. Again, 2 more against Minnesota, a couple against Anaheim, which you should be able to win. 3 more against Colorado, and a couple more against San Jose. 2 of those Colorado games and both the San Jose games are at home. But essentially what you're looking at is Darcy Kuemper is not going to play any of those. He might come back from what that brief, very vague timeline was saying that we know right now, which we haven't got any confirmations or details since, is that he might be able to make it back for the 31st game against Colorado. But realistically, you're not going to see him again until April, and that's not exactly great for the team's playoff chances because Darcy Kuemper has been the backbone of the team. Yeah, he hasn't been that good this season, but he's also missed time due to injury, I think on 2 or 3 separate occasions, showing at least to me, or at least confirming my theory, that maybe, just maybe, he actually wasn't 100% for most of the season, and just kind of continuously going with him didn't exactly work. Of course, Antiranta has missed multiple games on multiple different stints due to injury, and Adin Hill is very unproven. And the thing is, Adin Hill is a very good backup / fringe level starting goaltender in the NHL. He'd be more of the 1B in a 1A, 1B scenario. Preferably, he would be getting 30 games in a regular season where he was the 1B, assuming there was no injuries or anything like that. So you look at that. You look at the important games that are coming up, and Arizona has a handful of must-wins before optimistically, let's say, the second week of April, I guess the first full week, so the week of the 4th through the 10th, you might see him back, and you got Anaheim, LA, and Vegas all on the road. It's probably when you're realistically going to see him, at least from, once again, that vague timeline, maybe even the 31st. But that's something to keep your eye on because this could turn into, if Antiranta gets hurt, and he has a huge injury history, so does Darcy Kuemper now. If Antiranta gets hurt, you're stuck with Adin Hill and maybe even Ivan Prosvetov. I love Ivan Prosvetov. I think he's going to be the future starter of this team. I don't think he's ready to get thrown into the fire on a team that's clearly trying to make the playoffs, but is struggling to do so far for many reasons. And yeah, this is a huge blow. I don't want to waste too much of your time, but it comes down to Arizona has some very big games coming up, and they need to find a way to win without Darcy Kuemper and get, 2, 3, 4 game winning streaks going. And that's just on top of that, not rushing him back because Darcy Kuemper, who is not 100% and is playing injured and is thus going to be not moving like Darcy Kuemper moves and not making the saves that Darcy Kuemper usually makes, you're not really playing with Darcy Kuemper anymore at that point. You might as well have Michael Telquist or Chad Johnson in goal at that point, at least to me. So that's the news we're looking at. That's what the realistic timeline probably looks like from what was reported right now. Anywhere between that March 31st game to about that, that week of the 10th of April. So we'll go ahead and wait and see, play it by ear. Hopefully the Arizona Coyotes aren't without Darcy Kuemper for too long, but so far it looks like they will be fine with Ronta and Hill in the short term. But there are too many big games coming up. You need to have Darcy Kuemper for those. But anyway, that's the update. Darcy Kuemper is on injured reserve. Hopefully he's going to be okay and not out for too long. Hopefully it's nothing serious. But that's all we know right now, and there has been no real update except for he's been sent back to Arizona, to be reevaluated. No yeehaw today, boys. Honestly, not very happy tonight. So let's just get right into it. Let's go ahead and get the disclosure out of the way. Yes, I was working again tonight, so I was listening to as much as I could and got to watch the entirety of the last 8 minutes or so of the game. Though, after the 3rd goal went in, I did just stop watching because the game was over at that point. There was only 1 minute left. So I did miss 1 goal. Anyway, that out of the way. Listened to it as much as I could, so I'd say I was approximately listening to, actively watching, or aware of at least around 40 minutes of hockey. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. The Coyotes and Minnesota Wild matchup for March 12th, 2021. And this is a game that frustrates me because Arizona was in it for a very long time. I would argue for about 50 minutes, even when it was down 2-0, even later on before that 3rd goal, realistically, because all it takes is 1 quick goal and you're right in it. But I feel like I'm saying it too much, and it's honestly getting really annoying and frustrating, is that this team was in the game until this point, or until that point, and that's not what playoff teams do. And you got to find a way to win. There is no excuses. They get shut out tonight. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Adin Hill gets to start. Drake Caggiula's out. John Hayden's in. Didn't really make much of a difference. I mean, it's a fourth line spot, to be honest. Go and get right into it. No scoring until the third period. At 5:47, another Coyote killer. Kirill Kaprizov is 8th from Zuccarello and Spurgeon. And then about 3 minutes later at 8:10, Kaprizov once more is 9th from Bjorkstead and Dumba. And then the Coyotes get some good opportunities. Yes, I know there was missed penalties. There was a missed cross-check on Connor Garland. Yes, I'm aware of that. I know Phil Kessel had like 3 different breakouts. I know that really nice play later on by Connor Garland to set up Christian Dvorak in front was a very good play. There was opportunity. They capitalized on none of them. I understand that they went on 3 back-to-back penalty kills. I want to say it was in the second period. The penalty kill was fantastic, stepped up and killed them all off. Yes, context, Minnesota's power play is notoriously bad, but at the same time, Arizona's penalty kill is still also just that good. Yes, we all know that, but it doesn't matter. None of that matters because at 19:01, Brodin is 5th from Zuccarello. He knocks it off the boards and it goes all the way down the ice into the open net. The game was over at that point. And then, later on, literally 10 seconds later, as an offensive zone faceoff, they're playing with the puck a little bit. And then it's Zuccarello over to Kaprizov, once more his 10th, his first NHL career hat trick. Great for me in fantasy. He got me I think 20 or 30 some odd points, 33 I think. But it's from Zuccarello and Suchi. At that point, it didn't really matter. The Coyotes had already lost, and that's your final, 4-0. It's frustrating because the team stats are there. They were outshot, but it was only by 7. They weren't blown out in terms of being outshot. Yet on the scoreboard, they were blown out. All right, this is Adin Hill. Let's jump right into him real quick. 28 saves on 31 shots, 903 save percentage. He played very well. That last goal was weak. Yes, it was a very good snipe shot by Kaprizov. Obviously, as a fantasy owner of the guy, I'm not exactly going to complain about that. The only thing I'm going to argue here is that, honestly, it looked like at that point, why even try? And it didn't really look like Adin Hill was really trying on the play. Not saying it was a nothing goal for Kaprizov. I'm saying probably from Hill's perspective, that one was probably going to be a little bit weak, and at the end of the day, it's going to make his numbers look worse. But I still think he had a very good game. Still ends up losing. I think his record falls to 1-2-1, and then his team stats are outshot 32-25, so they keep it within 7. That is better than it's been. But once again, you can't keep not scoring in the first 40 minutes. You can't keep getting outshot and expect to win hockey games. That's not how it works. That is just simply not how it works. However, 66% of the faceoffs. When it mattered the most, they didn't get those faceoff wins, especially later on in that third period. There was a couple of times where if they win the faceoff there, you're going to get an opportunity. They didn't capitalize then. But still, 66% of the time. I want to say it was 3 or 4 Coyotes that had higher than a 65% faceoff percentage. They played very well in the faceoff circle, but they didn't do it at the proper times, or they didn't take full advantage. Both teams over 4 on the penalty kill, on the power play. Hits, Arizona is out hit 5-4. This was not a very physical game. Blocks, both teams blocked 16 shots. Arizona gives the puck away 5 times versus Minnesota's 7th. I'm so used to St. Louis, to be honest. The team stats are all there. They all back it up. This was a close game. It was a very close game, yet once again, in these close games where Arizona needs to pull out a victory, you need to get on the board. They can't even get on the board. Look, Talbot had a fantastic game. He did. Not going to take anything away from him. But Arizona, if they want to be a playoff team, needs to play better than that. No excuses. There's nothing else I really had to say there. You can't play like that. You can't have the team stats show how close you were in this game, but not have anything on the board. Especially after taking 3 out of 4 points against Colorado, I thought that would have lit a fire under them, but apparently not. And the thing is, these teams go back at it again, I think on Sunday. You win. There's no excuse. No, we were close. Go out there and win a hockey game. You need to start stringing them together. You need to win 2, 3, 4 in a row. It's a very tough road trip. Minnesota hadn't lost a playoff or a home game in 5 games, and Arizona was on a 6-game road winning streak. One of those streaks is going to give, and unfortunately, it's the Coyotes. So break Minnesota's home winning streak in the next game. It comes down to being that simple. I don't really have stars of a game like this. Obviously, I'm going to give Adin Hill a star because he still had 28 saves, 903 save percentage. I genuinely feel like if the Coyotes were a little bit, closer and more competitive. Get on the board, that last goal probably doesn't go in. But at the same time, you really can't say that one for sure, but he still had a great game. I'm not going to take anything away from Hill, but other than that, I don't have a star. Connor Garland had a few good plays. There's that one really good setup later on, with Christian Dvorak. That was a very nice play. Nothing came of it, so not a whole lot you can really give the guy at that point. Kessel had some opportunities. Obviously, Kirill the Thrill got his 3 goals. Phil the Thrill got none. So that's kind of all I got. I'm just going to take this one short. The Arizona Coyotes go out there and play a solid game for about 40 to 50 minutes. And by the time they're down 2-0, they're still in the game until they give up a full ice empty net goal off of the boards. And then it's just, you need to score. You need to score, and you need to do it earlier in games. I feel like I've said it every single one of these reports. You can't rely on the comeback night after night, and it shows in nights like this where these are a very, very big 2 points. It cannot be understated just how big these 2 points were, and the Coyotes just blew a very, very winnable game. Not an easy win, all right? I don't want anyone to think I'm taking away any credit from Minnesota, but it was a winnable game, and they need to play better. Go out in the next game and play better. The Arizona Coyotes lose by a score of 4-0 and drop their record to 12-11-4. These teams are back at it, like I said, I think on Sunday. Just no excuses, win that game. No yeehaws today, boys. I'm in one of those regretting that I'm an Arizona sports fan moods. Anyways, get right into it. I actually woke up late, didn't realize the game was as early as it was, so I listened to 15 minutes of the first period after missing the first 5, and watched the remaining 40 minutes from the comfort of I wasn't getting out of bed this morning because I was tired. There we go, disclosures out of the way, it's going right into it. So let's talk about the Coyotes at Minnesota Wild on March 14th, 2021. Antti Raanta gets the start, and at the beginning of this game, Arizona was making a push. And when you look at it, once again, let's go ahead and go into the third period just to briefly set things up. That's back-to-back games where the Coyotes are tied in the third period, keeping themselves into it, but once again, it's the standard Arizona. They were in the game until... Let's go ahead and jump right into that. So in the first period, 13-27, after a pretty solid period overall, Phil Kessel, his 9th of the season. It's registered as unassisted, although I think Lawson Krause probably should have gotten an assist in that one, but hey, whatever. And then Arizona's playing pretty well. They actually get a power play, do absolutely nothing with it. And then in the second period, just after that power play ends at 6:35, Victor Rask from Zuccarello and Kaprizov, and the game is tied. And from that point, while Arizona is playing competitive, they aren't exactly taking control of any situations. They're not really getting any quality opportunities. You're getting a rush here or there, but it's a lot of kind of back and forth, or Antti Raanta's bailing him out. Antti Raanta played fantastic. He has been playing very well for about half of his games this year. He's actually got, I think, 2 or 3 in a row right now, so let's see if he can keep that up. You also got to remember it as a contract year, so a lot of the times players will play better in contract years, but don't want to take anything away. He is still playing very well. Then we hit the third period. Coyotes once again on a power play that does absolutely nothing. I think between these 2 power plays that I'm about to talk about right now, they registered 1 official shot. And then just after that power play is over, at 6:03, Nick Bonino is third from Fiala and Parise. And just like that, for the second time in the game, after the Coyotes could not generate a single opportunity on their power play, Minnesota goes right back and scores. And at that point, it's 2-1. I think everyone kind of knows where this game is going to go, but nobody wants to be the one to talk about it. Then we end up getting a late, or at least a mid, power play, I suppose, for the Minnesota Wild. And at 11:10, Kevin Fiala from Dumbo and Brodin on the power play scores. Right there, that one is 110% on Jason Demers. He even knew it. He goes to smash a stick or whatever. The fact is, he should have had a stick on the ice. The stick is on the ice. You can make a play there, but he didn't do what he was supposed to do. And this actually came up because of an earlier play by Jacob Chychrun, who he gets one of the worst calls I'm going to say right now. A delay of game penalty for deflecting the puck out of play. It is supposed to be if you shoot the puck out of play, not if you deflect it, which is why if a defender deflects the puck, you shoot it, it goes off a defender's stick or skate, goes out of play, no one gets a penalty because you weren't trying to shoot it out. That's a terrible play, a terrible penalty, a great play by Chychrun, let's be honest here. That was a great defensive play, but then it ends up leading to a goal with like 10 seconds to go in that penalty kill. Let's be honest here. Arizona's penalty kill is one of the best in the league, but it wasn't going to be good enough to bail them out forever. And then, Arsenek gets taken down with 5 seconds left. It's empty net, so it's an automatic goal. Coyotes lose 4-1. Once again, the Coyotes were in it until about 6 minutes in, into that third period. The Coyotes were totally in it. And even then, they were still technically in it multiple times throughout, but they just got absolutely nothing done. Then they had some urgency in the last 3 minutes and actually had a couple of good opportunities and some good solid pressure, but did not want to shoot the puck. And that's one of their biggest problems, is that they sit there and try to find the perfect pass. Right there, Clayton Keller had a lane. While it wasn't perfect, there was a Coyote, I think, on either side of the net, so where if you shoot it, you can make something happen there. But then they kept passing it back out to, I think it's OEL or Chicker, I can't remember which defenseman was on the point playing there, but it's 6-on-5, and you keep going back to the defenseman, you're going to essentially start to get boxed out, and that's how inefficient they are on the power play, and it happened again, I said it before, I'll say it again and again, you cannot continuously rely upon coming back in games to win, and it just shows because Arizona's just they found it that it worked for a little bit, and now they expect it to work forever, and it's just not going to do that. And the fact that they've scored 1 goal in the 2 games against Minnesota, all of these were games you needed to get points in. I don't care if you lose all of them, lose them in overtime. That's the way I see it when you're playing against a team like Minnesota, because you need to start making some ground up, and now you're 2 games in, you're down 4 points essentially. This is a game, in my opinion, where Arizona eliminates themselves from playoff contention, because they've lost a few games they shouldn't have against some weaker teams, but now you're going against the stronger teams, and this is what they call playing up to competition. Literally, I don't even care what happens from this point on. I don't see this team as a playoff team anymore, because I don't care how good Minnesota is. I don't care how much on a hot streak they are. If you are consistently getting, I think it's 11 straight they've been outshot in. Arizona has been outshot in so many games. They've been playing behind way too much. They're giving up leads. They're getting 1 goal. They're getting a small lead, and it's kind of, okay, that's good enough. Oh, wait, we have 3 minutes left and we're down by 2. Now let's start carrying. You're seeing way too much of that, and it's frustrating. It is absolutely frustrating. They dropped this one 4-1. I think that's their second or third loss in a row. One was an overtime loss. And now they dropped to 12-12-4. Like I said, I don't see them making the playoffs anymore. To me, this is the game that symbolizes them not going to the playoffs because of how they're playing against the teams that they need to be more competitive against. Even Connor Garland's not playing well right now. Yeah, he's getting opportunities. Who really cares at that point? You need to score, and you're not scoring. The only guy that got the goal tonight was Phil Kessel, and Phil Kessel is one of the streakiest players in the league. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into the goaltending. Antti Raanta, I think he had a very good game. 31 saves on 34 shots, 3 goals against, .912 save percentage. I'm not going to really blame him for that power play goal because that was more so on the defense, and of course the last goal is an empty net, so it doesn't go against him. Team stats, Arizona's outshot 34-22. Once again, it's just, you can't keep getting outshot, especially at the very least, face-off wise, they won 47%, so they're still showing that they're taking strides in the face-off circle, but you're doing nothing with it. You're not generating opportunities, so it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Over 3 on the power play, Minnesota's 1 for 3. Arizona does out-hit Minnesota 19-15, so there is that. Both teams block 14 shots. Minnesota gives the puck away 10 times. Arizona gives it up 9 times. Once again, team stats are pretty even, pretty equal, and then we got to look at the shots and the goals, and that's the real big difference here, and that's what's killing the Arizona Coyotes. If I had to give 3 stars, third star has to go to Jacob Chychrun. Just had a fantastic defensive game. Had some good opportunities. I feel like he could have had a goal in this game, but is what it is. Second star has to go to Phil Kessel because he at least did get the goal. The Coyotes had a lead. That's like one of the first times in the last handful of games they've scored first, so make of that what you will. And then, of course, Antti Raanta, 31 big saves. He kept him in it for as long as he possibly could. Even Antti Ranta's solid play could not keep this team in the game that long. And I'm just frustrated. I'm just frustrated because this team can do better. We've all seen them do better, but it seems like every single time, just like with Arizona sports in general, that you see a step forward, there's got to be 2 back. And at this point, my expectations are nothing. I have no more expectations. Of course, I'm going to keep watching because I'm a masochist. Obviously, I hate myself. I'm going to keep watching. No, I'm not switching over to Vegas. I just don't feel like wearing a Kachina when the Coyotes play this poorly when it counts, essentially. So, no, I'm not switching over to Vegas. Coyotes are still my team, no matter how depressed that makes me. But Coyotes lose by a score of 4-1. They got one more game against this team on Tuesday. We'll have to wait and see. But like I said, from this point on, I'm not expecting anything anymore. I'm just reporting on the games. Looks like I'm going to have to take some time out of my day in the next couple of days to make a Coyotes trade deadline video. What is up, guys? Easy Sports Guy here. Let's talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Minnesota Wild matchup on March 16th, 2021. Disclosures out of the way, I actually wasn't aware when this game started, so I missed the first period. Didn't even know what was going on until I got the notification that Arizona was down 1-0. Watched all of the second. Frustration ensued, and then went off to go watch a movie with my brother-in-law, so I didn't end up watching any of the third. So, disclosure out of the way, 20 minutes of hockey in. Let's go ahead and get right into it. So Adin Hill gets the start. On Toronto, once again, is day-to-day with a lower body injury. That is, I think, the fourth time. Someone could check my math there. That's about the fourth time he's been injured. He'll play a few games. He'll even play very well for a couple of games, and then he just doesn't have any longevity. I'm going to say it right now, with how well Adin Hill has played, all things considered, Arizona should have sold on Toronto when he still had some value, because Adin Hill is a NHL-level backup, and they should have just been rolling with him in the first place. Ivan Prosvetov was the backup tonight. He needs to be playing in Tucson so he can further develop his game. Let's go ahead and get right into the goal scoring summary. It's only 3 goals, but really quick. So first period at 1:37, Ryan Hartman is fourth from Greenway and Fiala. And then we go ahead and go to the second period where Arizona had plenty of chances. I will break that down in a second, but nothing to come of it. Go ahead into the third. At 2:07, Zuccarello was fifth from Suchi and Kaprizov. And then at 13:57, Spurgeon is first from Suter and Bonino. Could Kaprizov at least have gotten the goal? Help me out in fantasy there. I forgot to put in Koskinen tonight because I kept going to Talbot, so I already lost out on points there anyway. And Arizona drops 3-0. Now their record falls to 12-13-4. They have scored 1 goal in the last 3 games. If you go back another game, I think it's 2 goals in 4 games. And over the course of this 3-game series against Minnesota, their goals per game is .333. .333. There is no goal per game on this series. It's frustrating because, again, this is a very good team that Arizona needed to play better against and more competitively against. And, I mean, they kept it competitive for most of these games until a certain point, but they still ended up losing the game or ended up barely putting up much of a fight. And especially, I think the second period is what really kind of solidifies that for me. I think I put a tweet out earlier, but I turned the game on. So I have it right here, all right? I turned the game on. Not only was there an amazing Alex Goligoski turnover from the offensive zone that actually led to an okay scoring chance, then there was an absolutely terrible Clayton Keller breakaway, and per Craig Morgan, Arizona had 6 breakaways. I think it was 3 for Kessel, 2 for Keller, and 1 for Johan Larsson. 0 goals on any of them. That is honestly pathetic in my opinion. And then we go into that power play. They get a power play late, and it's terrible. And not to mention, they also had a major power play in the first period, do nothing with it. And then in the third period, as I was glancing at the stats, they had a 5-on-3 power play. That's what frustrates me, is they had the opportunities. You cannot say Arizona did not have their opportunities tonight, and they couldn't get anything done. Team stats. Arizona outshoots Minnesota 31-26, yet you can't get one through. They do take 51% of the faceoffs, which is good. 0 for 4 in the power play. I want to say, if my memory serves correctly from Craig Morgan's tweet, they're like 0 for 17 or 0 for 14 or something like that. That you need to turn that around and turn it around now. Hits, they're out hit 12-9. Blocks, Minnesota blocked 13 shots versus Arizona's 5. Arizona gives the puck away 5 times versus Minnesota's 8. The team stats are mostly about average or about consistent or about competitive or in Arizona's favor where it counts, like shots or getting more power play opportunities or winning more faceoffs, but they did literally nothing with it. It doesn't mean anything if you can't get the job done. And that's what's frustrating because they built this team more so this year to further feature the top 6. Allow the top 6 to focus more so on scoring, and the bottom 6 add some sandpaper and depth scoring. And it was working towards the beginning of the year, and it just isn't working anymore. And it comes down to Arizona's going to need to sell just about every single expiring contract at the deadline to try to get something. Look, as much as I like some of the players I'm going to have to talk about in my inevitable trade deadline video that should be out in a few days, as much as I like them, I'd rather have a few extra picks or a couple of prospects because at this point, right now, Arizona's 12-13-4, and they're constantly losing ground unless they go on some massive winning streak and win just about every single game they have for the rest of the year because they have a very tough schedule for the rest of the month. I think they still have, 2 or 3 more against Colorado coming up. They still have some games against some tougher opponents. I think a couple against Vegas. unless they just pull rabbit out of a hat and completely turn it around, or Bill Armstrong is like, I'm going to add Connor McDavid or something like that. Obviously unrealistic. Don't look too deep into that. But it's just, unless you're going to pull a rabbit out of a hat, this team should be in sell mode, all right? Because it's showing that they were competitive, but it was only to a certain extent, and they just aren't good enough to compete with any of the heavy hitters in their division, except for St. Louis, and St. Louis has injuries and other issues that they're more of a 50-50 whether or not they are a truly big hitter in the division. It kind of depends on the night, but they still, again, former Stanley Cup champions, don't want to take anything away from them, but the fact that you're not getting anything done. You're not getting anything done that you need to get done, and it's frustrating me. So that's a whole other video. Anyway, Adin Hill, goaltending, 23 saves on 26 shots, .885 save percentage, 3 goals against, ends up getting the loss. 1-3-0 his record. The Coyotes fall to 12-13-4 with a 3-0 loss, and it just kind of... I don't want to blame goaltending because Adin Hill has played fine. Even when Antti Raanta was playing, he was playing very well. They were keeping themselves in games. And at the very least, going into the Minnesota series, correct me if I'm wrong, I might have said they needed at least 3 out of 6 points. They walk out of this with 0. All right, not only do I think right now that solidifies they're not going to catch Minnesota, obviously, but right there, if they even got 3 of those points, they're still within playoff contention. And now it goes from a reasonable, potential feat you could potentially pull off to you're not doing it unless you pull a rabbit out of a hat. And that's it just, of course, it's going to frustrate me. I'm passionate about the team, even though I gave up on the team's playoff hopes in the last video. As you can see, I'm still going to be here making videos, still going to be here covering the team, not going anywhere. It frustrates me because at the beginning of this season, especially when they were kind of figuring stuff out, you saw the potential this team had and how they could have been the 4th seed in the division. And while it is still technically, mathematically possible, logically it just isn't. And I think a GM like Bill Armstrong is going to see the writing on the wall and make some moves. But it's just, I'm frustrated because all these chances, all these power plays, these breakaway opportunities, and they're not getting anything from them. That's a problem. And that's a problem where you're not getting the scoring on breakaways from Keller or Kessel, the guys you need to score on breakaways. If it was just Johan Larsson or John Hayden or Derek Brassard even getting some breakaway goals or breakaway opportunities, sure, fine, whatever. But there was, again, if my memory serves correct from that tweet, if it was a combined 5 between Kessel and Keller and there was 0 goals, blow it up. Every single expiring contract you have on the books right now, blow it up. All right, call up Jordan Gross, call up Capobianco, call up your younger defensemen, let them play. All right, see what you got with them. Let them have an actual long-lasting stint. Bring up guys like Michael Bunting or Lane Peterson. Put them in your bottom 6. Let them play the rest of the year and let the season go how it's going to go. Because at the very least, by the end of the year, you would have a few more assets by trading off some of the veterans that are on expiring contracts. I know Pitlick has 1 more year after this, so keep him around. Keep guys like that around. If you're going to extend them as soon as you can and keep them around. But when it comes to that, that's the strategy they're going to want to go right now, is just put the rookies in, let them play, see what you realistically have in them, and see if a guy like Gross or Cap or Lane Peterson or Michael Bunting, even Braden Burke, see if those guys are going to be guys that are going to be viable in your middle 6 moving forward. And if not, there you go. You have your answer. That's just my take on it, because there's nothing interesting I can say about this game. It came off like a nothing game because they had all the opportunities, they had everything they could have wanted, and couldn't even get 1 goal. And that's where I'm frustrated, to be honest. All right. So I just got a quick question tonight. Arizona, you don't have a first-round pick, right? Why are you tanking? What is up, guys? The AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm here to talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Anaheim Ducks matchup on March 18th, 2021, and boy, am I glad I had to work tonight. Go ahead and get the disclosures out of the way. I only got to listen to the last couple of minutes of both the first and second period, so basically my interaction with the game was, oh, hey, Arizona's up 2-0. Let me listen. Nothing happened. Oh, Arizona's tied. I guess I'll listen. Nothing happened. And then when I got off work, I listened to the final 12 minutes of the third period and all of overtime, all 47 seconds of it. So I got a decent amount in, but let's be honest here, nowhere near enough for it to be a comprehensive report, so it is going to be more of a brief thing. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Adin Hill once again starts because Antti Raanta is still out, so make of that one what you will. Go ahead and get right into the goal scoring summary. So at 1:13, starting off off fast. One of the biggest things I needed Arizona to do, and I kept saying score early. They scored early. Connor Garland is 9th from Nick Schmaltz right there. They're on the board, but they weren't satisfied with that, which is one thing I really do like. 6 minutes later at 7:07, Clayton Keller is 9th from Connor Garland. Connor Garland has 2 points now. Make of that what you will in this game. And right there, you're up 2-0. You're controlling the momentum. You're looking good. I like that. You're sounding good. At least the last couple of minutes, you sound good. Then we hit the second period. At 12:01, Jamie Drysdale is first from Raquel and Gitzlav, and 2.5 minutes later at 14:30, Trevor Zegras is first from Terry and Drysdale, and we're tied. Then we go into overtime, and from what or go to the third period, excuse me, and there's a lot of back and forth. Arizona has some chances. Anaheim felt like, or at the very least sounded like they were getting a lot more of the momentum and opportunities, but Arizona did have a really good attack for a couple of that. Then you get a late power play, and they just completely squandered it, and I think it was Tyler Pitlick gets an interference penalty, so now you're just trying to hold off getting to overtime. They do manage to get into overtime, but then just 47 seconds in, Henrique is 8th from Shattenkirk and Raquel on the power play. Game's over. Arizona went from being up 2-0 all the way up until more than halfway through the game, if you look at it, to losing in overtime after giving up 3 unanswered goals. I'm not going to blame Hill, because every single second I was listening to, Hill was playing very well. From what I can tell, especially when we look at that the stats-wise, Hill played very well. Once again, you need to play better. I don't... It feels like this would be a team. I feel like I'm talking about, 2017 or something like that. Like when a team is clearly trying to tank, the only thing is that you don't have your first round pick. You needed these 2 points. This was I already said the Coyotes' playoff hopes were done after the Minnesota series, but if they wanted to have any sort of faking it, they were still in it, they needed both points tonight. Anaheim, you don't need to not bring it to overtime, honestly, because Anaheim's already been out of it. But at the same time, you needed a statement win against a team that most people would agree is below the Coyotes in terms of overall skill at this current moment, and they beat you. That is the frustrating part, because this was a required 2 points, and they don't get it. Anyway, go ahead and look at the goaltenders. Aiden Hill had 28 saves on 31 shots against, 3 goals against, a .903 save percentage. I think he had a very good game, or at least a good game from what I can tell. And then go ahead and look at the team stats. Arizona's outshot 31-25, especially against a team like the Ducks. As someone who watches the hockey guy as regularly as I can, try to keep up with it, they're consistently lower, I know at the very least, in terms of shots, goal scoring opportunities, and goals in a game. And I think they're still the worst in the league in goals per game. I think it's them at the very least, if my memory serves correctly. And you got outshot and outscored by them. To me, that's sad. Moving on, face-offs. Arizona only takes 40% of the face-offs. It could have been worse. They go 0 for 4 on the power play, while Anaheim goes 1 for 3 hits. Arizona does out-hit them 29-21, but who cares at that point? Arizona blocks 17 shots versus Anaheim 6, so they at least put up an effort. I at least like how the defense was trying to play, stats-wise. Giveaways, Arizona's been a little bit more protective of the puck. They haven't really been giving up the puck as much, at least in comparison to their opponents over the last couple of games, giving up 9 times versus Anaheim's 13. Maybe cut it down a little bit, but I'm not going to get too nitpicky there. It just comes down to this. Arizona needed a bounce back. They needed a statement win. This was a must win. This was a required 2 points if they were still going to have any shot at 4th place. And even though I said that their playoff hopes were done, I think after the second game in Minnesota, or especially after that third game, it's almost like it feels like they wanted to come back. And then when you hit that second period about midway through, it's almost like someone's like, hey, you have a draft pick or something waiting, and then just start tanking at that point. Obviously, it wasn't like they just fell off a cliff, but just the fact that you let them get back into the game. And it was also 2 first of the years from rookies. I just love it. Absolutely just frustrating. Frustrating loss, but then again, I kind of should have expected it. I was just hoping they would at least get the win against Anaheim. So, make of that one what you will. Arizona falls to 12-13-5. At least they pushed this one to overtime. Positive. Anyway, if I have to do 3 stars, okay, let's go ahead and get into it. 3rd star, Clayton Keller with the goal, to at least give him a 2-0 lead, at least kind of get him out of, I think he had a mini slump in that, Minnesota series, so getting him back into it, that's good, like seeing that. Aiden Hill, 28 saves, he kept the Arizona Coyotes into this game. They should have had a win, I'm going to say it it right now. You need to score 3 or more goals in a game. That's the magic number, and you're going to give yourself a very good chance to win. You get one more goal in the second or in the third, this game doesn't go to overtime. Arizona wins. The goal scoring needs to step up. I'm not going to blame Adin Hill for that. First star, Connor Garland, goal and an assist. The dude's an elite player. He's our all-star. I don't care. Connor Garland gets the first star. Anyway, the Coyotes lose by a score 3-2 in overtime. I am going to go to sleep now. Yotes are back in the win column. I'm back in the yeehaw. Let's go ahead and get right into this one. On March 20th, Anaheim versus the Arizona Coyotes, their final of this road stand before going back home, and they very much need to go back home and get a couple of wins. But anyway, disclosures out of the way, so of course I was working tonight. I only got to catch the last 5 minutes of each of the first and second periods, so that's 10 minutes of hockey right there. And the third period was about 15 minutes, so I missed the first 5. So I did listen to a very good amount, at the very least as much as I could, but obviously a lot of stuff will slip through the cracks, and I missed every single Coyotes goal. Make of that what you will, except for the killer goal. I was there for that one. But anyways, go ahead and jump right into it. Raanta is the starter. Adin Hill is the backup. Let's get right into the goal scoring summary. So at 2:53, less than 3 minutes in, Dvorak Brassard is 5th from Jakob Chychrun. It was a really good deflection. You win the faceoff. You're messing around with the possession a little bit there, but I like how they got the goal, got the finish. Dvorak Brassard tips it in. You're scoring early. I like that. Then 3 minutes later, Jakob Chychrun is 8th unassisted at 5:35. Yotes are up 2-0 back-to-back games. Here's my thing. Can you do it again? Can you get that third goal? Can you keep the pressure on? And at 15:22, Brassard is 6th. It's actually funny. This is when I turned the game on in the first period. From Ekman Larsson and Kessel. That was Kessel's 500th career assist. Really good milestone for him. So good job on Phil the Thrill. Anyway, Dvorak Brassard, 2 goals. He is 1 away from his first regular season career hat trick. They couldn't stop saying that, Heater. I know you're just trying to inform us, but you gotta find the balance. But I think that one was another tip-in. So now you're up 3-0. Can they keep the pressure going? Well, 36 seconds into the second from Tyler Pitlick, Dvorak Brassard, his 7th. And right there, his first career regular season hat trick. Really good for Brassard. Happy for him. That's his 7th of the season, 3rd of the night. Arizona's up 4-0 at this point, all right? This is how they should... This feels like a game where Arizona was pent up and frustrated, and finally all their goals came here. I'm not going to complain. I'm also not going to look too deep into it, obviously, because they were playing Anaheim, but we're not quite done here yet. At 12:17 of the third, Clayton Keller is 10th from Connor Garland and Nick Schmaltz, and one thing I really love that Heater brought up in his broadcast is he was talking about how the Coyotes had 4 goals on the board, and your top scorers, your top, Keller, Schmaltz, Garland, hadn't gotten on the board yet in terms of goals, and that's really important for a team that wants playoff ambitions. But if the Coyotes wanted playoff ambitions, you had 3 games ago. But we're moving on here. We're moving on. Then at 14:27, Adam Henrique is 9th from Terry and Zegras. And the Coyotes, they couldn't hold on for Raanta to give him the shutout tonight. But right there, Adam Henrique, who was on waivers not too long ago, getting a goal, contributing. So obviously, it seems like it might have been a wake-up call for him. But whatever. Let's go ahead and jump right into the goaltending stats because the Coyotes win 5-1. All right, that is ridiculous. All right, so goaltending on Raanta, 27 saves on 28 shots, 964 save percentage, 1 goal against. Fantastic. If we're going to keep getting games like this, I'm almost okay with him getting hurt every other start and being out for a couple of games. Said almost. Did not say. I said almost. Anyway, Coyotes win this game by a score of 5-1, improving their record to 13-13-5. Like I said, not going to look too deep into that one, but that was a very much needed win to kind of break that skid. Just keep doing it. You got a couple of back-to-backs coming up, so just kind of keep getting some wins. Anyway, team stats. Both teams shot the puck 28 times. Arizona wins 48% of the faceoffs, keeping it close. I like that. They're 1 for 2 on the power play. They keep Anaheim to 0 for 2. They get out-hit 37-16, but scoreboard, it really doesn't matter at that point. Blocks, Arizona blocks 13 shots versus Anaheim's 10, and Arizona once again gives the puck away fewer times than their opponents, 10 versus 12. I mean, the team stats are there. They at least kept with their opponent. They got more goals. It was a 5-1 final. Raanta played fantastic. Not a whole lot I can talk about here except for this was a much-needed win. It was a much-needed win, probably for some confidence, probably for whatever, but really, really much-needed win. So I'm happy. I'm happy. Got the yeehaw back on. Like I said, I'm going to say it again. Not going to look too deep into it, but it's good to be back in the win column. It's probably going to be good for the confidence. And maybe it's getting a Dvorak Brassard a little bit of trade value. Just saying, throwing it out there. Anyway, going into my 3 stars, let's give third star to Jakob Chychrun, who had a goal and an assist. There you go, got it done. He is by far our best 2-way defenseman. And everything Goligoski was supposed to bring to the team, Jakob Chikrin's doing and then some. So just fantastic for him. Of course, second star Antti Raanta. He played very well today. 27 saves on 28 shots. Kept him in it. The only reason he's not getting first star, normally I like to prefer goaltenders when they only give up one goal and they play very well. But Brassard, his first Hattie in the regular season of his career, you can't not give him the third star there. And with the Arizona Coyotes taking the win, like I said, improving their record to 13-13-5, at the very least, I can be happy with that. So, hey, Coyotes win. I'm not going to look too deep into it. What's up, gamers? The AZ Sports Guy here. You can tell I'm a gamer because the headset. Anyway, I missed it last night, I'm going to be honest with you. Even though I did get to listen to the vast majority of the game, I was tired when I got home. So I decided I was going to go to bed, record the video today when I got ready. Let's go ahead and talk about the Coyotes and Colorado Avalanche on March 22nd, 2021. And oh boy, why is it always the games that I don't want to listen to or watch that I actually get the ability to listen to or watch? So, disclosure time, I think I missed about the first 2 minutes of the first, but listened to the rest of it. I think I was a little bit late to the second as well, because obviously you're going through closing stuff and whatnot, but I listened to about, that's 36 minutes of the first 40 minutes. Then we get into the third period, I'm listening to it on the way home, and roughly halfway through I gave up. I'll be honest here, I gave up, so I listened to the vast majority of the game, but still had to give that disclosure out of the way. Antti Ranta's back in net. Let's go ahead and get right into the goal scoring summary. So at 14:22 of the first, Pierre-Edouard Bellemare scores his third from Calvert and Kuemper. They're right back on the board. And Arizona, despite having, I'd say, a really solid 10 minutes, the first 10 minutes or so was really good by Arizona, at least in my opinion, from what I can listen to. But obviously, you can only hold back Colorado for so long, especially when you're not getting enough chances, and especially when you're not capitalizing on those chances. And then about a minute later, at 15:28, Rantanen is 18th from McKinnon and Landeskog. And right there, Arizona's down 2-0 going into the second period. Nazem Kadri scores a little bit after halfway through, 11:44. His 10th from Burakovsky and McDonald. Then we go into the third period. Very late, so more than 15 minutes in at 16:19, OEL finally pots his first goal of the season. He is now the third Arizona Coyotes goaltender to score a goal this year. Jordan Oesterle is the other one that has, I think, 2 or 3 on the season. Everything else has been Jakob Chikrin. Make of that one what you will, but it's OEL from Kessel and Pitlick on the power play at 16:19. It's 3-1. It's a game at that point. Let's be honest here. It really isn't, because this one I think was empty net. But at 17:28, Jonas Donskoy is 9th from Yost and Nichushkin. And then at 19:49, Donskoy once more to second of the night from Jost and Nichushkin again. So there you go. Coyotes went from being in it for about the first 10 minutes to it got away from them to maybe we can make a comeback to no, this is a definitive loss. They lose 5-1, and it frustrates me. You go from, obviously, like I said in the last video, I wasn't going to look too deep into that Anaheim Ducks game, but you go from a game where you at least were competitive, you were scoring goals, to a game where you get one, and it wasn't until the last 5 minutes of the game. Let's be honest here, it's not a very good look. You want to make these games look competitive. I don't care if you don't beat Colorado. Colorado is a much better team. Try to do it competitively. Just try to make losing look attractive. That's all I'm asking. I do not think that is too much to ask. Anyway, Coyotes lose 5-1. Antti Raanta. Antti Raanta had a good game for most of the game that I was listening to. And it kind of seemed like the defense could play a little bit better in front of him. Maybe 1 or 2 of those goals shouldn't have gone in, but neither here nor there. 30 saves on 34 shots, 882 save percentage. And yeah, after the empty net goals, another goal on him. So it's just not a very good night for him. And Antti Raanta, news for him that came out today, he is officially out for tonight's game. Aiden Hill gets to start. Ivan Prosvetov is the backup. And his record falls to 5-4-2 after last night's loss, while Arizona's record falls to 13-14-5. Colorado goes up to 28-2. And team stats or any of these a shocker. Arizona is outshot 35-25. I mean, the Avalanche are the highest shooting team in terms of on average shots per game. It's at 35. They got 35. Avalanche win 55% of the faceoff. So at least Arizona kept it somewhat competitive. Colorado went over 3 on the power play, so at least the penalty kill did stand up. Arizona goes 1 for 2 on the power play, so I mean, you got something. They out-hit Colorado 32-16. That's pretty much a moral victory at that point. 23 blocks versus Colorado's 10 blocks. That's a really good stat because, again, Arizona still is a good, solid defensive team. But if we put it into context, 10 more of those shots go through, it's 45 shots for Colorado. So it's not looking good. Arizona gives the puck away more times, 8 versus 5, and that's kind of all there really is to say there. Antti Raanta gets the loss. He'll be out for the next game. Nick Hjalmarsson, I want to say it was in the second period, got injured, left the game, did not return, and he will not play tonight. And if I had to do 3 stars, I guess third star goes to Ronta for at least pulling 30 saves out of it. Second star goes to Phil Kessel. I think he already got his 500th, so it's just a 501. And first star has to go to OEL for at least potting the goal. But is that really saying much? Look, I didn't want to do a video by itself, but it's an obligation. I always say I'm going to do them, so I did do it. Let's see how tonight goes. Ye move fucking ha, boys. AZ Sports Guy here, and Aiden fucking Hill. I know I don't normally curse. I did it last time, but I'm going to say it. Aiden Hill gets a yeehaw tonight, boys. Getting the yeehaw right back on Kachina's. I have no idea where the Kachina went, so we're going with this. Oh my god. It's funny, because the last game I actually got to sit down in this office chair, watch all 60 minutes while taking notes, was against the Colorado Avalanche. They lost, I think it was 5-1 or 7-2 or something like that last night. Then we get into the night, alright? Then we get into the night. Aiden Hill starting. Ivan Prozotov is the backup, because Antti Raanta is officially back on injured reserve. And after Arizona lost last night, I'm sitting there thinking, you got to find a way to bounce back, honestly, at this point. Just get one, or at least push it to overtime, get a point, do something, look competitive. Well, Arizona came out and looked really good tonight. So Aiden Hill gets to start. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Colorado Avalanche on March 23rd, 2021. Also going to say right now, not looking too deep into this one, but this would have been very good about 2 weeks ago or something like that when they last played Colorado to get, like, if you would have got 2 wins in Colorado, just saying. Anyway, I think now we're tied with LA, but enough excitement. Get into the game. So, going into the first period, 2 minutes in, Arizona keeps the puck in the offensive zone, and Brassard over to Krause, get an opportunity. Don't really do much with it. But then, literally like 10 seconds later, Jacob Chychrun at 125 is 9th from Krause and Brassard. Arizona's up 1-0 right there. Once again, you're scoring in the first 90 seconds, scoring in the first period. You're scoring first. That is the first time Arizona has scored a goal in the first period at home since February 13th against St. Louis. You don't like stats like that, but you know what? Now, next time I score in the first period, the last time was on March 23rd. So I like that. Anyway, about 3 minutes later at 4:52, Alex Goligoski is first from Kessel and Larson. Arizona's up 2-0. And look at Goligoski getting his trade value up right before the deadline. I love it. Absolutely love it. And before, there was only 2 Coyotes defensemen that had goals on the season. Now there's 4 over the last couple of games. So I like seeing that. Arizona has 2 goals on 3 shots. All right. I think it's Marcus Johansson, or Johansson just got traded from Buffalo to Colorado, ends up playing tonight. I was hoping Hunter Misko would get another game, but whatever. But, ends up playing tonight, and that's he didn't really have a very good record, wasn't playing very much in Buffalo, obviously came from Buffalo, so confidence probably shot. That's the way you take advantage of a goaltender that might not be in it at the very moment, because right there, 2 goals, 3 shots, he's probably a little bit shell-shocked there. Unfortunately, it wouldn't last very long, but let me just have this one. Then roughly 8 minutes in, Colorado can't get any offensive pressure, they have no shots. Arizona's really dominating at this point, and Colorado's starting to look frustrated. Not quite like they're going to start taking bad penalties frustrated, but it's looking like, hey, we need to keep going back to the drawing board kind of frustrated for this game. Then 8.5 minutes in, Arizona presses, they force a turnover. Then Colorado gets their first shot at 9:35, so they held Colorado to no shots for almost 10 full minutes to start the game. That's how you start a game against a team like Colorado. Anyway, moving on. At roughly 11:20, Colorado gets a shot, rebound, Avs player does wide open net, and Jost fans on it. Right there, that could have been a goal, and they could have been within 1 right there. I'm going to say this multiple times. Colorado had chances where this could have been like 8-4 by the end of the night. Let's be completely honest here. Anyway, at 14:12, Arizona, Chychrun takes a tripping penalty, and then just about 30 seconds later at 14:47, Landeskog is 10th from McKinnon and Makar. Now they're back within 1. This is kind of started to turn into a game. You don't like seeing that if you're Arizona right now. Then at 15:11, Colorado, Jost takes a high sticking penalty. Arizona gets nothing done. They get 1 shot, so now you're 0-for-1 in the power play. Colorado gets an immediate chance. Hill makes a save. That is a huge save right there. Unfortunately, it wouldn't really matter because at 18:49, Mikko Rantanen is 19th from McKinnon and Landeskog. We're at a tie game. And at that point, you're like, it was fun while it lasted. I'll admit, I tweeted out it was fun while it lasted, but going into the second period, 56 seconds into the second, Chychrun takes a stick to the face from McKinnon, and he is on the ice with blood coming through his nose. Obviously, it was a bit of an interference on the play for Chychrun. However, it is a good penalty because you still are responsible for your stick at all times on the ice, even though it was not intentional. McKinnon is not a dirty player. He wasn't going for it, but at the same time, you still got to be responsible with your stick, and he ends up taking the penalty. It's a double minor. And Arizona does literally nothing with it. The first 2 minutes, Colorado clears 4 consecutive times. Arizona has no pressures and 1 shot. And then the second 20 minutes, 2 minutes, Clayton Keller and Connor Garland each get really good chances with 30 seconds left, but the penalty still killed Arizona's 0 for 3. Then McKinnon gets a chance, Hill gets another big save, and the fourth line goes out there. Primarily John Hayden and Nick Schmaltz. They get some momentum in the offensive zone. Schmaltz actually had an opportunity he fanned on, but they're getting something going. It's weird to see Nick Schmaltz in the fourth line. I forgot to mention that they completely shuffled around all the lines, and it's a little bit weird, but you know what? It turned out to work, so go ahead and take that. Garland gets a good rush, draws a penalty at 8:07 Colorado. Renoff gets a tripping penalty. Arizona, really good puck movement. Osterley gets a shot. Then Colorado clears 4 more times. Penalties over. Arizona's over 4. At 12:50, McKinnon gets a shot that Aiden Hill had no idea where that was or even that he made a save. But he makes a save, so it's good. Landeskog has a really good chance. Again, wide open net. Nick Schmaltz came in clutch. He ties him up, and that just saved a goal. That's at least 2 times right there that there's wide open nets that either the defense or someone like Nick Schmaltz came in and just they played you did what you needed to do. That's what you like to see. That's good hockey. That is fundamental good hockey. Anyway, at 1949, McKinnon gets his 10th from Girard and Rottenen, and going into the break, Colorado is now up 3-2. That's both periods, literally with less than 2 minutes left, they end up getting a goal, and those are momentum killers. Let's be honest here. How did Arizona respond going into the third? Well, it originally didn't look like they were responding very well. So Jones gets a really good shot. Hill gets a save to open the period. And then at 2:53, Connor Garland takes a bad tripping penalty. You got to watch out for that kind of stuff. But Arizona does kill it. Now they're, Colorado's 1 for 2 in the power play. But then at 5:28, Nichushkin gets his 7th from Graves and Girard. Colorado's up 4-2. And I'm not going to lie, back in my mind, I'm like, good night, Grace. Then my stream actually delayed. So I get the notification on the NHL app while I'm filling out the notes for the Nichushkin goal that Krause had scored. This puck, the original shot is Goligoski. It goes off of Hayden's back onto the stick of Krause, and Krause puts it home. At 6:38, so a minute and 10 seconds later, Krause is second from Hayden and Goligoski. It is now a 1-goal game. Then Kessel gets a breakaway. Easy save for Johansson. Phil Kessel is not good on the breakaway. Can we just have some sort of system where we hack into the Matrix and whenever Kessel has a breakaway, we replace him with like Redeemed Verbata from the early 2010s? Anyway. Then later on, Fisher has a really quality wraparound attempt, but Krause can't put it home. Then at 16:13, Larson takes a high sticking penalty, and right there, admit it, you're thinking this is going to go wrong. You're thinking, oh, don't do this to us, but they didn't. They kill it off. They look good. There was a couple of good chances. All right, Hill also has to make a huge save right as the penalty is expiring. Aiden Hill stood on his freaking head. I don't care he gave up 4 goals. Aiden Hill stood on his freaking head. He is the reason the Coyotes won. Please extend this man. Let Ronta go. Extend Hill. Give him 27 years. Make him the back. I'm kidding. But extend him. Extend him for like 3 years, 4 years. Keep him here. Anyway, Colorado has a very big pressure. Hill stops it, freezes the puck. Now we're going into overtime. I hate 3-on-3 overtime. It's literally just this. You win the puck, and it's exactly what happened. Colorado wins the draw. They go all the way back to their defensive zone, take it behind the net, wait for a couple of seconds, then you rush down the ice. If you don't like what you see, you turn it back around, then you rush back down. It's a glorified arcade mode in EA NHL. I hate 3-on-3 overtime. It is terrible. It is just objectively terrible. Go back to 4-on-4. These 4-on-4, there's a little bit of strategy there. Anyway, whatever. It's literally just like a breakaway challenge. That's all it is. Anyway, cancel breakaway, doesn't score. Mentioning the breakaway challenge. Colorado goes back the other way. Hill makes a save. Then Keller has a breakout shot. It isn't quite a breakaway, but it's a breakout shot. Colorado, Johansson makes a save. And at this point, you're like, oh, come on. At 2:11, Nick Schmaltz takes a really bad slashing penalty. You have to watch what you're doing with the stick. I don't care that you have Tyson Nash over here. Oh, that's a weak call. You shouldn't call that. Put the whistles away. If you put the whistles away, then you're going to have players getting away with dirty stuff. This wasn't a dirty move. It was just a slash. But at the same time, if the whistles are put away, all you're doing is essentially letting street rules go. And you don't want to let street rules go. So I agree with having the whistles up, but it was a bit of a weak call. But it's also on Nick Schmaltz. Anyway, Hill. Adin fucking Hill with the double stack pad save, and the first thing I thought of was Marty Turco, this old McFarlane figure for Curtis Joseph. Tyson Nash mentioned Dominic Hasek. Adin Hill went from being just like an athletic goaltender that really embraced Marty Turco's throw your body around and see what happens, to over the last couple of games I've been able to watch, especially this game, he looks like he's making those adjustments and becoming a better goaltender, even when it comes to his movements and what Adin Hill. Anyway, Adin Hill makes another big save, and we're going to the shootout. And the shootout, I'm not going to lie, I lost all faith. Arizona has a couple of good shooters. Obviously, Christian Dvorak, Radim Verbata. So you have some good shooters, but just throwing out the kind of guys that Colorado could throw out, I was nervous. Nick Schmaltz comes in, scores. That was a really nice shot on him. Then Donskoy. This was dirty. Donskoy should go to jail for that. All right, just no jury, no trial. Go to jail because that was dirty. It was a good goal. It was a good goal. Carter Garland comes in and goes wide, puts it off the pipe, off Johansson's skate, into the net. Arizona scores. Then Nathan McKinnon. I'm sitting here. I'm holding my breath. I'm terrified. And I think he misses the net. It was a little bit hard to see on my angle. I couldn't tell if Adin Hill gets a piece of it or if he just misses the net because he's trying to get too fancy. But we lucked out, and Nathan McKinnon does not score. Then Christian Dvorak, Radim Verbata, Christian Verbata, Radim Dvorak, whatever you want to call him, the forehand, backhand, dirty stuff. Man, that brought me back to hanging out at the jobbing.com arena with... Man, you had like Radim Verbata and then Adrian Aucoin. He was like your closer in the shootout. It's good memories. Anyway, Arizona wins. Adin Hill gets the win. His record now improves to 2-3-1. That's all I got for the notes. Go back to the NHL app. That's a game. That is Arizona coming out to a hot start. They started to see the game go away from them, essentially, and against one of the best teams in the Western Conference. Even in the NHL, they're probably a top 6, top 7 team, somewhere in there, maybe a little bit higher, depending on, we haven't really seen them play against that level of competition against other divisions. Maybe I think that Atlantic type division kind of comes to mind as being a pretty tough division, but this is still a top team, and they had the grit. They played well. I don't know what else to say. I wouldn't have even cared if they would have lost because they made it entertaining. And if it frustrates me because if Arizona plays like this more, they're in a playoff spot right now. I can easily see them if they did this consistently. I can see them being above St. Louis. It wouldn't be about like 8 or 9 points. It'd maybe be like 2 or 3. But I can see them. But anyway. Adin Hill has 35 saves, 35 huge saves on 39 shots, 4 goals against, 8.97 save percentage, gets the win. It's 2-3-1 on the record for the year. Fantastic performance. Extend this man, extend him now. Okay, so anyway, going ahead and get into the team stats. Arizona is outshot 39-32, but they win 52% of the faceoffs. Over the last few games, they've been doing really well, and apparently it's been over the entire month of March, because Matt McConnell mentioned on the broadcast, Arizona is a top 5 face-off team in the month of March. So they're turning that around. Colorado goes 1 for 4 on the power play. Arizona 0 for 4. Arizona out-hits Colorado 35-25, keeping it physical. I like it. And they're keeping it physical while getting opportunities, while scoring, while getting chances. That's how you play hockey. Anyway, Arizona blocks 19 shots versus Colorado's 10. Right there, if we do that little bit of simple math, let's say only 9 go through. That's still 48 shots against Adin Hill. Because the defense is playing well in front of him right now. Arizona gives the puck up 12 times versus Colorado's 4. So you do need to clean that up a little bit. But at the end of the day, Arizona still won. This is an impressive win. All right. Once again, it's like the Anaheim game. Not going to look too deep. If Arizona can get 2 or 3, if they can win both against San Jose, they can get themselves back within shooting distance of that 4th spot, and they can, let's say, win another game after that. So let's say go on a 4-game winning streak. Then we can talk about playoff hopes getting reignited. But right now, I'm just going to enjoy it. I am just going to enjoy getting to watch a good hockey game from this team and getting to see them play up to their competition for once and actually play with one of the better teams. Once again, if Arizona did this consistently, this would be a playoff team. This would be a team that would be a fringe cup contender. Fringe. I'm going to say it again. Fringe. If they could do it consistently, they can build more consistently, they could be a fringe. Saying that right now. I want to make sure my words aren't misconstrued because obviously as a Coyotes fan, I'm going to be more hyped. But I'm saying I've seen this potential for a long time. And when they hit it, it's impressive. When they don't, It's not very impressive. Anyway, the Coyotes win 5-4 in the shootout, beating the Colorado Avalanche, at least securing that second point, improving the record to 14-14-5. Colorado falls to 2-8-3. It slides. Colorado trips to 28-3. They're fine. But Arizona just hats off. Hats off. You went out there, you worked hard, you got the job done, and do it 2 more times against San Jose, and maybe the team after that one game, then we could talk about playoffs. We're not there yet, but you know what? I'm having fun. I'm excited. Coyotes win. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I'm going to go play with my dog. How's it going, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and about a week ago, I went ahead and got 3 pages of notes for the Arizona Coyotes trade deadline, so I wanted to go ahead and make that video before my numbers actually do end up being severely outdated. So we're a couple of weeks away from the NHL 2021 trade deadline. I want to look at all the Arizona Coyotes expiring contracts, anyone who might be a restricted free agent, the players who I would personally re-sign, and then the next page I got all the players that I would want to trade, I'd listen to offers on, and then a couple of untouchables. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Out of all of the expiring contracts, there's Derek Brassard, who only signed the 1-year, $1 million contract. In 28 games, 4 goals, 6 assists, 10 points. That did go up due to his hat trick, so obviously it's why I want to get the video done now. Connor Garland, John Hayden, Hudson Fasching, Drake Kajula, Alex Goligoski, who went from 2 assists to a goal and 3 assists in the time, so look at him adding a little bit of value to his trade potential. Nick Jomelson, Jason Demers, Jordan Oesterle, Ilya Lyubushkin, Antti Ranta, and Aiden Hill. Hayden, Hill, and Connor Garland are your restricted free agents. But just to look a little bit deeper, you also have Dryden Hunt, who's an RFA, 7 games, 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points. Michael Chaput, Jordan Gross, Braden Burke, Lane Peterson, Michael Bunting, Blake Spears, Cam Dineen, and Dyson Mayo. All of them except for Bunting and Chaput are restricted free agents. So with that out of the way, you know who's coming up on a contract in a contract year on the end of their contract. Here's everyone I would re-sign, and I'll give, I guess, some speculation of how long I'd re-sign him for. Connor Garland, give him whatever he wants. Try to keep him here 8 years. The dude is our best player, our MVP. I will take the risk, personally, of overpaying this man to keep him here because he's the only 20-goal scorer we've had in the last 3 seasons, 2 or 3 seasons. So keep him. Ilya Lyubushkin, I ink him for 2 or 3 years. I'd keep him longer term, not long term, but the fact that he's a very solid, big, burly, physical defenseman. You can pair him with OEL. Even if Keppa Bianco ends up making the roster in the next year or so, you can pair him with him. You have someone who, he has a shot on him, he can shoot if he needs to, and he's also getting better at facilitating the puck a little bit, at least this season from last season. But the fact that he is your Zbigniew McCulloch stay-at-home defenseman, but he also brings that physical aspect, you can pair him with anybody, and I like that concept. Except for Chychrun, I would prefer to be paired with someone who's also a two-way kind of offensive-minded defenseman, but even then, that's only for that one pairing. Anyway, moving on, I'd keep Lyubushkin for 2 or 3 years. I wouldn't go any longer than that, honestly. Next one, Aiden Hill. I'm locking him down. Look, he has shown on 2 separate stints in 18-19 and now in 2021 that he can be a fringe-level starter / really good backup at the NHL level. You have him moving forward. You get rid of Antti Ranta. I'd say 3 years for Aiden Hill if you can lock him down. So that way, by the time Darcy Kuemper is ready to move on and Ivan Prosvetov should be ready to come and take the NHL starting job, you'll still have Hill for another year so you can figure out what you're going to do there. So I would stick with Aiden Hill for at least 3 more years if it was up to me. Anyway, Dryden Hunt, I'd extend him another 2 years. Honestly, I like how the utility he brings. He can shoot, he can pass, he can also add a little bit of sandpaper. He has good speed. I like his hustle. That's someone that you can slot in as like your 13th forward. He can come in, step up for an injury. He can come in if someone's in a slump. I like what he provides, and he wouldn't probably cost all that much. I think Dryden Hunt's a guy I would keep for another couple of seasons. Michael Chaput, I'd give him a 1-year extension. I like Chaput. I like what he's done in Tucson. I really like the kind of two-way game he was bringing when he's playing in Arizona so far this year. Isn't really doing much on the score sheet, but at least I've seen him generate some opportunities, primarily playing better in the defensive zone. He's also pretty decent at faceoffs. I don't think it'd be a bad decision to bring him back for another year. And then we go down to Jordan Gross. I would extend this man 2 or 3 years. It's a very small sample size, and obviously that's a bit of a trap, but you have a lot of defensemen, on expiring contracts, potentially moving on from the Coyotes after the season, and you needed a talented right-shot defenseman. He got some shots going, got some opportunities going. Honestly, I thought in the couple of games he played, I think it was 3 or 4 so far this season, he looked pretty good, so I actually would not mind him being here for another couple of seasons, and really giving him a chance to see if he can slot on the bottom pair consistently, because, he would work well as a 6th or 7th defenseman. defenseman. So I'd say 2 or 3 years, I would keep him. Lane Peterson, that's a guy that I would love to see him break through at the NHL level. I'm not entirely sure if he's going to manage it, if he's going to do it, but the fact that I think he's 23 coming up on an expiring contract, I'd give him a couple years just kind of, okay, we're going to really see what you can do in our bottom six, because that's where he's going to slot in best. He's probably going to be best utilized as a third-line center, and considering that Arizona needs some center depth right there, at least some better quality center depth, I wouldn't mind going from within and keeping Peterson for a couple years and really seeing what you can do with him if he's going to make it at the NHL level. Now let's go into everyone I would trade. All right, this is just a list of people that if I'm the GM, these are the guys that I would be actively trying to trade, or I would not mind if someone calls with a subpar offer moving on from, because they're all expiring contracts. It makes a lot more sense to go ahead and get what you can for them. So Christian Fischer, he actually has 1 year left after this, but here are all the expiring contracts. Brassard, Hayden, Kajula, Goligoski, Jarmelson, Demers, Osterley, and Antti Ranta. Those are all the guys that I would move on from. I'll go ahead and give reasons why for each one. Christian Fischer, I like his sandpaper in his game. The only thing is Lawson Krause is pretty much just a better Christian Fischer in every way. And the fact that Christian Fischer has taken steps back this year, you're not really seeing his offensive upside anymore. I think he has a couple of goals and a couple of assists, so he's still getting a little bit of depth scoring, I suppose, but you're more so going to try to trade him to see if you can get a little bit off of his potential, because I think he's still like a 22, 23. He's still a younger guy, and if you go into another system, you can probably utilize him very well as like a third-line winger, because honestly, he does have some upside. I would prefer Arizona move on from him, because I've always thought Krauser was the better of the two anyway, and you don't need two guys filling the exact same role in the team. So if I'm coming down to, I need to make a choice between them. Derek Brassard, I like Brassard. I personally don't see them re-signing him, so I wouldn't mind moving on from him with a deadline, because that's usually what you do with the veterans you bring in anyway, is you try to move on from them to get what you can. They did not do that, obviously, with Carl Soderberg, but then again, they also wanted him for a playoff push, so I would just, especially since Arizona is still a fringe for that fourth overall, or that fourth spot in the Pacific Division, I wouldn't mind just selling off and calling it a wash, because best case scenario, you go a little bit younger and they end up getting hot at the right time, go to the playoffs, you can get a little bit of experience. Worst case scenario, you keep these guys, you don't make the playoffs, and you get nothing for some of these guys leaving. Anyway, John Hayden, I don't really think he's really done all that much with Arizona. I would not mind trading him back to Chicago, so that way Andrew Shaw can play with him, and you can go ahead and buy out Zach Smith. So nothing against him. I just think he's been fine. He's done a lot of the good defensive things, but you're only really getting a little bit of upside with him, so you can probably fill out with what you have essentially as an extra forward. His specific spot, he's been out of the lineup a lot, just kind of an extra forward. Drake Kajula, he's had his moments, especially when he was playing with Nick Schmaltz and they were getting stuff done earlier on in the year. Now he's been a healthy scratch a handful of times, not playing all that well. I think it's just best, honestly, to kind of move on from him, get what you can, because a team that needs a Drake Kajula, a team that needs someone to slot in on the third, maybe fourth line, he's more of a utility player. You can realistically put him anywhere and he'll produce. So a team is going to want that for a playoff push. You can probably get something for it. I'm not going to say you're going to get a first-round pick, but you can get something, and why not get some valuable assets going into the next draft. Then we got Alex Goligoski. He has played so much better defensively this year than most other years in Arizona, but the offensive upside has almost completely gone away. He's turning it up a little bit more recently, but still, it almost has completely gone away with him. And then on top of that, you're still getting a lot of the bad turnovers, but the fact that he has still been playing better overall defensively, you can get value for him. The only downside is he has a limited no movement clause, so it's like a 10-team trade list with them. So you'd have to work within those parameters, and on top of that, I think it's $4.75 or $4.45 million a year he's making, so it might be a bit of a hard sell. You might have to eat a contract, but also if you move on from him while eating a contract, you might be able to get a better asset on top of that, so I think I wouldn't mind moving on from Goligoski. Now, Nick Jarmelson has a full no-trade clause, and here's my big thing with him. He's a very good shutdown defenseman. He's, as much as I like Zbigniew McCulloch, he's probably just a better Zbigniew McCulloch. My problem is I don't think he's worth the $5 million a year he's been getting paid the last couple of years, and we're just starting to see a bit of a decline in his game. We're starting to see, he's missed a few games this year due to injury, and he's normally more of an Iron Man type guy, at the very least since he's been in Arizona. So I think right now, even though he has a full no-movement clause, a lot of the times hockey guys mentioned it. You'll see guys when teams say, hey, we want to get rid of you, they'll be like, fine, I'll leave then if I'm not wanted here. So you might luck out there. Nick Hjalmarsson still has a lot of upside. You can get value for him. I don't think you're going to maximize that here. Anyway, next up, Jason Demers. Jason Demers forgot how to play defense this year, and you're not getting much of that offensive upside with him. He's been scratched. He's been out of the lineup. It's not even due to injury, just because, well, in my opinion, he's not very good anymore. And we have retained salary for him, so I think he's only making a 3.6 on his cap hit, so you can probably move that without having to retain anything. And on top of that, you might need another team needs a right-handed shot defenseman with a little bit of offensive upside for a playoff push. You might be able to move him. You might not be able to, but personally, I would be on the move train. Then you go to Jordan Oesterle. He played very well to start this year off, has completely tapered off and gone back to mediocrity. If you could get something for him, that's a guy that's on my list I wouldn't mind moving on from, because you have options from with him that you really need to see. You need a good sample size at the NHL level for guys like Kevin Bianco, or even like maybe a Deneen or a Mayo, even though I really don't see them as being NHL caliber defensemen. At least if you free up a roster spot, you can see what you got in them and give them an extended breakup here, because when you're still trying to compete, you don't want to rely on rookies. Once you realize you're out of it for the year, you can let the rookies go and see what you got in them. So that's kind of my mindset behind that. And then finally, Antti Raanta. Antti Raanta just cannot stay healthy. Whenever he has been healthy, minus some iffy play, let's be honest here, he's played mostly well this year. He might have increased his value, just you have the factor of all the injuries. You can move on from him. Honestly, you have Aiden Hill, you have Darcy Kuemper, you obviously have Ivan Prosotov coming up from the wings. You also got David Tendek, who should finally be playing in Tucson here soon. So you have options, you have goaltenders. You can probably move on from Antti Raanta. You shouldn't have extended it in the first place. I said that from the start, and it's been nothing but injuries and inconsistent play. I mean, yeah, sure, he'll pull out fantastic performances, but it all comes down to averages and how many times you're seeing that versus bad performances. So move on from him. You buy or sell as high as you possibly can on him, although I think realistically you might be able to squeak like a third or fourth round pick, because he would still be considered a starting level goaltender or a very good 1B type goaltender like he is here. The only thing is that with the injury history, you're going to get less of a value for him, so you're not going to be able to maximize that, but get what you can. And the final person I would trade, and this is going to be a bit of a wild card, a bit of a what's going on here, I would trade Nick Schmaltz. The thing is, Nick Schmaltz, I think he is a good player. I think in terms of what he makes, he's mostly living up to that contract. The only downside is he's a little too inconsistent. And the fact that you see that a decent amount in Arizona's core as a whole, I would not mind shopping him around, seeing what you can get, and possibly replacing him with another member of someone else's core. For example, obviously, I do not think this trade would get done. I do not think this is the value you're going to get for Nick Schmaltz. But the first thing that comes to mind is Brock Besser in Vancouver. How you have that one player on that core that just seems like the odd man out. Well, to me, if you can target a guy like that on another core and swap him out, I think Brock Besser would be fantastic in Arizona. For example, I think that would be a really good idea if you can make the move. If you can't, don't force it. Don't get rid of him for nothing. But if you could make a move where you can replace him with someone else that might have similar upside but might be a little inconsistent or semi-struggling on another team, just to see if you can get things going, I wouldn't mind it. That's out of our core, that's the only odd man out I can see. That's why I bring up Brock Besser in Vancouver. So just go ahead and take the out of context. What are you talking about, Brock Besser? Anyway. Here's the players I would listen to an offer to. That does not mean they're on my market. It's just guys that, worst case scenario, let's see what you have. Let's see what you got, because if you give us a good enough offer, we can use the assets. Anyway, it's a very short list. Christian Dvorak, I think he's been more consistently good than Nick Schmaltz. Obviously, Nick Schmaltz is a little bit better when it comes to total offense, but you also have a much better two-way forward in Christian Dvorak. He also is much better in the face-off circle, so he's a guy that he's an untouchable, but he's someone that I wouldn't want to get rid of. But because he does have that inherent value, maybe, just maybe, someone's like, hey, we can use that guy, and you get something really valuable in return. I'm not sure what that would look like, but that's a guy I would listen to an offer for. Phil Kessel, I know he has a no-movement clause, but he's done it once. He might be willing to do it again. I think he has one more year after this. So where Christian Dvorak has 4 more years, you can get some value for that. Phil Kessel has 1 more. If you have a team that's looking for a playoff push or a championship run, the only team that comes to mind is think like a Colorado type of team where, hey, we have the pieces. We want to make one more run, and they would be interested in a guy like Kessel to try to have one more finisher on their team. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So if you can get something and he's willing to move, that's a move that I'd be willing to listen to. Next up, Oliver Ekman-Larsson. I said it before. I'll say it again. I'll stand by. One of my original AZ Sports Guy videos on the first ever iteration of this channel back in July of 2018 was saying that OEL was not worth a contract extension and they shouldn't have extended him. His offensive ability has been going down. His defensive ability has been going down. And to start this year, he was looking fantastic. Then post-injury, he just has been looking pretty consistently awful. He's been getting a little bit better recently, but still, that's their guy. He's one of the highest paid on the team, and he has 6 more years of this, or 7 more years after this. It's kind of ridiculous in my opinion. I'm not a fan of that contract. It is a full no movement clause, but I'd be listening to offers, and I would be essentially trying to burn a bridge if I heard something good enough to try to get OEL to leave, because if you can move on from that contract, even if it's just to get some flexibility, you can do something with that cap space later on, and I just think there are better options than OEL. Nothing from within. I was much higher on Capobianco until I saw his couple games this year. Now I'm not entirely sure if it's just a nerves thing or if he just isn't going to reach that full potential. So I no longer think we have that number one defenseman in our system, but you can probably go to free agency or try to work with a trade. You can do something with that. I'd listen to an offer, but I wouldn't force it because he does still have some upside. And finally, Darcy Kuemper. He has 1 more year left on his contract, so obviously by extending Adin Hill, you'd be keeping him and Hill as a tandem for another year or so. The thing is, I like Darcy a lot. You can definitely tell he's playing with more injuries this year. He definitely is not as good last year or this year as he was last year. So personally, I'm looking at moving on from a guy like that if you can get a good enough deal. Because if there's nothing decent out there, you can still use him. Obviously, if you shut him down for the rest of the season, he'll be back at 100% next season, which I would prefer at this point. Really give Adin Hill a chance to stretch his legs, maybe even give Ivan a couple of games. Nothing ridiculous, just maybe 1 or 2 games. Let's just see. But that's a guy I would listen to offers, because if you can get a good enough offer, Arizona could use all of essentially any quality draft picks, any quality assets, anything you can get, because over the last year or so, acquiring Taylor Hall, acquiring Phil Kessel, they've been giving up quite a few good assets, so you kind of want to start to recoup that, especially if you're not 100% sure you're going to be a playoff team this year or next year. So those are guys I would listen to offers on, but I'm not desperate to move. And finally, I have a 3-player untouchables. It's just really quick, go through it. Connor Garland, obvious reasons, he's the best player in the team. Clayton Keller, he's part of the core. He's been doing so much better this season. He's becoming a better hockey player. I think he's a guy that you can get a little bit more consistency out of him. You'll have a much better part of the core. He's not the franchise piece, but I think he is probably, or at least definitely, the franchise extended piece. Where if you get that one good center, you can pair with him and do some really good things. I know that they try to do it with Nick Schmaltz. They've done a little bit of experimentation with Christian Dvorak. It hasn't really gone 100%. So if you can get that center, I think Clayton Keller is going to be fantastic. Not just good like he's been. So he's untouchable for me. And then Jacob Chychrun. Jacob Chychrun is fantastic. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Nothing else I'm going to really say on that. So moving on. So that's everyone I would trade, I would listen to offers for, and my untouchables. Here is the projected lineup. So I just kind of put the names on as like a generic, here's what the depth chart would look like. So what the lines would probably look like are this. First line, Keller, Dvorak, Garland. I think that would be a solid for offensive production. You also have Connor Garland is more of a scrappy player. On top of that, Christian Dvorak to be a really good guy to be on his side, or at least in his center. So that way you have a guy that can move the puck, also play well defensively. Second line would probably be Krause, Hayton, and Kessel. Remember, in this hypothetical, you're trading away a lot of the center depth. So at this point, you're probably saying, okay, Hayton's had a decent little run, and Tucson kind of struggled a bit. Let's throw him with the second line center, give him the minutes. Let's see if he can figure it out for the rest of the year. It's only 10 or so games. Then we're going into next year reevaluating everything. So third line would be Hunt, Larson, and Pitlick. Honestly, I like Larson and Pitlick as a pair anyway. Dryden Hunt's, honestly, like I said, a really good utility player. I like the guy. I think if you give him more of an opportunity, he'll do a little bit better. Not great, but I think he's probably better than Vinny Hinostroza. So I think that would be a good third line. On top of that, Johan Larson and Tyler Pitlick are very defensively responsible. Hunt's a little 50-50. I've seen him play well defensively. I've seen him play terrible defensively, so 50-50 chance. Then the fourth line, I would go Bunting, Chaput, Fasching. screw it, see what you got in these guys. Michael Bunting, he played well in the couple games he got to play in 18-19. So I think if you give him an opportunity, he can show he'll be a good anchor for like the bottom 6. He's not someone that's going to be in your top 6. I think probably a 4th liner is where he would be, and he can provide some depth scoring. He's defensively responsible. I want to see what he can do in a longer role in the NHL. So then Chaput at center, I like his game. I like what he's brought. And then Hudson Fasching, him and Bunting have played together in Tucson for a couple of years. Hudson Fasching is a guy that could be decent at the NHL level, but also could not. I'm not entirely sure with him. He hasn't looked very well or very good in the few games he's played this year, so make of that one what you will. You're then going into your defensive pairings, OEL Lyubushkin, Chychrun, Capobianco. So essentially Capobianco is replacing Alex Goligoski. And one of his biggest problems was not wanting to shoot the puck or passing the puck to defer to the veteran defenseman a lot more. I think it would do well for Capobianco's development to play with Chychrun, with how well Chychrun's been playing this year. You're also on the second defensive pairing, so you're going to have better matchups. I like that better in concept. And then Dromelson and Gross, I don't think they're going to be able to move on from Dromelson. The full no movement clause, I'm not entirely sure what his value would be. So personally, I just don't see them moving him, even though he would be on my trade list. So he'd probably be there. You have him with Gross, let Gross finish out the rest of the year, see what you really have in him, what he really can be, if he's going to slot in as that bottom pairing defenseman, because that could be a budget option, and he's honestly, in my opinion, from the small sample size, better than Jason Demers, and you wouldn't have to pay him as much. Then going into the goaltenders, Kuemper and Hill, and if Kemper's not playing, then it'd be Hill and Prosvetov. And then, of course, your extra forwards would be, let's say, Lane Peterson, maybe Braden Burke, and you can have an extra defenseman, probably Cam Dineen, maybe Victor Soderstrom, maybe even Dyson Mayo, but I really don't see that one. So those are your options for extra forwards, extra defensemen, then, of course, we already talked about the goaltenders. So, yeah, long video. Haven't done a video this long in forever. That's where my mindset's at going into the trade deadline. Who I would want to move, what I'd be looking for. I would be open to moving Schmaltz, but it's not a thing that needs to happen. I would listen to offers on Dvorak or Kuemper or whatever. But my untouchables are Garland, Keller, and Chychrun, and that's literally it. Everyone else, at the very least, should be available for offers. Not just available for whatever you can get for them, available for offers, see what you can get. And I think if Arizona, if they can build some consistency and it looks realistic that they can get that 4th playoff spot, I would recommend not selling off at the deadline. But if it looks like it's continued to look all season, good then bad, wildly inconsistent, a lot of mediocrity, I would just sell, see what happens. And like I said, if you can play a guy like Peterson, if you can play a guy like Capobianco for like 20 games, and just see what you have in them at a bigger sample size, the NHL level, you'll at least know what's going on at that point. Because if the season, at least my logic is, if the season is already lost, at least use it for some sort of productive purposes. That's my thoughts. Thank you for watching. Have a good one. Ye frickin' ha, boys. AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and San Jose Sharks matchup on March 26th, 2021. I want to go ahead and just talk about it right now. It's funny. Whenever I'm high on the team starts underperforming. Whenever I'm like, okay, maybe the team's not that good, sell off at the deadline, you get hot, and now they're within 2 points of that final playoff spot. So I guess this season really is just up to the eye of the beholder. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of disclosure out of the way. I was at work tonight. I didn't listen to a second of the first period, but I watched the entirety of the second on the way home, and then when I got in the shower, and then I sat here at my office space for the entirety of the third. So I watched a good 40 minutes of hockey, and I think I watched a good 40 minutes of hockey. So anyway, to go ahead and jump right into it, Tyler Pitlick was not playing tonight. And of course, Lane Peterson is supposed to be making his debut this season tomorrow. Excited for that. Aiden Hill gets the start. Let's go ahead and jump right into the goal scoring summary. So at 6:20 of the first, Christian Dvorak gets his 10th from Connor Garland and Christian Fischer. He is now tied for the team lead with that. Arizona's up 1-0. And look, they're doing exactly what they needed to do. They're scoring early, they're scoring first, and they're getting ahead. Then we skip ahead to the second period on the power play, and my first thought, I'm on the way home watching this, Arizona Coyotes, a power play so toxic, they give up goals while they're on it. Tomas Hertl is 10th from Carlson at 154, so that's a shorthanded goal. Luckily, Hertl's on my fantasy team, so I at least got the goal for him. That's the only pre-approved Shark that's allowed to score tonight. Now give me some Connor Garland and Clayton Keller. Anyway, then at 18:44, after an honestly pretty solid period by Arizona, there's definitely more so of an effort by San Jose in the second second period. From what I heard from Tyson Nash and the other announcers, it seemed very much so like San Jose was really sluggish in the first, and Arizona took advantage of it, but Arizona was skating pretty well and playing pretty well in the second. But man, San Jose was actually playing well to the point where I actually commented on Nick Pinkerton's video about, Martin Jones. Go subscribe to him if you aren't subscribed to him for some reason. Great dude. And I was like, oh yeah, he's playing good against the Coyotes tonight. Thank God I did that, and I'm a jinx machine. Anyway, at 18:44, Nick Schmaltz doesn't give up on the play. Is eighth from Ilya Lyubushkin and Oliver Ekman-Larsson. You need more offense out of Ekman-Larsson. You're getting it more so lately. It's funny. The guys I trash talk, they start playing better. I'm going to go ahead and take full credit for that. Obviously, it's not. So anyway, Arizona has a 2-1 lead going into the third. All they got to do is get that all-coveted third goal and just essentially get some offensive pressure, and that's it. It's all you really need to do. Well, at 7:48, this was beautiful. This was off of a turnover, and it was a really... Radim Vrbata was back on the ice. Christian Dvorak, second of the night, 11th of the season, his fourth multi-goal game of the season, and his 11th career multi-goal game. His 11th of the season. There's a lot of numbers there. Second of the night. Forehand, backhand, beauty. I swear, Radim Vrbata has possessed this young child, and now he is just scoring goals. So, good to see that. Obviously, Nick Schmaltz, Christian Dvorak, very streaky players. I still think Christian Dvorak brings more in terms of defensive, availability and whatnot. But at the very least, they're getting going a little bit. Arizona's starting to heat up. Maybe they can do something. Maybe they can't. Won't look too deep into that one. But that was a fantastic goal. Then another play where they don't give up. And I love that about the Coyotes is that when it comes down to plays like this, they're starting to not give up and get those chances. So maybe, just maybe, that'll end up turning into some sort of point to get them into a playoff spot, but like I said, don't want to look too deep into it. Because at 9:08, Dryden Hunt, his second from Lawson Krause and Derek Brassard. This was just a really good play, and then you have Lawson Krause in front of the net. He was moving around, and it looked like there was some goaltender interference. San Jose actually goes ahead, and they challenge that, and the best part is that Martin Jones, he's actually the one who goes to initiate contact with Krause. It was no goaltender interference, and just Dryden Hunt. Have I mentioned I'm a fan of Dryden Hunt yet? You can put him anywhere. He's gritty. He actually almost got into a fight with someone later on in the game. I like the passion the guy brings. I also think he's a very good player in terms of a bottom six utility. You can kind of throw him anywhere in the lineup. You'll at least get some results. He's a hardworking guy. I like players like that. But yeah, Krause are getting an assist. Brassard's really been heating up a little bit lately, getting some more points, especially after that hat trick. So good to see that for him. So then Arizona goes on the power play because of that. And literally just about a minute and a half later at 9:59, Phil Joe Kessel, right there, his 11th, and right there, we're back tied between who is the Coyotes' leading goal scorer between Christian Dvorak and Phil Kessel. His 11th from Keller and Ekman-Larsson on the power play, so they at least do get a power play goal. Then we skip ahead to later on in the game, Arizona. I think this one was on the Nick Schmaltz boarding call, which, yeah, that was a board. Let's be honest here. It was a little bit more so on his side than normal, but that's arguing semantics. It was a board. Patrick Marleau gets his second from Ferraro and Timo Meier. Why didn't you get assists when you're on my fantasy team, Timo? Just saying. But yeah, this reminded me, this Adin Hill blunder, this was Adin Hill's fault, 100%. This Adin Hill blunder had me thinking and reminded me of Mike Smith in all the worst ways. But despite that little blunder, Arizona holds on. They win the game 5-2. And to me, especially because San Jose is a team below Arizona this year. We look at how competitive they are, where they're at, a lot of the deeper statistics. Arizona is a better team than San Jose. Not by all that much, especially with how San Jose is heating up lately, but they are still overall a better team, and they need to keep playing like this against those teams and getting those points, because now with St. Louis losing tonight, if Arizona wins tomorrow, I don't think St. Louis plays tomorrow. I can double check the schedule in front of me right now. I'm not seeing St. Louis on the schedule, so assuming Arizona can get it done tomorrow, they can tie for that fourth playoff spot. If this team can get themselves in an actual realistic position to get into the playoffs and actually maintain a consistent level of play, add at the deadline, do whatever you got to do and make a push, because then maybe you could attract better free agents next year showing, hey, we're at least playoffs 2 years in a row. But here's the thing: is this team's been very streaky. They've had the good luck and the bad luck. To me, it begins and ends with tomorrow. If they can win tomorrow, and that's 3 or 4 games in a row, and then win at least the next game moving forward. Right now, they're, I think, points in 4 of their last 5 or 3 of their last 4. They're starting to heat up a little bit. If you can take this heat and turn it into consistency, they're a playoff team again. If they start, dicing out again, they're not a playoff team. So it really depends on what version of the Arizona Coyotes you're getting this year, and that's a little bit frustrating for me. Anyway, Adin Hill played fantastic. Look, yeah, he had that mistake on that last goal, that second goal of the game, but honestly, I don't really think he had much of a chance against the Hurdle goal. It went blocker side. He beat him. That's it. But I think he played very well. That's 20 saves on 22 shots, 2 goals against, 909 save percentage, gets his third win of the season. That's his first regulation win since, I believe, last year against San Jose. They mentioned it on the broadcast. So it's been a while since a regulation win for Adin Hill. So, I mean, it's good for him. 3-3-1, improving his record. And it looks like Ivan might make his first start tomorrow. I'm excited to see that. Maybe, see if you can have your good 1A, 1B of the future, because I would not mind having Hill and Prosvetov, in theory, as long as everything goes well, be the 1A, 1B moving forward. They're younger, less injury prone. That's I don't know. I get excited for the future. Anyway, there is a little bit of unfortunate news. So Jakob Chychrun did end up leaving. I want to say it was sometime in the third and did not return. I have no idea if that's serious. And then Johan Larsson went into a corner awkwardly, and he was very slow to get up. So could be something, could be nothing. Had to at least mention it because it was brought up on the broadcast. Team stats: Arizona outshoots San Jose 28-22. They take 48% of the faceoffs. Arizona goes 1 for 4 on the power play. San Jose 1 for 2. You got to play a little better, I guess, but Adin Hill is kind of responsible for that, so I can't blame them too much. Hits: Arizona is out hit 21-15. Blocks: San Jose blocks more shots 20-16. And Arizona gave the puck away 10 times as San Jose's 4. So clean it up a little bit. Obviously, it's a little generic to say that, but just clean it up. And Arizona gets the win 5-2, improving their record to 14-14-5. Shouldn't it be 15-14-5? Anyway, they improved their record. Let me go ahead and just refresh this and make sure, because they were 14-14-5 going into it. So they improved their record to 15-15-5. They're within 2 points of that last playoff spot. It's looking like if they can just, like I said, get this consistency and keep it going, they're a playoff team. It just depends on whether or not they're going to get that consistency. And that's kind of the biggest question with Arizona over the last few years, that you see when they play as well as they can, when you see how good this team can be, you're looking like this team's ready to make the next step. So instead of having the same song and dance where it's like, oh, are they gonna hit the potential or not, just hit it. Because I really want to see this team emerge. But like I said, still going to be a little bit more reserved on that because I've been burned a few times. But I'll enjoy the win. I'll enjoy the strings of wins. Get the win tomorrow. We can talk about playoffs. All right, get it decisively by at least 2 goals, and we can talk about playoffs. Yee to the motherfucking whole like boys. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Talking about the Arizona Coyotes, San Jose Sharks, March 27th, 2021. I'm going to say this right now. He will always be cheeseburger Phil to me, so I have a cheeseburger on the way. We're going to celebrate tonight, all right? All right, going to celebrate. Another thing I got to say, Adin fucking Hill. That is it. Just Adin fucking Hill. All right, go ahead and jump right into it. I was lucky enough, I got off work earlier in the afternoon, so I got to watch the entirety of this game from the comfort of this office right here. And as we know is a tradition here, I got an entire page of notes. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So there's a couple of miscellaneous, so we're still without Pitlick, still without, I believe, Hjalmarsson, and Adin Hill gets to start back-to-back games. I am not a fan of that practice. You guys all know me. I will never be a fan of that practice, but it happened to work out here. Please let Ivan just get one. I know it's a big game. All right, I get you don't want to just throw him out there and you don't want to ruin a goalie's development, but I don't think he's played an actual game in like 2 weeks because they sent him down to Tucson for one game, brought him back up. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into this. I'm going to say this right now. Arizona had a solid, I'm going to say opening 5 minutes. I know the broadcasters are arguing it's closer to opening 10, but Arizona only really looked good for a few minutes, and then San Jose just kind of took over the rest of that first period. So 14 seconds in, San Jose, they get an open lane shot. Hill makes a save. You're going to hear Hill makes a save a lot. Then 40 seconds into the period, so just 30 seconds later, Garland forces a center ice turnover, and his backhander is barely saved by Dubnyk off of his shoulder. Former Coyote Devin Dubnyk should have never got rid of that guy, saying right now. He's playing pretty well. Then 1 minute, 10 seconds in, Clayton Keller has a 2-on-1. Dubnyk makes a save right there. I don't like how they kind of like to get too cute there, but Keller will make up for it later. Trust me. Keller makes up for it. Anyway, then Garland leads a 3-on-1, gets a little bit too cute, and he can't force it over to Dvorak. Just shoot the puck. That's all I'm going to say. Moving on. Then at 5:02, Goligoski has an open lane shot. Dubnyk makes a save. You're going to see a lot of that again. Turnover gives Kane a break. Then Chychrun knocks the puck off the stick. It was a great defensive play by Chychrun. Can I just say how Jakob Chychrun is without a doubt, there is no contest here. He is the best defenseman on the entire team right now. Just going to say it. Then at 6:54, Chychrun gets an interference penalty. Hill makes 5 huge saves. Penalty is killed. Right there, if that power play, anything happens for San Jose, if Hill does not stand up on his head there, this is a completely different game. Right there, Adin Hill saves the game right there. Then John Hayden forces a turnover behind the net in the offensive zone. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Hill makes a save, and then Kessel saves a goal here. Batting practice, Arizona Diamondbacks right around the corner, and he just knocks it out because Hill gets the piece of it, makes a save, but it's up in the air. It's going to go in the empty net, and right there, you got Phil the Thrill, the cheeseburger man, Mr. Burgermeister Meisterburger, saving a goal. Just saying, he had a very good game. I got nothing to complain about with Phil Kessel tonight. Then Chychrun has a big shot. Dubnyk makes a save, and then Tomas Hertl has a backhand shot. Hill makes that save. Then Donato gets a good opportunity. Hill makes that save as well. Did I mention Hill was fantastic today? I just want to make sure that I mentioned that Adin fucking Hill was fantastic. I've gone way over my limit today. San Jose has another huge press right there. Hill stands tall. Like I said, 3 words. You guys already know him by now. Goligoski has a terrible turnover. Meyer has a shot. Hill makes a save. Right there, it's just... Arizona, you can tell at this point, they are trying to... We're still in the first period. All right, we are still in the first period. Arizona is trying to just ink it out and get to the break, do whatever they can to get some momentum back in. If it wasn't for Adin Hill, there's 4 or 5 different opportunities right here where San Jose could have been on the board. I think that I've wrote down. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Adin Hill is the reason they won this game. Anyway, Killer has a wraparound try, nothing doing on that one. Then Arizona applies some good offensive pressure for the last minute or so. Nothing really comes out of it. They escape the period. San Jose outshot Arizona 17-9. I'm going to leave that there for a second. 17-9. If Arizona wants to be considered a playoff team, which they apparently do, you need to do better than that. And it just kind of showed Arizona got their groove back and started playing better later on in the game, but you can't have a 20 minutes as mostly sloppy as this was and expect to win games moving forward. Anyway, go ahead and jump into the second period. Timo Meyer with a shot early on. Dubnyk makes a save. Then Ilya Lyubushkin had a shot. Mostly easy save for Dubnyk, but I at least want to get some Arizona shots, logged there. Then at 5:41, Clayton Keller is 11th of the season, and now is a 3-way tie for, not for long, but 3-way tie for the Coyotes goal-scoring lead. 1-0 Arizona. Then John Hayden and Gabriel kind of fight. Gabriel has a questionable hit on Kajula, not like a dirty hit or anything, at least overtly dirty. It's just a bit of a questionable hit. John Hayden comes in, just drops the gloves and kind of hugs him. I mean, maybe there was a kissing contest going on. I have no idea. Lawson Krause gets a chance and it goes off the iron. He can't buy one. I know I hate like the generic sayings, but he really can't buy one. Then at 13:46, San Jose takes a holding penalty and Arizona gets one shot and they score on it. 14-16 in. Phil Kessel, his 12 from Ekman Larson and Keller on the power play. Arizona's now down 2-0. Then Kessel turns the puck over to Marleau, and Marleau straight up falls down, can't complete his rush, or else that could have been a dangerous opportunity right there. And then Krause has a breakaway. He's slashed on the play. Arizona gets another power play at 19:43 to slashing penalty. They get no shots in that power play, and I wanted to mark down the amount of shots. So Arizona got nothing on their first, or they got one shot on their first and ended up scoring. They get nothing on their second and one on their third. The next upcoming power play, that's 2 shots and 3 power plays. My big problem here is the lack of killer instinct on this amount of power plays, and I'll kind of get into it a little bit more so later. But anyway, going into the third period, that penalty is killed off. Then at 3:48, San Jose takes a tripping penalty. That's also killed off, so that's their first 3. Then at 7:02, San Jose number 29 gets a major and a game misconduct for a late hit on Johan Larsson. It was ever so slightly late, but still, the guy ends up getting hurt. Arizona goes on a 5-minute power play. It gets killed off. It took him a 5-minute power play to get more than one shot on a power play. It was like 5 shots or something. There's some quality chances, but I don't like the lack of killer instinct because they didn't end up scoring a goal in that one. It wasn't until a 11:56 San Jose delay of game penalty. It was a delay of game, and then they go ahead and score there. And then... It's Phil Kessel, 14-3, his 13th from Christian Dvorak and Alex Goligoski on the power play, 3-0 Arizona. But then they go ahead and they challenge that for goaltender interference. There wasn't goaltender interference on the play. You get another delay of game, and at 14:03, it's killed off. Arizona had 6 power plays. They had 6 power plays, and if my memory serves, all of them were in the final 40 minutes, and they at least get 2 goals on it, but the fact that it took as many opportunities as it did, and it honestly looked like that Kessel goal wasn't going to count as a power play goal. At least I was kind of getting away from the power play counter, not going to lie. I was taking some notes in the middle of that, but it's just the fact that I mistook that for not being a power play goal. It's a bit of a problem with killer instinct, and the fact that you're only up 2-0. A 2-goal lead is the worst goal lead in hockey. You always want to play like you're behind or play like you're only up by 1, so you have that intensity. I understand it's only against San Jose. I understand, you're about to go on a massive road trip, but you kind of want to get the killer instinct going. But they got a lot of their main guys going, which is good. Anyway, we continue on. Then it's an empty net later on. Phil Kessel, Phil the Thrill, Mr. Hot Dog, Mr. Burgermeister, Meister Burger himself, going out there. He has 2 goals. He has not scored a hat trick since joining the Arizona Coyotes. At 17:27, this was a fantastic play, by the way. Schmaltz to Keller, Keller to Kessel. Kessel scores in the empty net. That was just a beaut of a shot on. Yes, it was an empty net, but it was still solid. His 14th hat trick, and not only was there a 3-way tie for the Coyotes' goal-scoring lead after Keller scored that goal, Phil Kessel definitively took it over. He's having a bounce-back season. He now has the same amount of goals as he had last year. All of last year, playing in every single game. I think he has a total of 70. I'm going to go ahead and put that one out there. Phil Kessel's playing much better this year. Can you keep it up? That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, Arizona wins by a score of 4-0, and Aiden, 3 words, y'all know what they are, Aiden frickin' Hill, all right, gets the win. His record now improves to 4-3-1. The Coyotes win, improving their record to 15-14-5, and now you're going on a 9-game road trip, and if you can, I think there's 2 against Colorado, if you can get one, if you can just get one of those Colorado games, I don't care if the other is a 12-0 blowout. If you can get one of them, they're in a good position to stay in the playoff hunt. I'm not entirely sure if I personally believe they will make the playoffs right now. I've seen way too much inconsistency. I've been watching the team hardcore since 18-19. I became a fan in 06-07. Had a little bit of a, well, let's say a falling out between 14-15 and about 17-18, where I kind of half paid attention. But I've seen a lot of inconsistency, a lot of streaky behavior on this team, no matter what the personnel. So it's just, if they can get one against Colorado, let's say, I think it's a 9-game road trip, I think it's a 3-week road trip. If you can win at least 5, if you can get at least 5 of those 9 games, you definitively go above 500 there, we can talk about playoffs. All right, we can talk about a realistic Arizona looks good, Arizona looks like a playoff team, but you got to win, in my opinion, 5 out of 9 or more. I'd edge a little bit more towards 6 out of 9, but I understand it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But just the fact that that's kind of where I'm at. If they're going to make the playoffs, you kind of need to start getting hot now. You're getting a lot of your guys, you need to be hot right now, so I like that. Kind of got to maintain it, that's all I'm going to say. Anyway, team stats, Arizona is outshot 34-27. They take 47% of the faceoffs. San Jose is 0-for-1 on the power play. Arizona 1-for-6. Oh, it's only 10. Oh, they took away. Never mind. They took away the power play marker for Phil Kessel. So there you go. Only 1-for-6 in the power play. Even more concerning. Anyway, Arizona is out-hit 35-30. Blocks. San Jose blocks more shots, 14 versus 11. And San Jose gives the puck away more times, 10 versus 5. One thing I thought was funny was on San Jose's power play. Erik Karlsson had 2 slappers from the point. He missed the net both times. And Tyson Nash is talking about, with a shot like that, I have no idea how he only has 2 goals in the season. I know exactly why he only has 2 goals in the season. It's because he sucks. He couldn't hit the net. Come on now. It was a wide open lane, both of those. He's not the same player he usused to be. I said ever since that contract was signed, he was never going to live up to it. Anyway, Aiden Hill, all 34 saves, 4-3-1 record, like I said. Arizona, they're looking good. I'm feeling good about them right now, but it's like I said, it's a very long road trip coming up. You just got to play more consistently, or at least build upon this consistency. I say win 5. I'm leaning more towards 6, but win at least 5 out of 9. And if you are going to lose a couple of games, try to push them into overtime. Get as many points as you possibly can. And one of your goaltenders needs to come back. Aiden Hill is playing very well, but like what happened in 18-19, he got figured out after a while. He's much better better in terms of actually playing like a traditional goaltender this year with his body positioning and kind of the mechanical side of being a goaltender is the best way I can describe it without looking dumber than I already am. It's not going to last long term when you're relying on a guy that still is a little bit younger. You still need to have your veteran goaltender. One of them needs to come back, whether it's Ronto, whether it's Kuemper. You need to have two good goaltenders. Ivan Prosvetov needs more time to develop, in my opinion. I have no idea how he's going to be as an NHL goaltender yet. I would love him to be the 1B to Adin Hill's 1A next year or the year after or whatever. But in this current moment, with the pressure being higher, you need one of your veteran goaltenders. So if they can get a little bit healthier, maybe if they do push and get a couple of wins and they actually maintain and get into that 4th overall playoff spot, at the deadline, bet on yourself, do all that stuff. And if you end up falling below or you don't win a single game between now and the deadline, I'd still recommend selling off. But that is just me. That is just my thoughts. I'm going to go yeehaw, boys. You know, nothing quite kills the momentum of finally getting to watch Godzilla and King Kong fight on the big screen quite like watching some bad hockey. Thanks, Arizona Coyotes. I'm going to need to go back to the movie theater tomorrow to watch the movie again to cleanse my palate. What up, guys? As a sports guy here, still can't find that Kachina, so we're still rocking this. Let's talk about the Coyotes and Avalanche, March 31st, 2021. All right, look, I do not think my expectations for this team are unrealistic. I don't think it's asking too much. You don't need to beat the best teams in the league or the division or whatever night in, night out. You just need to compete, keep it competitive, show that you are trying to take the next step, show that you're trying to build on something. You know, that's all I want. Maybe push it to overtime, maybe, you know, maybe you do something there, you get the point, you keep yourself in good standing. Then we get a game like this. So Adin Hill gets the start, and one of the biggest problems with relying on the 1B, the fringe level starter, the most likely going to be a backup level goaltender at the NHL, still an NHL goalie, but most likely will end up being a backup, maybe that fringe starting role like I mentioned. The biggest problem with relying on that to get you your wins and relying on that when both of your starting goaltenders, your 1A and 1B are both out, is that they're going to have games like this because they are not built to be your full-time starter. At the very least, one bright side, Michael Bunting gets his first game of the season. Ever since 18-19, I think he played 7 games, but he scored a big goal against, I think it was Boston. He had a very, very productive, 7-game stretch there when there's a lot of injuries. He's a very defensively responsible forward that can provide some depth scoring. Why was this man not on the team from the beginning? All right. Let's go and jump into it. So at 4:04 the first, Jonas Donskoi is 13th from Jost and Girard, and then literally 20 some odd seconds later, Burakovsky is 8th from Kadri and Girard at 4:31. Literally within 25 seconds or whatever it was, there's already 2 goals on the board. Adin Hill did not look good. The defense didn't do him any favors. It's the defense and Adin Hill. Not just one, not just the other. It is both of them in conjunction, working together for this terrible souffle of mediocrity and poor play. But then 10 seconds later at 4:41, Michael Bunting is first from Goligoski and Schmaltz. The dude had the wheels. Dude was gone. It was the first shot of the game for the Coyotes, and they score. I want to say Colorado scored in their first shot as well. But at the very least, we're a game of it. I'm sitting in a Texas Roadhouse trying to keep up, trying to tweet alongside it. And then another goal goes in, 5:36. Pierre-Edouard Bellemare is 5th from Kuemper and McDonald. 30 seconds later at 6:04, Donskoi is 14th from Graves and Nichushkin. And at 7:31 of the first, Jonas Donskoi is 15th from Rantanen and Landeskog on the power play. By that point, Ivan Prosvetov had already been put in. Adin Hill, the exact amount of time he had on the ice, 6 minutes and 4 seconds. He faced 10 shots and surrendered 4 goals. He gets the loss tonight. At least to my knowledge, that's how it works, because the Coyotes did not score at least 4 goals, which would have tied wherever he left. I think it's how they do the losses here. But even if that wasn't how it was, he still deserves a loss here. Gets pulled, and then Ivan Prosvetov, I think he had a very good game for as good as you can, for your debut against essentially the most overpowered team while playing trash at other teams in the league. But then at least to end the period, it wasn't, they get a little bit of momentum, okay? A little bit of momentum. I think it's 5-2 at this point, 18:57. OEL is second from Krause in the power play. There you go. You got some momentum. You're within 3, and you're trying to kind of build on that. Arizona looks like they can probably make a comeback effort. Then we go at 17:45. Carter Garland is 10th from Michael Bunting. Is a really good play. Just kind of chip it off of a defender's stick right to Garland. Garland pockets it. But then, off of a really bad turnover by Jordan Oesterle. Look, I don't very often find myself agreeing with Tyson Nash, but when he said that unless you're Mario Lemieux or Wayne Gretzky or that kind of type, you do not do a backhand pass up the middle of the ice, you don't do that. And then it just comes down. Gabriel Landeskog is 13th. I don't think Prosvetov had a chance at that. And now it's 6-3 going into the... So instead of it being 5-3, it's a 2-goal game. Arizona's building momentum. That's the backbreaker right there. And you can tell from that point, Arizona had no shot at it going ahead into the third. 6:05, Rantanen is 21st from McKinnon and Taves. 11:57, Gabriel Landeskog is 14th from Rantanen and McKinnon. And Burakovsky is 9th from Donskoy and Bellemare at 16:49. And that actually was just coming off of a power play for the Coyotes. The Coyotes had 6 power plays, you score once. The difference between the Coyotes and Colorado gets 2 shots on a power play and they score. Coyotes the entire time maybe struggle to get 2 or 3 shots and don't do much with it. And it right there, failing to capitalize on an opportunity directly led to a chance by the other team, and you can't get sloppy. And just taking a glance at the amount of players that were involved, there was one forward on Colorado that had no points. Saad. That was it. Nothing else. Everyone else had points. Every single other player. Donskoy had a hat trick. Landeskog and Burakovsky had a couple of goals themselves. I hate how good Cale Makar is. He is one of the best two-way defenders or two-way defensemen in the league, and he will win a Norris one day. He is just a fantastic player, but it sucks to always be on the short end of the stick when it comes to situations like that, because, man, Arizona, there's stuff to look forward to. It's a couple good things. Michael Bunting. That's about it. I have no idea, first and foremost, I'll go ahead and just talk about this real quick. Why is John Hayden still on the ice? The dude does nothing, all right? He adds some sandpaper, sure, but the thing is, right now, you need a little bit more scoring, and Kajula does that with the sandpaper. There is no need for, in my opinion, Hayden to be in the lineup. That's one of the biggest fundamental flaws with Rick Tocchet as a coach. It's because he was a goon. He looks at other guys like, nope, if you can fill that exact same role, we'll throw you in there, give you all the ice time. He put Christian Fischer on the power play. All right, who puts Christian Fischer on the power play? I've never been a fan of Fischer. I was getting over a lot of the dislikes and whatnot of him. He is not that good of a player. You shouldn't have re-signed him. The fact that I see a game like this, I see how well Bunting played. I know how well Bunting's played before. I was around in 18-19 saying he should have been part of that bottom 6 moving forward past then. And the fact that instead of electing to that, a defensively responsible forward slotting in your bottom 6 that will hit a little bit here and there, but also provide depth scoring, instead of having that, you put in Christian Fischer. And then, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It frustrates me, just mainly because this team could be a lot better, and they could be more competitive against the best teams. Like I said, they don't need to beat Colorado every night. Like I said, I'm not mad that they lost. I'm mad that you go out there, when you're on a nice little streak, you're starting a 9-game road trip, and you lose 9-3. You throw Ivan Prosvetov out there to the Wolves. He gives up 5 goals, and now, watch, the takeaway from this game is going to be Ivan Prosvetov isn't that good. That is going to be the takeaway in this locker room, because you see it all the time. You see it all the time. All right, they look at the younger guys. They give them literally 1, maybe 2 small chances, and if you don't meet up to their standards right there, they will just completely ditch you. But the second the veterans keep constantly messing up, they don't really care. Look at Cal Capobianco. He had 2 games to prove that he was NHL ready this year, sent him right back down. All right, Jordan Gross was playing very good hockey. Why is he not in the lineup? All right, yeah, Jordan Oesterle has been playing good for most of the season, but he keeps tapering back off to mediocrity and making these dumb mistakes. You're telling me right now you couldn't give Gross a few more games? I don't understand what they do with their young kids in this organization. I don't understand how you expect guys to show that they're NHL ready or they can be NHL ready if you don't play them. You got Jason Demers out there playing that he can't play defense anymore. He cannot play defense anymore. He'll have a couple good, just like OEL. He'll have a couple good plays here or there. Everyone thinks he's still decent or he's getting back on track, and because he's a veteran, you keep with him. Goligoski, the only reason he's still in the lineup is because he still pulls a couple good defensive plays a night and is starting to get his offensive touch going. He had an assist tonight, but I mean, frustrating. Anyway, Ivan Prosvetov, 23 saves, 5 goals against, 821 save percentage. A loss should go to Aiden Hill, so that should put him at 4-4-1 on the season. Arizona loses 9-3. I don't know what anybody wants me to talk about here. I mean, they scored 3 goals. Michael Bunting looks good. I think he's also on an expiring contract, so you might want to give him a couple extra years, yesterday, just so you can keep him here and have a good depth forward. I don't know. I think for me, it frustrates me because every single time this team looks like they're going to build consistency or take another step, they take 4 or 5 steps backwards. And then whenever they start taking those steps backwards and you're like, okay, I guess it's time to blow it back up, they start going again. And to me, that has to come down to leadership. That has to come down to coaching. That has to come down with the fundamental philosophy of the team. And if you want that to change, maybe just maybe fire Tocchet. Maybe just maybe look at a power play that isn't that effective and doesn't do anything consistently. And yeah, they'll get a goal here, goal there, a couple, multi-goal games, and then nothing, and a lot of waste of time. Why are you okay with that? Yeah, in this game right now, they got 1 power play goal. Good, sure. You had 6 opportunities. Colorado got 2 and 4. Colorado had 2 goals and 4 power play opportunities. You had 1 and 6. I don't want to hear about, they got a goal. It's a lot of things need to change. The defense, the only consistently good defender on the team is Jacob Chychrun. That is the only consistently good defender. Ilya Lyubushkin has a few of his flaws, but again, you'd want to keep him in your second or third pairing, so it's fine. Jordan Oesterle, the exact same scenario, but he's a third line or third pairing defenseman, so fine, whatever. But Alex Goligoski being mid this entire season, and that's being a little bit more so nice to him. Jason Demers not knowing how to defend anymore. This is the downsides of coming out of the Chaika era, but to me, if I'm Armstrong, I wouldn't have minded trying to buy out Goligoski just to free up a contract, or Jason Demers, one of the guys. That's just the way I see it. And I don't know. I harp on these little things. I harp on the frustrations because what do you want me to talk about? Do you want me to talk about how poorly the defense played? Do you want me to talk about how they kept leaving Ivan out to dry? You want me to talk about how the defense and Aiden Hill both playing very bad in the first 10 minutes combined to what it got? The Coyotes were, by one of their power plays in the first period, by the time they got their second shot, Arizona was being outshot 17-1 and outscored 5-1. All right, what's the story there? They got embarrassed. They went up against a team that is so much better than them in just about every single way, shape, and form, and instead of trying to make it competitive, instead of trying to stay closer in the game, because like I said, you're not going to beat them every single game. You're not going to even beat them half of your games. That's not my issue. I want to reiterate one more time, my issue is not the fact that they lost. It's how you lose these games, and that's all I got. The only star of the game is Michael Bunting, a goal and 1 assist. Keep him in the main lineup because he's actually really good, just saying. Arizona Coyotes lose 9-3. They fall to 16-15-5 on the season. With LA winning right now against Vegas, we'll go ahead and have to wait and see what happens there. Hopefully Vegas can come back, keep it in regulation, and keep LA behind us. And now they move on to Southern California. I think it's LA and then Anaheim, or Anaheim then LA. But all these are must wins. Honestly, you have to beat Anaheim twice and beat LA at least once. And if you're going to lose one of them, push it to overtime to keep points ahead of them. That's the only real option at this point. If the Coyotes want to pretend they're going to go to the playoffs, if they want to keep the momentum alive, if they want to, do it the right way, do that. Add whatever you can at the deadline. If you really want to make a push this year, stop putting out turnstiles on the ice and start going to the guys that actually can give you what you need on the roster. That's the more frustrating part. It's consistently, Lawson Krause has been finding his way out of his rut. Christian Fischer is a worse Lawson Krause. You only need one of them. You do not need 3 of those guys. And John Hayden only counts because all he does is hit. That's where I'm at. Coyotes lose. I'm done talking. I also got to talk about the month for the Tucson Roadrunners tonight. So it's going to be a long night. How's it going, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, also known as He Who Knows Nothing About Hockey, yet has been right so far about Connor Garland, Michael Bunting, and Lane Peterson being pretty good hockey players. Let's go ahead and jump right into the April 2nd, 2021 matchup between the Arizona Coyotes and Anaheim Ducks. I don't know what this whole thing was about. I'm just excited because Lane Peterson makes the NHL debut. Coyotes have a bounce-back game, and I actually got to watch about every second of the game. So I actually went to go watch Godzilla vs. Kong for the 3rd time after work today, and on the way home, I started watching the game, trying to catch a little bit in the shower, but the problem was my stream kept glitching. So I've been sitting here for about, I think it was 7 or 8, maybe 10 minutes into the first period, and then I didn't take my notes for this one because it didn't meet the criteria of all 60. So gonna do a classic style here, jump right into the first period. Arizona got off to a really good start. They were moving the puck well, getting some pressure. They were out shooting Anaheim heavily in that first period for a while, but then at 16:06, Volkov is fourth from Comtois, and Drysdale is actually a recent acquisition from Tampa Bay, I think a week ago, and Anaheim's up 1-0, just a pretty good shot. Let's go ahead and jump into the next one, and then about 2.5 minutes later, at 18:43, Johan Johan Larson is 5th from Phil the Thrill. Yes, we're doing hot dogs tonight, boys. And Jordan Gross. And just a little side note, I was going to make a little video comparing Victor Soderstrom, Jordan Gross, and Kyle Kovabienko this season for the first couple of games. Well, so far only Gross has any points. So I'm assuming he's the better of the three right now at this current moment. Anyway, Johan Larson, this is just a really good bar downski shot. He's coming out and around, brings it over, bada bing, bada boom. Just a little. Okay, I'm done. I'm moving on. Anyway, going into the second period at 4:28, Jakob Silfverberg, a really good kick into the net. This should not have counted. This was a terrible call. It's a distinct kicking motion. All right, how is it not a distinct kicking motion? Anyway, Silfverberg definitely edges his way into the FIFA World Cup for next year or whatever the next World Cup is, and Anaheim's up 2-1. Arizona responds, but about 6 minutes later, Lane Peterson is first from Dvorak and Goligoski. I'm going to say this right now. All right, first off, Anaheim Ducks fans have been pretty good, and by that I mean I haven't noticed any of you in my comment section, but if I hear a single Anaheim Duck saying how this was a fluke goal, you literally kicked one in 5 minutes earlier. But this one, it goes off the boards in a weird way, Dvorak clearing it up to him, and he just goes back, he just goes forehand, backhand, and just kind of taps it in again with the forehand. Just, you got to make sure it goes in. You got to make sure. We're tied up, and then in the third period, I'm going to go ahead and say this right now, Anaheim put up a pretty good fight for a decent portion of the third. I actually wasn't sure if Arizona was going to be able to pull this one out, but then at 12:02, Phil the Thrill. We're doing hot dogs tonight, boys. It's 15th from Schmaltz and Gross. That's a 2-point night for Gross. This one was funny because Christian Fischer crashes the net, but the puck goes in off of Anaheim defender's groin before the net gets crashed. It is a Phil Kessel goal. Coyotes are up 3-2. And then you know what? Let's not stop it there. About 4.5 minutes later, Nick Schmaltz is 9th from Gross. It originally gave Bunting the secondary assist, which would have been fantastic. All the old Tucson Roadrunners would have had points tonight, except for Connor Garland, but they took it away. Nick Schmaltz, that was a snipe. And Jordan Gross, 3 assists tonight. That is his first, as a professional, at the professional level, that is Jordan Gross' first 3-point night. So congratulations to him. He had a very good night, and I really like, I like the boldness of, one of the biggest problems the NHL has in sports in general is these coaches and these general managers are usually hyper loyal to veterans because they've been around for a while or historically they have done well, to the point where they will stifle the kids coming up, especially when someone like Jordan Gross is playing better defense than Jason Demers. I feel like it's deja vu. Like I've been here like a month or two ago saying this exact same thing I'm saying right now, but I'll go ahead and note that. But Jordan Gross is playing better defensively than Jason Demers. He's also moving the puck around better. I was waiting for them to give him his opportunity again because I think he earned it. I think he's earned a spot at that 6th/7th defenseman on the team consistently. I'd argue more so bottom pairing 6th defenseman, but we can argue that another day. But I think this kind of solidifies it, and it's good for him, honestly. Good for him. Anyway, Nick Schmaltz, Bardowski. There's a little bit of excitement towards the end of the game. Anaheim doesn't get anything doing on a power play. Coyotes win 4-2, improving their record to 17-15-5, and they leapfrog the St. Louis Blues. So, Mason, you never answered my question on Twitter. How's 5th feel? Hopefully it's going to be in his video, but I'm kidding. I love you, Mason. But the Coyotes, that's a bounce back. Obviously, they are a weaker opponent than Colorado. I do not think that is some sort of controversial statement. But the fact that they went in there, they got the job done. All right, they played a solid 60 minutes. I don't think there's a single period or a single second really that Arizona played actually poorly. Obviously, you could judge it against the competition they were against, but I think they played well all 60. You can build on that. They got one more game against Anaheim. If you win that, you can get some distance. Try to solidify that 4th spot. That's all I care about, and just go for it, because if they can win this and at least win one of 2 against LA, I'd prefer you win both or at least take one of them to overtime if you lose it. But if you can win 1 out of 2 there, you're building points, you're building momentum, you're creating some distance. Do that. And also, if you beat LA once and lose the second game, you're kind of maintaining the exact same distance where you were. So just don't lose both of those. Anyway, this is a good game. I like seeing it. Yes, I shouldn't look deep into it because we're playing against Anaheim, but the fact that you came off a 9-3 loss, a 9-3 spanking. All right, this was a game where if Arizona would have lost this one, it's a downward spiral, sell at the deadline, do what I was saying earlier. This game really was that important because if you cannot find a way to bounce back after being smacked around like a rag doll, you are not going to be a resilient team. And the fact that Arizona has shown a level of resilience, I can respect that. Like I said, keep building, keep going, don't stop where you're at now. now, because if they get complacent, you're going to see them go right back down, like when they were in the 4th spot earlier on in the season. So make of that what you will. Got to still stay critical. Team stats: Arizona outshoots Anaheim 31-29. They win 44% of the faceoffs. Both teams over 2 on the power play. They out-hit Anaheim 30-22. They block 11 shots versus Anaheim's 8 and give the puck away fewer times, 9 versus 13. Adin Hill, a really good game. He had 1 goal against. I'm not counting that second goal. All right, 27 saves on 29 shots, so 2 goals against technically. 931 save percentage. That's the kind of bounce back you need. Again, he's the 1B. He is a NHL fringe level starter. You don't want him to be the full-time starter for an entire season, but that's what the fringe guys do. When other guys are injured or they're sick or something like that, you come in, you steal a few, you win a few games, you play well. He improves his record to 5-4-1. Build on it. That's all I'm going to say. I know it's kind of repeating it, but just, yeah, you just do that. Keep building on it. Anyway, let's go ahead and look into the 3 stars of the game. 3rd star has to go to Phil Kessel, who not only, I think he technically gets the game-winning goal right there, also had an assist earlier in the game, so that's 2 points. 2nd star has to go to Lane Peterson, obviously NHL goal in his first NHL game. He was very involved. They were playing him in the top 6. I was shocked. But I think he earned those minutes. He's playing very well. I would be shocked if when Tyler Pitlick comes back, John Hayden isn't the one getting kicked out of the lineup, because Bunting was playing pretty well too. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here, because you have some of the young kids really competing for these spots and taking steps that even I wasn't fully sure they were going to be able to at the NHL level. So just keep going. It's going to be interesting to see. But anyway, 1st star, Jordan Gross, 3 assists, his first 3-point as a professional night, just fantastic for him. And of course, Adin Hill, he played well. He played very, very well. Arizona gets a much needed win, 4-2. I got nothing else to say. I am definitely more optimistic right now, but again, keep building, keep going, and that's all I got. How's it going, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and keep this one nice and brief. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch any of this game. I got to listen to a few minutes of the second, so it's just going to be a pretty much just straight report. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Anaheim Ducks playing on April 4th, 2021. So it's a pretty big game for Arizona, considering the fact that they had just finally gotten into a playoff spot. They needed to get this one done. Coach Tocchet was talking before the game. This was definitely a must-win. Pretty much every single game is a must-win. Adin Hill gets a start. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Lineups are the exact same. First period at 8:31, Sam Carrick is first from Zegras, and right now Anaheim's on top 1-0. However, Arizona would respond in about 40 seconds. Jakob Chychrun is 10th from John Hayden and Goligoski at 8:58. You know what? What's one thing I like is that when I start to complain about certain Coyotes players and how they're not producing, they start producing. Good job for John Hayden, so I got to give the respect where it's due. But then unfortunately at 14:47, Derek Grant would score his 4th from Zegras and Jones, and we'd have to wait all the way until the 3rd period. So at 15:09, less than 5 minutes to go in the game, Jakob Chychrun is 11th from Schmaltz and Garland. Go ahead into the overtime. This was a nice goal. It was off of a face-off win. Larson over to Keller. Keller back to Chychrun. This was a nice goal. At 1:47, Chychrun is 12th, gets the hat trick. That's from Keller and Larson. Man, that's how you win a game. Anaheim, from what I can tell, looking at some numbers and whatnot, played pretty decently. But this really comes down to a game where Arizona could have lost 2 big points. And right there, you keep the momentum going. You get the job done. And Jakob Chychrun, that's his first career hat trick. And that is the first hat trick scored in overtime by a defenseman since the last 3 Anaheim Ducks to do it. So that is huge. That is big. Adin Hill gets the win, 18 saves, 20 shots against, so 2 goals against, 900 save percentage. That puts his record to, it should be 6-4-1. Solid game for him at the very least. Team stats: Arizona outshoots Anaheim 31-20. They take 55% of the faceoffs, no power plays for them. They out-hit Anaheim 29-25. They block fewer shots, 13 versus 5, but then again, Arizona's getting more offensive chances, so that's good. They give the puck away fewer times, 7 versus 11, and yeah, that's really it. Arizona, this is a game that they definitely needed, and they got it. And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how you got it. It doesn't matter how you got there. It just matters that Jakob Chychrun right there stood up when he needed to. And in my opinion, that dude should be the captain. He really is a big leader, and he's really just kind of strided when it comes to his development. But yeah, so just they get it done. Their next couple games are against LA, I believe. So go ahead, keep it going. It's a couple injured players that should be on this road trip after the next couple of games. So guys will start to get healthy. We'll definitely see how that goes, but the Coyotes do get the win, and see if they can keep it going. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and Michael Bunting's a pretty good hockey player, isn't he? Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Los Angeles Kings matchup on April 5th, 2021. Disclosure time out of the way. I was working again tonight, but I did get to listen to just about the entirety of the first period. Phone had a low battery, so I had to turn the phone off. When I turned my phone back on after some closing duties, it was 5 minutes to go before the start of the third, so I listened to just about the entirety of the first and the third. Let's say plus or minus 5 minutes. I at least got 35 minutes of good hockey in there. So there we go. Let's go ahead and jump right into this one. Some minor lineup adjustments. Lane Peterson is unfortunately sent back to the taxi squad. I think Drake Ajola took his place, but I only vaguely remember seeing the lineup just a little bit earlier. Yep, that was him. I can confirm. See, this is why you always have fact checking right there. Aiden Hill gets a start. I, of course, am not a big fan of playing guys back-to-back nights. I think all it does is, as you saw with Darcy Kuemper, as you saw with Antti Ranta, it either develops injury issues or injury issues that are already there end up getting worse, and we do not need to lose Aiden Hill. All right, and also, can I just side note, imagine a world where the Arizona Coyotes were logical and bought out Antti Ranta before this season and locked up Aiden Hill to like a 3-year contract to be the backup goaltender. Let's just take a second to think about that timeline we could be in and jump into this one. So, going in, this made me happy. All right, starting out in the first period, 2:43. Michael Bunting is second from Garland and Demers. Pretty good slap-a-rooney on him, I'm going to say right now. But the fact that Arizona, they're scoring early, scoring first, all those things that I was complaining about when they were on that pretty big losing streak, and I'm like, this team's playoff hopes are donezo. You're doing that. You're addressing the issues. That is how you get better as a team, and they're building the consistency. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so happy. It makes me happy that this team can actually build that consistency. Anyway, roughly a minute and a half later, at 4:11 on the power play, Michael Bunting is third from Chychrun and Goligoski. This was just a nice one. So this is a hard-working, old-school style play. He's in front of the net. The puck's right there. He turns around and puts it in. It does not matter if it's a rebound goal. Doesn't matter if it's a garbage goal. As you saw against Anaheim, it does not matter if you kick it in as long as you pay the refs. But seriously, as long as you're there and you put that puck inside the net, you don't kick it unless you're Jakob Silfverberg or you don't do anything like that. It's still a goal. Looks the exact same on the score sheet. And at that point, right there, 4 minutes and 11 seconds into his third game of the season, Michael Bunting is a goal-per-game player. Gonna throw it out there. Then you skip ahead about 3 minutes at 7:28. Derek Brassard is eighth from Connor Garland and Ekman Larson. Connor Garland had himself a pretty good game tonight. The first thing I thought of when Garland was talking about how he wants to be more of a playmaker was, oh no, they're going to do the Redeem Rabada thing where since there aren't any other shooters, you're going to take a sniper, make him more of a playmaker, and since they'll be good as a playmaker, they'll be good, but you're going to see goal scoring go down. Good night tonight. Anyway, 16:07 on the power play. Drew Doughty is eighth from Tempe and Kopitar, and going into the first intermission, Arizona's up 3-1. Carrying all the momentum. They're playing very well. Yes, you give up a goal late, but all you got to do is get a goal back in the second. You're fine. And Michael Bunting does that at 8:48 on the power play. Side note, the last 4 consecutive goals are power play goals. That's also taking into account the Drew Doughty goal. But that's Michael Bunting, 4th of the season. First career hat trick from Jakob Chychrun and Alex Goligoski. Goligoski's on like a 5-game point streak. I think it's 1 goal and 7 assists or 2 goals and 7 assists. He's turning it back on, and you're starting to see some of the offensive upside. Pretty much the way everyone needs to play right now. The way everyone needs to be productive. Everyone needs to do exactly what they were brought in here to do. They're all doing it. Even Jason Demers has, 2 assists in this game, or at least 1 assist? Even Jason Demers is playing well right now, right? So just keep that in the back of your mind. Go ahead into the third period, 2 minutes and 10 seconds in. Anthony CU is 8th. I can't read the other names, so I apologize. It's now a 2-goal game, and right there, the 3-goal lead in hockey is the worst in hockey because all you gotta do is score 1, and then you get the next one, and the lead is already almost gone. However, the Arizona Coyotes, despite, from what I was listening to, LA putting up a pretty good fight in that third period, the Coyotes withstand it, and then at 19:26 with an empty net, Christian Dvorak, his 12th from Johan Larson. I want to say Jakob Larson. I don't know why. Just throwing it out there. But it doesn't matter. The Arizona Coyotes get the win, and that's 2 wins in a row, 4 in their last 5. They're getting the points, and all you got to do is just play competitive in the next game. I think it's in 2 days against these same LA Kings. If you end up losing, push it to overtime, and you still have a net positive on this trip, trying to maintain the distance, and you can do something here. Honestly, at this point, with how Arizona has built some consistency, I'm actually convinced they should add at the deadline. The only thing is I don't want to ruin the chemistry going on here. Maybe just try to trade Ranta for a third if you can. But honestly, that's cool. That's cool that they got that consistency. Just keep maintaining it. And honestly, this team could surprise you in the playoffs. Now, I'm not calling a cup run, not calling anything deep like that. But maybe, let's say, if they go up against Colorado, being able to make it a competitive series this time, I think that would be a pretty good step forward. Anyway, so let's go ahead and talk about Adin Hill. 36 freaking... Adin freaking Hill. Adin freaking Hill. I'm going to say it again, all right? 36 saves on 38 shots against, 2 goals against, 947 save percentage. He ends up getting the win. I'm a couple of games behind on his record, so let's go ahead and click on his stats for the season to confirm. He now is 7-4-1. I almost said 0-1 because of AHL stats. I'm a little bit behind, but 7-4-1. He's starting to really hit his stride. He had one bad game, and that's what happens with your 1A or 1B, kind of however you want to talk about it, the fringe level starters. They're going to get blown up here or there. Even the Darcy Kuempers or even the Andre Vasilevskis are going to get blown up every now and again. But the fact that he was able to bounce back, get a couple of good, quality wins, and a fantastic performance, honestly, Adin Hill. Just like I said, imagine the timeline where he's on a 3-year contract. You don't have to worry about it. Now you got to re-sign him. He's going to want a pay raise. So is Connor Garland. Probably Michael Bunting's going to want at least a small pay raise. Maybe he's going to get like $1.25 million a year. Don't know. That's for the offseason. That's why you got to be a forward-thinking organization. Going into the team stats, Arizona is outshot 38-33. They take only 40% of the faceoffs, but they go 3 for 6 in the power play, holding LA to just 1 for 3 on theirs. They out-hit LA narrowly 20-19. They block fewer shots, 10 versus 13, but give the puck away fewer times, 2 versus 8. And that's how you get the win. Arizona Coyotes are now up to 19-15-5, and it's looking within striking distance. Remember before the season when I said that their absolute ceiling was 30 wins, like if everything goes right? They are finally within the striking distance of being able to make that a reality with their remaining games on the season. So the simple fact that they're even in that position, I think that's a pretty good indicator of where this team is right now. I have no idea where this whole adventure is going to end. I have no idea how much longer they're going to keep it up. But the simple fact that they're getting it done, they're getting wins, they're stringing it together, they're keeping consistent. They're finally done with the bottlenecking of their prospects. Jordan Gross had a couple of decent games. I know he had a turnover earlier today. I think it ended up leading to at least a good scoring chance. But at the same time, rookies are going to make their mistakes. Same thing with Kyle Kuemper. You should have had them up. Let them play 40, 50 games. Let them make their mistakes. Let them figure it out, because that's what prospects need. You can only learn so much from the AHL, but Jordan Gross has been played so much better than I gave him any credit for. The fact that Jason Demers came in, also had a pretty solid game from what I can tell, and even Jordan Osley is the odd man out. I always thought Jordan Osley would get kicked out for Kyle Kuemper. Turns out it's Jordan Gross. And Michael Bunting, I never saw that he could be this at the NHL. All right, I saw a bottom six, defensively responsible guy that's going to add a little bit of sandpaper. He will hit if you need him to, but he'll also get some depth scoring, so you probably have him on maybe your third, fourth line winger. I thought that's where he was going to be. The fact that he's showing he was on the first line. Lane Peterson was playing top 6 minutes on the second line his 2 games, and he got a goal in those 2 games. Michael Bunting was the first line winger with Connor Garland and Nick Schmaltz at the center. Also, can we talk about how Nick Schmaltz has been playing so much better? All right, well, like I said, whenever I start criticizing individual players, they start playing better. Whenever I start praising them, they start either pittering out or playing terribly. So maybe I shouldn't be all high on Bunting, but you know what? I'm willing to be wrong here. Please let me be wrong, because Michael Bunting's a damn good hockey player. I want to see the kid keep going and succeeding. I absolutely love seeing draft picks for the Coyotes, or kids that they've had in their system like Lane Peterson or Connor Garland or even Adin Hill, Jordan Gross. I love seeing those guys getting their opportunities and running with it, because we've always had these good prospects. Ever since I started covering this team in late 2018? Yeah, it was 2018-19 season, so, mid-2018 essentially, I saw the quality here. That's when I became a Tucson Roadrunners fan. I'm like, I saw what this team, had up the pipeline, and I wasn't exactly a fan of them trying to continuously bring in veterans to bottleneck them, and the fact that they're finally here, I love the youth movement. Anyway, without wasting any more time, Arizona Coyotes win by a final score of 5-2, definitively beating the Kings. Play competitive again in the next game. At least take it to overtime if you're going to lose. But the way I see it, capitalize on it. Get the win. Try to get as much distance as possible and keep the momentum going. And you know what? This really was, like, I know I mentioned it briefly, but also this is not something that is exclusive to me. A lot of people would know this. This is really going to be a team identity, like, establishing road trip, and the fact that they're starting off as well as they are, minus a little kerfuffle in Colorado, the fact that they're doing it as consistently as they are, as well as they are, I like it. I got nothing but respect for it. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Los Angeles Kings matchup on April 7th, 2021. Couple of things to get out of the way. I'm recording this as of midnight, and I am now 25 years old. Oh, God help me. Second, they were just at work, and they're like 3D glasses, and I figured it would be a pretty decent little visual prop. And thirdly, for the disclosure of actually getting to watch this game, I got to watch about the first, 10 minutes and listen to most of the rest of the first, listen to most of the second, and most of the third while I was building this nice little gaming chair that my wife got me. Thank you very much. And on top of that, I was running around trying to find the last copy of Monster Hunter Rise in my area. So, it was a listening game. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into this one. Adin Hill gets to start. Lane Peterson's back in the lineup, and Jordan Oesterle is in. Jordan Gross is out. And let's go ahead and jump right into this one. So the Arizona Coyotes were actually playing pretty well to start the game. And then at 9:30 of the first, Lawson Krause's third from Fisher and Chychrun. They thought that Fisher got that one. And I'm not going to lie, the back of my mind's like, well, who am I going to complain about now? But at least Fisher did put a legitimate effort in there. But no, Lawson Krause got the goal. Then we move on to about 5 minutes later, 14:44, Ilya Lyubushkin, a day after his birthday, April 6th, he shares the same birthday as my wife, funny enough, his first career NHL goal from Krause and Fisher. Both Krause and Fisher having a very good game, but then of course LA had to respond at 17:21. Anderson Dolan his fifth from Moore and Klog, and then you go ahead and go into the second period where Johan Larsson scores his sixth from Chychrun and Kessel at 5:55. He's definitely providing that depth that we needed, especially at the center position, getting some goals and whatnot. That would put him on pace for somewhere around, I think, 12 or 13 in a regular season. So I like that. Keep it up. Then the problems start in the third period. All right, it genuinely felt like Arizona kind of was just satisfied being up 3-1 going into the third, and didn't really feel like they had to try anymore because 3 unanswered goals. 1:18, 4:17, and 13:55 of the third goes to Kuemper, Carter, and Grundstrom. I don't really know how to put it into words. It's not necessarily that I want to sit here and yell, kick, and scream, because obviously you guys know I said at least maintain the current distance, win one of them, try to push another one into overtime if you're going to lose, but at least win one of the two. They did win one of the two, and they looked good for 40 minutes or so, or at least sounded good. But you can't rely on winning hockey games when you're only playing 40 minutes. And on top of that, the team stats also kind of don't back you up here. But let's go ahead and talk about Adin Hill first. 26 saves on 30 shots, .867 save percentage with 4 goals against. He was fine, I guess. I know most of those goals are primarily on the defense and just kind of the bend don't break attitude. You can't call it bend don't break because they did break. 3 unanswered goals in the third. That is breaking. That is your defense straight up breaking. His record falls to 7-5-1. Team stats, Arizona's outshot 30-27, so kept it relatively close. Face-off percentage, they only won 39%, and that's one of the biggest areas. You got to win face-offs, you got to maintain puck possession, and later on in the game when they actually had a 6-man on the ice, they won a face-off and didn't really do much with that possession down there. It's just you have to take advantage. 0-2 on the power play, LA is 0-1, like the hockey guy mentioned, you're seeing less and less penalties. Arizona does out-hit them 27-25, but everything else is so close, including the score, that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, to be honest. They block fewer shots, 9 versus 11, but they do, once again, I think it's like 5 games in a row, give the puck away fewer times, 2 versus 12. All right, Arizona definitely protects the puck better, but you also need to maintain possession and start possession of the puck in the offensive zone, because what's the point of an offensive zone? Face-off, if you're just going to lose the face-off and it goes right back down the other way, you might as well have a defensive face-off at that point. But it comes down a lot to face-offs and lack of, in my opinion, the killer instinct. You had a 2-goal lead, which everyone knows is pretty much, I know 3 goals is technically the worst lead in hockey, but 2, you can start to get complacent, and that's what Arizona did, and then you have to start trying to, get that last goal in like the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes of the game, but at that point, you should have been tied. Worst case scenario. And that's kind of what bugs me, is that this is a loss that makes Arizona look bad. This is a loss that tells me Arizona is going to start getting cocky, and if anything, when you think about it like that, that might mean this is the right loss at the right time. I think they're going up against Vegas in the next couple of games, and I think they have their last game against St. Louis. There's a couple of big games coming up. If they just got beat, and in my opinion, embarrassing fashion by the Kings, who are behind them, and their record is now 15-17-6, Coyotes 19-16-5, so they're ahead by a decent little amount there in terms of overall games. Getting beat by them right there the way that they did might wake them up and tell them, hey, you still have to play a full 60. So hopefully that'll give them the right message and get them where they need to be, because if they can just get back on track and play like they did in the first 40 minutes, play like they have in the last few games, obviously I think Peterson, Bunting have been really good additions late on in the season, get some fresh legs there, and see what you really have prospect-wise. Once again, remember, AZ Sports Guy doesn't know anything about hockey, but he was saying play Peterson, play Bunting, see what you got. Anyway, but just, I don't know. It's frustrating because this one really shouldn't have been a loss, but Arizona takes the loss. If they can take the right lessons, essentially, away from this game, they can bounce back and be fine, but actually take those lessons to heart. Arizona Coyotes lose by a final score of 4-3, dropping the record to 19-16-5. Bounce back in the next game, win 1 of 2 against Vegas, and Vegas is struggling right now. They're right up against the cap. They're having injuries. You really can't afford to have extra skaters anymore at this point. Take advantage of that, win 1 of the 2, and then, like I said, I think they're going into the last game against St. Louis, win that one. Make sure to definitely keep the distance between you and St. Louis, and right there, you got a good recipe for success, so just build on it. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and as you can see, the office is a little bit different. I was actually tearing this place up yesterday, getting ready to move out. Thankfully, nothing's changing, so here we go. However, the posters are not going back up. They're probably a little bit too damaged. I have to replace them with something. So the Diamondbacks poster or flag is a little bit closer to us. Anyway, last night, as I was packing up at the office, listening to some YouTube videos in the background, 1 goal, 2 goal, 3 goals, 4 ends up going in for Vegas, and then right after Connor Garland got the assist on the goal to end the second period, turned the game on, ended up missing the second period, but I did listen to about, let's say 10 or 15 minutes of the third, close to the 10 minutes, so all the disclosure out of the way. It's going to be a much quicker one, just kind of giving you the numbers, what happened with Vegas last night. The Coyotes go in to face Vegas. It's Aiden Hill's, I believe, his 8th start, and I've said it before, I will say it again when it comes to the fringe backup goaltender. Stop playing him so many games in a row, because obviously the dude cannot handle that many starts in succession because he's already gotten blown up twice in 8 games, so just in the back of your mind, remember, you have a backup goaltender. Use them once here or there. Anyway, so let's go ahead and get into the first period. It was all Vegas. On the power play at 3:03, Marchessault was 11th from Patches and Theodore, and then Carrier was 4th from Roy and Reeves at 4:41. At 6:59, Keegan Coleslaw is 2nd, and shorthanded at 8:44, Riley Smith is 8th from Carlson. And let's go ahead and go into the second period. At 4:10, Chandler Stevenson is 8th from Stone and McNabb, and then you go into right there, Arizona needed a bounce back, and before the period ends on the power play at 19:07, Nick Schmaltz is 10th from Kuligoski and Garland. Then you go ahead into the third period, and Arizona continues after giving up 5 consecutive goals. They get a few of their own. At 2:42, Dryden Hunt is 3rd from Kessel and Larson. It was actually funny. Craig Morgan was mentioning how Rick Tocchet liked Dryden Hunt's shot. Is a very good two-way bottom 6 forward. Why do you keep scratching him? Comes in and scores his 3rd goal. Maybe stop scratching the dude if he doesn't score in 1 game. He's a bottom 6er. Anyway, then about a minute later at 3:40, Clayton Keller is 12th from Kessel and Dvorak. We have a game again until Riley Smith says not really. At 9:44, Smith his 9th from Carlson and Marchessault. Then Bunting about 10 seconds later at 9:59 says, wait a second. No, this is a game. His 5th from Kessel and Schmaltz. Once again, Michael frickin' Bunting. And then at 19:05, Patches his 19th from Stevenson and Pietrangelo. I find it funny how that amazing off-season acquisition couldn't get a point in this game of all games until it was an empty net goal late. But there you go. Arizona tried to make it interesting to lose 7-4. The record drops to 19-17-5, and I was actually mistaken. I thought they were done playing Colorado for the year. Apparently, they get one more. So after Vegas, they also play against Colorado, I believe. I'll have to double-check the schedule one more time. And at least in the back of my mind, Charles is one of my favorite subscribers, and I really do appreciate the mindset behind, his comment after the game last night. He actually mentioned in the previous report is, hey, if you take away that first period, Arizona has showed they can compete with Vegas. They can go on a deep playoff run. My biggest problem with that, and as much as when you look in a bubble right there, yeah, sure, it's tied. Well, no, that'd actually win 4-3 if just on the top of my head right there. So there you go. But hockey games are not 40 minutes, and Arizona has a very big problem with not playing a full 40 minutes, and you can't forget the context. They gave up 4 goals in the first 10 minutes of the game. Actually, the first 8 minutes and 44 seconds of the game, and 5 unanswered goals. You can't get on the board. You can't let your opponent score that many goals and then get on the board. They can't keep playing from behind. You can't keep playing 20 or 30 or 40 minutes of a game. You have to play a full 60. And I'm not necessarily mad Arizona lost this game. Vegas is a much better team than Arizona. The problem is that Vegas has had a couple of injuries. They're pressed against the salary cap. Arizona's on more of a hot streak. You figured you would at the very least be able to get the first one, but use this punch in the mouth to win the next one. That's all I can say. Go ahead and look at Aiden Hill, who did get pulled. So he played the first 40 minutes, 27 shots, 27 saves on 32 shots, 844 save percentage, and the 5 goals against, so make of that what you will. Ivan Prosvetov comes in, stops 3 out of 4 with 1 goal against, a 750 save percentage at 18-25 minutes played. You can't really blame him. Hell gets the loss. That's 7-6-1 for him on the season. Let's go ahead and just briefly get to the team stats. Arizona's outshot 37-26. They do take 49% of the faceoffs. That is a good takeaway. Both teams are 1 for 2 on the power play. Arizona out-hits Vegas 43-25. All right, you at least went to work there with the forecheck. I can appreciate that. They block fewer shots, 19 versus 12, and give the puck away fewer times, 7 versus 4. So, hey, there you go. A couple of positives. At the very least, they did make a game of it. I have to give them credit for that. But if you want to be a playoff team, that's not how you play. It's not how you get it done. And if they're going to keep playing like that, this team might as well sell at the deadline. If you really think this team can make a run, make a big acquisition. Trade away 1 or 2 of your expiring contracts and say, look, we think the core is good. There's a couple pieces that are, on the outside of that core. We can give up and get something else to try to make a push. And if you're not willing to do that, you might as well sell, because you have to bet on yourself and be willing to add. Because, yeah, some players might say, oh, well, you don't believe in us. Well, the way I see it and the way many other people see it is, we see potential here, and we're going to do everything on our power to give you what you need to win. And I think if they want to win it, they think they can make a playoff run, I think it would be fringe at best at this point, when it's consistently, they'll play well against the bad teams in the division, and then they'll struggle or play surprisingly well against the better teams. You've had 1 or 2 games against Vegas so far. They played pretty well. I think it was a couple games against Minnesota they had that were pretty good. And then, of course, St. Louis. But Colorado has consistently smacked them, all but, I think, 1 game so far. Vegas has still smacked them around for the most part. It comes across that you have to be willing or be able to show, hey, we can compete on the higher level against the better teams. And if Arizona wants to do that, you got to make a move. And if you don't think you can do that, or you don't think the move is out there, sell off at the deadline, try again next year. Coyotes lose by a score of 7-4. They at least made a game of it. Their record does fall to 19-17-5, and we will see how it goes, because St. Louis won last night. They are only 1 point ahead for 4th place. The next 2 games are must-wins. You got to beat Vegas. You got to beat Colorado. You have to bounce back after that punch in the gut you took to start this road trip, or at the beginning of the road trip. So just those are the 2 must-wins. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Vegas Golden Knights matchup here on April 11th, 2021. And at the very least, this one was not a blowout. Full disclosure out of the way, had to work again during the game, so I didn't really get to listen to much at all. Listened to about a minute of the second that my wife came to visit me at work, so obviously had to spend time with her. And then I got to listen to the last about, let's say, minute or so. I got the notification that Noshek had scored his goal, so I'm like, okay, I'll listen to the last bit of the game. It's about a minute or so left, so I did not get to listen to very much. It's going to be another shorter one. It's kind of giving the report of what happened. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So Aiden Hill gets to start. I believe it's his 9th in a row. Oh, okay, sure. Apparently, Ivan's supposed to play tomorrow. I will believe it when I see it. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So, Arizona, despite the score sheet making it look really one-sided, actually end up playing well enough to keep this game tied until 10 minutes, midway of the third. 10 minutes into the third. At 10:38, Tomasz Nosek is 7th from Jonathan Marchessault, and that ends up being the game winner. It's a 1-0 game. Arizona loses, 19-8-5 record. Vegas goes up to 27-11-2. And in a game that I called a must-win, at the very least, they did something with it. At the very least, they played well enough to keep this game low scoring and whatnot. But if you're going to lose a game by 1 goal, like I said, push into overtime. Right now, all the points are necessary, and now you go into a must-win tomorrow against Colorado. I'm not going to lie, I'm glad I have to work tomorrow, so I don't have to watch it. Knowing me, I'm going to have to find a way to watch it anyway. Anyway, team stats, Arizona gets outshot 29-14. Reminds me of a lot of other games where this team just can't generate any shots going. They only win 35% of the faceoffs. That's worthless. You need to win more of the faceoffs. You need to do a lot better in the faceoff circle. Where are your quality opportunities going to have? And it shows right there, 14 shots on goal. If every single time you're in the offensive zone, you lose the faceoff, you don't have the possession, you're going back to try to fight for it in the neutral zone, maybe even your own zone, maybe your opponent, i.e. right here, Vegas, gets an opportunity, you're wasting too much time. So you cannot get into this habit. They did pretty good, last night or the other night. Let's see, you'd hope a little bit better today. No, it's just terrible. Arizona's 0-for-1 in the power play. Vegas is 0-for-2. Arizona at least out-hits Vegas 38-29. That's something. They block fewer shots, only by 2, though, 16 versus 14. They don't give the puck away at all, though. So they at least protected the puck well. Vegas gives it up 9 times. But then again, Vegas also got the only goal and outshot them by like 15. So I don't think they're really going to stay up late, for that one. Adin Hill has actually a pretty good game. 28 saves on 29 shots against, 1 goal against, 966 save percentage. That's the kind of, performance he needs to kind of bounce back. That's fine. Like I said, he's a fringe level starter. He's your 1B. Whatever I've said before, backup level goaltender. You're not going to expect the perfect game every single time. Then we do have a couple of interesting things to talk about, I suppose. Obviously, you had Jonathan Marchessault talking about how Connor Garland is a dirty player who's been playing dirty recently. Did you see the hit against Jordan Gross? Look, I like Revo. I am a Golden Knights fan. Look, you guys know they are my number 2 team, all right? I don't really cover them because I'm the AZ sports guy, but Arizona ever leaves, I'll have a team to cover and a team to watch hockey for. I like Revo, but every now and again, because he is such a physical player, he gets involved in these situations. That was a direct shoulder to the head, and now you have Jordan Gross. It looked like he also went knee to knee, but that one looked unintentional. I'm never going to assume a player other than, Tom Wilson wants to injure another player, but that was a pretty direct, shoulder right to the head, and then also a knee on knee, whether it looked more incidental and whatnot. But Jordan Gross is out, did not return for the rest of the game. He probably, according at least to Craig Morgan on Twitter, has a concussion and a knee injury. He's probably out. Maybe Capobianco gets his chance now. I don't know. Trying to find a silver lining. And then obviously you had some of that drama later on in the game, and it's just, Connor Garland, you kind of need someone like that to actually play with some passion, play scrappy, because in reality, you're not getting as much as you need out of your Christian Fischers or when he was playing your John Hayden. So someone's got to provide that, that grit on top of that being a very good player in general. But it's not a whole lot you can really get into there, except for the fact that Jordan Gross is now out. You have Jonathan Marchessault complaining about Connor Garland's game, yet he's literally teammates with a guy that's been suspended multiple times because he is such a physical player. He gets involved in situations like that. So it's, I don't know. I'm of the opinion everyone involved just kind of needs to shut up. Hopefully Gross is going to be okay. Marchie, you got the win. Shut your mouth. All right, seriously, just shut up. Anyway, Arizona gets the loss. I don't have much else to say or really to add to this one. It just comes down to, now you're in a must-win situation against Colorado, and I don't think this team can do it. At the end of the day, they had their good run. They showed that they actually have some fight left in the tank, a little bit of gas left. They're still in the playoff picture technically, but the fact that they've been consistently outplayed by even Minnesota, obviously, but, Colorado and Vegas to the degree that they have been consistently outplayed, I don't see this team being able to make a run yet. Yes, they're keeping, if you take away the first period in the last game, they kept it close. In this game overall, they kept it close with not, mainly because they didn't get a whole lot of opportunities themselves, but they still kept it close. Yeah, sure, great, whatever. But if you're not going to take that next step, and they've had so many opportunities to show that they're going to or not going to, either acquire big at the deadline or sell off let your rookies continue to play, give them NHL experience, let Cap, Bunting, Peterson take over the lineup, see what they can do going into the end of the season, and then you have a more complete plan going into next year where you will have a bunch of contracts coming off the boards, be able to get maybe a free agent or two, maybe you'll be able to try to acquire some assets for young players. You can do a lot with this roster. But you need to make a decision, and make a decision yesterday, and I think it's clear, while they still could go to the playoffs, they would be a first-round exit, so you might as well let that young core take you to the playoffs and get bounced in the first round, as opposed to trying to waste time and adding at the deadline. Anyway, that's just me. I'm going to go ahead and get this video out so I can pay attention for the deadline news, see if Arizona does anything. As genuinely tired as I am of having to constantly settle for these moral victories, at the very least, the Arizona Coyotes went out there, they played and competed with one of the best teams in the league, and at least made it close enough, especially when you look at the team stats. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes, and this time the actual final matchup of the season with the Colorado Avalanche on April 12th, 2021. Disclosures out of the way, had to close again tonight, so I got to listen to most of, if not the entirety of the first. I think about the first half of the second and the last couple of minutes. So with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into this one. Ivan Prosvetov makes his NHL debut in terms of starting. He did play relief a couple of other times, and Arizona's getting blown out, or at least Aiden Hill's getting blown out. But he does make his first NHL career start, and honestly, for the most part, I thought he played fine. But again, I'm listening to it and not actively seeing it, so make of that what you will. Lane Peterson's back in the lineup, playing center. I absolutely love that. On top of that, Keller was on his wing. They were the fourth line, though. A little bit weird, but anyway, let's go ahead and jump into the goal-scoring summary. So Arizona has this really weird play where it looks like they ended up scoring. I have no idea how that ends up happening. It gets taken off of the board, and we play on. And then Colorado, obviously, like, Arizona, you're getting a little too arrogant there, a little too close. You think you're gonna win a game? Nope. At 12-17, Brendan Saad is 13th from Gerard and Jost. Then we go ahead and go to the second period. Nathan McKinnon is 17th from Makar and Landeskog on the power play at 9:08. This team needs to be better disciplined. I think they had 3 penalties by the time you hit the second period. Then at 18:03, Rantanen is 24th from McKinnon and Makar. You're down 3-0. I don't blame Coyotes fans for logging off of this one. Heck, I'll be honest here, it's probably about the point that I started logging off. Then you hit the third period, and you know what? Again, I hate the moral victories. I hate the fact that that's kind of what we have to keep taking away from these games. But Arizona didn't give up, and once again, I did not know he was going to be this good. All right, I knew he was going to be a good two-way, bottom sixer. He is just completely playing on a different level right now. Bunting is 6th from Ekman Larson and Kessel on the power play at 10:42, and then about 3 or 2.5 minutes later at 13:16, Johan Larson is 7th from Dryden Hunt and Goligoski. Love seeing Dryden Hunt get on the board. Very solid player there. And then you made a game of it. You made a game of it, and you at least went out there and tried. But then at 18:03, the exact same timestamp as to end the second period, Rantanen gets his second of the night, 25th of the season from Taves, and there you go. They end up losing 4-2. You drop your record to 19-19-5. They are completely out of that 4th overall spot, out of the final playoff spot. Colorado's at 29-9-4. They're going to be over a 30-win team unless they just kind of stop caring. But the reason I mentioned the team stats and why it was closer than even I gave it credit for, Arizona outshot Colorado. I'm going to pause for a second. Arizona outshot Colorado. And it wasn't by 1 or 2. It was 37-20. Arizona at least brought the effort and got the chances, but once again, Colorado's on a completely different level, especially from Arizona, who is more of a fringe playoff contender, where the Colorado Avalanche are an actual cup contender. And they make the best of their opportunities, but Arizona outshot them pretty much like you've seen Arizona get outshot before when they only get 14 or so shots. That shocked me. But not just that. Another thing that I've been heavily complaining about is the face-off percentages. They took 49% of the face-offs. They were taking advantage of opportunities. They were playing well. Even though you didn't win the face-off battle, you at least kept it within a 2% mark. That's really good. Both teams 1 for 4 on the power play. Arizona out-hits Colorado 28-14, doubles them up. They block more shots, 19 versus 12, and give the puck away fewer times, 5 versus 9. Arizona, overall, looking at the team stats, they played a much better game than even I gave them credit for, and that's something to be proud of, something to be happy about. But once again, when it comes to this team being a playoff team, you have to beat the better teams around you, all right? And the fact that they've been consistently unable to do that, a game here, a game there, they beat Colorado, I think, twice, and I think both of them went to overtime, or at least one of them went to a shootout. Off the top of my head, it's a little bit hard to remember. But the fact that you consistently lose to these teams, if you win just 2 more of those games, take Vegas and Colorado, the 2 must-wins you had on this road trip, splitting with Vegas and at least redeeming yourself from Colorado. Right now, you're at 21 wins. You're still in 4th place, and you're showing a little bit more legitimacy. The fact that Arizona, every single time they actually are in that playoff spot and they have expectations, they fall back off. And the inactivity during the deadline, to me, just kind of throws in the towel. I have a longer video planned. Maybe I make it, maybe I don't. But the TLDR there is that if Arizona really thought this team had a chance to compete for the playoffs, you would have given them something extra, maybe in the bottom 6, maybe in the middle 6, maybe an extra defender, maybe try to get another goaltender, because you still have 2 injured goaltenders, and Adin Hill is not going to get you to the playoffs. He's trying his best, he's playing as well as he can, but he's not going to do it by himself. He's not Darcy Kuemper. So the simple fact that they haven't really done a whole lot in that aspect tells me more so this team was good enough to go to the playoffs last year, so you guys are going to think that they're good enough this year. We can keep our ticket prices up. You guys are going to keep showing up without us having to put much more effort, because we have so many contracts that are expiring. At the end of the day, you could use the draft capital. But anyway, that's my little soapbox. Ivan Prosvetov, 16 saves on 19 shots, 3 goals against, 8.42 save percentage, gets his first finally decision of his career. 0-1-0 0-1-0 his record. And that's really all I have to say. Arizona played a much better game than I gave him credit for. You kept it within a couple of goals. You at least did what I wanted you to do in general. In these last couple of games, you've made it close against the better teams, but it shows a very important distinction. Arizona is to the point and the skill level they can compete. For the most part, they've been blown out a handful of times, but they can compete with the better teams. They just can't beat them, and if they can beat them, you beat them once or twice. Most teams in a playoff series can beat you once or twice. It's not the mark or making of a champion. It's not the making of an actual deep cup contender. It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do in the offseason. The absolute peak for this team right now is a first-round exit, honestly. But you know what? It's still better to be in the playoff conversation than down in the basement, I suppose. So Arizona loses, but they at least lose in impressive fashion? Well, losing 5 in a row to close out a road trip definitely is a thing. What is up, guys? The AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Minnesota Wild matchup on April 14th, 2021. That ends the road trip. Arizona loses 5 consecutive games to end it off. Full disclosure out of the way, I was about a minute and a half late to starting the game. I was doing some dishes and forgot the game was starting, so missed the first couple of minutes. And then I was playing street hockey for a little bit in the first intermission, so I was 3.5 or 4 minutes late coming back into that. Other than that, watched the entirety of the game, so I missed approximately 6 minutes. So there you go. Anyway, I didn't decide to take notes because I need to be at the desk all 60 minutes in order for me to feel right about taking the notes. I don't like having gaps in it. Anyway, Antti Raanta finally comes back after missing 11 straight games. That's a really good thing for him. Unfortunately, this wasn't the best game for him. Let's go ahead and jump into it. I think Arizona, to start this game out, they were playing fantastic. Let's say the first 10 minutes. It was very competitive. They were getting some shots. They actually led in shots just about the entirety of the game. Got 1 or 2 good opportunities. They were really making Minnesota look like they were going to compete with them. Then the rest of the game ended up happening. So let's go ahead and get right into the goal scoring summary. In the first period at 16:31, Matt Zuccarello was 7th from Johansson and Dumba on the power play. You got to get out of the box. All right, you have to stop with the needless penalties. There's a penalty later on that Pitlick ended up taking that was just terrible. It ends up killing a lot of momentum. However, Arizona gets a power play late. They don't end up scoring on that. But 2:16 into the second on the power play, Jakob Chychrun is 13th for Schmaltz and Goligoski. I'm assuming another penalty was called because there was 45 seconds left in the first when the first penalty was called. So there you go. The timeline just wouldn't work out. But then, after the captain himself, Jakob Chychrun, because Oliver Ekman-Larsson definitely isn't the captain, so it's Jakob Chychrun. We're going with that one. 4 unanswered goals. This was the backbreaker. You have to capitalize on momentum. You have to get another goal. Arizona couldn't do that. 7:28, Parise is 5th from Benito and Sturm, and then off a bad bad penalty at 19:14. Bonino is fifth from Kaprizov and Fiala. You go into that third period, Arizona's down 3-1. You need to come back. They don't do that. Because this, honestly, I understand Tyson Nash didn't blame Antti Raanta on this one, but once again, he got beaten glove side. Deflected or not, 4:30 on the power play. Zuccarello, second on the night, 8th of the season from Johansson. That's Johansson's, second assist in the night, and that just beats him glove side. And then just about a minute, 20 seconds later at 5:50, Jared Spurgeon is fifth from Parise, and Bonino has 3 points for Parise, if you weren't keeping track. They're down 5-1, and Arizona can't keep getting blown out like this and pretend they're competitors. That's 0-2, specifically since Bill Armstrong said that they earned the right to compete for a playoff spot. Yet, like I mentioned in that video, this team needed something else to get them over the top. They needed extra pieces. If you really think the team was ready to compete, you would have gotten rid of a couple of assets to get someone that can help you compete now. They obviously don't believe in that because Arizona has not won a game since they said they were competitive, and they're on a 5-game losing streak. But anyway, Phil Kessel, at least Phil the Thrill. This was a fantastic play by Dryden Hunt. This is I like scratch that. I love this dude's game. All right, keep him in your bottom six, extend him longer. Keep him around. He does a lot of hustle, ends up getting the puck around. Larson goes back to Hunt behind the net. Hunt finds Phil Kessel, his 16th of the season from Hunt and Larson at 8:36. That was the last bit of life Arizona had. Maybe the last couple of minutes they had a couple of chances, but you weren't doing anything there. They lose 5-2. Looking at the goaltending stats, Antti Raanta, 17 saves, 5 goals against, 7.73 save percentage, and he gets the loss. And the funny thing was, when that fourth goal went in, I put the L on my notes, on my little notepad for Antti Raanta. They didn't give me a reason to question that. His record falls to 5-5-2 on the season. Look, I understand the logic in giving him the game. You need to get him back into game shape, because that game against St. Louis, even though they have 2 games in hand on us, that is a huge must-win game if you want to pretend you're a playoff contender, and they're not going to... Even if they win, they're not making the playoffs. I don't see it. This was a huge team-defining road trip. This is just like I said going into the road trip. You needed to come out, I think I said with 5 out of the 9 wins or whatever. I think I said that, and making sure that you're getting points. Well, they came out with a few. I think it was 3 total. Hey, you looked good for a lot of the games. I mean, the last game against Colorado, they played a good game, but Colorado just ended up scoring more goals. This game, for the most part, Arizona was playing well, minus defensive breakdowns, bad penalties, and Antti Raanta just playing so-so. Like Tyson Nash did mention, one of the few things I'm ever going to agree with the dude on is that he ended up saying you didn't really have those game-changing saves. He said game-saving saves, but I'm going to change it up to make it sound better. You know, you don't have those game-changing moments because Antti Raanta clearly isn't ready yet. It's his first game back. I'm not going to get on the hate Raanta train. He is what he is. He's a very mediocre backup goaltender that had one good season with a lot of injuries. And like I said when they signed that contract, everyone kept looking at me like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. He's going to come back healthy next year. He can't stay healthy, and he isn't going to help your team on injured reserve. You might as well have just extended Adin Hill and made him your full-time backup at that point. But whatever. It was 1 year before Adin Hill really got his break in that 18-19 season. I would have bought Raanta out by now, but that's just me. Arizona team stats, they outshoot Minnesota 30-22. They take 43% of the face-off, so Arizona at the very least did keep it close. 1 for 4 on the power play. Minnesota was 3 for 3. That power play, if I'm remembering correctly, they were terrible at the beginning of the season. No longer are terrible. Arizona gets out-hit 17-16. They block more shots, 16-12. And they give the puck away fewer times, 6 versus 2. At least they're still consistent on protecting the puck. I'll give them that. You got to find the little victories when you can at this point. It comes down to this. Arizona is simply not good enough to beat the best teams. They've done it once or twice against every one of the best teams. They beat them in closer games. I think there's one blowout caliber game. I think it was 2 or more goals or 3 goals, something like that. But they've shown consistently those were flukes. Those were them playing well, playing up to competition, and stealing a win or two. They've only been able to consistently beat the terrible teams in the division, and that's why I was saying add something. The fact that Carolina... There's multiple reports they had interest in Goligoski, and they ended up giving up Hayden Fleury. I would love to have Hayden Fleury on our defensive line right now. He is a very good, maybe not very good, let's say good. A good two-way defender, some offensive upside. You can use that, and you can extend him and keep him here longer. I have no idea what the logic is, because all these unrestricted free agents are going to be gone. For nothing. We are lacking a lot of assets, and with Lane Peterson finally coming up, Cal Capobianco's pretty much going to be a make it or break it year next year. I think it's the last year on his extended contract. And Michael Bunting now showing he's an NHLer. There is no prospects left, minus Barrett Hayton and Victor Soderstrom. Maybe Yan Yannick, maybe. All right, Ivan Prosvetov, but he's probably going to make a run for a backup spot in the next 2 years, so you kind of know what you're getting with him right now. We're running out of prospects. We need prospects. We need draft picks. 1 year wasn't going to kill him, because when you hit this point, that's when you trade off UFAs for even 4th, 5th round picks to get something so you can have more young players coming in. We're at the point right now where Arizona didn't do that. And they're sitting there telling everyone they're going to be competitive, yet they're 0-2 since that, and they're on a 5-game losing streak. They were ahead, I think it was by 5 points against St. Louis. Now they're down by 3. And it's only because St. Louis had to have a game delayed, because if they would have ended up beating Minnesota before the unfortunate events happened in Minnesota that caused that delay, if that wouldn't have happened and they win right there, this is borderline kind of unobtainable, in my opinion. You're down by 5 points. This was like I said before going into it, this was a team kind of identity-defying road trip, and they didn't do it. All right? It sucks. No one likes to hear the truth. My original prediction before the season was that if everything went right, their absolute ceiling was 30 wins. It hasn't gone right. It hasn't gone right because they can't consistently score goals. When they do build consistency, it's against bad teams, and as soon as they go up against a quote-unquote real team, they get smacked around again. It comes down to this team just doesn't have the caliber of skill they need. There needs to be a very big roster overhaul going into the offseason. And in my opinion, a couple of really, really ballsy moves. I actually have a video I'm planning. I'll probably make it tonight or tomorrow about that. That's not going to go over well, but you got to keep it real here. So it comes down to Arizona is simply not good enough. They played well enough. They're showing that they are competitive for the most part. Like I said, going into the season, the roster is constructed to be competitive for a wild card spot, for that 8th spot, for the final playoff spot. Not a deep playoff team, and if you really thought they were going to be a playoff team, you should have added. They lose by a final score of 5-2, dropping to 19, 20, and 5, and they got a couple of days off. Maybe they can adjust. Maybe they can make a run. I'm just going to keep my expectations at 0 and be back for the next game.
Oh my god! Oh my, they actually did it! The Coyotes actually did it! They played to their potential! That was the best 40 minutes of hockey I've seen them play in 3 years!
Ye freaking ha, boys! How's it going? And that's how you respond. I am so unbelievably pumped, as you can tell by the little clip I decided to play at the beginning of the video. And the Arizona Coyotes, while playing against the St. Louis Blues on April 17th, 2021, they played so much better than I was expecting. And look, I'm a fan. I'm ecstatic. I'm excited. Do not look too deep into it. And I still need to say, I still don't think they beat Vegas or Colorado in the playoffs. But this statement, I think they have 2 coming up against Minnesota. If they can win those 2, they're a playoff team. At the very least, get 3 out of 4 points. So I want to preface that. I was putting in my new graphics card, so I did not get to watch the first period. I listened to it, and then I watched the rest of the 40 minutes, the good 40 minutes. But just I want to get that out of the way. I want to do proper disclosure. Darcy Kuemper comes back tonight, and I said it on the Blue Note fan report. I thought that move was a little cowardly, in my opinion. I don't want to throw shade. I just think that hockey players are tight-knit family units, and if you're looking at, you're the coach, say, hey, Kemps, you want to start tonight, you good? He's going to say yes, because he wants to help his team. So it's such an important game. He's so rusty. He hasn't played, I think, March 8th against Colorado. So in my opinion, I would have loved one more day. The extra 24 hours can make a world of difference for athletes. But I want to be transparent with my views on it going in. I thought Kuemper played fantastic. So I will gladly admit to being wrong there. But the first period, it wasn't looking like it was. Anyway, that's all out of the way now. Let's go ahead and jump right into the scoring summary. So that first period, it sounded like Arizona played-ish at the very best, but St. Louis just came out and they kind of socked him in the mouth there. 1:23, Sammy Blais is 6th from Perron and Parayko, and then about 7 minutes later at 8:14, Tyler Bozak is 3rd on the power play from Hoffman and Dunn. You're going into that second period down 2-0. St. Louis has all of the momentum. I'm going to be honest here. I was frustrated in the first intermission report, and just the fact that this team seemingly couldn't get it together. They're on a 5-game losing streak. They want, quote-unquote, in the back of my mind, you want to be a playoff team, show it. Then we hit that second period, and I like you saw at the very beginning clip, this is the best 40 minutes of hockey I have seen this team play in the last 3 years. I did not even think they could play to that level that consistently for that long, and it's at 141. Alex Goligoski is second from Schmaltz and Garland. This was honestly a good shot by him, a pretty good setup by Schmaltz. I just want to give praise. For some reason, Krauser, at least I think it was Krauser, who's a bigger dude, was on the ice. Schmaltz had the puck in the neutral zone, and Krauser just starts going for it, and it was a really good forward-thinking play that Schmaltz saw the ice very well, passed it up off of the boards to Kraus, and they end up getting some sustained pressure, and it leads to that Goligoski goal. And look at Goligoski had a play later on, I think in the third, where he was skating faster than I thought that man could skate. He stepped up in this game. Every single player stepped up. But anyway, at 141, Goligoski is second from Schmaltz and Garland. That was a character play. That was a play that you're looking at that and you're thinking, this team, this team actually has something. And then approximately 9.5 minutes later, at 10:34 on the power play, Clayton Keller is 13th from Ekman Larsson and Dvorak. This is a really good play by Dvorak. Starts it off kind of in the corner boards, a little bit higher up. Let's say midway between the blue line and the corner. Passes it over to OEL. OEL cycles it. I thought Keller was going to slap it. I thought he was going to let that one go. Instead, he decides to make the smarter play. Takes a second and just snipes it. And I think Bennington played well, to give him some credit. That was a good shot. But then we hit the third. And going into it, I'm on that podcast again, second intermission. I'm saying either Arizona is going to play up to competition, St. Louis will play hard for about 5 minutes, then Arizona will punch them back down, score a goal, maybe a second in the empty net. They did that. They literally, every single good choice this team could have made, they made. And that's what frustrates me, because games like this show, if they played to their potential every night, if they played a full 60 or even 50 minutes of good hockey, if they did that consistently, this team is so excited. They're so fun to watch. Anyway, 4 minutes into the third, Michael Bunting is 7th from Chychrun and Fisher. Even, pretty decent, I guess, by Fisher, moving it over. Chychrun with a blast from the point. That was, literally, he had some mustard on that one, all right? That was a blast by the captain, and then ends up getting tipped in by Michael Bunting. The Lord, the Prince, whatever you want to call him. I'm going to call him Lord Bunting from now on. He has the same exact amount of goals as Nathan MacKinnon since March 31st. So, obviously, Michael Bunting is just as good as Nathan MacKinnon. But they win 3-0, or sorry, 3-2. I apologize, 3-2. This team played better than I thought they had the potential to. This is what I would have expected when they were playing very well and they were already in the playoff spot, or they were making that really good push at the beginning of the season. This is how I would have thought they would have played, earlier then. Even like Lane Peterson had a really good pass over to Goligoski, led to a decent scoring chance in the third. There were so many little plays, a lot of good defense, a lot of really good back check and forecheck. This is the game that I'm a fan. I want this team more than anything to get going, go to the playoffs, go all the way to the Cup Finals, even win one. I still don't think you're going to beat Colorado or Vegas, but that was such a good game, and they definitively beat St. Louis in the season series. I think that's 6 wins for them now, because, 5 wins. Apologize, because they had the 4 wins, but one was in overtime, so I'm like, you definitively win this series back then. They have definitively won the Blues series, and hats off. There's not a whole lot else I can say, except for I don't know where this team goes after this. I can't tell what the identity is, minus a good team that is not good enough to beat the elite teams. But they showed up when they needed to here, and they had a damn good game. And Darcy Kuemper, while not having to make very many saves in the first couple of periods, even giving up those 2 goals early on, I'm not going to blame him too much. I think the power play goal, maybe 50-50, like Guy said. But 20 saves on 22 shots, 909 save percentage, gets the win. His record is now 8-7-1. I go ahead and fact check that real quick while I'm talking. But just the fact that at the very end of the game, Bump. I thought it's 8-7-2. Apologize, but just I did not know this team was gonna hold on, and I'm like, don't do this to me right now. And he stood up when he needed to. The defense, after playing shaky and shoddy in the first, bent a little bit here or there, maybe that's the back of my critical brain trying to not get too high on the team, but the fact that the defense turned it around, they were playing borderline phenomenal. They bent at the last minute and a half. St. Louis brought a really good amount of pressure, but they did not break. They did not allow that goal. They win this in regulation, because if it would have gone to overtime, they're tied in points. Now they're back in the 4th playoff spot. I don't fully know where they're going to end up or if they make the playoffs, but this is such a big win for Arizona. This is such a character-defining win to show that when all the chips are down, you're on a 5-game losing streak, you are outside of the playoffs, you did exactly what you needed to do to get back into that spot, and you can do a lot with that. If you get momentum properly, if you see the holes in the roster going into next year, you lock up your guys like Peterson, Bunting, Garland. You get those guys on at least 2 or 3 year contracts for Peterson and Bunting. I'd argue 5 or more for Garland. But if you can get them on the contracts, you can do everything right. You can see what worked and what didn't, and go into it next year and have a really good team that might be able to compete with a Vegas or a Colorado if you make the right adjustments. But just for this game right here, I liked a lot of what I saw, and this is a game that had me just sitting there with my jaw on the floor like, did you really just do that? Arizona wins by a score of 3-2 in regulation. 3 unanswered goals to end the game. That's what you want to do. All right, that's what you want to do. They go to 20-20-5. They are 4th in the the West Division. St. Louis falls to 19-18-6, and obviously a lot of the Blues fans that I know that watch me gonna have a lot of things to kind of talk about there. I still think St. Louis is a good team, but right now I am so unbelievably impressed with what I saw out of Arizona. If they can get 3 out of 4 points against Minnesota, if they can keep the momentum going and build the consistency and keep that consistency, maybe something can happen. Like I said, I still don't see them beating Vegas or Colorado in a 7-game series, but the fact that the pieces are there, it frustrates me because I've known the pieces were there, but it just, when you see everything going the way it does, this is the reason why I gave Arizona a top ceiling, that they're absolute, if everything goes right, a 30-win team, because they have the pieces to do stuff like this. So if they can just build on it, build on this, use this as the lightning rod, they might even make the playoffs. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and don't mind me, I am a few days late. That's primarily because I did what Arizona should have done in the last game and just not bothered showing up at that point. What is up, guys? Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Minnesota Wild matchup on April 19th, 2021. Disclosure out of the way, I only got to listen to the game, so I listened to about 19 or 18 minutes of the first, just about all of the second, and just about all of the third. So let's say I missed 5 minutes total of the entire game. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Darcy Kuemper gets the start, and there was no real major lineup changes. So, starting off in the first period, Arizona takes some really, really stupid penalties. I think it was 2 back-to-back penalties, and at this point, 9-19, Kaprizov is 18th from Benito and Fiala. However, 5 minutes later, Arizona steps up, and Fisher off of a turnover. This was a snipe, by the way, a really good shot by Fish. I'm usually a huge critic of him, but that was a good shot. Have to give him credit. He actually looked like a threat in that game. Thanks for that exact quote, Richard. So there you go. Scores his first goal of the season. There you go. He's finally not shooting goose eggs, I guess. But then you hit the second period. Arizona has the opportunity to come out, play hard, play fast. I think they kind of, sort of, maybe for like a minute, if that. Then at 3:37, Greenway is 6 from Foligno and Eriksson Ek. And then at 9:38, Marcus Johansson is 6 from Dumba and Suter on the power play. Once again, taking bad penalties. Just like that, you go from being tied to down 3-1. And on top of that, another goal ends up going in. I tell my boss, sorry boss, but I gotta quit. The Coyotes are down 4-1. He said, and I quote, well, you better manifest a win. And within 20 seconds, that goal was waved off. So you're welcome for that. You're welcome. You're back in the game. Go ahead to the third period. This was a really good play. Just a really good play. I love the effort. I love how you're bouncing back and how you're applying that pressure in the first couple of minutes. At 1:15, Goligoski is third from Chychrun and Keller. It's a 3-2 game. You're thinking Arizona might pull off the comeback. They're playing well. Cut ahead to 5 minutes later at 6:20. Fiala is 15th from Soucy and Cole. Arizona kind of dilly-dallies for a while. They get a couple opportunities. They end up squandering a few of them. Minnesota's playing well. Arizona, I think they played fine, but again, I'm listening to it, so you have to take my word with a slight grain of salt there. And then this one, I want to confirm, all right? I want it right here, right where you guys are sitting right next to me to confirm this one, because this one was a full ice empty net shot. Full ice empty net shot. That is just ridiculous, and the fact that Jason Demers wasn't fast enough to get it. At 17:53, Brodin is 6th from Dumba and Bonino, and right there, Arizona loses 5-2. They drop their record to 20, 21, and 5. That does it for the playoffs. I don't care. That does it for the playoffs. You needed 3 out of 4 points. You needed to come out and win. You needed a much better effort than that. I don't care about this or that. I don't want to hear excuses. If you want to be a good team, if you want to be a playoff team, if you want to next year raise your ticket prices because we're a playoff prestige team, you need to play like it. And they are not playing like it. They have a couple of moments. They can play well for 20, 40 minutes at a time, but as soon as whatever other team gets that one extra goal, Arizona has no counters. Darcy Kuemper, from what I can tell, didn't play very well, but also didn't play terribly. Again, the defense has also been playing pretty terribly over the last couple of weeks. So 19 saves, 23 shots, 8.26 save percentage, gets a loss, 8-8-2 his record. Team stats are a lot more even than you would think, except for one major thing that I keep harping on about. Shots tied 24 all. Arizona took 69% of the faceoffs. How do you dominate in the faceoff circle and not take advantage of opportunities? How do you dominate in the faceoff circle and not win one of the most crucial faceoffs that led to the 5th goal? Right there, if you keep pressure, you still have plenty of time. If you score, you're down by 1. You can push it to overtime. Lose there. I don't care. Push it to overtime. You had the opportunity. Arizona had every single tool tonight to do it, including the upper hand in faceoffs. Arizona goes 0 for 1 in the power play. Minnesota's 2 for 3. Hits. Arizona out-hits Minnesota 45-24, and that wasn't enough to get them momentum. It wasn't enough. Minnesota blocks 14 shots versus Arizona's 10. Arizona gives the puck away 13 times versus Minnesota's 5. Sloppy with the puck. Defense did not play very well. And look at the amount of minuses in this game. All right? Just look at this. This is ridiculous. Half of the defenders, Lyubushkin, Demers, and Ulrich and Larson, of course it's OEL, are -1 in this game. Are negative plus minuses. And then on top of that, like a third of the forward core. It's you have to play better. There is no excuses. There is no, we're playing against a good team. Everyone's a good team right now. Everyone is hard to beat right now. This is no excuse to not get the job done. If you want to be a playoff team, be a playoff team. Don't sit here with this wishy-washy, oh, we're competitive. This is exactly why, and I have another video planned literally just after this, all right? But if you thought this team was going to be competitive, add at the deadline. Don't sit there and cheap out. Give them more weapons. You know what you needed. You know what you lacked. Give them more weapons, but you chose not to do that, and now you got the team that you have. Y'all want to hear a not-so-fun fact? Arizona is now 1-4-0 ever since they earned the right to compete for a playoff spot. And once again, just like every other game, you play 40 minutes of really good hockey just to whatever that was. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about this. Full disclosure, I was building this bookshelf right here behind me during the start of the first, so I listened to the first, I think, 10 or 12 minutes of the first, hopped in the shower, got out, and turned the game on, and then I watched the rest of it up until the last, I think, 3 minutes, where I started listening to it. I had to go take care of some business, and after the Kaprizov goal, I turned the game off. I'm going to be completely honest here, because I'm just getting tired of this. Is anyone else not getting sick and tired of this team not being able to play a full 60-minute hockey game? And on top of that, how are we not, taking the general manager to task over not adding anything at the deadline and then getting exactly what we're getting out of it? So let's go ahead and jump into it. Kuemper gets to start again. I was going to make a video on it, ran out of time. Connor Garland is out with a knee injury. Same thing as last year. The Coyotes' playoff hopes are at risk. Connor Garland gets hurt with a knee injury. So, hey, last time they made the playoffs, maybe that's the viable strategy to make the playoffs. But I'm frustrated because this was such a borderline dominant 40 minutes of hockey that when you hit the third, it just pittered out. Not necessarily like, oh, the team's out of gas, now they just suck. It was just such mediocrity. Let's go ahead and get into it. All right. So at 7:38 of the first, this was one of the best plays I've seen in the last few games. All right, Christian Dvorak is 13th from Peterson and Kessel. Kessel puts it on net. You have Peterson and Dvorak just there to put it in. All right, you have guys by the net, in front of the net, trying to go pick up rebounds. Hard-working play. It wasn't a very pretty goal, but that's how you got to get the wins. And I absolutely appreciate that hockey play, and I'm not going to take anything away from them. That was a fantastic effort. Took advantage of the power plays. Then you go right to the first period. They are borderline dominating Minnesota. There was nowhere for Minnesota to go. It looked like the best parts when Arizona played against St. Louis. I'm like, hey, you know what? Maybe they pull this one off. I was actually getting optimistic for a minute. That was my mistake. Anyway, then at 2:58, Kevin Fiala, a 16th from Sturm and Cole. Not going to get too angry about that one. It happens, but they still responded by playing a very good second period. Then you go into the third period, and it was just mediocrity. All right, and then at 4:32, I'm not going to blame Kuemper for this one, but it was his fault, but I'm not going to get on him 100% because it was a bit of a weird chippy goal. Foligno was 8th from Eriksson Ek and Greenway at 4:32. He just kind of went backhand, forehand on him, and it just went past his glove. I still got to criticize him for letting it in, or sorry, past his blocker, excuse me. I still got to criticize him for letting it in, but it was a bit of a weird ticky-tack play. I'm not going to get too angry about that. You're down by 1. You have more than 15 minutes of hockey to play. They got some opportunities. They looked pretty decent trying to respond to that. Then time just got away from them because you can't just look decent when you're trying to win hockey games. It bothers me that you can't just play okay. You got to go out there and play a dominant 60 minutes. And if Arizona plays a dominant 60 minutes and they win that third period, they win the game. They win a lot more respect. But Minnesota is living rent-free in Arizona's head. And then at 18:20, Kirill Kaprizov is 19th and Zuccarello is a late goal. Like I said, that's when I turned it off. And then literally like a minute and 20 seconds later, Sturm is 7th, an empty net goal. That's your final, 4-1. 40 minutes of some of the most dominant hockey I have ever seen this team play. All right, they topped themselves in terms of impressing me to an extent from when they played against St. Louis in that last game. All right, that's how good they looked for 40 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. All right, I decided to catch. My dad was watching the Vegas game, so during like this first or second intermission, I was also watching a bit of it. I had to go watch some of that just to cleanse my palate. I get back from getting my business handled, and I see Jonathan Marchessault. They're up 4-2. Vegas is up 4-2, and Marchie, after he missed the net trying to go for his hat trick, he is behind the net. He is doing really, really good forechecking. Passes it over to Yarncroke or Janmark, excuse me. Janmark scores his first as the Vegas Golden Knight. Vegas now has 32 wins on the season. They are not only the first team to clinch a playoff spot, but they are the best team in the league. I had to cleanse my palate after watching such mediocrity and failing to live up to your expectations and what potential you have. I had to cleanse the palate and go watch a Vegas game, all right? Because I'm not used to what good hockey looks like anymore. Because all we're getting is 40 minutes of it. We are getting 2 periods of good hockey, and that's the absolute max. And it angers me more because I called it before. I said if you think you're going to go for a playoff spot at the deadline, Bill Armstrong decided to do absolutely nothing, and look where we're at. 1-4-0 since we earned the chance to go compete for a playoff spot. No, that's embarrassing. If you knew you weren't going to make the playoffs, trade everyone off, get assets so you can reload your farm system, all right? But they didn't do that either. They committed to nothing, and now we're left, after already having a lack of overall resources, with nothing for this offseason. We have nothing. We literally have nothing to look forward to, and a lot of expiring contracts that could have got us some picks to get some younger guys in here. But you know what? We didn't do that. Anyway, Darcy Kuemper, I don't want to blame it on him, but 19 saves, 22 shots, 3 goals against, .864 save percentage. He played as well, I suppose, as you can in something like that, but yeah, it's 8-9-2. Team stats, this is what bothers me. All right, Arizona, they outshoot Minnesota 40-23. They take 52% of the faceoffs. They go 1 for 2 on the power play. They hold Minnesota to 0 for 1. They out-hit them 33-30. They block fewer shots, admittedly 19 versus 5, but that shows how dominant they were, how much more opportunities and chances they were getting, and they gave the puck away fewer times. Only by 1, it was 7 versus 8, but still, this team outplayed Minnesota in just about every single aspect except for getting the job done. And that's what just, it sets me off, because once again, I said at the start of the season, that was one of the reasons why I said, if this team plays to the full potential, they could be a 30-win team, was because you have everything you need to be competitive. They have the top 6 core. They just don't have consistency. All right, they had the defense. Now the defense is failing on them. They had the goaltending depth, but now even the goaltending isn't good enough to bail them out anymore. Where do you go if you're Arizona after this? It angers me because I can see so much more out of this. This team should be a playoff team, but instead we're sitting here in this limbo of not committing to anything. Alright? This is like entering a marriage, but refusing to commit to not wanting to lie to your partner. It's literally, what is the point? Because you're not committing to anything, alright? It's just, Arizona loses 4-2. They drop to 20-22-5. St. Louis has 4 games in hand, and Arizona's only up by 1 point. I will say this right now. I stand by what I said in today's earlier video. Arizona is out of the playoffs. They are not making the playoffs. The only way you will change my mind, they have 9 games left. Win every single one in regulation in dominant fashion by 2 or more goals. That's the only way you're going to the playoffs, and I will stand by that because that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing that you had 40 minutes. Arizona made Minnesota look borderline like an AHL team during certain points of this game. That is why I'm so mad, because they outplayed them. They played so much better than Minnesota for 40 minutes. But once again, they can't play anything more than 40 minutes of hockey. All right, I'm done. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and this is the video I was talking about yesterday I wanted to make, but I didn't want to make 3 videos in one day, so let's go ahead and jump right into this news here. Connor Garland is officially out week to week with a lower body injury. This has been confirmed both by the website and by the Arizona Coyotes PR Twitter. The tweet should flash on screen right now, as well as the article being in the description, so let's go ahead and just read the first couple sentences of the article and talk about it. And I quote, Connor Garland is week to week for the Arizona Coyotes because of a lower body injury. The forward was injured during practice Tuesday and did not play in a 4-1 loss to the Minnesota Wild on Wednesday, end quote. And this is a really big loss for the Coyotes. And, going into this season, Connor Garland was talking about how he wanted to be more of a playmaker, and obviously you look at his assist numbers, they've been going up over the last couple years, been in the league. In 18-19 he had 5, and then last year he had 17. This year is his career high in assists with 22. He actually still leads the team by, I think, 4 or 5 total assists, so he's still a very effective playmaker. And the first thing that came to mind is Radim Vrbata. When Connor Garland was talking, he wanted to be more of a playmaker, obviously adding another layer to his game. I was thinking the goal numbers are going to go down, but you're going to compensate with that with more assists and more setups, and he genuinely did that throughout the year. But obviously looking at his goal scoring totals, he only scored 10. That's actually less than half of last year. He scored 22. He did it in 68 games, so it is logical that if he would have played the extra 13 or 23 games, he would have gotten somewhere around 15, 16, maybe even 17 goals. But either way, it doesn't really matter. It's neither here nor there because he is out most likely for the rest of the year. Alright, the Coyotes have 9 games left, and he is week to week. Usually when you're week to week, you're out at least a week and a half to 2 weeks. That puts Connor Garland, if he were to be fast-tracked, he'll probably make it for the last couple of games. So, effectively, he is out for the rest of the year. And to kind of show the impact that's going to have on this Coyotes team, looking at it in points, Connor Garland is right there. He's tied for second on the team with 32 points. The only reason that Keller and Chychrun are ahead of him is because they have more goals than him. But you look at assists, he has 22. The next closest is Phil Kessel, Clayton Keller, and Jakob Chychrun with 19. So he still has a pretty healthy lead there. Goals, obviously, he's tied for 5th with Nick Schmaltz with 10. But the simple fact that you're losing one of your best players right there, Arizona's already had a pretty distinct lack of overall offensive skill and production. And no matter how much Phil Kessel has turned it on this year, he's still sub 20 goals. It's still, he's the only guy even anywhere near the ballpark, generally speaking, of 20 goals with 9 games left in the season. So it's one of those things where you're losing kind of one of the biggest parts of this offense. Arizona's already started to struggle to score over the last couple of games. This is a very big loss for Arizona. And to be completely honest here, I've already counted this team out of the playoff race ever since they lost that first game to Minnesota when they were only down 3-2 to start the third, when they got that quick goal, and that's kind of let that game slip out of their hands completely. But if anything, this has to be the death knell, because how do you come back from that when the replacement is Derek Brassard or John Hayden? And Derek Brassard, minus little streaks here and there, he has been a quality replacement for Brad Richardson. He really has been, but he hasn't done enough to do anything in the top 9, so he's not going to replace that production. Here's on the flip side, though. I mentioned it in a tweet. I'll go ahead and say it now. The Arizona Coyotes last year in 1920, their playoff hopes were on the fringe. Connor Garland gets hurt with a lower body injury. They end up making it into the playoffs and winning the play-in round to go to the proper playoffs. Coyotes have 9 games left. Obviously, St. Louis still has 3 games in hand, but they still have that 4th playoff spot by 1 point. Connor Garland goes down to lower body injury. Maybe that's just how Arizona goes to the playoffs. And on top of that, if Arizona does make it to the playoffs, I think the season has been delayed another, I think, half a week or a week because of teams like Vancouver, Colorado having games delayed throughout the season. That if the Arizona Coyotes do push themselves into the playoffs, that would likely put Connor Garland as coming back fresh, ready to go for the playoffs. Maybe, just maybe, if the Coyotes can put their way into the playoffs, Connor Garland comes back fresh and healthy. Maybe they can make some noise, but this is going to be a real real big hurdle for the Coyotes to overcome. And as you saw in that first game without Garland, I understand Garland is not the entire offense, but he is he's almost the entire engine. Like, he is almost as important as the engine because he gets a lot of offense going, and he is the closest to an elite level talent when you see how he skates, how he moves, how he passes the puck. He also has a lot of grit to his game. You're not easily replacing that. So this is a very big loss, but if Arizona can squeak their way into the playoffs, no matter how much harder it's going to be now, and you've already seen him struggle to score immediately after his loss, maybe, you can do something there. But this is a very big loss for Arizona. We'll have to see how it goes. I still don't see him as a playoff team anymore. This is one of the biggest reasons why they should have added at the deadline. If you want to compete for a playoff spot, you should have added, because you at least would have had more depth. As we're going into it now, we don't really have any of those options. But that's just the way I see it. Connor Garland's out week to week. Hopefully he'll be back before the end of the season, but, there really is no guarantee there. Boys, when the Arizona Coyotes play well, sometimes you just gotta mix a little Pink Whitney with a little bit of a Red Bull slush. Let's get into the Coyotes report. Arizona Coyotes, Los Angeles Kings, April 24th, 2021. Let's get into it. Alright, let's go ahead and get that disclosure stuff out of the way. I started listening to the game while I hopped in the shower, came in here, got the game set up, and then I decided, screw it, I'll go live. So I was aware for the entire game. I was watching it, I was interacting. It was a great stream. First and foremost, shoutouts to Mason of Blues Fans Reacts, and of course Vader. Y'all are amazing. Gotta throw in a little bit of love for Gunner and all them too. But hey, there you go, a great stream. Got to watch the game. This was a great game to watch, by the way. But I had to listen to the first 3-5 minutes, so disclosure out of the way. Go ahead and jump right into it. Darcy Kuemper gets the start, and no other major lineup changes. So starting off in the first period, this was just a really good play overall. Lane Peterson knocks it back for Brassard. Brassard passes it up to John Hayden. John Hayden, his first goal as a Coyote, ends up beating Cal Peterson. Right there, Arizona's up 1-0 at 12:47 of the first. Then you go down 36 seconds into the second period. Funny enough, I was talking during just about every one of these goals, so I had to stop in the middle and be like, yeah, he scored, but... Alright, so he had Lawson Krause is fourth from Goligoski and Kessel. Kessel passed it over for Goligoski. Goligoski's a pretty good shot from the point, nothing but respect there. And then Lawson Krause tips it in. For a second, I thought they were going to try to say it was a high stick. No, it was not. Great, good goal. Arizona's not only playing well, but then you go ahead and into that third period, you're up 2-0. And at one point throughout the first, they were out shooting LA somewhere around 16-4. All right, LA had the first 4 shots. They looked pretty good to start out. Arizona had more possession time in the offensive zone, but didn't do a whole lot with it. Then you look at the actual goals, how well they played, getting more shots towards it. I'm going to say it right now, Arizona seems to have genuinely played up to their potential in this game. We're going to have to go ahead and hope they can continue it on the road trip. But right now, because St. Louis won going into it, they were in 5th place, down by 1 point. They needed the win. They played it. They wanted it. I haven't even talked about the third period yet, have I? Go ahead and jump into that one then. So at 4:19 of the third, on the power play, no less, you had Jakob Chickert his 14th from Goligoski. This was a beaut. He had some mustard on this one, dude. It was Goligoski just casually hands it over. Chickering had his sights on it, and he beats Peterson. This one, I believe it was glove side, but he had no chance. That was a beaut. The captain right there is 14th. And then you go ahead at 12:56, roughly 8 minutes later, though, whatever. It's not a full breakaway, but it's a partial break for Kessel, and he just sniped that one. His 17th of the season. Arizona goes up 4-0. They don't look back. This was one of the most complete 60-minute efforts I've seen in a while. This was such a good game, and it frustrates me because I knew Arizona could play like this. Obviously, they are a lesser opponent, yeah, whatever, but you still, if you're going to be an NHL team, you still have more than enough talent. And the fact that Arizona came out there all 60 minutes, they dominated just about every facet of the game. You know what? Team stats should break that down. They outshoot LA 40-26, all right? This is the second game in a row Arizona has shot 40 pucks on the net. They win 58% of the faceoffs. They even won some pretty decent ones in the offensive zone. That was a really good play. 1 for 2 on the power play. The LA Kings go 0 for 2. Arizona out-hit them 38-22. There's a lot of really good back-checking, forward-checking. Brassard ended up forcing a couple turnovers. Even Clayton Keller had a couple of good defensive plays there. That was a really good game. It was just, the entire team played like a full unit. It was so good to watch. 23 block shots versus LA's 13. They give the puck away 2 times versus LA's 7. This is Arizona Coyotes hockey. This is what frustrates me because this was such a good game. And if Arizona kept playing like this, they would be in 3rd place. Okay, maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but it was such a damn good game. All right, anyway, Arizona's getting that overall play up. Just keep it with 60, keep winning, and you got this. Darcy Kuemper, 26 saves, 26 shots, gets a shutout. He is the 6th goaltender in Coyotes history to get 10 or more shutouts while playing for the team. He's behind guys like the Bulin Wall, Mike Smith, Ilya Brizgalov, guys like, I think Sean Burke's on the list too. So really good for him. There you go. Gets to win 9-9-2 his record. Just wow. That is a complete game. I am just so obviously it was a lot of fun. All right, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but it wasn't the greatest day ever. Hop on the stream and it was so much fun. All right, Mason and all you guys were just fantastic. Kept it going, got the energy going, and it was just Coyotes topped it off with a great performance. I understand. Again, do not look at this like Arizona's going to the Cup Finals. All right, they were playing against LA. But they dominated LA. They dominated Minnesota for 40 minutes. They're starting to get some good performances together, and it's looking like if they can get this run going, they just might make it to the playoffs. I still want to be reserved. I still want to be like they still got to win a couple more in a row. So it's only a 3-game trip through California. So if they win the next 2, we can start talking again about legitimacy. But right now, they're stringing together some good things. There are things to build on. I have no real complaints, nothing I really want to complain about. So I guess we'll go ahead and get into the 3 stars since I keep forgetting to get into that one. So I will go ahead and give the 3rd star to the guy who got the pelt. His first goal as a Coyote, John Hayden. It was a good shot. Nothing else. I got to give it to you. As much as I want to give more credit to Jakub Chychrun, Goligoski has to get the second. He was a pivotal part for 2 of those goals. It was a really good pass over, to Jakub Chychrun. It was a little, tiny chip pass, but still it was a good setup, kind of getting the defense moving around, getting a good open lane. And on top of that, that really good shot that was easily deflectable for Lawson Krause. He had a good game as well. First star, Darcy Kuemper, 26 saves, huge shutout. Darcy Kuemper, just fantastic game. You can never talk about how great goaltending is whenever you get a really good performance. So I just absolutely nothing but love there. It feels good. This feels genuinely good to see this team put together a full 60 and knowing what this team can be, knowing the performances they can put together, knowing the teams they can beat. It feels so good when they actually do pull out one of the victories. The Coyotes win by a final score of 4-0, bringing their record up to 21-22-5, and they are back above St. Louis for the 4th overall spot in the Western Division by 1 point. I believe both teams play again on Monday, so we'll see you then. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about last night. So a little bit of disclosure out of the way. Okay, I was at work, so I was listening to the game. However, I did absolutely bust it to get out about 20 minutes earlier to get everything closed up and whatnot, just so I can watch the end of the game. And my emotions fluctuated all night between I absolutely hate this team and this team is absolutely freaking phenomenal. So let's go ahead and get right into it. I was aware for, let's say, 59 minutes, 58 minutes, because I was a little bit late coming into the second period. Other than that, I was on time for the first and third, but just a little bit of disclosure out of the way. Anyway, let's jump into the Coyotes and Sharks matchup last night, April 26th, 2021, because this absolutely infuriated me. Darcy Kuemper gets the start. Tyler Pitlick still has no timeline, but should be coming back relatively soon. Antti Raanta still day-to-day, so Aiden Hill is the backup. Thank the gods for that, because we'll get into that. 17 seconds in, I'm sitting there working on getting food and everything done, and I just hear, as soon as the game starts, that San Jose scored, and I was absolutely dumbfounded by that. You had Noah Gregor as 5th, 17 seconds in, and then a couple of minutes later at 3:07, Brent Burns is 7th from Hurdle and Kane. I absolutely hate Evander Kane because for whatever reason, against my 2 favorite teams, he feels the need to always play well. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Maybe the man hates me, and maybe it's just coincidence. All right, so Arizona's getting outplayed, and from when I'm listening to this game, it seems like Arizona is flat, not playing very well. The defense isn't showing up. They're not getting very many offensive opportunities. They're just getting absolutely outplayed. Then you get into that second period, 1:54 in. Logan Couture is 16th from Paterin and Meyer. So there you go. Almost said Meyer. That would have been really bad. And then at 3:19, Erik Karlsson, who finally decided he wants to start doing something, his 6th goal from Patrick Kane. I distinctly remember exactly where I was at this point. I was walking down a hallway, and I'm like, it's literally, you're down 4-0. The game is not even half over. The game is not even half over. It's literally 23 and a half minutes into the game, and you're already down 4-0. nothing. I was just angry. At that point, I'm just kind of seeing red, like, are you kidding me? You need to go out there and play better than this. This was a must-win, and this is the performance we're going to get. And then I'm like, whatever, fine, to hell with this team. Then a minute and a half later, all right, Michael Bunting comes out here at 4:43, his 8th from Jakob Chychrun and Nick Schmaltz, and I went ahead and sent out my tweet. I hate all of you except for Chychrun and Bunting. But before I sent that tweet out, I was like, get off the ice, you talentless losers. Then I commented when I started scoring that maybe, just maybe, my jinx of every single time I trash talk this team, they start scoring, was going to work for them that night. It didn't end up, but we'll get into it. Then at 10:05 of the second, Clayton Keller is 14th from Schmaltz and Bunting. Now I'm starting to get excited again. I'm starting to be like, okay, you're getting yourself back into it. Now it's only a 2-goal deficit. If you just have a great third period, maybe you can happen. But it needs to be a very early third period goal. And what do you know? The captain himself, Jakob Chychrun, is 15th from Alex Goligoski and John Hayden. John Hayden has been surprisingly getting some points on the board the last few games. And once again, I'm taking personal credit for that because I've been the one complaining about him. And every time I complain about a Coyote, they start playing well, and I praise them and start playing poorly. But that's just me, obviously. But the captain himself is 15th of the season. He is leading the league among defensemen, and I believe that puts him 2 goals behind Phil Kessel for the overall team lead. So right there, you're down by 1. I'm excited. Things are looking good. Then the Coyotes take a really bad penalty. I believe it was OEL for tripping, or it might have been interference at that point. They don't score on it, however. But then at 11:17, this rookie, one of the ones that came over in that Toronto trade, Alexander Barbanov, gets his first NHL goal. What is it with the Coyotes and letting kids score their first NHL goals against them, or letting young goaltenders absolutely own them? Because early in this game, the young goalie playing for San Jose was owning them. It ended up turning around, but I'm just saying, I'm noticing a trend and I don't like it. His first at 11:17, they're back down 2 goals. It's 5-3 at that point. I was actually watching at that point off work and everything and whatnot, and I just got mad. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I hate this team. Whatever. And then 4 minutes later, the captain, once again, Jakob Chychrun, is 16th from Hunt and Brassard at 15-16. And with just under 5 minutes left, it's a 1-goal game again. I'm back on love with the team. I'm like, yes, the captain came through. Gotta love it. Oh, did I forget to mention, just after that goal ended up getting scored by San Jose, OEL took yet another tripping penalty. I always just love that Oliver Ekman-Larsson just loves to hurt this team every single possible way he can. What a fearless leader. Thank God the actual captain scored, 2 goals in this game, had 3 points. Jakob Chychrun, once again, full disclosure, I am still against signing him to that extension before he played a single game during the 18-19 season, but boy, has he done absolutely nothing but improve and impress. However, then the Coyotes just could not do anything for the last 3 minutes. It was almost as if Arizona was like, we got our job done. We scored our 4 goals. We're good. They didn't even take into account they had given up 5 goals. So yeah, if you only give up 2, 4 goals is more than enough. But then you look at it was a terrible, terrible effort. Yes, San Jose, give them credit. The defense played very well. They were borderline playing a version of the trap that's still legal right now. So there you go. But they end up not getting a single meaningful possession in the offensive zone, and Evander Kane at 19:51 is 19th from Ferraro. And just like that, when the Coyotes were out of it, got back into it, back out of it, back into it, they're back out of it again, and they lose this one by a score of 6-4 in regulation, as opposed to doing what they needed to do, getting the job done, getting the W, or at least going to freaking overtime. But whatever. I am full of so many mixed emotions right now because of that. Actually, I did a stream last night after the game where I just complained while eating a comfort burrito because burritos are fantastic. You have no idea how good a Red Bull slushie and a bacon, egg, and cheese burrito go well when you're angry at your hockey team. I highly recommend it. It's fantastic because you needed a better effort. All right, St. Louis won yesterday. You also needed to win. And one thing that bothers me is the amount of Coyotes fans that like to say that we don't have any top-tier talent. We don't have any good talent. And the coaching is doing the best they possibly can. you have a very competitive top six, and you've had a very competitive top six for the last at least 2 years, and throughout his 4-year tenure, he's produced 2 20-goal scorers. It's a little bit unfair against him this year because it's about, 25 less games, but at the same time, you still got to take that into account that this system has never been one for promoting a lot of offense, mainly because the system itself is fundamentally flawed, and now the fact that the defense is starting to suck, where the system actually had its strengths, maybe, just maybe, you should switch the system to being more offensively oriented because your defense is not good enough anymore. Just throwing that one out there. Did I mention Darcy Kuemper got pulled after giving up 4 goals? Go ahead and talk about him. And I'm not going to sit here and play the Darcy defense squad because if you're 100% good to go, you're good to go. You need to play better than that. He gave up 4 goals and 11 shots and .963 save percentage. I hope he got the loss because technically Arizona never ended up tying the game again, but I'll have to double check right now. I guess I'll do it live for you because I don't think Adin Hill deserved the loss because he had 21 saves on 22 shots, posting a .955 save percentage. If the Coyotes ended up pulling out that win, that would have been 100% because of him. And unfortunately, Adin Hill is the one who ends up getting the loss because the Coyotes scored 4 goals. That's the amount that Darcy Kuemper gave up, and the game-losing goal went to Adin Hill. Isn't that just frustrating? Isn't that just frustrating? That angers me because Adin Hill played fantastic, and Darcy Kuemper just did not. So maybe, just maybe, the Coyotes' goaltending woes aren't going away anytime soon. Looking at the team stats, Arizona's outshot 34-25, but they do win 56% of the faceoffs. They didn't win them when it mattered late in the game in the offensive zone, but they at least did it. 0-for-3 in the power play. San Jose's 0-for-4. They out-hit San Jose 35-19. They both block 11 shots, and they give the puck away 10 times versus San Jose's 4. Careless with the puck, really bad defense, not very good goaltending. A team that didn't feel like trying until they were already down 4-0, and by that point the game was pretty much over. That's the frustrating part, is because even when this team looked dead, they still had the heart and talent to get back into this game. So you can't tell me they don't have the talent to be a playoff team. That is just some of the biggest excuses I've ever heard. And unfortunately, especially from that certain branch of the Coyotes fan base, that's all you're going to get is excuse after excuse. Here's at the end of the day. St. Louis went out there and beat Colorado not once, but twice in regulation, back-to-back games, and they got those 4 points when they needed it. They got the job done. Arizona has been playing against terrible competition these last couple of games, and they could not get the job done against a team on an 8-game losing streak. You didn't expect a team on an 8-game losing streak to be ready to play and to be trying desperately to get rid of that losing streak. There needed to be better effort. There are no excuses. I'm tired of the excuses. I'm tired of the Coyotes this, Coyotes that. They have the talent. They have enough players and enough talent on the team to be a playoff team. And if you want to talk about the lack of talent, why the hell didn't they make a move at the deadline to add more? All I'm going to say is that it's not adding up, guys. None of it's adding up for all the defense squad, the excuse makers, because the Coyotes have the tools. They just don't have a very good coach. Going to keep to that. They lose by a final score of 6-4, dropping the record to 21-23-5. They are 5th in the Honda West Division. Gods, I absolutely hate the advertising for divisions, but whatever. Hopefully the Coyotes can bounce back. They play again tomorrow. If they do not win tomorrow, they're out of the playoffs. However, I already consider them out of the playoffs, but you guys already know my stance. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and yes, we are going to wear the winner's jersey today because they're going to the playoffs, unlike the Coyotes. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and get the disclosure out of the way before talking about the Coyotes and Sharks matchup on April 28th, 2021. I actually streamed the first 2 periods of the game. I actually gave out a digital movie code, so I just want to do a little bit something nice. So there you go. I don't know if anyone ended up claiming it, but whatever. So the Coyotes go into San Jose last night. No real lineup changes. I watched all the first 2 periods, and then because I got tired of what I was watching, I sat my happy ass down in that recliner behind me, playing some NHL 21, and listened to the third. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. No real lineup changes. Darcy Kuemper gets the start, and 1 minute and 12 seconds in off the first shot of the game, Evander Kane scores. This was a fantastic pass over to Barabanov by Tomas Hertl across the ice. Barabanov finds Kane. No defense, wide open net. His 20th of the season from Barabanov and Hertl. And then you had 2 more in the first period alone. You had 2 more San Jose goals, and Arizona finally answered back. Phil Kessel, 1547 is 18th from Schmaltz and Keller. That one, I believe, he just kind of deflected in. At least they're on the board. They're getting momentum. After a mostly terrible first period, the Coyotes have some life. Then they're actually playing pretty well, controlling pace of play in the second period. Johan Larsson scores his 18th from Hjalmarsson and Hunt. This was a really good pass. It was an attempted pass by Nick Hjalmarsson. It goes off of a defender right to Johan Larsson, and he puts it home. His 8th, like I said, from Hjalmarsson and Hunt. And we're back within one. It's 3-2. Arizona controls the pace of play throughout the entirety of the second. I thought Arizona was going to pull it off. Then we get into the third period, and I'm not going to lie, Arizona played terrible. All right, to start the first period, there was a lot of back and forth. These two teams just kind of turning the puck over in the neutral zone. There was a decent amount of that towards the very end of the second, but the entirety of the third was just turn the puck over, turn the puck over, turn the puck over. It was boring to listen to. The entire reason I turned off the stream to begin with was because the game was starting to bore me. Then skip ahead to 1923. Tomas Hertl is 15th from Ferraro and Couture on the empty net. And just like that, the Coyotes dropped back-to-back games against a team they needed to beat behind them. And now, in my opinion, they're out of the playoffs. They've been out of the playoffs, but I tried to humor you guys. I tried to pretend there was some optimism. I tried to be like, if they can just get the job done. But here's the thing. St. Louis over the last 3 games, and I was on Guy's show yesterday. All right, I was there for this. They beat Colorado twice. They got the job done, and then they came back in a third period to score 3 goals to beat Minnesota. And I called it right there in the show. Arizona's going to give up the first goal against San Jose. The game's going to slowly get away from them, and it's going to get in their head because they are not mature enough. And look what happened. Look what happened. All right. Team stats, Arizona's outshot 31-30. They take 50% of the faceoffs. Both teams over 4 on the power play. Arizona outhit San Jose 24-14. San Jose blocks more shots, 15 versus 11. And finally, Arizona stops giving up the puck as much, 4 versus 8. There you go, I suppose. Darcy Kuemper gets the loss for this one. I want to go ahead and double check his win-loss record pretty quickly. But right now, 27 saves on 30 shots, a 900 save percentage. Darcy Kuemper, when he finally got into the game, played phenomenal. Anyway, he gets the loss 9-10-2, but still, Darcy Kuemper, after the first period, because it was 50% Darcy on the last 2 goals, 50% defense. That first goal, I'm not going to blame him. That first goal was no defensive support, and he just got essentially deked out. That was just a really good play. I'm not going to take anything away from San Jose there. But, you know, the other 2 goals, I'm going to go ahead and blame Darcy Kuemper 50-50. After that third goal went in, he played phenomenal. In the third period, if it wasn't for him in the third period, Arizona would have been down like 5-2 at some point, because that's how phenomenally he was playing, and San Jose did get a couple of really good opportunities. So, nothing but respect for Darcy, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because they still lose. And it frustrates me personally because this team wanted to be a playoff team. They're 2-6-0 since earning the right to compete for a playoff spot. No, I'm not going to stop harping on about that because they had the nerve to say this team deserves to stay together. We're not going to try to make any moves to improve them. This team is a playoff team. And ever since they were given the green light to compete for the playoffs, they've done nothing but disappoint. Let's go ahead and look at Oliver Ekman-Larsson, the fearless leader, the captain, a -1, had 4 penalty minutes, had 2 penalties in the third period. That is back-to-back games where that man has had penalties in the third period that hurt the Coyotes. All right, he even came out and said afterward, I want to read the quote from Craig Morgan if I can find it, but he literally came out and said he is losing the puck, he's not playing very well defensively, he is not giving the team a chance to win. That's your captain, ladies and gentlemen. By his own admission, not giving you a chance to win night in and night out. That is your captain. And to me, that's the Arizona Coyotes in a nutshell. Because they have every single tool to play well defensively, to get the job done. And you look at this, and they're not doing it. All right? The defense is playing terrible. Hjalmarsson is just playing okay. Demers and OEL can't play defense anymore. And Goligoski is surprisingly the second best defender on the team. Jakub Chikrin, Goligoski, and Ilya Labushkin cannot do it by themselves. And Nick Hjalmarsson just playing okay is not going to help either. The team is not getting enough goal support. Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz need to start scoring goals. Phil Kessel scored, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. You're still needing to get the rest of your core going. Them missing Connor Garland really is hurting them. And the simple fact that they didn't add any more talent in the deadline, I want to see how anyone defends that mindset that, oh, they didn't need any more talent. They obviously needed more talent because one injury has derailed the entire team. team. And it's one injury. Yes, it is a very important player, but that's also why you load up if you want to compete. And that's why I'm mad. Because this team had the ability to compete. They had the ability to get into that 4th playoff spot. I don't care that it's still mathematically possible. St. Louis is playing well, getting the job done. Arizona is not. This team is done from the playoff search. They are 21, 24, and 5, and they would be lucky to finish 500 at this point. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Vegas Golden Knights matchup on April 30th, 2021. Yes, that was a little bit of a Louis impression, but you know what? The Arizona Coyotes, where was this against San Jose? All right. Where is this against San Jose? Anyway, full disclosure, I'm on the way back from Subway. I'm just getting ready to hop in the shower, hop out. I didn't even notice the game was on. I thought it was on at 7:30, so I missed about the first, let's say, 13, 14, 15 minutes of the first. I actually missed the John Hayden goal. Then I streamed the entire rest of it, the last few minutes of the first, all the second and third, so I was there for the games. Go ahead and jump right into it. Adin Hill gets a start. Really big decision. I think Adin Hill, it's better if you actually get Kuemper than Hill. Kuemper than Hill, get a little bit of a dynamic going like we have with Vegas with Lehner and Marc-Andre Fleury. Vegas comes into this one 35, 11, and 2, and Arizona 21, 24, and 5. They desperately need to get 2 points to keep that playoff hope. I don't think it's going to happen, but you know what? If you want to maintain the playoff dreams, you got to win here. Anyway, first period, 9:13 in. John Hayden is second from Derek Brassard and Jason Demers. And just like that, the Arizona Coyotes are up. And there is a lot of back and forth. I think Vegas had better overall opportunities for a decent amount. But Arizona was playing hard and playing to Vegas's level to the point where it kind of felt like a playoff game in certain aspects of it. And it almost felt like Arizona could actually beat these guys. Then you go into the third period. This is a pretty good break by Nick Schmaltz. Gets a shot, goes off a Lehner. Rebound, Michael Bunting puts it right past him. His 9th of the season from Nick Schmaltz at 1:30, 90 seconds in. Just like that, it is 2-0 Arizona. And then from there on, it felt a lot like Arizona versus San Jose, where just these teams could not really get possession of the puck, but it was primarily a lot of Arizona not allowing Vegas to get possession of the puck. Not a lot of quality scoring opportunities, and just like that, the Arizona Coyotes are up 2-0 later on in the game with an empty net. Robin Lehner is on the bench. And at 17:23, a really good forced turnover by Lawson Krause, passes it over for Christian Dvorak, who ends up picking it up, putting it right over to Christian Fischer's stick, unselfishly puts it in, jumps over a defender, knocks the goal off its set. But you know what? The goal still counts. The Coyotes win 3-0. Where was this against San Jose? If you beat San Jose both those games, you have 6 more points right now in the standings. I think they're actually ahead by St. Louis by 1 point. Now, St. Louis still has, I think, 3 games in hand at this point, and they're up by like 4 points or 5 or 3 points or whatever it is. So you need St. Louis to lose, and Arizona needs to win. But you know what? Just because Arizona ruined a lot of the opportunity, it does not mean there isn't still something here. I don't see it too much personally, but you know what? You gotta take what you gotta take. Right now, Adin fucking Hill. I know I'm not supposed to curse very often, but Adin Hill, 25 for 25, his 10th career shutout, and he ends up, or I think it's 10th career shutout, second of the season, and he ends up shutting down the 10-game winning streak by the Vegas Golden Knights. Perfect 25 for 25. His record now goes to 8-8-1. Adin fucking Hill. It's one of the few times I'm going to curse when I'm talking about that man right there. And defensively, even Oliver Ekman-Larsson played okay. He had a couple pretty good defensive plays, 1 or 2 really good offensive chances, 1 really good drive. I have to give him credit, and not a single Coyotes defender was negative. I understand it's impossible in a game like this, but just look at that. Look at that. Side note, it was OEL and Labushkin that weren't on the ice for any goals, and they were both neutral, but it's still a positive. You just gotta take it for what it's worth. But not a whole lot else to say. Arizona finally, after me complaining, after me sounding like I hate this team, I don't hate this team, they got the job done. That is all that matters, that this team finally came together and got that job done. Arizona wins by a final score of 3-0, putting their record up to 22, 24, and 5. There is still plenty of time to try to get in front of St. Louis. I still don't see it, but if they can beat Vegas one more time, maybe I'll believe. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Vegas Golden Knights matchup on May 1st, 2021. This one might be a little bit shorter because I just got done probably about 40 minutes ago or so live streaming the entire game. That was about 3 hours of live streaming, so let's just be honest here, I'm a little bit tired. But this game was actually more of a game than I was expecting it to be, and honestly, even though Arizona ends up losing this one, spoiler alert, I think they had a pretty good game overall. A little bit more mediocre in the first period, let's say, but you know what? I'll go ahead and talk about that a little bit more later. Darcy Kuemper gets to start. John Hayden is out. Michael Chaput is in. Didn't really make much of a change, but anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the first period. So after mostly Vegas opportunities, at one point the shots were about 12 or 14 to 1, all right? Vegas was controlling the shots in this game. Yeah, William Karlsson is 14 from Marchessault and Smith at 10-15 of the first, but it was still a close game throughout. Darcy Kuemper's making some good saves. Then you go into the second period at 5:14. Mark Stone is 20th from Max Pacioretty and Chandler Stevenson. A decent amount of these goals were really pretty goals. A lot of really good passing. Vegas is a very good team. Then we hit the third period. The live stream is just absolutely buzzing, and I say one of the dumbest things I've ever said. I said if Arizona comes back to win in regulation, all right, remember, this is about, let's say, 8 or so minutes into the period. Keep that in mind, that I will do a shirtless live stream, all right? And then right as I was finishing the sentence, Christian Fischer is third from Lawson Krause and Jacob Chikrin at 9:04. And I'm sitting there like, no, you guys did not. And then about 5 minutes later at 14:48, Christian Dvorak is 14th from Clayton Keller and Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And I'm just sitting there, no, you guys did not do this to me. Why do I say stupid things? Why do I say stupid things? Luckily for me, and for every single one of you guys watching, all right, that didn't end up winning the game in regulation, you go to overtime, and here, I know it's like, bad calls or controversial calls. I don't really care too much about that. It's more so don't put yourself in bad positions if you don't want to take bad penalties. And Jonathan Marchessault is off of a ripper. His 15th from Pietrangelo at 3:04 in the overtime on the power play. That'd be the second power play goal. The first one was Christian Dvorak's stick to tie the game. And just like that, Vegas wins by a final score of 3-2 in overtime. And I can't be mad. I genuinely can't be mad. They went up against the best team in the division, probably in the league, and for the most part, even though the shots were really uneven, the game stayed close, and a lot of the team stats stayed close. So shots, 34-21 Vegas, they still had the clear head there. All right, Arizona at one point was leading 53% in the faceoffs. They finished 46, still a pretty good improvement. 1 for 4 on the power play. Vegas is 1 for 5, so the penalty kill still did their job against a very good team for the most part. There were times in Vegas just could not get anything generated. Hits, Arizona out-hits Vegas 39-21. I thought that was Vegas' job to get all the hits. They block 18 shots versus Vegas' 9, but give the puck away 5 times versus Vegas' 1. But at the same time, you look at that, the team stats back it up. They kept this game close, and that's all you can really ask for. All right, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, despite taking another really bad penalty, it doesn't end up costing the Coyotes, even gets a secondary assist in the game-tying goal. Even he was having a couple good defensive plays. It was mostly Lawson Krause and Christian Fischer I saw were getting a lot of really big physical plays, so Arizona played a good physical game. Darcy Kuemper played out of his freaking mind. 31 saves, 912 save percentage. He does unfortunately get the loss, but you can't blame him for that. He played out of his mind. He goes to 9-10-3 on the season, but 912 save percentage, seriously. Darcy Kuemper had a good game. Can't blame it on Kuemper. Only 2 defenders had a negative, as -1 for Jarmelson and Demers, which just shows you the defense is at least playing better overall. I can't complain. Yeah, they lost. Yeah, it was a little boring in the first, maybe parts of the second, but they still played a fundamentally solid game. They kept it competitive, and they get a point. St. Louis also ends up getting a point too tonight, so they are in the exact same boat they were in before, and just now with less time and less games. But at the same time, they're starting to play better and starting to show they actually want to compete for something. It just might be a little bit too late, but you know what? I respect it. Even though it might be too late, it probably gets a little bit more respect out of me because it shows that no matter what, you don't want to give up. And the fact that Arizona's not giving up, nothing but respect. Their record does unfortunately drop to 22-24-6, but you know what? Arizona's earned a little bit more of my respect back after that San Jose series. Even though they lose 3-2, I'm pretty satisfied with that game. What is up, guys? Killer Keemstar here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Arizona Coyotes and Los Angeles Kings matchup on May 3rd, 2021. Full disclosure out of the way, I did miss the first 8 minutes of the first period last night, then watched the entirety of the rest of the first, but due to personal reasons, I missed the second and third, so it's going to be a shorter review today. So let's go ahead and talk about it. The King has returned. Connor Garland returned last night, and actually ended up having a point on the game-leading goal in the second period, so there you go. There's a little bit of positive for the Coyotes. Unfortunately, not much else. Nick Schmaltz actually would miss the game because he got an injury in warmups, and Jordan Osterley lined up as a left wing. Look, let's be honest here. It should have been Lane Peterson. I'm not entirely sure how that whole thing works, but isn't that what the reserve forwards are for? And he was officially scratched on the Coyotes PR team Twitter, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but whatever, he at least played well enough. Darcy Kuemper gets the start, and let's hop right into it. So 17 minutes and 10 seconds into the first, Christian Dvorak is 15th from Lawson Krause and Christian Fischer. This is a really good follow-through play by Dvorak. He's actually falling down as he makes a play. A wide open side of the net, and he just puts it home. Coyotes are now up. However, just 35 seconds later, off of a face-off shot, Trevor Moore is 10th. We are tied. And honestly, Arizona was just playing kind of okay to begin with in the first period. Then when LA gets that goal late, you can tell momentum was kind of turning, but not quite fully yet. Then he hit the second period, and 53 seconds in on the power play, because there was a late power play on the LA Kings. On the power play, Jakub Chychrun is 17th, the captain, from Connor Garland and Alex Goligoski. And it looks like Arizona's going to take control of the game, get a much-needed 2 points. Andrzej Kopitar at 740 is 13th from Kempe and Brown, and Alex Iafallo is 12th from Doughty and Kopitar at 1340 of the power play. And that was it. The second period was the last time a goal was scored. Coyotes lose in regulation 3-2. I don't know if you could tell that I'm not exactly happy about this, because this is a team that is well below you. You need to start getting wins, and apparently Coach Tocchet was quoted before the game as saying this is a Game 7 type situation for him, and it was one of those do-or-die games, and you come out and play it like that? Look, they had the advantage in the team stats, all right? They outshoot them 34-26. They take 55% of the faceoffs. Both teams are 1 for 2 on the power play. They get out-hit 35-29, yeah, sure, whatever. LA blocks 12 shots versus Arizona's 1. The defense did not exactly play as well as you would like, and they gave the puck away more times, 7 versus 5. But when it comes to the offensive abilities, shots, obviously getting those face-off wins and getting opportunities, they just didn't capitalize. They just did not finish. And in the third period, Cal Peterson made them look bad. All right, Jonathan Quick left after the end of the second period. I want to say it had to do with injury, because I know I saw a little bit of Clayton Keller getting pushed in to Jonathan Quick. And side note, I heard, and I quote, "Don't effing touch me, you effing suck." I want to know if anyone else picked up on that, but just want to throw that one out there. But yeah, Cal Peterson ended up making them look very poor. Stopped all 15 shots, and I think Darcy Kuemper played well enough. 23 saves, 26 shots against, 3 goals against, 85 save percentage. He gets the loss. Who cares about his record at this point of the season? The Coyotes are done. The Coyotes are absolutely done, and absolutely done. But the thing is, when you look at this team, one scene comes to mind, one moment. At the end of the first period, as soon as the buzzer rings, Connor Garland goes directly over to Jonathan Quick to go exchange some words because they had some unfinished business. And then the camera immediately cuts directly to Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who just kind of looks forward, puts his head down, and starts skating back to the bench. It's a tale of two players, all right? Your actual captain doesn't have any passion. You can tell the team really doesn't care at this point. They're getting decent little bits, 20, 30, even 40 minutes at a time, but they're not finishing out games against a team like LA that, frankly, they should beat just about every single time, all right? This team seems checked out. They have 3 games remaining. They are down by 5 points against St. Louis. If they want to make the playoffs, they need to win out, and St. Louis needs to lose every single game in regulation. And if they lose one game in overtime, I believe Arizona gets the tiebreaker because they ended up winning the season series, but it doesn't matter. The fact that there's a less than a 1% chance of this team making the playoffs, and it's all because of their own doing. Honestly, I just don't get how more fans aren't frustrated at the fact that it started at the deadline. All right, they are 3-7-1 at this point since earning a right to compete for a playoff spot. They are not even 500 since then. They needed to add something. They didn't, and now they're suffering the consequences. They fall to 22, 25, and 6. This season is done. Let's be honest here, boys. At least we still have Christian Dvorak and Jakub Chychrun playing well, and Connor Garland looked okay in his first game back. He got a primary assist, so there's something there, but we're talking about next season at this point, not this season. 3-8-0 ever since this team earned the right to compete for a playoff spot. Let's just take for a second to just contemplate that, and the simple fact that this team had the opportunity, had the overall skeleton to be a competitive team, to go to the playoffs, and even try to get out of the first round, and still ended up not even going 500. Well, I'm going to say it, I said it before, I'll say it one last time. Bill Armstrong should have added at the deadline, and he failed this season. improve next year. That is all I can say. I'm not going to sit there and say he's a terrible GM after one inactive trade deadline. I'm just going to say improve next year. That's it. Anyway, so I was on the way back from Payson down to Phoenix yesterday, so I only got to listen to the first, let's say, 15 to 18 minutes of the first. My phone was about to die, so I turned it off, and when I finally got back home, I'm not going to lie, I might have listened to another 10 minutes of the game, maybe, but I kind of just thought it really wasn't worth it anymore at that point, because I was just disappointed. I was disappointed by the fact that they can't beat the Kings once at home in this last two when it's supposed to be like a Game 7 playoff atmosphere. The Blues had lost in the shootout against the Ducks. The Arizona Coyotes had one last chance to maintain a playoff push, and that's how they ended up playing, mediocre at best over the last couple of games. All right, Adin Hill gets to start on Darcy Kuemper's birthday. Make of that whatever you will. And at the very least, the first period started off very well. At 1:19 of the first, Oliver Ekman-Larsson is third from Garland and bunting. Not entirely sure why Heater said the captain scored because Jakob Chychrun wasn't even on the ice. But you know what? It's a very OEL move to only show up when the Coyotes are already out of the playoff discussion. Then the next two goals at 4:29 and 13:03 went to Los Angeles Kings. Velarde is 8th from Iafallo and Walker, and Anderson Dolan is 7th from Athanasiou and Byfield. But before the end of the period, the real captain, Jakob Chychrun, is 18th from Garland and Goligoski. That is 2 primary assists for Garland to this game. On the power play, the game is tied. Go to the second. From what I can tell, Arizona played well enough. It's a pretty decent little game there. Then you go to the third. Velarde scores his second of the night, 9th of the season from Anderson and Walker. I actually was listening for that part. Now I properly remember I listened for a little bit longer. And then Walker is third from Kopitar at 19:23, empty net. Coyotes lose by a score of 4-2. Fan appreciation night. You can't even get one last win out for the rest of the season. And now you are 3-8-1 ever since earning a right to compete for a playoff spot, just to lose that playoff spot that you had in your possession multiple times. There is no excuses here. This is just frustrating, and I'm going to urge everyone to actually see what the shortcomings are and the fact that we need a new coaching staff, an entirely new, top to bottom reboot of the coaching staff, because you can't have this level of consistent inconsistency for at least the last 3 years and expect anything to change. I actually had some people in the comments of the Coyotes Twitter post saying that, Rick Tocchet's a good coach, and if he just had a Vegas or a Colorado roster on him, he would be coach of the year. So you are saying, by your own definition right there, by your own admission, that Rick Tocchet needs an elite roster to be a good coach, all right? A good coach can turn a mediocre team into a good team. A good coach can take a good team and make them excel. A great coach can take a bad team and make them good. Not great, but can make them good, because that's how good the coaching is. Coaching is immensely important because they're going to see every single player's individual roles, know exactly how best to take advantage of everyone's talents and abilities, and go on with that. You're going to see everyone's best foot forward and also out-scheme other coaches. You can make up for a lot of lack of talent with good scheming. So no, enough with the excuses. Tocchet has to go, and I think it's shown last year was a fluke. If it wasn't for the play-in round, they would not have been a playoff team. I don't think he should get credit for taking this team to the playoffs. Let's just be honest here. Anyway, game stats, Adin Hill gets the loss, 3 goals against, 18 saves, 8.57 save percentage, excuse me. He's fine, I guess. Team stats, they outshoot LA 30-22, take 56% of the faceoffs, go 1 for 4 in the power play, out-hit LA 30-22, they block fewer shots, 15 versus 10, and both teams give up 7 pucks each, 7 turnovers, so there you go. It was an even game. You can't make the excuse that the Coyotes weren't at least in this game, yet once again, where it counts on the score sheet, you're not scoring. You can't sit there and only blame, player personnel. You have to blame leadership, Oliver Ekman-Larsson. You have to blame coaching, Rick Tocchet. You have to blame scheming. You have to look at all of this and realize maybe, just maybe, the people that we thought were the best or in the right spot for the right job aren't the right people for those jobs. All right, Jakob Chychrun should be the captain. I will say it right now. Jakob Chychrun should be the captain of this hockey team because he actually shows passion. And even though I didn't get to watch that last little bit because I said it wasn't worth it, the fact that I saw multiple people saying that he was holding back tears, knowing that they were eliminated from the playoffs, at least somebody cared. Once again, in the last game where Carter Garland goes directly to Jonathan Quick to go ahead and trash talk a little bit to him and have his differences settled, Oh, he all skates away. 3 goals on the season for your captain. 3 goals on the season. I don't want to hear about a shortened season. He got outperformed by Michael Bunting. There is no coming back from being outperformed by someone who was a career AHLer before the season, all right? This is frustration. This is Arizona needs an entire new identity because what they have now is not good enough and it is not working, and I will stand by that. At the very least, they're playing decent, but the fact that it's supposed to be your Game 7 scenario and you're playing mediocre at best right now, the Coyotes deserve to not be in the playoffs, and hopefully some heads will roll, and there'll actually be some positive changes in the offseason, because it's not like the team is done. They still have a good core, still have plenty of players under contract for the next 4 or 5 years. You can do something with the core they have, get the better pieces around them, get better coaching, and for the love of the gods, change the captain, because Oliver Ekman-Larsson is not a leader on the ice, and you can tell. All right, I don't care what's said behind closed doors. When you have a sense for these kind of things, when actual hockey minds and former players look at that and say that's not going to rally the troops, you have to listen to that experience. Anyway, Coyotes lose by a final score of 4-2, dropping the record to 22, 26, and 6, and they are officially eliminated from the playoffs. You know, I used to think this Coyotes season was a tragedy. It turns out it's a comedy. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I said I was going to do it to celebrate the end of the season. No one really showed up, but you know what? To the 3 people that showed up to the clown stream was fun. Anyway, I streamed about the last, let's say, 8 or 9 minutes of the first period, listened to 2 or 3 minutes of the second, and then listened to the final 10 minutes of the third. So I definitely got to listen and watch about half of the game somewhere in there. Do the math for me. But I'm not going to lie, I was kind of dumbfounded by this game because Arizona gives up the goal first off to Erik Karlsson to start off the game, 3:47, his 8th from Hertl, and I'm like, okay, first off, I thought it was Oliver Ekman-Larsson. No, it was Erik Karlsson, so, hey, you know what? Erik Karlsson likes to make me look like a clown. Well, that's why we have the makeup going for today. All right, Darcy Kuemper gets to start, all that disclosures out of the way, Karlsson scored first, go ahead into the second period, and then at 3:30, Timo Meier is 11th, and I'm kind of sitting there thinking I'm playing Resident Evil 8. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I made the right decision ending the stream and playing with some tall vampire ladies, but then they very quickly made me regret those decisions. So at 4:59 of those a second, Victor Soderstrom is first from Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Connor Garland, and just like that, the lead is cut in half, but that wasn't it. On the power play at 11:05, Connor Garland, his 11th from Jakob Chychrun, the real captain, and right there, you're tied. Garland has 2 points. Let's go ahead and go into the third period, and at 4:53 of the third, Phil Kessel is 19th from Christian Dvorak and Alex Goligoski, but we are not done, because not even, like, let's say 20 seconds after I started listening to the game, Michael Bunting scores his 10th from Connor Garland. That's his 27th assist, by the way. Also, 3rd point of the night. I really missed Connor Garland when he missed those games. Come on now. And then at the very end, we were not sure if he's going to get the shot off in time, but they put Galchenyuk out there for an empty net, and he scores his first career goal. Both Soderstrom and Galchenyuk were actually in the lineup tonight. I guess they're going to finally let some young kids play, so there you go. The couple of good players that were in Tucson. Victor Soderstrom gets his first career NHL goal, and Galchenyuk also secures his first from Brassard and Kessel at 19:59. Kessel gets his 900th career point, and you have a couple of, well, Galchenyuk, his first overall point. I don't remember if Soderstrom ended up getting an assist earlier on, but his first NHL goal. Arizona's feeling pretty great right now. Darcy Kuemper has 26 saves on 28 shots, 2 goals against, 928 save percentage. He gets the win, bumping his record to 10-11-3, excuse me. And Arizona even led in most of the team stats. They're out shooting San Jose 34-28. They took 46% of the faceoffs, which is, respectable. 1 for 2 on the power play. San Jose 0-3. Both teams tied at 11 in hits. Arizona blocked more shots, 11 versus 8, and gave the puck away fewer times, 5 versus 9. Arizona played well. I'm going to say this right now. It's going to sound a little salty. Where was this when the games mattered? Where was this when you were still in the playoff hunt? But you know what? At the very least, Galchenyuk looked good. Chef's kiss, all right? Bunting, Peterson, Garland, let's go. If you would have had that for, let's say, 40 games this season, you might have been a playoff team because you would have had Michael Bunting, who has scored 10 goals this year. If he would have been playing all season, he would have been on pace for about 20 goals this year. We would have had 2 20-goal scorers. If Phil Kessel can score one more tomorrow to end the season, we would have had 2. All right, Michael Bunting playing it with Connor Garland. I feel like you're getting a bit of that chemistry from when Taylor Hall left, and since Michael Bunting cost a hell of a lot less than Taylor Hall, that is a very, very, very good deal for the Arizona Coyotes to get anywhere near the similar amount of production. And Lane Peterson playing between them, that's pretty much the Tucson Roadrunners line. When I first started watching the Tucson, or more accurately listening to them, I'd go on late night walks when I first started AZ Sports Guy and listen to their games. It was Bunting, Peterson, Garland. That was your top line. You also had Foshing. They swapped him out a little bit on the right wing, but you still, that was chef's kiss. Bring him in the NHL. Galchenyuk played well from what I can tell. Things are looking bright. I want every veteran on this team that is not under contract going into the season, all right? I want all of them gone because you're showing the young kids have potential. And if you're going to end up going to the Central and sucking next year, let Soderstrom, Yannick, Peterson, Bunting, let all these guys play an entire season for you, and I guarantee you they're going to build something. If you just build around it, get some good pieces. If you want to suck next year, suck next year. If you want to be competitive next year, actually make some moves. But at the very least, there's something to be optimistic about. You can also take this as a bit of a poetry in motion. Anyway, the Coyotes do win by a final score of 5-2, and after, giving up those first couple of goals, Darcy Kuemper played very well, and Arizona took control with 4 unanswered goals. Correct that, 5 unanswered goals. Where was this? Just where was it? You know what? Who cares? Just smile. You have no idea how vindicated I feel right now. Boys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, whatever. I am the AZ Sports Guy, and we have some of the best news I've ever been able to report right now. All right, I remember all the negative comments. I remember all the you don't know anything about hockeys. I remember the stupid comment on Twitter I got like 2 weeks ago being like, oh, Rick Tocchet would be a great coach if he just had an elite roster like Vegas and Colorado. Right, because a coach is definitely high quality if they require having the best roster in the league to be any good. That's right! That's the logic I got! I've been covering this team since June of 2018. I've been covering since the entirety of the 18-19 season, pointing out all the problems with Tocchet and his coaching system, and everyone kept saying how dumb I was. It wasn't until the last year people started finally catching on. I've been on this train for years, boys and girls, and as of today, 12 minutes ago, as of when I loaded this up, I just got the notification on Twitter. I had to jump out of bed just to make this video. Coyote report coming tonight, whatever. But right now, quote, Arizona Coyotes and head coach Rick Tocchet agree to part ways. The Coyotes will begin their search for a new coach immediately. Yes! Look, Rick Tocchet is a mediocre coach. He is mediocre, all right? He was making small improvements here or there, but he is literally the reason why the goaltenders can't stay healthy, all right? Antti Raanta has his own issues, but you literally saw Darcy Kuemper developing injury issues after being played, 23 consecutive games, including it was going to be a 24th after the Coyotes were already eliminated from the playoffs in 18-19. Am I remembering that one correctly? I never forgave him for that one, all right? I wanted to give many little benefit of the doubt, but nothing has gotten better. He had players like Taylor Hall and Phil Kessel, and they managed to get 1 20-goal season out of both those players. 1 total. That was this year, and Phil Kessel was playing phenomenal this year, by the way. I had to point that one out, but just, you have no idea how vindicated I feel right now. After years of being told I don't know anything, well, looks like Bill Armstrong noticed what I was noticing. Look, Arizona Coyotes general manager Bill Armstrong announced today that the Coyotes and Rick Tocchet have mutually agreed to part ways. Tocchet, whose contract expires on June 30th, will not return as the Coyotes head coach next season. The Coyotes will begin their search for a new head coach immediately. Quote, after meeting with Rick, week, we have agreed that coaching changes is in the best interest of the club, end quote, per Bill Armstrong. They realize the issues too. And honestly, some of the people that were pointing it out last year, I actually really do appreciate it. I think the Drop Hockey podcast, it was the first person to bring it up to me, is that after all the changes in the offseason, the coach, especially as on an expiring contract, was probably the least of their concerns, but they realized the error of their ways, and on top of that, with so many expiring old contracts like Goligoski, Jalmerson, all those guys on their way out, Ronta, this team finally has the potential to not only get a good coach that knows how to best take advantage of the roster, but also actually properly fill out that roster with some cap space to actually give us the players we need to fit the system they're going to be going for. You have no idea how excited I am right now. I am so freaking ridiculously excited. I am so happy. I'm literally I'm hyped. All right. The Coyotes finally have a bright future because they've realized this mediocre head coach who is fine, I suppose, mediocrity. All right. Look, here's how it goes. A good roster will take you places. All right. A great roster will take you deeper. A bad coach will turn the worst team into a watchable team. Not great, not good, not a playoff team, but an amazing coach will make all the difference, know how to utilize the roster, make a fantastic system that'll actually go with the roster they have, and make them watchable. All right, a good coach turns a good team into a great team because the good coach can recognize what you got to do to adjust your system and actually best utilize your players. I'm excited. I'm hyped. This is awesome. Look, I know you shouldn't celebrate someone losing their job, but the simple fact that the one biggest reason the Coyotes have been held back, and I've been pointing it out for 3 freaking years now, is the head coach. We finally are going to be having a new vision. All right, look, I don't care who they hire. Hire someone that can work with both old and new talent, all right? Dave Tippett was phenomenal, but he wasn't very good with young talent. He was better with guys that knew their roles, might be younger, but they still already knew their roles, all right? Rick Tocchet is probably also a little bit better with veterans than he is younger players, and you can see that with how Coyotes player development has stalled for the most part, or just kind of leveled out to being mediocre. Of course, Clayton Keller's playing much better the last couple of years. He's a good player. Christian Dvorak's also been playing very well the last few years. Good player. Jakob Chychrun, phenomenal. The captain himself. All I'm saying is that the Coyotes officially have the brightest setup for a future, and I could not be any more excited. And on top of that, even though I do not like Rick Tocchet, I still hope he finds another job, even as an assistant coach somewhere, and he still ends up on his feet. But at the same time, away from the Coyotes, so the Coyotes can have the opportunity to find a proper coach that'll actually fit their system, take advantage of their players, and take this team that next step that Tocchet has not been able. Once again, Tocchet has produced like 2 20-goal scorers his entire tenure here. All right, you got Garland last year and Kessel. 3 out of 5 seasons he had a 20-goal scorer. He does not produce that the offense that the Coyotes need. And the young talent is more offensively oriented anyway. Take advantage of that. Get a coach that's not going to bury a goaltender and develop more injury issues. Extend Hale, make him your full-time backup. Bright futures ahead, boys. Coyotes report for last night should be out tonight. Didn't have time to last night. I was tired, but we got good news to wake up this morning, and I was not going to let that go away. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Since Puckpedia went ahead and released this handy-dandy expansion tool, I'm going to go ahead and go through it and to see kind of who I think the Coyotes would protect, who the Coyotes are likely going to have to protect, and also the players that are exempt from this. So let's go ahead and jump right into this one. Briefly, to start off, here are the players that are completely exempt from the draft: Cameron Crotty, Barrett Hayton, Victor Soderstrom, Ty Emberson, Matthias Michelli, Nate Sassis, Ivan Prosvetov, Ryan McGregor, Yan Yannick, and David Tendek. Pretty much all the players that haven't really gotten to play much in the NHL at all. Only one of those players currently does not have a contract for next year. That's Nate Sassis, but he's also the oldest of all of them, 24 years old. So, at the very least, the 22 and under crowd that are probably going to be pushing for a Coyotes roster spot in the next couple of years, they're going to be fine. The Coyotes do not have to expose them. So that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into who I think the Coyotes will end up protecting and exposing. Now, real quick, we actually have to talk about the format. So if you look over here at the protection list, each team can protect 1 goaltender and either 10 skaters, with 7 of those being forwards, or any skater combination of 8, but it has to have 4 or more defensemen. And here's the good thing for the Coyotes. They only have 3 defensemen under contract going into next year, so we're going to get to protect 7 forwards. So we'll start off with those forwards. First and foremost, Phil Kessel. You're protecting him because he has a no movement clause. I do believe no movement clauses also mean you cannot expose them in an expansion draft, so he's not going anywhere. Clayton Keller, you're going to, of course, keep him locked down. When you get a little bit lower, that's when I'm going to start questioning things. You're probably going to keep Nick Schmaltz because he's also part of your core. Christian Dvorak, of course, but now you already have 4 spots taken up. And because you have 4 very important spots taken up, your depth is going to suffer. Of course, Connor Garland, you're probably going to... If you have any hope of re-signing Garland, or at least any plans of re-signing Garland, you're protecting him here. My only question now is, do you protect anyone in the kind of middle 6 as on expiring contracts or 1 year left? Do you protect Krause? Do you protect Pitlick? Do you protect Johan Larsson? I personally don't think you do, primarily because Arizona desperately needs scoring. They need finishers. If I'm the Coyotes right now, I'm also going to protect Michael Bunting, because even though it was only for a month span, he was more efficient of a scorer than Nathan MacKinnon at one point. It was a very brief period, but you don't want to get rid of Michael Bunting. You don't want to lose him for nothing. And honestly, especially with that potential that he showed, I definitely think there would be interest if he was left unprotected. But other than that, I really don't know who you'd protect. I would personally protect Lane Peterson, but because of how limited his experience was and how he did just play well, not amazing, not terrible, just he played well, then from an asset management perspective, it probably wouldn't be worth protecting him specifically, because there might be some interest, but it also might not be enough for someone to take him. Personally, I'm kind of leaning maybe you protect Lawson Krause, because Lawson Krause is a very talented player. He's also pretty decent with scoring, but I also like how he brings some sandpaper to the top 9. So, you know, you have something there. I like when he does play with Clayton Keller, even though you want to take better advantage of Keller playing with more of a traditional scorer. But I like Lawson Krause. If I had to pick a 7th forward, I'm going Lawson Krause. And for the defenseman, obviously, Alec Larson's not going anywhere. No movement clause. I said it years ago. This is why you shouldn't have re-signed him, because you've seen this huge cap hit that you're not really getting the kind of offensive production or even the defensive production anymore. But you know what? I've banged on about that before. It's not really worth it. Of course, the captain himself, Jakob Chychrun, you're not getting rid of Chick. Chick is staying right here. So with OEL and Chychrun protected, that leaves us with just one defenseman under contract going in the next year. You're locking down Kyle Capobianco. Next year, the Coyotes have no expectations. It is the perfect time. You put Chychrun on your top pairing, you put OEL down on the second pairing, and you pair OEL with Kyle Capobianco, and you just see. You give it 40, 50 games, and if Kyle Capobianco sucks, you just send him down to the minors and waive him. You don't re-sign him the next year. If you end up actually getting something good, you extend him, you keep him in your top 4. This is probably the best possible opportunity to keep him within the system if you truly think he's going to be a good defenseman, because other than that, you know, Jordan Gross, you can probably re-sign him. On top of that, he had the injury. You don't know if he's going to be back as effective as he was. Other than that, I mean, Ilya Lyubushkin, I would probably want to keep, but Kyle Capobianco's the only guy under contract. I would at least keep that. Goaltending-wise, this one is going to be a bit of a hot take, all right? I have nothing against Darcy Kuemper. I'm protecting Adin Hill, all right? Look, Adin Hill showed what he can be last year. We saw glimmers of it back in 18-19. We already knew what he is capable of, but now that you actually get him with a little bit more experience, Adin Hill is a very good 1B, that's his ceiling, but traditional backup goaltender. You're going to need that moving forward. Ivan Prosotov is still developing. Darcy Kuemper, with the bit of a hit he took last year overall, I think you would have less interest in grabbing Kuemper than you would in Adin Hill. So if you look at it right now, you need to keep at least one of these two, and in my opinion, I'm going for Adin Hill, because Darcy Kuemper, you can still probably try to convince them to look for another player on the roster. Maybe you can convince him to take Antti Ranta. Maybe you can convince him to take Hudson Fasching or Christian Fischer, someone like that. I would personally think Fischer would be the first guy that you would think of with this current list right here. You have to protect one of these two, and Adin Hill is not only younger, but he's also playing better as of the last year. I would just keep Adin Hill. Darcy Kuemper would likely not get picked. Then again, he still could. It's still a big risk, but I would personally rather have Adin Hill protected, re-sign him for at least a 3-year contract. Minimum 2-year bridge, but I'd prefer a 3-year contract or a little bit more, because he's shown what he can do consistently, what he can be consistently. I have no more questions about Adin Hill. Darcy Kuemper, I still think he's a good goaltender, but if you end up losing him, Adin Hill can probably still step in as that 1B fringe level starter. Like I said, I've been saying it for the last couple of years. So if you go out and you get a traditional backup goaltender, the goaltending will be fine for the 1 year when Darcy Kuemper is gone. So that's where my mindset's going here. So my protected list, of course, forwards is Phil Kessel, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, Christian Dvorak, Connor Garland, Michael Bunting, and Lawson Krause, with my defenders being Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Jakob Chychrun, and Kyle Kipabienko, and my goaltender being Aiden Hill. But anyway, those are just my thoughts, who I would personally protect and who I think the Coyotes are likely going to protect, because you got to keep as much of that top six intact as possible. A lot of the bottom six is a little bit more replaceable, and on top of that, some of the more unproven assets like Lane Peterson, like Jordan Gross, while I would love to have them back, I don't necessarily would think would get enough interest to really worry too much about it. So that's the guys I'm really going with the only real concern I have being Darcy Kuemper leaving. But worst case scenario, you can always find another goaltender to be the backup and give Aiden Hill one full NHL season to just see if his potential top really is a starting goaltender. Anyway, bringing the cowboy hat back. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and 3 years after drafting him, the Arizona Coyotes have finally signed forward Liam Kirk to a 3-year entry-level contract. I went ahead and wrote down all of his stats for the last couple of years, just since they drafted him, to kind of see what he's doing, and also just watch about 10 or so minutes of footage on him so I can kind of get a feel for his game now, because I do remember seeing him at rookie camps a couple of years ago, and he was fine. He looked okay, obviously, like a lot of the other rookies, still underdeveloped, but he's definitely looking a lot better right now. So without further ado, let's go ahead and just kind of break down a little bit of the stats, and then kind of what I saw in the footage, what he can potentially bring to the Coyotes, and honestly, whether or not I think he has a shot at the roster as early as this year. So without further ado, go ahead and jump right into this one. Liam Kirk was drafted by the Arizona Coyotes in the 7th round, 189th overall in the 2018 NHL entry draft, and the following season in 2018-19 while playing in the OHL. As a member of the Peterborough Petes, he played in 63 games, recording 26 goals and 21 assists for 47 points, as well as playing in 5 playoff games and recording 1 assist. That year, he also played in Great Britain's under-20 team, where he was the captain of that team and played in 5 games, scoring 5 goals and 9 assists for 14 points. He would also play 6 games for Great Britain in the World Championship Tournament, but would record 0 points in those 6 games. Skip ahead to the following season, 2019-2020, while playing in the OHL for Peterborough once more, Liam Kirk was also promoted to being an alternate captain. In 47 games played, he would score 21 goals and 29 assists for 40 points, about 7 fewer points than the previous season. However, he also did that in approximately 16 fewer games. Then this season, 2020-2021, he would actually be loaned to a couple of different hockey leagues, playing for Han Hall's IF for 12 games, scoring 5 goals and 5 assists for 10 points, and playing for the Sheffield Steelers of the EIHL for 14 games, recording 10 goals and 10 assists for 20 points. And finally, this year's World Championship, the 2021 Championship, as a member of Great Britain, Liam Kirk would play in 7 games, recording 7 goals and 2 assists for 9 points. Over the last couple of seasons, Liam Kirk has developed into about a point per game player in different various levels of competition. I think he is more than ready to be playing at least AHL hockey next season, and who knows, maybe even have a fringe shot at the actual Coyotes roster, but I don't want to get ahead of myself there. And I had to at least watch his highlights, as much footage as I possibly could, because like I said, I got to watch him in the rookie camps a couple of years ago, and like most of the other Coyotes prospects, he looked fine, but nothing great. I do remember one video I talked about the Coyotes prospect pool, and I at least felt the need to mention Liam Kirk, but I couldn't quite explain why. But actually getting to watch as much footage as I could, approximately 10 or so minutes, so full disclosure there, he does have a knack for being somewhere around the net or in opportune areas to at least get some opportunities going. He's a pretty decent passer. He's not quite a fast skater, but he's not a slow skater either. I think he does skate well, and he's exactly the kind of finisher that the Coyotes could use. I think definitely if he does end up, making a roster spot next season, I know it's a little bit getting ahead of ourselves, he could easily be a third-line winger, adding some depth scoring, at least around 10 or so goals a season, and honestly, the Coyotes do need a lot more of that, so I am definitely interested to see, and I think this will be a really good signing for the Coyotes moving forward, because Liam Kirk is a pretty good player. I just hope that his skills do translate to the NHL level. Then again, give him a year or so in the AHL, I think he should be fine, because the 21-year-old prospect's looking pretty good so far. Gather round, everyone. The AZ Sports Guy is going to tell you a story about wasting draft assets and not actually drafting your needs, so you'll understand why I'm wearing Vegas in a second. So, June 21st, 2019, the 2019 NHL entry draft. This is a trade that might take on a lot of criticism. It is what it is. You can have your opinion. But I remember stating it was a very, very stupid idea to include your second round pick to trade up 3 spots to grab the guy you wanted. They had 2 third-round picks. You could have used one of those. I understand they ended up making some trades later on and getting back one of those assets, but you're getting an asset later on in the round when you could have had a higher quality asset. This was wasted asset. So the trade I'm talking about was between the Arizona Coyotes and Philadelphia Flyers. So to Philadelphia was the 14th overall pick, and Arizona's second round pick, the 45th overall pick, which the Philadelphia Flyers ended up taking Cameron York, hasn't really played yet, and they ended up trading that second round pick to Nashville to take Igor Afensiev. So there you go. I apologize if I said your name incorrectly, and everyone knows the Coyotes went ahead and drafted Victor Soderstrom. But let's just go ahead and look at those picks, alright? The reason I was reminded of this was because Nyquist's most recent video, its thumbnail got me on this, alright? So we're tying into this right now. We're getting into it. Anyway, 11th overall, Soderstrom goes to Arizona. 12th overall, Matthew Boldy to Minnesota. 13th overall, Spencer Knight to Florida. 14th overall, Cameron York to Philadelphia. And 15th overall, Cole Caulfield goes to Montreal. And now you know why I'm wearing Vegas. So Vegas fans and Montreal fans are very aware of what Cole Caulfield is turning into and what his big coming out party was as an NHL level goal scorer against the Vegas Golden Knights in the conference finals this year. So briefly looking at their season, this was the first season for both Soderstrom and Caulfield. Caulfield, 10 games, 4 goals, 1 assist, 5 points. Soderstrom, he played in 4 games, 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points. He did have a +4, so obviously not a huge sample size there just yet. But then we hit the playoffs, alright? So Cole Caulfield, before the Vegas series, 9 games, 4 assists, 4 points. Once you hit the Vegas series, alright, 4 goals, 1 assist, 5 points in 6 games. He was also a neutral plus-minus there. And right there, on the biggest stage possible to get his team to the Cup Finals, Cole Caulfield scores 4 massive goals. And I'm looking at how this kid skates, the kind of speed he brings, the finish he has, the hands he has, the fact that he's going 5-hole on Leonard, and then you go into Game 6 and he beats him top shelf. The kind of natural goal-scoring ability Cole Caulfield has, I call him an animal. He's a monster. He is not human. That is how good Cole Caulfield is right now, how he is showing how good he is. What does he turn into in a full NHL season? No idea. I'm just going to say 25-plus goal scorer and leave it at that, assuming he keeps that momentum going. The fact that the Coyotes could have had that. The Coyotes could have had that goal scorer they're desperately in need of. Look, just to put it into perspective, alright? I like Michael Bunting. Y'all know I've liked Michael Bunting for a couple of years now. Michael Bunting is right now probably the most solid finisher the team has, and he's just a top 9 forward. He might have earned himself a spot on the second line with how well he played last year, because remember, during the month of March, he was scoring better than Nathan MacKinnon, so Michael Bunting is better than Nathan MacKinnon. But seriously, the Arizona Coyotes have desperately needed a scorer, and they could have had a scorer. And the thing is, you can't bring up the size because the Coyotes have Connor Garland, and that was right around the time when Connor Garland was starting to show what he could be in the league, and then he turned into a 20-goal scorer that year. So all I am going to say is the Coyotes could have had Cole Caulfield, and they once again made a terrible drafting mistake. And my biggest concern here is that Morello, the new owner, wanted John Chayka to stay. He was mad that John Chayka ended up resigning and walking away, which tells me he valued John Chayka, and John Chayka with a huge blunder like this. The Coyotes have had a long history of drafting the wrong player, but this one this one stings especially because while the Coyotes do need a right-handed shot defenseman, you also could use that second-round asset for him. You could have moved around a little bit because if you stay at 14, you get Cole Caulfield because let's say Philadelphia does take Soderstrom. The same exact players were all taken, just in slightly different orders, they take them in 11th overall, so the Coyotes would have still been able to get Cole Caulfield. And one last thing I want to point out is I also, let's say they don't want Cole Caulfield, they also could have traded down, getting more assets for the draft. Krebs goes 17th overall, so they could have picked him. He's looking pretty good so far. They could have got Nolan Foote, who went 27th overall. They could have got Ryan Suzuki, who went 28th overall to Carolina. There's so many other options the Coyotes could have had, yet they go for Soderstrom, and Soderstrom is good. He's looking good so far. The only thing is that Cole Caulfield looks great right now. He's turning into a playoff performer. We have no idea how he's going to be year 2. However, we also have no idea what Soderstrom currently is the NHL level because in the very small sample size of 4 games, he played well two-way. He was generating some opportunities, generating a couple of shots. He did, of course, get the goal and the assist, so he was offensively productive, but the thing was, you have a smaller sample size with him and Cole Caulfield showing what a monster he can be. This was a draft mistake. The Coyotes could have had Cole Caulfield, and being a Coyotes fan is just pain, guys. Being a Coyotes fan is pain. Are you kidding me? Do you see this? This right here? This wonderful Garland Kachina? My wife just got me this like 2 weeks ago. Are you kidding me? I will say this right now. If you have a favorite player, get their jersey as soon as possible. Let's get into the video. Alright, that might have been just a little aggressive. Let's go ahead and tone it down. I'm gonna wear the Rattlers hat because they're the only Arizona sports franchise that has not hurt me yet in 2021, so I'm gonna go ahead and wear this. Obviously, I watch a lot of hockey content, I'm listening to a lot of rumors and whatnot. Just want to be as informed as possible. Also, the speculation is fun, and the predominant channel I'm getting most of my current trade rumors from is Top Shelf Hockey. Very good channel. I have collaborated with them in the past. Have fun checking that channel out. You probably already know who they are. But I didn't really pay too much mind to what they were specifically talking about in reference to Connor Garland until this report came out yesterday. I'll go ahead and flash it on screen and read it. Frank Saravelli on TSN 1260, and I quote, "Coyotes asked Connor Garland's agent to put together some salary proposals. He presented them two different options. That was on May 20th. Yotes haven't even answered, haven't responded, haven't picked up the phone to even acknowledge they received them." And then in a follow-up tweet later on in the thread, quote, "That signals to me for a guy that was already on the trade block that they have no interest in keeping him," end quote. So obviously, after I read that tweet and saw a lot of people bashing on my Coyotes once more, and once again, even Tampa Bay fans, for whatever reason, saying move this team to Houston or Quebec, I, of course, responded with nothing but grace, poise, and professionalism. I used an expletive to describe the Coyotes. Anyway, that is all out of the way now. Let's go ahead and kind of briefly talk about what is being discussed, what is probably going on. I have no inside information. I am just speculating. I am alongside with all the rest of you guys. So the way I see it, what's likely going on here falls under the umbrella of one of three options. So number one is the 100% false. There's no validity to it. And this was likely from a friend of a friend, or someone heard from someone who heard from someone who knows a guy, that sort of thing. And it could just be the Coyotes are genuinely just not looking at contract extensions or anything else until they get the OEL move out of the way. The only things that have happened really since the end of the season and when the OEL thing started to really, ramp up was Ben McCartney signing his ELC as well as Liam Kirk. So it really has just been getting existing prospects to sign their entry-level contracts. That would make a little bit of sense, although it would be a really weird thing to report because for the most part, these are guys that do have really good sources, but that is something you have to consider. Number two, it is 100% a negotiating tactic from either side. So let's say it's from Connor Garland's agent side, so they do mention Connor Garland's agent specifically. Him coming out and saying the Coyotes have had no interest could generate some trade interest and kind of put some pressure on the Coyotes to maybe offer a little bit more money or maybe move him somewhere else where other teams like, oh, maybe he's available and they're willing to maybe overpay him a little bit. That is a possibility. I don't understand why that would be the case. So I'm not on the side of that exactly being what's going on here. It could be from the Coyote side, essentially trying to make him feel devalued so you can get him for a cheaper contract. But the way I would see that is you're just going to anger him, and what's likely going on here, if that is the case, he wants to leave anyway. So instead of getting a cheaper contract, you're getting a guy that's like, I know my worth and I'm getting the hell out of here, or is probably going to request a trade. So I don't necessarily think it's a negotiating tactic either. That wouldn't make that much sense. I mean, there's a little bit of logic there on either side, but it isn't very strong logic. It's just really stupid. And then we get into the final thing, which I'm going to take off the Rattlers hat. It doesn't deserve to see this right now. The Coyotes are an inept organization and actually want to get rid of the only 20-goal scorer they have had in 3 seasons. The last 20-goal scorer that was not named Connor Garland on this team was Clayton Keller in his rookie year. What was that? 16-17 or 17-18? 17-18, excuse me. After that, there were 3 seasons with one 20-goal scorer. That was Connor Garland, all right? And if this is genuinely the case, and one piece of speculation, this is all reports, rumors, speculation, I'm going to say that again and again, that was brought up on Top Shelf Hockey, is that Connor Garland and his RFA rights could be thrown in on the OEL trade to be a deal sweetener, so that way Edmonton takes him in his albatross of a contract, which if that is the case, I'm going to say one more time, I said it 3 years ago, we were coming up on the 3-year anniversary, giving Ulrich Larson any money on an extension was a horrible mistake, and I saw that coming from a mile away, and none of y'all believed me. Alright, so got the rant out of the way, we're good now. Let's just kind of break down this option if that really is what's going on. If the Coyotes genuinely do not see value in Connor Garland moving forward, there is only two logical, good reasons why they would think that. Number one, they have seen he has started to develop a bit of an injury history, both in the last couple of seasons, the most recent season and the season before, which are also both shortened seasons. He did get, relatively major injuries towards the end of the year, where he was out until the end of the year, essentially, or until right at the very end of the last couple of games. So that could be something that they are looking at. They could be saying, hey, maybe with the kind of game he plays, the style he plays, very gritty, likes to get into the corners, that could be a problem. I don't want to give him that much money. We can use that money somewhere else. And because he still has high trade value, we can use him to go get X scorer here. I'm going to say Vladimir Tarasenko. That is not who I think they're getting. I do not think they are talking to the Blues. I am throwing out a name as an example. That is it, all right? So that would make some logical sense. Or, all right, they're calling Buffalo, and Buffalo mentioned Connor Garland by name, and they're trying to get Jack Eichel. Those are the only two legitimate, logical reasons the Arizona Coyotes would have for not wanting to keep Connor Garland, is a potential for those injury issues he has kind of started to develop to be a more major thing later on, or because they're all in on Jack Eichel, which I do not think that they are. And I feel like I'm almost giving them too much credit by considering the injury thing, and if it is just they just don't want him, they just don't see him as part of the core, I don't know what you're seeing. He's literally a shorter, grittier Radim Vrbata, alright? When you see how he skates, the dekes, the dangles, how he spins around with the puck, he is the only explosive Coyotes puck handler. He even said going into last season, he wanted to be more of a playmaker. So yeah, he only had, 10 or 11 goals last year, so his goal productions went down, but his assist totals went up, and his point totals stayed around the same area. Obviously a little bit lesser because he played in, I think, 14 or 20 fewer games if you factor in injuries and total throughout the season, total games that you were able to play. All right, so you take that all into account, you still had a very good playmaker who could also finish. You pair him with Michael Bunting if Michael Bunting is not a fluke, and that was not just him trying to get an NHL contract in his contract year. All right, we have to consider that, but if that is not what's going on there, you put Bunting on his opposite wing just like you had him in Tucson, and you let them make their magic together because they played very well. You throw Lane Peterson in between them, there you go, you have your second or third line. Don't care which, figure it out. I just don't understand this team sometimes because genuinely he has a lot of value. They are trying to, redo their prospect pool. I still stand by what I said last year when they ended up getting that banhammer down on them and having to give up draft assets, is that the prospect pool would be fine for the 1 year. You obviously still have guys like Michelli that are developing, McCartney, Liam Kirk. You still have a couple of guys coming up. They're not top-notch prospects, but they are solid prospects. So losing out on 1 year of that was not going to kill you. Unfortunately, all of your old prospects are now ready for their big boy spots. Aiden Hill, Michael Bunting, Lane Peterson, Connor Garland, all that entire core, the guys that I was watching in Tucson to start 18-19 when I first started covering this team, those guys are all ready for the NHL or ready to go somewhere else to push for the NHL. So the prospect pool starting this year is looking a little bit thin, so it would make a little bit of sense, especially if you're trying to get rid of the bad contract of OEL, and they apparently could be looking at bringing in James Neal, Vegas Golden Knights legend James Neal, which, fine, sure, he still has a little bit of scoring upside to him. I wouldn't mind, because he's on a cheap deal, bringing back Kyle Turris, because Kyle Turris, if he came back this year, would have spent exactly 10 years away from the desert just to come back home. That would be funny. That's the only reason. But obviously, I would prefer actual prospects, picks, and whatnot. I don't mind taking on the Neal contract if you're moving OEL out. And I understand to a basic level if you want to kind of get your prospects going again. Maybe you don't know where you're going to be next year. Maybe you're looking at the free agent pool saying we don't really have a chance of getting these guys. Maybe you're looking at your prospects or your assets to attempt to trade for another guy, and you're looking at it saying we don't really have the assets to make another Taylor Hall-esque move. Maybe, just maybe, that's the logic behind it, and you have your most valuable asset that is affordable right there in Connor Garland. I guess that does make some sense, but unless you're going to get a genuinely good return, it's not worth it. And if he's seriously, and it was just speculation, but if Connor Garland does genuinely end up being a deal sweetener for the OEL contract, I swear to the gods I will freak out, alright? That would be an inept organization. That would be a terrible organization to be like, we have this 20-goal scorer right here. If he goes to Edmonton, they're going to put him on a line with McDavid or Draisaitl. He's going to be a 25-30 goal scorer, and you're going to look stupid unless you get like a first-round round pick and a good prospect in exchange if Garland is the deal sweetener, as it will. If he's a cornerstone of the defense to get those better assets, I'll accept it as long as you secure those better assets. A first round pick, a good prospect, maybe two good prospects, doesn't matter. Hell, tourists for the memes, whatever, we can use a fourth line center. That doesn't really matter to me, but you better be getting a good return if you're going to be trading Connor Garland. And also, TLDR, don't trade Connor Garland. He is literally your best goal scorer right now. And unless you're planning on giving whatever money you were going to give Garland to Michael Bunting, and you are 138% sure Michael Bunting's going to be a 25 goal scorer next year, and you 100% believe the meme that I will not stop peddling until next year happens, that Michael Bunting is better than Nathan McKinnon, I salute you, because that is definitely a gamble, and I guess we do belong in the desert because us in Vegas are just the gambling boys out here. Anyway. Those are my mostly rambly, kind of ranty thoughts of what could potentially be going on here. Like I said, I did attempt to reach out for comment. I knew I wasn't going to get a response, but I at least wanted to attempt to do due diligence on this one and give the best opinion I possibly could here. But likely this is either completely fake, a really poor marketing tactic by either group, likely on the Coyotes side, let's be honest here. Let's go ahead and just try to call a spade, read it the way it is. Or the Coyotes are very questionable right now and either going to pull off a brilliant trade to bring home Jackery Eichel, or they're going to use it as a deal sweetener, and we're going to have to go watch Connor Garland score 30 goals on Edmonton. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. This offseason definitely shaping up to be an offseason of change for the Coyotes. One of my biggest questions going into next season is, what will the Coyotes' goaltending situation look like? Obviously, the only goaltenders currently under contract are Darcy Kuemper and Ivan Prosvetov. Adin Hill is currently an RFA, and Antti Raanta is going to be a UFA. When with the expansion draft just around the corner, I still think the Coyotes should protect Hill. However, if the Coyotes protect Hill, the Seattle Kraken might take Kuemper. If they protect Kuemper, they might end up taking Hill. So let's go ahead and look at these four goaltenders, and then if Darcy Kuemper does end up getting either traded or taken in that expansion draft, I have a couple of UFAs to maybe look out for a bridge deal the Coyotes could look at to at least have a solid tandem going into the next season. Starting off with Darcy Kuemper, who was acquired via trade in the 17-18 season. He played in 10 games, posting a .262 record, a .322 goals against, and an .899 save percentage. Not the greatest debut, but he did play okay overall. 18-19, the first year I started covering the Coyotes, he played in a massive career-high 55 games, posting a 27-20-8 record with a .233 goals against and a .925 save percentage. He was an absolute monster in 2019. Then the next season, in 2019-2020, he would play in 29 games. A few more injury issues starting to develop here. 16-11-2 record, .222 goals against, .928 save percentage. Still a phenomenal year, even with a couple of injuries. However, last year was when the injuries really did start to kind of rear their ugly head there. 2021, he only played in 27 games, obviously only 2 less from the season prior, but posted a 10-11-3 record, a .256 goals against, and a .907 save percentage. So even an injured Darcy Kuemper still does overall look pretty good. I'm just not 100% sure what the Coyotes would end up doing, because he still could bounce back and have a fantastic year next year. Obviously a nice long offseason for him right now to kind of get his body right. And on top of that, the Coyotes do want to attempt to make a playoff push next year. I have no idea what their offseason plans would be. You'd want to have Darcy Kuemper, between the pipes. Antti Raanta came over via trade before the 2017-2018 season. He played in a career-high 47 games that year, 21-17-6 record, .224 goals against, and a monster .930 save percentage. I will never take anything away from that first season. Raanta played phenomenally. However, he was injured for about half the season, and I still disagree with that 3-year contract extension. The first year of that extension, 18-19, he would only play in 12 games, posting a 5-6-0 record, a .288 goals against, and a .906 save percentage. Definitely not very good numbers overall. He didn't look very good in the 12 games he played. At the very least, about 7 or 8 of those games he didn't look very good. However, he also was playing injured. You can clearly tell on a handful of those, and it just wasn't a very good year for him, but obviously missing a lot of time due to injury. In 19-20, he would bounce back, 33 games played, a 15-14-3 record, .263 goals against, and another really solid save percentage of .921. He had a very good bounce back year in 2020. However, once again, injuries were definitely keeping him out. Last year, he would dress, not even play, just dress, and then be injured for the next 2 or 3 games, but he would play in another 12 games, posting a 5-5-2 record, a 336 goals against, and a 905 save percentage. Personally, I'm going to go ahead and stand by what I was saying. I don't think the Coyotes should re-sign him. You can definitely have better options if you want to just sign a backup goaltender going into next season. And on top of that, he's just too inconsistent, too injury prone. He had a very good 2018 season here, and he did bounce back well in 2020. I will give him full credit for that, but he just isn't a consistent NHL level starting goaltender, and it really isn't worth bringing him back in my opinion. Adin Hill in 2017-18, he would play in 4 games with a 1-3-0 record, a 349 goals against, and an 891 save percentage. Then the first year I started covering in 18-19, he had that fantastic run where he was playing very well for about 3 or 4 games in a row, posting a 7-5-0 record in 13 games, a 276 goals against, and a 901 save percentage. A pretty solid opening for him, obviously showing that he could be an NHL level backup. They definitely kind of overexposed him a little bit. I think that's why his numbers did dip as much as they did. However, still a pretty solid outing. Then in 1920, it kind of felt like the Coyotes didn't really want to play him. I understand it kind of sounds weird to say that. It's just when I would see him on the bench, even when the Coyotes, had an injured goaltender in Darcy Kuemper, or even an Antti Raanta and Darcy Kuemper was playing, you're sitting there thinking maybe Hill should get a game here or there, but they only kind of played him when they were really forced to. He would play in another 13 games, a 2-4-3 record, a 262 goals against, and a 918 save percentage. And then last year, 2020-2021, he really showed what he could be at the NHL level. A 9-9-1 record in 19 games played. It's a career high for him at the NHL level. A 274 goals against, very respectable for an NHL level backup. And a 913 save percentage, very solid for him. I would love to have Adin Hill back on like a 2 or 3 year contract as your 1B, maybe even your full-time backup. But if Darcy Kuemper does end up leaving, you could give him a full year as the NHL starter while bringing in a UFA to be the backup. And finally, Ivan Prosvetov, who was playing very well in Tucson and back in 2020. He had 3 games played last year. I honestly don't think it's fair to judge him off that. One of those was against Colorado. He was kind of thrown to the wolves, but 0-1-0 record in 3 games played, a 415 goals against, an 824 save percentage, obviously not quite ready. Maybe if they do end up getting rid of Kuemper, you can have him be the full-time backup this year and kind of see what he's made of. However, I understand that they want to be a little bit more cautious with him. Anyway, what I personally think they would do is they're probably going to protect Kuemper. Kuemper has definitely got him far. You don't want to give up on that asset for nothing, and they might try to work out some sort of deal with Adin Hill to try to trade and move on from him, or they might try to re-sign him and then try to, work out a deal with the Kraken to not take him if he's unprotected. I'm not sure what they would try to give up. I honestly don't really know what they would have that they could spare. However, that's kind of what I'm inching towards, even though I still think it's smarter to go ahead and protect Hill, because the only other goaltending prospect you have coming up right now is Prosvetov, and right now the opinion is not too favorable on him right now because of how, well, let's just say not great he was in the couple of games he got to play last year. I think he looked okay. It was kind of unfair situations, but I'm not going to sit there and say that contextually it doesn't look bad right now. So I would still keep Hill, but they might end up keeping Darcy Kuemper. But let's just say they do let Darcy Kuemper go. Let's just say that they end up giving him up in the expansion draft, maybe trading him before, and Seattle takes somebody else. Here are a couple of UFAs to look out for. The Coyotes could potentially sign for a year or two to just give Adin Hill a solid backup goaltender and to kind of strengthen the tandem. So, first and foremost, Pekka Rinne, obviously, is up there in age. I believe he's 38 now. He has not officially announced his retirement. However, if he did want one more year in the league, I wouldn't mind having Pekka be the backup for one season. It couldn't really hurt anyone. You can bring back Coyotes legend Devan Dubnyk. Whenever he originally got traded, I thought he was better than Mike Smith at that time. I still stand by that. I still think the Coyotes should have stood behind Dubnyk because he was just, in my opinion, the better goaltender. You can have a different opinion there, but I did like Devan Dubnyk. So maybe you can bring him in right now for a 1-year contract if he's interested, just to have an NHL level backup goaltender to give Adin Hill his chance. Another goaltender, this one is very, very unlikely, but you have to throw him out there. He's the number 1 UFA goalie out there, and that has to be Tuukka Rask. If the Coyotes could grab Tuukka Rask, I would be happy. Don't see it happening, but you have to at least look at it if you do lose out on Darcy Kuemper. James Reimer, obviously, Carolina has to do something with their goaltending situation, and James Reimer and Peter Mrazek are not both going to come back because you have Nedeljkovic, so one of these guys has to be a backup, so I have both him and Mrazek. Personally, I'd kind of rather have Reimer as my backup, to be honest. I think he's a little bit better than Mrazek in terms of being consistent as a backup level goaltender. Mrazek also has a little bit of an injury issue history with him, so maybe a backup role would be fine for him. But I also kind of feel like Carolina would want to bring him back specifically because they might see him as a better goaltender, and I'm just looking specifically at just a backup goaltender because Mrazek was mostly a starter when he was healthy. I'm looking at purely a backup. I'd rather have Reimer out of those 5. There's a couple of other options, but guys like Phil Philip Grubauer probably aren't going to end up hitting the market, but if he does, the Coyotes should be on the phone at least giving a call. There's a couple of other guys I could look at, but honestly, those are the main 5 that I would definitely be calling or at least having some interest in. If the Coyotes lose Kuemper and you just need a veteran goaltender for a year or two, I think any of those options are fine. Obviously, the worst option, it probably has to be Dubnyk, maybe Rene, but if you can get any of these guys, that would be fantastic. Though Rask is probably still going to want to be a starting goaltender, so I'm not entirely sure if that one's realistic, but again, you had to throw it out there. So, at the end of the day, my gut feeling is telling me the Coyotes are going to protect Darcy Kuemper while trying to make a deal to protect Adin Hill as well. Maybe like a side deal saying, hey, don't pick Adin Hill. Like I said, I have no idea what they would offer. Maybe like a 3rd round pick or something, but you really can't sacrifice the picks right now. But it comes down to Hill or Kuemper. I'm going to assume Kemper's the goaltender next year, mainly because, a couple of years ago in that 2019-2020 season, it's still hard to describe. Just seeing Hill on the bench, seeing kind of the atmosphere around, it felt like they just kind of didn't want him. The fact they're also allegedly shopping Connor Garland, it would make sense that maybe they're trying to get the old guard of prospects out that weren't actually picked by this regime, they weren't picked by Armstrong himself, so maybe that's what they could be going for here. And then even then, you could probably sign one of those backup options for a year or two to back up Kuemper just in case, and then your 3rd string would be Ivan Prosvetov. That wouldn't be the worst case scenario, honestly. But you also could go for a younger goaltender. You can go for a goalie in the draft. There are plenty of other ways they can go about this. They also still have David Tendick in their system. I'm assuming he would be the AHL full-time starter if Prosvetov became the backup. But if we're just talking about goalies currently under contract, if Adin Hill is on the way out, it'll be Kuemper and Prosvetov. If Hill is staying, it'll be Hill and probably a UFA, or maybe they acquire a backup goaltender. Or maybe they just say screw it and it's Adin Hill and Ivan Prosvetov. But yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards Kuemper and maybe picking up another goaltender with Ivan being a full-time starter in AHL next year. Anyway, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Go ahead and leave them below in the comment section. And this is definitely going to be an off season. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and yesterday the Arizona Coyotes finally announced and introduced their new head coach. It is going to be Andre Tourigny, and I spent a little bit of time researching him yesterday and also talking to a buddy of mine, Jacob LaRiviere. Is a very good hockey writer. If you want to check him out on Twitter, he writes for a couple of websites. Just kind of trying to get a feel for this guy, and I want to say right now, get it out of the way. On paper, in theory, this should be a very good hire, and I'm very happy with the coach they found. Hopefully it does translate to NHL level success, but with that out of the way, let's go ahead and just kind of look at his accolades so far, and then I'll briefly talk about the kind of feel I got from him in the press conference yesterday. So let's go ahead and not waste any more time and jump right into it. So, he was the head coach and general manager of the Rouyn-Noranda Huskies of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League from 2002 to 2013. 11 years he spent there, and in that, he was first in the divisional standings 3 times. He made the playoffs in 10 out of 11 seasons, so obviously at least going to the playoffs very consistently, as well as the QMJHL Coach of the Year in 2005-2006. That's already pretty impressive on its own. Then July 3rd, 2015, he was hired as the assistant coach of the Ottawa Senators. April 12th, 2016, unfortunately, he was fired from that position. However, Jacob did speak very highly of what he did the year that he was in Ottawa. 15-16 Ottawa Senators, 38-35-9 for 85 points. Didn't qualify for the playoffs. Not a terrible team, just kind of a mediocre team. However, on May 2nd, 2016, he would sign a 5-year deal with the Halifax Mooseheads. 2016-2017, Halifax went 27-35-6 for 60 points and lost to the Rouyn-Noranda Huskies in the first round of the playoffs. And then he ends up quitting Halifax. This is probably the only thing that I'm going to be slightly concerned with, but even then, just I have to note it, is that June 13th, 2017, he would quit Halifax to become the head coach of the Ottawa 67s, completely switching to a different league under the CHL banner. 2017-2018, Ottawa was 30-29-9 with 69 points, lost in the first round of the playoffs, but they did make it to the playoffs. 2018-2019, 50-12-6 for 106 points, and they would lose in the finals. They were first in the East that year, and then last year, 2019-2020, another 50-win year, 50-11-1 for 100 points, and the playoffs were canceled that year. They were also first in the East again. We're not quite done yet. So, 2018-2019, he was the OHL Coach of the Year. 2019-2020, he was once again the OHL Coach of the Year. So not only did he win it back-to-back years, but he was also the 2019-2020 CHL Coach of the Year. So he was the best out of all 3 of those junior leagues. That is the kind of coach that they have job right now. And we're still not even done. He was the assistant coach in the World Championship this year with Team Canada, so he ended up getting a gold. He was working with Adin Hill, Darcy Kuemper, and Michael Bunting, so he already has gotten to work with a few Coyotes right now. He also won gold as the assistant coach for the under-20 Team Canada last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he got to work with Barrett Hayton in that tournament. So all I'm saying is he's been able to win at different levels of competition. He's gotten all the success. He's a 4-time coach of the year, back-to-back 50-win seasons, got an appearance in the finals. There's been a lot of success for this coach. On paper, I stand by it. This should be a very good signing. And then getting to actually watch the press conference yesterday, there were plenty of little things he was saying that I really did like, talking about accountability, keeping rules simple. He obviously brought up a very, I like the analogy he brought up where he's talking about, you're late because of a flat tire, and honestly, rules don't have emotion. You can't really mix rules and emotion, so it's just, no, you're late. And even though it might seem a little unreasonable to some people, when you keep it simple like that, and it's very consistent, that's a very good building block for the foundation of a better culture in the locker room. Obviously, it's a very small thing. I really like how he brought up Shane Doan specifically. Once again, Shane Doan is the best thing to ever happen to this franchise, and if it wasn't for Shane Doan, there would be no Coyotes. I will stand by that. No one can change my mind on that. How, Tourigny was talking about how he's kind of grown to love the Coyotes through Shane Doan, and it's just, Doaner's a legend. There's a reason why there's going to be a 19 behind me forever. There will never not be a number 19 behind me. So I like a lot of the things. I like how he's talking about accountability, and I also found it interesting that he's talking about he didn't really care what each individual player did last year, what their mistakes were last year. He does want accountability, but he also wants this season to serve as a bit of a fresh start, and considering the Coyotes core is still young, considering there is going to be cap space into this offseason, considering the fact that Bill Armstrong in that conference, did straight up say we're going to be looking at free agency to kind of revamp the blue line, that tells me it might not be as bad of a season as a lot of people are making it out to be. It still could, but there are a lot of good things here. Obviously, still going to be a younger head coach, a rookie head coach at this level, so you're still going to have to wait and see. There's still probably going to be some growing pains, but I like so much of what I'm seeing. This is a guy that, with the pedigree he has, I'm surprised he didn't get a look a little bit earlier. Obviously, in 2015-16, getting a look at as an assistant coach in Ottawa, maybe that counts, but even then, he had more success after that, and the only real blemishes here are losing in the first round as a coach of Halifax against his former team the year he left, and then leaving Halifax for a different league the next year is probably the only real blemish I can think of here. So I'm liking that. I'm liking how he has a lot of upside working with younger players. You've seen it. He's gotten to work with Coyotes players before. And another thing I really like about him is he actually has some integrity. He was talking about how he did get to talk to Darcy Kuemper, Adin Hill, and Michael Bunting a little bit, but as soon as the interviews with the Coyotes started, he cut that off because he didn't want to put them in a weird position. That says a lot about someone's character. This is a guy that I have a lot of confidence in. All right, I'll put it out there on the line. Even though he's a rookie head coach at the NHL level, I have confidence this is going to be a good signing, going to be a good coach. Give it 2 or 3 years, and if Arizona makes the right moves, and this guy is what he looks like he could be, or what he looks like he's going to be, the Coyotes should have a very good head coach moving forward. I have to say it. I'm very disappointed that there were a small but vocal number of Coyotes fans in the comment section of that live stream yesterday talking about how the Coyotes went bargain bin shopping for a head coach. I don't like the mindset that we have to keep constantly recycling the same NHL coaches. You got to give the guy a chance, and looking at his pedigree, you can't just say, oh, it's Hockey Canada, because it's a completely different culture over there where in Canada. I find it a little surprising, honestly, how just passionate a lot of the fans are for these different, major junior hockey leagues and whatnot, but the fact that you're under similar levels of scrutiny as you would be in a handful of NHL markets, if not higher than a handful of NHL markets. So, if anything, that kind of tells me he's going to be a little bit better under pressure than a coach that's not used to that sort of thing. So, I don't know what else to say. This sounds and looks like a very good hiring. Optimism. I have no idea why I'm feeling it, but looking at the pedigree, looking at the success he's already had, right now he's saying all the right things. Right now the Coyotes have the opportunity to sign some free agents, get better. This season might not be that bad. So on behalf of myself, I just want to say, Andre, even though you're never going to watch this, welcome aboard, welcome to the desert, and I personally am glad to have you as the coach, and I wish you nothing but success. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we got a trade. We have a trade to finally talk about. Even though the Coyotes didn't want to do anything last trade deadline, you can at least do something now. So, Elliot Friedman is reporting that the Arizona Coyotes and San Jose Sharks have struck a deal involving Adin Hill and a 7th-round pick for next season, 2022, going to San Jose in exchange for goaltender Josef Kozanash and a 2nd-round pick also in 2022. And I had this whole skit I was going to do to start off, but honestly, it was kind of stupid. Let's go ahead and just talk about the trade. I don't like that Adin Hill is leaving. However, like I did mention, it's a little hard to kind of describe it in other words, and it just kind of seemed like the Coyotes didn't want him around anymore. A season ago, they only kind of signed him for the 1-year extension last year because you needed to have a goaltender plus Ronta and Kuemper both have injury issues, so you need to have a healthy goaltender on the roster. All that made sense, and it kind of seemed more like a necessity to keep him. I still think it would have been better to keep Adin Hill. However, when you take into context the fact that it's very likely that if you protect Kuemper, Seattle takes Hill. If you protect Hill, Seattle probably takes Kuemper. You don't want to lose out on a goaltender for nothing. Kozanash, 23-year-old goaltender, so a couple years younger than Adin Hill. He did make his NHL debut last year for the Sharks. So in 2021, 10 games played, 7 started, 3-5-0 record, a 317 goals against, and an 899 save percentage. You have to take into account the context that he was on a very bad San Jose Sharks team, so that's probably would have made his numbers look a little bit worse. But even then, if you also want to compare that to Adin Hill's first year, is a 17-18, 4 games played, 4 starts, 1-3-0 record, 349 goals against, 891 save percentage, and the next year 901, 918, 913 save percentages. It'll go up. You just need NHL experience. Honestly, when I look at this deal, I really like that 2nd-round pick. The 7th-round pick going to San Jose next year doesn't really concern me that much. Obviously, you can bring up guys like if Liam Kirk turns into anything, was a 7th-round pick, you can bring up guys like I think Datsuk and Zetterberg are both 6th or 7th-round picks. You can bring that up, but I'm going to go ahead and say that likely a 2nd-round pick is much more valuable. I would have just preferred that to be a 2nd-round pick in this draft so we can go get Joshua Doan. Also, ASU, call me. I will very much pay the money to get a Joshua Doan jersey. But yeah, looking at Kozanash, he just signed his 1-year extension. Absolute worst case scenario, he doesn't work out, doesn't play very well this upcoming season. They could just move on from him, and there you go. Best case scenario, he plays well enough. You extend him. Maybe you can involve him with Ivan Prosvetov moving forward as your tandem. That could be a pretty decent, interesting move going forward. It all depends on how the move overall works out. However, honestly, considering the fact that Arizona was genuinely looking at losing out on Adin Hill for absolutely nothing, I think the move's actually pretty solid. And then San Jose, for their part, obviously, I like Nick Pinkerton. I'll go ahead and give a little bit of San Jose's perspective. You protect Adin Hill. San Jose is not going to touch Jones. You make Adin Hill your 1A next year with Jones being the 1B. Maybe in that reduced role, you can kind of get Jones a little bit more on track because they need something to get him going. I would like to see Jones playing well. I like San Jose. It's the only California team I don't absolutely despise, so maybe that could work out for them. But from the Arizona perspective, you get something, you get pretty fair value. Even if the Coyotes didn't want him on the team last year, like it kind of seemed in the season prior, you at least maximize his value. You got a pretty decent return and a solid seeming backup goaltender as well as a 2nd-round pick. I find it hard to be mad. I'm sad Adin Hill is going. I would prefer Adin Hill to still be a Coyote. However, if this is the deal we're looking at, if we're getting this kind of return, I'm okay with it. I think this is a pretty solid move. Obviously, only the future will tell. However, when you're looking at losing a guy for absolutely nothing and you at least get a pretty solid return, I'll take that every day of the week. So, unfortunately, Adin Hill is no longer a Coyote. So, you know what? One last time, for old time's sake, Adin fucking Hill. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I have been ridiculously busy with Sun stuff, building my new desk, alright? If you want to see what the full setup looks like, I should probably throw a picture on screen right now. Maybe I forget, maybe I don't. But, I was supposed to do a Coyotes video on the protected list, and another one on Andres Lee, but you know what? Since all this stuff kind of just piled up at the wrong time, let's go ahead and just do a Coyotes report, and I'll go through all of it. So, we'll go ahead and start off with that protected list, so I can just kind of give you a couple of my reactions. So first and foremost, the protected list was Krause, Dvorak, Garland, Keller, Kessel, Johan Larsson, Nick Schmaltz, Kevin Bianco, Jakob Chikrin, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and Darcy Kuemper. The only real surprise there was Johan Larsson. I mean, he played well. He was playing some first-line minutes towards the middle, end of the season. Fine, sure, great, whatever. I figured Lane Peterson wouldn't be touched. And so I'm like, okay, fine. But why didn't you protect Michael Bunting? Luckily, they didn't go for that, but none of the potential trades for Seattle to take certain players were announced today. So maybe tomorrow we end up finding out if there was a deal. But they end up taking Tyler Pitlick. I'm just glad they didn't end up losing Michael Bunting or Lane Peterson personally. But Tyler Pitlick, a good player. He was on a 2-year contract last year, 38 games, 6 goals, 5 assists, 11 points. He's a good bottom sixer, predominantly a third-line center. However, he also has those injury issues. I'm not upset by him leaving, personally. It's just kind of, it is what it is. If anything, it just frees up a little bit more cap space. You can kind of bring somebody else in. Or, that's the full-time spot for Lane Peterson. So, I'm actually feeling rather optimistic about that. Alright, so moving on to the next thing. The other day, when the Coyotes actually traded Aiden Hill for Josef Kozanash, they made one more deal, but there's a lot of stuff I just got busy, couldn't end up covering it, so I'll go ahead and throw it right in there now. The Coyotes actually traded for Andrew Ladd, 35-year-old, 2 years left on this contract. This contract has an average annual value of $5.5 million. LTIR will probably never play. He ends up getting a 2021 second-round pick, a conditional 2022 second-round pick. That condition is actually whichever is higher between the Colorado and Islanders picks that the Islanders possess, and a conditional 2023 third-round pick. That condition is Ladd needs to play at least one game for the Arizona Coyotes in the 2022-23 season. Probably isn't going to happen, but maybe he ends up coming up, whatever. He's pretty much been buried in the minors when you look over, and on top of that, missing a lot of games, not really playing. He played one game this year, so it's a lot of injuries. Probably not going to play. It's just a complete salary dump. Coyotes get a lot of value here, and it also kind of helps them it should help them get up to the cap floor if they absolutely need it. I mean, worst case scenario, they don't have him on LTIR and you just have that dead cap money, but all I know is that you get incredible value there, and on top of that, you get a second round pick that you can use on Joshua Doan, and I'll say it right now, Arizona-born kid, committed to ASU. If you guys miss out on your opportunity to have him also play for Tucson and Arizona, I will not forgive you. Anyway, I don't really have a whole lot else to say about this. It's actually just a very good deal for the Coyotes, and especially if they are looking to do this retool, this will get them a lot of the assets they need to get younger players. But there's one more thing to get to. The Arizona Coyotes, if you look on your screen right now, have officially put the Kachina as their Twitter profile picture, as well as this nice new render of the Kachina that they have as their header. That is now my header. It has replaced the Phoenix Suns Rally in the Valley locked in header, unfortunately, but got transferred back to the Arizona Coyotes. Nothing but hockey usually on my channel, but I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. I don't mind the Kachina is going to be, obviously the rebrand is happening, all right? I think most of this just kind of, screams the rebrand is coming. I don't mind going back to the Kachina. The only thing I don't like is retiring the Howling Coyote. That is my favorite Coyote logo, second only to this one. This one is just phenomenal. I love the Kachina, I do, but the Howling Coyote, it represents the most successful years in the franchise's history, as well as some of the most stressful, so I understand why some people are like, let's go ahead and just move on and kind of relive the glory days. However, I just don't want them to fully do away with the Howling Coyote. I would absolutely love it if they kept that red jersey with the Howling Coyote as like an alternate jersey they wear maybe once a season, still sell some hats and some shirts and whatnot with that logo on it. I don't want them to fully go away from that, though I do not mind them going full-time Kachina, because the Kachina is a fantastic logo. Though I am frustrated because most of the people that are saying the Kachina is a fantastic logo now, and I remember these days, absolutely hated it back in the 90s. I remember when they were originally going to find a third jersey around 08, 09, somewhere in there, when they ended up going with the Flying Fox. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that. I actually remember having conversations with plenty of people saying, why don't they just bring back the Kachina, bring back the old Coyotes logo. It's a good kind of vintage throwback thing. Diamondbacks do it all the time with their Throwback Thursdays. You only wear it a couple of times a year. You can sell some extra jerseys. I thought it would be cool, and I consistently got told by both Coyotes and opposing fans that logo was terrible. The jersey was terrible. Why would you want to bring that back? So I don't understand where the change happened. I don't understand when specifically people started simping for it again. I'm assuming when they brought it back in 16, 17 as that I think it was only a one-time throwback in that season, but they kept bringing it back last year as their full-time home jersey. I think personally, It's the nostalgia factor, alright? As someone who's very into video games, you saw it with the NES, SNES generation, you saw it again with the PS2, GameCube era, you're even starting to see it with the PS3 and Xbox 360. Once you've had enough time away from something, you actually grow to appreciate it for what it was, and it gets popular again. And on top of that, when I went to go get that Connor Garland jersey, I was even told straight up that is their most popular jersey, so I'm not going to complain that it's made a resurgence. Obviously, it's made for some very good looking hats and shirts, and I'm 100% on board for that. I just don't know why most of y'all being two-faced right now, being like, that's the worst logo ever, and now it's the greatest. If you thought it was terrible, just say you changed your mind. I don't think that's too much to ask. But anyway, that is the Coyotes report, because I had a bunch of stuff to talk about. Thank you for watching, and I am the AZ Sports Guy. I'm gonna go play Biomutant now. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and upon driving home today, I was listening to the Arizona Sports Radio like I normally do, and they did the whole, like, here's what's going on in the Valley of Sports today, whatever. Oh, the Diamondbacks are on a 4-game winning streak. That's cool. Devin Booker's made a name for himself nationally. Really good for him. Oh, and the Coyotes have officially acquired Shane Gostisbehere from Philadelphia Flyers, and a 2nd and 7th round pick. They didn't say who Arizona gave up. I was yelling, hooting, hollering, and I'm like, what do you mean? What did they give up? This better not be the Capabianco trade. Then I sat down for a second and I'm like, you know what? Maybe this is the OEL trade. It's not that one. Let's go ahead and jump right into this. So, the Arizona Coyotes today, I apologize if I'm saying his name wrong, but Shane Gostisbehere is now a member of the Arizona Coyotes along with a 2022 second round pick and a 2022 7th round pick in exchange for cap space. And I know normally the NHL requires like a draft pick or a prospect or a player, something going back. However, I do like how the last couple of days the Arizona Coyotes have been allowed to just trade for literally nothing because cap space is genuinely the most valuable asset that not a lot of teams have. I do kind of like that, although it is technically future considerations. What it says in the Islanders trade for Ladd, they're getting nothing. They get cap space. But anyway, taking into account the context that they got him for literally nothing and you're getting more picks, and on top of that, the general manager Bill Armstrong straight up said that they want to use some of these picks to get back in the first round, whether it's this year or get extra first rounds next year. Even if it's only one more, I do like that. You're finally, trying to get better quality assets and prospects into your system so you can actually keep them and make them part of your team in the future. I do like that, especially if it's going to be other teams' draft picks, because then you don't have to suck. I'm getting too optimistic there. But anyway, Gostisbehere, 28 years old, 2 years left on his contract, $4.5 million cap hit. Defenseman, offensive defenseman. I don't remember if it was injuries or just him not playing very well, just kept him out of the lineup. But if you look at the last couple of seasons, 2021, 40 games played, 9 goals, 11 assists, 20 points, about a point every other night. 42 games and 19, 25 goals, 7 assists, 12 points. Before that, 9 goals, 13 goals. 17-18, the 13-goal season, 65 points. He's not going to do that in Arizona. All right, I'm going to be completely honest here, but the fact that he can probably get you around in a full season, that's probably around the pace of like 16 goals. So let's just say 15 is his cap for the year, and maybe he gets about 25-ish assists, 20 assists, so you're looking at about 35 points. I'm happy with that. You got him for literally nothing, and on top of that, you get more draft capital. I can't be... It's kind of like the Aiden Hill trade. It's kind of like the Andrew Ladd trade. I genuinely just can't be upset by this. I was very mad when I didn't know what the Coyotes gave up, but now that I know the Coyotes gave up nothing, he's going to be 30 when the contract expires. Just don't extend him to some stupid Alex Goligoski type contract, and I'm all good. Where's the bad move here? This is a very good move for the Arizona Coyotes. They're leveraging that cap space. It's a very valuable asset. Like I just said, not a whole lot of teams have that asset. We got a good offensive defenseman, at least a decent offensive defenseman, who probably with a change of scenery might be able to get back on track a little bit more so. If things do go right, you could expect a little bit more production. But I'm gonna stay conservative. About 15 goals is what I'm expecting out of him, 10 to 15, somewhere in there, if he does stay healthy and all that stuff, and kind of gets that game back to where he should be. Because last year, 20 points in 41 games, honestly, is not bad. That's just not bad. So the Arizona Coyotes are doing a very good job, leveraging the assets they have while gaining more. Maybe, just maybe, they're actually going to be doing whatever retool they're going through right now, and they're going to be doing it right and maintaining their assets. Please don't trade Kyle Capabianco. That's it. Anyway, I think you guys have already seen it. That video, I'm going to be doing some extra footage for it in a minute. That'll be up in the next hour or so, hopefully. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and yes, I am wearing a Columbus Blue Jackets shirt. It was very cheap on NHL.com, and it just got delivered literally a minute ago, so I figured I'd wear it for the video, but man, I thought I was going to be very angry when this trade was finally announced. I remember my exact reaction. I'm standing right over there playing a little bit of street hockey, and I get the notification, and I just dropped my hockey stick. Posted a little video, give me a minute. The more I think about this trade, the more I absolutely love it. All this trade does is just not only confirm to me what a great value Connor Garland is, but also how unvaluable that Oliver Ekman-Larsson contract are. So let's break this down. I first started up AZ Sports Guy back in 2018, and one of my first Coyotes-related videos was saying how the Arizona Coyotes should not extend Oliver Ekman-Larsson. His defensive ability had been on the downturn for a handful of years, as well as the offensive upside was starting to dissipate over time. He wasn't going to be worth it. He might be a decent player now and for a year or so after, but he would not be a good player for 7-8 more years. And I can't even explain how many you know nothing about hockey's armchair GMs, you absolutely know nothing, that I got when that went down. And over the last couple of years, seeing the Coyotes fans turn and start saying how bad OEL was, y'all have no idea how vindicating that is. And to just put it into context, we're going to get rid of Connor Garland in this trade. This trade is OEL for Beagle, Eriksson, and Roussel. They are all expiring contracts. None of these guys are all that good. Beagle is the best player of them, and he's just a good two-way center. The Coyotes desperately needed that. I think that's a very good get in this trade. Eriksson probably doesn't play for the Coyotes. He probably goes to Tucson. Maybe they buy him out for the 1 year. No idea. Roussel, he'll probably be a third or fourth liner. Maybe. All right? That's it. That's the value for the Coyotes captain, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and the Coyotes still took on salary. $1.2 million a year is going on the Coyotes cap for the next 6 years. He is 2 years into his 8-year extension, and both of those years they were trying to get rid of him, and they traded him for scraps. No, I can't be mad, all right? I'm sad, obviously, but I think the sadness is going to go away pretty quickly, primarily because when the Suns lost Game 5, I kind of felt like I couldn't be any more sad, possibly. So maybe I'm just kind of, I'm at the low, I'm at the coming down part, so I really can't feel any more sad. But it's OEL and Connor Garland for Beagle, Roussel, Eriksson, and the 9th overall pick. So the Coyotes, who originally were not going to draft today, will give me a reason to watch tonight. And hopefully tomorrow they draft Joshua Doan. I'm going to go ahead and cross my fingers there, but they have the 9th overall selection. That is 2 higher than their selection would have been, the one that was forfeited. That is 11 overall. How can I be mad? Yeah, it sucks to lose Connor Garland. However, he has developed minor injury issues at the very end of the seasons. On top of that, with the game he plays, maybe you can look at it and say mathematically this is probably the highest likelihood his value is going to be this high throughout his career. Maybe that's what they're thinking. And you get a 9th overall pick. I literally cannot be mad there. And then you get a bunch of scraps, but Jay Beagle is actually a pretty good player here. One last thing before I let any of you guys go. So the final details came out, all right? The Coyotes are also getting a 2nd round pick next year, as well as a 7th round pick, and they're only retaining the $1.2 million per season. It's roughly 12% of the contract, or 12% of his salary. The Coyotes now have, 8 second round selections within the next 2 years? This is ridiculous. They're going to get another 1st round pick next year. Mark my words with the amount of 2nd round picks they have. So let's go ahead and take a little peek at the Arizona Coyotes we just lost, and of course the guys we just grabbed. So OEL, you already know all my complaints with him. Look, his points have been okay, about 40 or to 30 points, somewhere in there. Overpaid for $8 million a year. Definitely overpaid for $8 million a year. However, you can at least make the argument that his point totals are okay, but his defensive numbers have been atrocious. He's not been as effective on the power play as you would like, and on top of that, the amount of times I have seen him, including in the Nashville and Colorado series in the playoffs back in 2020, the amount of times I've seen him just watch the play and watch the puck go in, didn't try to make a play. You really can't put a number on that. You really can't put you have no idea how glad that's finally gone. Connor Garland, this one stings. All right, so over the 3 years he's been on the team, the ones that I've been covering, 18-19, 13 goals, 5 assists, 18 points in 47 games, and 19-20, 68 games, 22 goals, career high, 17 assists, 39 points, and last year, 49 games played. He wanted to be more of a playmaker. Well, he did achieve that, 12 goals, 27 assists, 39 points, same amount of points in less games, 19 less games, same amount of points. Connor Garland, you're getting exactly what you're going to pay for. They're going to give him his contract, but imagine he would probably play with like Pedersen or somebody. This is going to be very good for Vancouver. You guys get a very good deal. Looking at what the Coyotes get, once again, these are all expiring contracts, all about $3 million in cap space, so you're pretty much just taking on a little bit extra for OEL. So Roussel last year, 35 games, 1 goal, 3 assists, 4 points. The season prior, 41 games, 7 goals, 6 assists, 13 points. 31 years old, expiring contract, probably third or fourth line winger. That's probably about it. It's all you're going to get out of him if he plays. Louis Eriksson, 7 games, 1 assist. He's not playing. They're either going to bury him in Tucson or buy him out. But hey, you know what? Louis Eriksson is now a Coyote. That can be a meme for a little bit. And Jay Beagle, Stanley Cup champion Jay Beagle last year, 30 games, 1 goal, 4 assists, 5 points, -2. It's honestly really not bad considering they're playing in a division with a guy that scored 100 points in 56 games. Not bad. He's a very defensively responsible forward, and for the most part, his defensive numbers are right there. His offensive numbers have definitely dropped. You know, every single year that he's been in Vancouver, they have gone down, but also less games played. His highest was 57, where the season prior, last season in Washington, 79 games, 7 goals, 15 assists, 22 points, which was down from the season prior, in which he only played 2 more games from that season. So make of that what you will. You're not getting offensive production out of him. He's probably going to be a fourth line defensive center, a penalty kill guy. I'm okay with that. Where can I be mad? Yeah, I wish Connor Garland was still here. I got his jersey, so I always have the jersey. I have the 3 years of cheering for him. Knowing that his value was a first-round pick, everybody sees the good player on the ice that I have seen for the last couple of years, just proves me right. Like, how can I be mad? Legitimately, where is the space for me to be mad? They get rid of Oliver Ekman-Larsson, meaning now Kyle Keppibianco, assuming they do not trade him, has a roster spot. Jakob Chychrun can become the new captain. Jakob Chychrun can now take over that defense. He can become the face of it. The time of Chychrun is now. The captain is here. How can I be mad? Honestly, how can I be mad when everything that they've been getting is just getting future assets, quality future assets? I actually get a reason to watch the draft tonight. Yeah, we're giving up Connor Garland, but when you take a couple of seconds to just kind of think about it, they were likely not going to pay him anyway because of that cap situation. And whatever guys they're going to be getting, and the guys they're currently developing, like Matthias Maccelli, Victor Soderstrom, they can afford to pay those guys when their time is here. I can't be mad. I'm sad we're losing Connor Garland, but we got so much back in terms of the value of that 9th overall pick, proving me right about both Garland and OEL, and getting Beagle. That's a good player. Offensive production isn't there, but that's still a good player. I'm not mad. I thought I would be, but I'm genuinely not. They, in my opinion, going to a market like Vancouver that has a lot more passionate fans than the Arizona market, every one of OEL's flaws, assuming he doesn't have some magical turnaround next year, which I genuinely don't see, assuming that doesn't happen, are going to be amplified on a national level, and everybody else is going to see him for the defensive liability that he is. He is Keith Yandel, but without the good production of Keith Yandel, because his offensive production has been going down. You're literally a power play quarterback that doesn't really get the job done on the power play. Best of luck. That offense is going to look great. Pedersen, Garland, Besser, that could be a line potential. Whatever you want to do there, that's going to look great for you guys. But your defense, y'all, if y'all think OEL is going to be better for your defense than Nate Schmidt, God bless you. God bless you. Anyway, I'm going to go prepare for the draft with a little bit of optimism. I am the AZ Sports Guy. The Coyotes have been making moves, and the age of Chychrun is upon us. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. And about 10 minutes or so ago, I just got the news via Craig Morgan on Twitter that Nicholas Jarmelson is actually going to be retiring. He will allegedly not be doing any sort of formal announcement. Apparently, he's not that kind of guy, which, given his shutdown defensive style, I can imagine his personality would be similar. But 34 years old, the Swedish defenseman is going to be retiring, and I'm a little shocked primarily because I kind of figured, even though last year he had that injury, he'd been missing some time, wasn't exactly the most effective player on the ice. It was kind of 18-19 as an Arizona Coyote was his peak, and he ended up signing that 2-year extension in the last couple of years. I figured it was a little rich, but at the very least, you're getting a good defenseman. He has kind of been going down the last couple of years. Still decent, still probably a third pairing defenseman, but I would have figured he would have stuck around for another year or two with another team. Maybe he didn't get the kind of offers he was liking. Maybe just because his body's as banged up as it is. Like I said, he has been, developing some minor injuries over the last couple of seasons. Maybe that could have been the main reason why, because he's already got 3 Stanley Cups. I would highly doubt that needing one last Stanley Cup would be the reason to keep him going. He's going to be retiring. This is just weird. Like I said, I had plenty of criticism for him last year. That doesn't mean he's a bad player. He's a damn good shutdown defenseman. Over his last 4 years in Arizona, his best plus-minus was at +8 in 18-19. Played all 82 games that season, 10 assists. That was also his highest point totals, but you get him for his defensive ability. You don't get him for his point totals. And then 19-20, he actually had a goal, 4 assists, 5 points, -2. Still pretty good overall. He was always consistently what you needed as a shutdown, stay-at-home defenseman. He always worked best when you paired him with a more offensive defenseman. So that way, let's say, for example, I know he did play with Ekman-Larsson for a little bit, especially when Demers was out, is that you would have Ekman-Larsson try to pitch in a little bit. Then you would have Nick Jarmelson actually going back to try to make sure he's in a good spot for a defensive play. So it's kind of the best way you want to work it when you have a stay-at-home and an offensive defenseman. On top of that, a phenomenal career for Chicago. He had 3 Stanley Cups. He's had a phenomenal career. Nick Jarmelson is a very, very good defenseman. And, like I said, minus last year not being a very good year, it's been a pleasure getting to watch him as an Arizona Coyote and help bring consistency and presence and leadership to that defensive line. And I think guys like Jakob Chychrun are better because he was playing with guys like Nick Jarmelson. And I am genuinely surprised that at 34 years old, he didn't get at least one contract offer that he liked enough. But like I said, a 3-time Stanley Cup champion, I highly doubt that was going to be enough by itself to get him to want to come back. But to Nick, great career. You just a fantastic career. You are almost worthy of wearing that number 4 because Zbigniew Michalek is my favorite shutdown defenseman of all time. But honestly, if anybody was going to be close enough to being worthy to wear it, it's Nick Jarmelson. Great career. Thank you for the 4, mostly good years. Like I said, last year was the only year I really have to criticize. He's been very good for the Coyotes. Thank you for years, good, 3-4 years of good hockey in Arizona. And it has been a pleasure watching you in Arizona, and just enjoy retirement. Just congratulations on the career. Enjoy retirement. Go do whatever you want to do. If you want to get involved into coaching, if you want to go play in a Swedish league back at home, whatever you want to do, just go do it and enjoy. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and Bill, look, listen, I love the job you're doing right now. Can you please give me like 5 minutes, all right, to be able to keep up with all this coverage? I haven't even gotten to the Braden Burke trade, all right? Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about today. So today is a day that I was dreading for a little bit, not for who the Coyotes wanted to acquire, but because Kyle Capobianco's name was thrown around for a little bit per Craig Morgan, and the day is here and I'm actually happy. So that tells you Kyle Capobianco, at least as of today, is not going anywhere. So the Arizona Coyotes have finalized a trade with the Florida Panthers to acquire defenseman Anton Strawman, but not just him. It's Anton Strawman, prospect Vladislav Galchenyuk, and a 2024 second-round pick in exchange for a 2023 seventh. Unlike the freebies, quote-unquote, the freebies trades where they got Ladd, and in exchange New York didn't have Ladd's contract anymore. A similar thing's happening here, except for this time the Coyotes have to give up something. It's a 7th-round draft pick. Make of that what you will. But just, this is good. This is good. All right, so let's talk about the lesser-known asset here. So, Vladislav Galchenyuk, he is 20 years old, defenseman. He's more of a two-way defenseman. Last year in Syracuse, the AHL, he only played in 10 games. He had a couple of assists, so 2 points. But for the most part, he's the kind of guy that Coyotes are actually kind of looking for predominantly in Tucson, where you need to get better depth defensemen. He could be something, he could not be something. He's an interesting prospect. I'm actually glad they put him in this deal because the Coyotes could definitely use more defensemen, especially on the left left side because they're going a lot more for right shot defensemen, at least over the last couple of years. You don't want to abuse the left side, but I'm actually happy with that, the second round pick. Coyotes now have 5 second round draft picks next year. You already know I'm happy with that because you can use that to get another first round pick, just saying. But Anton Strawman, this is the major one. He is on an expiring contract, just 1 year left at about $5.4 million per season, and looking at him, you know what you're getting with him, but last year, 38 games, 3 goals, 6 assists, 9 points. He's more of a, two-way defenseman, but he's more of a puck-moving defenseman than is going to get you a lot of goals. But even then, looking at the goal-scoring numbers, pretty much every offensive defenseman they have brought in so far in the offseason is scoring more than OEL, or at least around the same pace as OEL. So you're replacing that for less money. And just, they needed more help on the right side, definitely. Good veteran. Going to be good for the younger guys, especially Victor Soderstrom. They gave up, once again, next to nothing. It's another expiring contract for a good veteran that, worst case scenario, has a bad season and he's done with the team after this one season. And they get an interesting prospect. His contract isn't up until the 2023 season. And you get the second round pick. Another good deal. They're life hacking this rebuild. That's someone that Toasted Tavern on Twitter tagged me in and said that, yeah, no, they are life hacking this rebuild. They, like I said, 5 second round picks next year, a lot of expiring contracts, a lot of expiring money. This is just to get them to the cap floor, maybe a little bit higher, with some valuable veterans that aren't going to have any contract length after this season. You can just move on from them and then let the kids kind of take over, get a couple other veterans probably next year, the year after, to kind of fill in some of those roster spots. It's a good move. It's genuinely a good move. The Coyotes might not be the best team next year, but their future is actually looking bright. They're already kind of announced. I'll probably do like a bigger video for that, but they've already announced a lot of the guys that they're just going to be letting go to free agency. And I'm mad about one, but it's showing the entire identity of this team is going to be shifting in a lot of interesting ways. And it's going to be interesting, the kind of guys that are now Arizona Coyotes for a season. This is going to be I saw this reply, and it made a lot of sense. They are out expansion drafting the expansion team right now. It's can't knock it. They're doing a really good job right now. They're kind of leveraging that cap space. They're getting a lot of young assets, a lot of valuable assets. Good trade. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. There is so much news to cover centering around the Coyotes that probably, well, let's be honest here, doesn't deserve its own video. So let's go ahead and do a Coyotes report for January 26th, 2021. Let's go ahead and start off with the most recent bit of news. I just did a video by itself, so let's go ahead and just kind of keep it brief. The Arizona Coyotes acquire Anton Strawman, a defensive prospect, as well as another second-round pick in exchange for a 7th-round pick. It is a complete, just great deal for the Coyotes. They're just stacking up those second round picks that are probably going to be used to be able to trade up to get into the first round, to get extra picks. Bill Armstrong is doing a phenomenal job just capitalizing on the value of that cap space, taking on a bunch of expiring contracts. All these big contracts they're taking on, Strawman, Beagle, Erickson, those guys are all expiring this year, and Gostisbehere has 1 additional year on that contract, and even then, he probably has the most upside out of all these guys that they're bringing in. He's doing a really good job leveraging that cap space, getting a lot of very valuable younger assets. I am very, very happy with what Bill Armstrong is doing. I actually am planning on making a giant video going over every single move he has made throughout this offseason and giving it a grade, but so far, especially with this team going through a rebuild, and it seems like they're finally doing it right for once, I'm happy with that. Next up, per Craig Morgan, every single one of the following UFAs will be testing the market. The Coyotes will not re-sign them before Wednesday, so it is Alex Goligoski, Jason Demers, Jordan Osterley, Jordan Gross, Aaron Ness, Michael Bunting, and Hudson Fasching. They are all going to be testing the market. I'm a little upset by Michael Bunting. He's a goal scorer, especially last year he showed it. The month of March for him was fantastic. The Coyotes need more of that, and just, yeah, the Coyotes are going through a rebuild, but you have a lot of other people's picks as well. You don't need to go out there and be objectively terrible next year. You could be a mediocre team, maybe even a decent team, if you plug in those holes, and I think Michael Bunting would have been a big key to that, big key contributor. Maybe even Jordan Gross is like a 7th defenseman. He impressed me last year, but obviously Soderstrom's probably going to get his full-time roster spot next year. You have Strawman coming in, Ilya Lyubushkin. You're pretty good on the right side there. On the left side, you still have Gostisbehere, Chychrun, and Capobianco in your system, so you still got some stuff there. they don't necessarily need any of those guys back, but, you know, it would have been nice to have maybe Gross and Michael Bunting. Now, moving on to another thing Craig Morgan is reporting on Twitter. Here are the Coyotes players that are going to be getting their qualifying offers. They already gave them the qualifying offer. Cam Dineen, Boko Imama, Dyson Mayo, Lane Peterson, and Blake Spears. John Hayden, Dryden Hunt, Gauthier, and Nate Sassis are all not going to be tendered. I'm a little upset. I'm not going to lie about Dryden Hunt, because Dryden Hunt's a very hard-working bottom six guy. I would love to have him on the fourth line or as an extra forward next year, but at the end of the day, I can't really get caught up on something like that, because that is a relatively small player in the grand scheme of things. They're also getting a lot of depth coming in right now. A lot of younger guys kind of trying to take that next step. Lane Peterson probably going to be a full-time roster player. Maybe even Blake Spears can do something on the fourth line next year. No real idea there, but it probably isn't going to work out with Dryden Hunt. I just wish that he would come back for one more year, because he's a good, hard-working player. I would have re-signed him, but that's probably not the direction they're going to be going for. Next up, we do have a trade. It wasn't really worth its own video, so I'll go ahead and put it in right here. So, on July 24th, a couple of days ago, the Arizona Coyotes made a trade with the Los Angeles Kings, sending forwards Braden Burke and Tyler Steenbergen to Los Angeles in exchange for Boku Imama and Cole Holtz. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing with this move. Steener's a pretty good guy, a pretty good player, probably like a third-line center, has some size to him, can move the puck, he can finish, but he's not the greatest player in the world. Braden Burke went from, this is a huge drop-off, so in 1920, 21 goals, 31 assists, 52 points, to last year, 2021, 1 goal in 28 games. So a little over half of the games played from 2020 to 2021, and he dropped 20 goals in production. I know he missed some time with some injuries. Maybe they're looking at that and saying, hey, maybe he's going to fall off, move on from him while you can. Other than that, like, maybe he just kind of wasn't going to fit into the system or the plan moving forward. It's unfortunate because he is a pretty good player, but you know what? If last season is anything to go by, maybe that is a pretty smart move. And Steener, he's been pretty good last year. 36 games, 10 goals, 3 assists, 13 points. The season prior, 57 games, 8 goals, 18 assists, 26 points. And the season before that, 63 games, 9 goals, 13 assists, 22 points. Pretty consistent bottom six kind of guy. But then again, if he's a bottom six consistently at the AHL level, you can't afford to lose him. So it is unfortunate for someone who's been a fan of the Roadrunners for the last 3 years, but change needs to come. And I also like Shane Doan's quote where he was talking about how the winning culture, it needs to start in Tucson. And maybe this is just one of those moves where they're looking at that like this is going to make this team a better, more competitive team moving forward, because over the last couple of seasons, you know, last year a little bit, but they would start out hot and then kind of crash throughout the rest of the year, miss the playoffs last couple of years. Maybe they're just kind of trying to go for a personnel change and kind of change that. A lot of the Coyotes draft picks from a couple of years ago are going to start getting ready to get into the league as well, so look out for that. The Tucson Roadrunners should be very interesting this upcoming season. Now, what they got in return, to go ahead and look at Holtz. Last year was his AHL debut, 19 games, 1 goal, 4 assists, 5 points. He's probably a depth guy, to be honest. I'm assuming you just had to get something back. You can't just do a 2-for-1. But Boku Imama, he's a very, very physical forward, definitely an energy guy. I'm not entirely sure what you're looking at in terms of any sort of offensive production, but he's definitely the kind of sandpaper guy you want that gives you the identity of being tough to play against. So, Imama last year, 31 games, 9 goals, 5 assists, 14 points, 56 penalty minutes. Season prior, 19-20, 50 games, 4 goals, 10 assists, 14 points, 134 penalty minutes. He is very much the energy guy, very physical player. It's going to be interesting to see if they actually end up bringing him up to the NHL roster next year, so that way we actually have a more physical guy in the bottom six to kind of make this team legitimately difficult to play against, because, well, yeah, you have Christian Fischer who can hit, you have Lawson Krause who does hit, you know, you have Ilya Lyubushkin, who's a very big physical defenseman, but you don't really have that one forward that actually makes the opposing team scared to play against you. Maybe that's something they're going to do with Imama. Maybe it's just someone they want to have in Tucson to kind of make Tucson a little more difficult to play against. That is definitely the most interesting piece of that entire deal. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there, but I'll definitely be keeping a close eye when it comes to training camp, though I would expect both players to be in Tucson next year. And finally, I do have a full, as well as a full podcast episode with Kyle Pereira. That's going to take forever to edit. Expect that by Wednesday. But I do have a video planned for this. I have the base stats here. I also want to go over throughout the notes of that big conversation, give all the plus and the pros and cons for all these prospects. But I want to kind of go over who my favorite prospects are throughout this draft. So obviously, Dylan Guenther, he's a very, very skilled top six forward. Obviously, a little bit of a struggles in the World Junior Championship. But other than that, he's been playing very well. He's definitely a guy that if his skill can translate to the NHL game. He's going to be more of a skill guy. I would be very interested to see him paired with a Clayton Keller, kind of see what they can do there, because he can score. He's basically going to be replacing a lot of Connor Garland's production offensively. But the next pick, Josh Doan, plays so much like his dad. He had a 30-goal season for Chicago. He actually won the championship in the USHL with a Chicago Steel. Josh Doan's going to basically be the Connor Garland replacement for the board battles. Probably going to end up being a top 6 forward. I really do like that pick. I really wish they would have picked him 43rd and then went after Ratu, because Ratu is definitely a very interesting two-way forward right now. And on top of that, we have his brother. We drafted his brother in 2019. That would have been a pretty cool story, but obviously they had their guy. I'm really happy with the Josh Doan pick. Later on in the second round, Janis Moser was picked 60th overall. He's a 21-year-old kid, obviously an overager, but he's definitely probably the most NHL ready out of most of these guys. That doesn't mean he's going to be in the NHL team next year. Probably plays in Tucson next year, probably does make that North American jump. He's a very, very good two-way defenseman. Overall, just a solid player. I like that pick. Kyle is also pretty high on that pick. So far, one of the favorite picks, though, 5th round, 139th overall, Mannix Landry. He is a phenomenal center. Not in terms of being this big offensive presence. Offense is actually one of the things he does kind of struggle with. However, he's a very natural leader, great guy in the locker room. It's kind of, that's somebody you do want, even if it's just in Tucson. It's a guy you want to have in this organization, and a very natural leader, very defensively responsible. You're going to see him communicating with his teammates a lot. It's going to be another point I'm going to bring up in that bigger video. That's a very good pick. I like that pick. And finally, 7th round, 223rd overall, one of Donor's teammates, Sam Lipkin. Probably going to be more of a canvas, blank canvas kind of prospect. You can kind of turn him into whatever you want, but he's got size. He's a pretty decent center overall. You can kind of turn him into a bottom sixer if you want. Maybe you can even turn him into like a third line center and have him play with Doan. Maybe he just ends up being a Tucson guy. On top of that, it could be really good for Doan to have a guy that he's familiar with playing with in Tucson when he ends up going to Tucson. So I actually do like that pick, even though it is only 7th round. He isn't exactly the greatest prospect. I do like the potential that pick does have. They have a couple of good picks. There's definitely some reaches. I'll get more into that in the actual video there, but I'm actually pretty happy overall, because it's kind of a boomer bust class, or it's one of those, you have a lot of potential, a lot of high ceilings, but a decent amount of low floors, a decent amount of bust potentials, a decent amount of you're kind of reaching for that pick, but I'll get more into that in the next video. But I think overall, they did pretty well in this draft. It's going to be interesting to see what this team looks like in the next couple of years, and this rebuild, man. I think for once, we are actually able and allowed to be a little excited for a rebuild, because they might actually pull it off this time, because they still have Chikrin, you still have Keller. As of right now, you still have Dvorak. You still have pieces of that original core, and you're going to be adding to it, and you're going to have space in a couple of years to bring in some veterans. They're going to be your key playoff veterans, so I'm very excited to go into this next season, and unfortunately kind of get it over with, but so that we can go into the future, because this team has all the pieces, as long as they can develop everything, as long as they can put the right veterans in the right places, make sure that this new coach, Andre Tourigny, is a good fit here, maybe turn around Barrett Hayden and kind of get him going. This team could be very good in the next handful of years. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and like your Arizona Coyotes, I too am looking for a bargain, which is why I didn't want to touch this hat for 40, but I found it for 20 bucks today and jumped right on that. It has a finals patch with it right here and everything. Absolutely in love with the hat, but we're not here about the hat. We are here about the Arizona Coyotes on the busiest offseason I have ever personally been involved trying to cover with them. They are making moves left, right, front, and center, and they're winning on just about every single one of them, just loading up assets, and right now, it is unfortunate. Darcy Kuemper did get traded, alright, to Colorado, which, not a big fan of Colorado, alright, but he will at least have a chance to play very competitive hockey this year. In exchange for Darcy Kuemper, the Arizona Coyotes receive right-handed shot defenseman Connor Timmins, a 2022 first-round pick. Mind you, that first round of the next year's draft is going to be stacked, and a conditional 2024 third-round pick. Shot in the dark, I'm gonna assume it's if Darcy Kuemper extends his contract. Make of that what you will. They don't really, usually disclose their conditions, but it'll leak out eventually. It will come out, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it is safe to assume it's if Darcy Kuemper extends his contract. The Coyotes get another pick, and Colorado, just losing Grubauer, just paying the price they did to get Kuemper, they're probably going to re-sign him, so go ahead and just count that pick as a pick for the Coyotes. But this is just great value, because let's be honest here, I love Kuemper. All right, I remember first season covering the team 18-19, whenever Antti Raanta was hurt at the beginning of the year. He wasn't playing very well before he got hurt, and I'm like, look, give Darcy Kuemper a chance. What's the worst that's going to happen? Let him have his opportunity. And I remember Coyotes fans, one specifically at a game that I was working as a guest service representative that time, was like, if this team can't go anywhere without Raanta, and I'm like, look at Kuemper. And he wasn't even playing that well. It was his first couple of games. He's playing okay. Maybe lower mediocre, right? But I'm like, look, give him his chance. He'll go for it. And he ended up almost taking this team to the playoffs that year. That is how good of a goaltender Darcy Kuemper is. However, unfortunately, over these last couple of seasons, he has developed some pretty big injury issues. He has still been playing phenomenal when he's healthy, and he isn't quite as injury prone as Antti Raanta, but he is almost there, so it's a huge risk for Colorado there, with Arizona getting a huge reward by moving on from a goaltender that allegedly, I have not seen the quote myself from him, however, a lot of guys that are insiders on Twitter with the official check marks and everything have been saying that he did say this. He refused to extend his contract at all, so a guy that you were looking at losing for nothing, maybe playing one more year where his value, depletes even more so, you managed to move him right now. Thank you, Seattle. 1 second. Yeah, I had $60 burning a hole in my pocket, and I saw this on eBay and said, it's a fake, but why not? I think it would be fun to get some reactions having a Seattle jersey early. But thank you to Seattle for whatever your opinion is on the contract for Grubauer, but they came in, they swooped in on Grubauer, and Colorado realized if they have a championship window, it is now. It is the last couple of years. It is maybe the next couple of years before the guys on that core start to age a little bit. They have lost a pretty decent amount of depth. You lose your goaltender. You couldn't afford to have no goaltender going into next season. So thanks to these guys with the huge assists, probably increasing Darcy Kuemper's trade value. But looking at what the Arizona Coyotes got, all right, right-handed shot, Connor Timmins. He does have some size, all right. 22 years old. Last year was his first real stint in the NHL. 31 games played, 7 assists and a +6. Season prior in 2020, he had 2 games and he was a +2 in the playoffs. A little bit of experience, 10 games this year, a -2, and 2 games the season prior with a +1 for the playoffs, so 2020 and 2021 playoffs. I would be lying if I said this is a phenomenal offensive defenseman. However, from how I've been hearing other people talk about him, you're going to get a pretty good two-way value out of him, and on top of that, he is big, he has size to him, 6'2", 185, maybe you can get a little bit more pound on him, but, he does move the puck rather well from what I can see. On top of that, you're going to be getting a guy with size, right-handed shot. The Coyotes desperately need a right-handed shot defenseman, and just imagine for a second, let's all close our eyes and just picture what this team might look like. You're going to have Chychrun and Timmins. You're probably going to have Capobianco and Soderstrom. And sure, go ahead and throw Gostisbehere and Ilya Lyubushkin. Maybe you can put Liam O'Brien in there. They also acquired him to have some size on top of that. This defense is going to be looking pretty okay moving forward. Obviously, it's a lot of younger talent. You still got to kind of get into the roles. But the thing is, a lot of people are assuming Arizona's going to suck this year. The thing with younger talent is when they finally all start to break through, you can have a lot of success. So I wouldn't exactly be surprised if Arizona is not the worst team in the league this year. Only thing I'm going to say at this point. But I am so happy with this trade. You get a first round pick and a stacked draft. On top of that, with the amount of seconds and assets they have, they can move up if they see a guy they really like and they can put themselves in a very good position. 2 first round picks next year, 5 second round picks next year. I think they have 2/3 next year. It's a completely different situation from the last couple of drafts where no first rounders. Yeah, maybe 1 second rounder. The Coyotes are just doing a really, really good job with acquiring younger assets, getting more draft picks. Seriously, I have a lot of faith in Bill Armstrong right now to actually get this rebuild done properly, and even then, they might still not quite be done yet, so this is a very good trade. Thank you to Darcy Kuemper for everything he did, because Darcy Kuemper is a phenomenal human being, a phenomenal goaltender, and I genuinely wish you success, just not necessarily in Colorado. And welcome to the team, Connor Timmins, and whatever stud we draft next year! Woo! Guess who's always a day late and $1 short, but like the UPS man, is here to deliver. The AZ Sports Guy. I was a lot more clever in my head. Anyway, I missed the free agent frenzy yesterday. I wanted to at least get that Kuemper video out yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and record it tonight. Maybe it goes up tonight. Maybe it goes up tomorrow morning. But let's go ahead and talk about the crazy amount of deals the Arizona Coyotes made. It's a nice little list for you. I'm going to go from infuriating to lesser signings to the big one from yesterday. So go ahead and start off. I get off work, I get a couple of "I'm sorry" DMs and texts, and that is literally never a good thing. When I am being added on Twitter, it is never a good thing. So the Arizona Coyotes sent the rights to restricted free agent Lane Peterson to the San Jose Sharks for a 2024 4th round pick. Look, Lane Peterson, 15 games last year, 1 goal, 2 assists, 3 points. He had the goal in his first ever NHL game. That was phenomenal. I think he played relatively well. He just wasn't getting the production that you would have wanted for that late season push. However, it was his first stint in the NHL. I didn't hold anything against him. I still think he would have been a very good third line center for the Coyotes going into this season. However, Bill Armstrong clearly had other plans, and look, for the insane amount of value he has been getting and the jolt to the rebuild that we have, so where the Coyotes might not suck for that long, I really can't judge BA too harshly. I really can't. However, losing Lane Peterson really does hurt, and with Michael Bunting signing in Toronto, that Bunting, Peterson, Garland line, the line that I've been dreaming of ever since I started covering the Coyotes in 18-19, and I was going for late night walks listening to the Tucson Roadrunners, that dream officially died, so I'm definitely sad about that, but at least Peterson signed a 2-year contract with San Jose. Hopefully he becomes a full-time NHLer because I really want him to succeed in this league. Moving on, the Arizona Coyotes from the Colorado Avalanche signed defenseman Liam O'Brien, a 26-year-old defenseman, to a 1-year contract last year. 12 games, 3 assists, 40 penalty minutes for Colorado, so obviously he's got a bit of size to him. He's pretty much going to be your 7th defenseman, and if he ends up playing in the lineup, he'll probably be playing with like Ilya Lyubushkin. You're going to have like a shutdown defensive pairing. I like the signing in theory, however, I don't know too much about him besides the fact that he's definitely more of a physical defenseman, especially when you look at those penalty minutes. Next up, from the Buffalo Sabres, 35-year-old goaltender Carter Hutton was signed to a 1-year contract. And look, I understand his numbers have been terrible ever since he went to Buffalo. However, he was very good as the Blues backup, and on top of that, most people's numbers go downhill when you go to Buffalo. Actually, I found it funny because in retrospect, when I was talking to some people about how the Arizona Coyotes should not have extended on Toronto originally, and you had other kind of stopgap options, I'm pretty sure I specifically mentioned Carter Hutton, and he's a decent, 1A, 1B kind of guy. He's not your full-time starter, but when you're going through a rebuild, you want to see what Josef Kozanosh can do. You maybe want to see what Ivan Prosvetov can do at the very end of the season. When you're looking at a situation like that, this guy is perfect. And when I talk about the Coyotes goaltending situation, this is literally what I was talking about. I didn't mention Hutton specifically. However, I'm talking about the situation of you bring in a veteran goaltender for a year or so, you let your young goaltender kind of get some experience, see where they're at, and you move on from there. So I think it's a pretty good signing last year. He was 1-10-1 with a .347 goals against and an .886 save percentage in 13 games, but he played for Buffalo, which was literally the 32nd ranked team last year. Yeah, I'm going along with the Shannon memes, but honestly, I'm not going to judge too harshly on that because consistently before going to Buffalo, he was a very competent goaltender. I think he can be a decent goaltender for the Coyotes. Also, it's only 1 season. Next up, forward from the KHL, Dmitry Yaskin, 28-year-old on a 1-year contract. He was a very, very good scorer in the KHL last year. 59 games played, 38 goals, 22 assists, 60 points. Bill Armstrong really noted how he liked how Yaskin was scoring his goals, kind of getting in deep, getting into the dirty areas. Obviously, we're not expecting him to come in and score 25 plus goals. However, when Richard went ahead and asked me over under, I said he'll score 30 or more once he leaves the Coyote. But honestly, this should be a pretty good signing. You definitely need some scoring in your top 6. You need someone to immediately replace a guy like Connor Garland. If Yaskin's going to be going to the dirty areas and getting some scoring for us, I think the top 6 should still be pretty decent going into next season, and if the bottom 6 is filled with mostly defensive players, the team might not be as bad as everyone thinks it's going to be. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be a great team. Next up, the entire reason why I got over the Lane Peterson trade, Ryan Dzingel, 29 years old, 1-year contract. He, in my opinion, is a very good third line center. I've been a fan of the guy for a couple of years now. Last year, between Carolina and Ottawa, 40 games, 8 goals, 5 assists, 13 points. Obviously a down year last year. I think for the most part, you can expect about, 10 or 12 depth goals for him. A pretty good depth center. I don't know if he's still defensively responsible like he was when I was watching him earlier, but at the very least, you have a pretty decent third line center there, and I'm excited for that. And next up, I already talked about it in its own video, but we gotta talk about it here one more time. The big one, Darcy Kuemper going to Colorado in exchange for the first-round draft pick in 2022, that stacked draft, and Connor Timmins. Connor Timmins is a dude that has some size. He can move the puck very well. If you get him working with the right coach, maybe you can even unlock a little bit of that scoring potential, though I'm just looking for a puck-moving defenseman, right-handed shot. I would expect him to play with Chikrin, and then maybe you have Capobianco and Soderstrom Soderstrom. That is such a great trade. Look, Darcy Kuemper, love the guy, but he has developed injury issues, and if the Coyotes are going to move forward with the rebuild, especially for a guy that said he was not going to renew his contract, this is great value. This is seriously great value. Nothing else to say. This is really good. And then today, because of course this was one day early, Hudson Fasching signs a 1-year, 2-way contract. I would have preferred Bunting to stay, but Fasching, pretty good in Tucson. Obviously going to be a depth guy for the Coyotes if he ends up getting called up at all, especially with losing guys like Chaput and whatnot. You want to have at least one of the guys. You got to have some continuity. And then, of course, Michael Carcone came out of nowhere last year to be a very good piece for Tucson. Signs a 2-year, 2-way contract. Maybe he even gets a look at the NHL roster. I have no idea what the NHL roster is realistically going to look like next year. I would give myself another 2 weeks before I could even start to envision that. I haven't really even unpacked any of this because there's still rumors out about maybe a potential Phil Kessel trade. So make of all that what you will, but at least Carcone's sticking around. Tucson, I once again, I love what Doan said. You want to build that winning culture. You got to start from Tucson, from the ground up. And I think keeping a guy like Carcone and Fasching, that really just kind of gives the continuity that Tucson needs, as well as giving them good talent. So I like it. Look, this free agent frenzy, the Coyotes were very active. They were very much getting low-risk, short-term contracts, which tells me, unlike the previous era, which was bringing in 31-year-old defensemen and signing them to 5-year contracts, you're bringing in cost control here on very favorable term. That worst-case scenario, it's done within a year. Or if Yaskin plays very well, you can flip him at the deadline. Or if you really see him as part of the core moving forward, or at least a key contributor, you can keep him around. But I would expect him to be gone by the deadline, but I am very, very much satisfied with how Bill Armstrong is conducting business right now. He is just getting the Coyotes insane value and optimism for a team that is supposed to suck next year. That's good. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. The Coyotes signed the new free agent yesterday. There's a potential update on what the Coyotes might want for Christian Dvorak. And is the sky falling? Probably not. Let's get right into the news. So first and foremost, the Arizona Coyotes, on a 1-year, $750,000 contract, have signed forward Travis Boyd, formerly of the Vancouver Canucks, also the Toronto Maple Leafs, and the Washington Capitals, with a career-high point total of 20 points back in 18-19 with Washington in 53 games played. Look, you're getting this guy mainly because, as Shannon was talking about earlier today, he's more of an energy guy, good bottom sixer, a fourth liner specifically, and that just means the Arizona Coyotes have officially fully adopted the Vancouver Canucks fourth line, so maybe, just maybe, they'll win a Stanley Cup because of it. Look, I think it's a decent signing. You can never have enough centers, especially in this league, especially with injuries and whatnot, so yeah, pretty solid signing there. Moving on to the more interesting part of the report, per Craig Morgan, the alleged asking price for Christian Dvorak is either 2 prospects or a top prospect and a first-round pick. And I'm going to be completely honest with you here, Christian Dvorak is a very good 2-way center, probably a second-line center on most teams, at the very least in the middle 6. He's good for somewhere around 15 goals a season, as well as probably about 40 points, especially if he stays healthy and consistent, very defensively responsible. You're getting a lot of value with him. However, with this alleged bidding war that might be going on with him, he's probably ever so slightly overrated. So if I were the Coyotes, strike while the iron's hot, maximize your value. I really do wish Christian Dvorak would be one of the guys that they want to keep for this core moving forward. However, if you can get substantial value for him that'll make this team better in the next 2 or so years, honestly, I say do it. If you can get a top prospect and a first-round pick, especially if that first-round pick just so happens to be in the stacked draft next year, add on top of all their second-round picks, that would be, what, 3 first-rounders? They can have whoever they want. They have the assets to go get literally whoever they want in that case. So honestly, that is very, very good value for Christian Dvorak if they can go ahead and get that. So I like it. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But honestly, with Christian Dvorak allegedly being able to get a pretty decent penny, I'd say it's probably in the Coyotes' best interest to move on from him. So there you go. The Coyotes are signing Christian Dvorak's replacement in Travis Boyd. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and a lot of procrastination, an ant infestation at my office, and my wife destroying my Shane Doan bobblehead later. Let's finally get around to talking about the Coyotes' performance in the 2021 NHL entry draft. Let's go ahead and start off with their first round selection, and no, you did not mishear me. The Coyotes did in fact have a first round selection. As part of that OEL and Connor Garland trade, they did get the 9th overall pick, and with that 9th overall pick, the Arizona Coyotes selected undrafted forward Dylan Guenther. Guenther, over the last couple of seasons in the WHL with Edmonton in 1920, played in 58 games, scoring 26 goals, 33 assists, and 59 points, and most recently the 2021 season, playing in 12 games, recording 12 goals and 12 assists for 24 points. But that's just the surface stats. Let's go ahead and look at the pros and cons for Dylan Guenther. Pros: Dylan Guenther is a very good skater, good acceleration and powerful strides. Another pro is awareness on the ice. He knows where to go and when to go there and what exactly to do when he's there. His natural hockey skill, including his overall natural goal scoring ability, are just phenomenal. And in the WHL, his pace of play, he had a 65% controlled entry percentage. He played phenomenally, especially in terms of controlling the overall pace of play. Dylan Guenther so far is looking to be a very good prospect. However, there are a couple of downsides with him. So far, it all has to do with his overall play in the World Juniors. His pace of play was overall down, only having somewhere around a 40% controlled entry percentage. In fact, his total amount of controlled entries per game was somewhere around 3, which was down from his time in the WHL. And on top of that, he just didn't play overall very physical. Not to say he was a very physical player in the WHL per se, however, in the World Juniors, he just kind of had no physicality to his game. And while it is mildly concerning that all the negatives so far for him have come from the World Juniors, translate that for a second, the highest level of competition he has played at to date, the overall positives on a guy like Dylan Guenther are still more than high enough, and in theory, in terms of overall offensive production, once he does make the jump to the NHL, he should probably slot in to fill Connor Garland's overall production in terms of scoring. Maybe you can see him playing with Clayton Keller. This should be a very good pick. Next up, picked in the second round, 37th overall, the one, the only, Josh Doan. Doan, over the past couple of seasons playing in the USHL as a member of the Chicago Steel, in 1920 and 45 games played, he would only record 5 goals and 9 assists for 14 points. However, this most recent season for 2021, he would play in 53 games, scoring 31 goals and 39 assists for 70 points. On top of that, the Chicago Steel did win the most recent championship in the USHL. There is so much to like about Josh Doan. Overall, in terms of pros and cons, I can only really come up with pros for him. First and foremost, he does play a lot like his dad. Obviously a little bit lesser size than his dad overall, but he plays physical. He knows exactly where to be on the ice for the most part. He does play with a decent amount of leadership to him. He can score, obviously, with that 30-goal season. I know it's just in the USHL. And obviously, coming up to play for the ASU Sun Devils over the course of the next couple of seasons should kind of show you a lot more of development with him along. However, it's still nothing to really scoff at when you're scoring 30 goals. On top of that, he is a champion. He won with the Chicago Steel, so he knows what it takes to win. He is part of a championship culture. Hopefully going to ASU, maybe they can make some noise there. Maybe he goes to Tucson. Maybe they can try to make a playoff run. Just kind of from the ground up, really trying to build that playoff success culture. Josh Doan right now can be an integral part to that because he is already a champion. And finally, his hockey IQ. Josh himself actually did say that it's probably his absolute best attribute in terms of his overall hockey play. And to be completely honest here, he knows where to go on the ice. He knows where to be, what to do when he gets there, kind of like Guenther in a way. And when you look at it at the end of the day, he is bigger than Connor Garland, so in theory, Josh Doan should just be slotting in for Connor Garland in terms of his overall play style. So even though it sucks to lose my favorite player on the team, with the first couple of draft picks, the Coyotes kind of essentially drafted 2 players to pick up that workload once they do come up to the NHL level. So I think with the first couple of picks, they're off to a good start. Staying in the second round for the Coyotes' next pick, 43rd overall, forward Ilya Fedotov. Last year, he predominantly played in the MHL. However, playing in the KHL, he got to play a couple of games, but didn't record any points. And when it comes to Fedotov, it's a heavily mixed bag. There's a lot of good things about his game, a lot of bad things about his game. Go ahead and kind of break it down real quick. He has a dangerous shot. He likes to push the pace of play. He really does like to get into the dirty areas. He can read the defense in front of him. There's a lot of positive upsides for him. He can even, at his absolute best, probably become a second-line NHLer if everything goes according to plan with his development. However, he predominantly played in the MHL last year, and that's essentially the equivalent to the ECHL here in the North American game. So all those positives right there have huge asterisks and question marks because he's playing overall against lesser competition. So every single one of those pros I just listed off right now could very well and very realistically not translate to higher levels of competition. Obviously, another season in the KHL, if he does stay in the KHL for an entire season, would be better for his development overall. However, if he stays in the MHL, this is a very confusing pick pick, and very likely he doesn't end up becoming an NHL player. I accept a lot of the criticisms that maybe you probably could have got Josh Doan here and maybe should have focused on getting a guy like Ratu at 37th overall. That's a very good criticism because right now, Fedotov is the definition of a wild card. He can very well turn into a top 6 player in the NHL, or he could never play a single game on North American ice. It's just genuinely too hard to tell at this point. Next up, once again, staying in the second round, 60th overall, a guy who's been playing in the Swiss A-League for the last 4 years. However, the caveat there is he is 21 years old, so he's probably the oldest player, if not one of the oldest players in the draft right now. Defenseman Janis Moser, who for the most part is a pretty good pick overall. He's probably the closest to being ready to make the jump to North American ice. It's even entirely possible he could make a 7th defenseman spot next year for the Coyotes, though I think it'd be more realistic to see him playing AHL games next year. He has a lot of positives about his game. Obviously, being a 21-year-old, he's a lot more mature, and his game's a lot more developed than a lot of the other prospects, so like I said, it's a lot more realistic to expect him to be playing in North America next year than most of the other prospects the Coyotes drafted. He's a very good skater, he has very good on-ice vision, he can read the ice very well, and on top of that, he's really good in transition. The best way to describe him is a jack-of-all-trades defenseman. He doesn't make very many mistakes, he's very defensively responsible, he can move the puck around pretty well for you. You're not really going to notice him very much on the ice. However, that's actually a pretty good thing because, you know, looking at a guy like me who loves to yell at the defenseman and sit there and just watch the play, I'm not going to be yelling about Janis Moser. I'm not likely going to be yelling about Janis Moser. So honestly, I'm actually pretty satisfied with this pick, and I look forward to seeing him playing in Tucson hopefully this season. Skipping ahead to the 4th round, 107th overall, the Coyotes selected defenseman Emil Martinson-Lilleberg. And I'm going to be completely honest here, I have no idea really what to make of this guy, to be honest. It just kind of seems like a confusing pick overall, primarily because, well, he played in the Norway League last year. He's going to play in the SHL this year. He hasn't really played against that high of competition overall to the point where it's really hard to make much of his game because whatever stats he put up in the Norway League, how do I really translate that to other leagues with higher competition? And even when I was talking to guys like Kyle Pereira, who know a lot more about prospects and prospect development than I do, the consensus that we got was, we have no idea what to make of this guy, and this probably wasn't a very good pick. I mean, he does have some size to him, he's 20 years old, so his development and maturity should be a little bit higher than other prospects in the draft. However, it's just too much of a toss-up. I genuinely don't know what to feel about this pick. It's probably not a very good pick, but then again, I'd love to be proven wrong. Next up, staying in the 4th round, drafted 122nd overall, goaltender Rasmus Koronen. Rasmus, as an 18-year-old prospect this year, actually did get to play a couple of games in Liga, which is the highest level of competition in Finland. Unfortunately, he posted a 1-1-0 record with a 5.62 goals against and an 800 save percentage. However, an 18-year-old kid getting to play against grown adults, former NHLers, guys like that is ridiculously impressive, and right there, that should go ahead and show that this should be a pretty decent prospect overall. Even if he doesn't end up making the NHL, it's still interesting. He's got some size to him, 6'5". It's really hard to say anything else except for it is impressive an 18-year-old is playing with grown adults, so I'm actually okay with this pick, to be honest. Next up, drafted in the 5th round, 139th overall, what is probably one of my favorite picks for the draft so far, center Mannix Landry. In the QMJHL over the last couple of seasons, Landry has been at least a 10 or more goal scorer. In 1920, playing 59 games, scoring 15 goals, 25 assists for 40 points. And the most recent season, 2021, playing in just 29 games, scoring 10 goals, 13 assists, and 23 points. However, his surface stats do not tell any of the story of just how valuable of a prospect this guy is. Mannix Landry has all of the intangibles you just cannot teach. As a 17-year-old, he was the captain of his QMJHL team. He's a very good leader on and off the ice, very defensively responsible, communicates well with teammates, a really good skater, especially as a straight line skater, a lot of defensive awareness, very good, like I said, very defensively responsible, a leader on and off the ice. There is so much to like about this guy. Unfortunately, he's probably going to project to be somewhere in the bottom 6 because he does struggle a little bit with overall scoring. I mean, he's scoring well enough in the QMJHL, however, how much of that will translate to the NHL game? However, having a guy like that, a natural natural leader, a bit of an energy guy, someone who's very defensively responsible. Having that as your third line center, an absolute worst case scenario, your fourth line center, that provides so much value. Mannix Landry is probably one of the better picks that the Coyotes had this entire draft. That is a huge, underrated, probably a steal. No idea how you want to really go about that, but just, I love this pick. Mannix Landry as a Coyote. I can't wait to see him play for Tucson probably in the next couple of seasons. Next up in the 6th round, 171st overall, defenseman Cal Thomas. Cal actually has a decent amount of upside to him. Predominantly his size, he has good size. He's 6 foot, 174 pounds. He's a good two-way defenseman. Unfortunately, he's only really played high school level hockey, so it's genuinely kind of hard to tell how he's going to project, because one thing that Kyle was telling me on that podcast we recorded is NHL level prospects in college or in high school kind of dominate the game. However, this kid kind of just played pretty well. He's a pretty good player, so it's really difficult to kind of project where his game is going to go. He probably doesn't end up becoming an NHLer. However, he could be a pretty decent roadrunner if he does make it to the AHL, so it should be a pretty decent pick. It's a late round pick. Worst case scenario, he flames out. I genuinely don't mind that as a 6th round pick. And finally, 7th round, 223rd overall, center Sam Lipkin. There's not a whole lot to say about Lipkin overall. He's got good size, 6'3", 196 pounds. He was one of Josh Doan's teammates who won that championship with Chicago, so obviously you're trying to bring in a couple of more championship caliber players. I know it is just in the USHL, but seriously, I love what Shane Doan was saying, how you need to build this winning culture from the ground up, and I genuinely think bringing in guys like Lipkin do help to do that. Worst case scenario, he doesn't end up making the NHL. He can at least play with Josh Doan, have some familiarity there while they're playing in Tucson together, so not really a whole lot negative to say about that. On top of that, he's a bit of what Kyle called a blank canvas kind of prospect. He's a center that you can really do whatever you want with. Obviously not humongous upside with him. However, he could probably be a 3rd or 4th line center if everything goes well. Worst case scenario, he stays in Tucson, doesn't make the NHL roster, and you wasted a 7th round pick to bring in one of Josh Doan's teammates to give him that familiarity. Decent pick. I know a lot of the bigger YouTubers were very quick to call the Coyotes losers in the 2021 NHL draft. However, I can't help but disagree for the most part. The only real criticism I genuinely agree with is maybe they could have swapped when they got Josh Doan with when they got Ilya Fedotov, and then instead of taking Josh Doan there at 35, you maybe get Ratu. You already have Ratu's brother playing in the Coyotes system, so that would be pretty cool there. On top of that, Ratu still has a lot of upside as a two-way kind of middle 6 forward. There's still a lot there. I think that would have been a very interesting pick, and then you still could have got Josh Doan at 43. I genuinely don't agree with the concept that you could have got Josh Doan in the 4th round or something like that. However, getting Josh Doan a few picks later I don't think would have been the end of the world. However, barring that situation and the Ilya Fedotov being a very questionable pick, they got some pretty good guys here. Obviously, Rasmus Koronen is a 18-year-old playing in Liga. That's impressive in and of itself. Hopefully getting some more time there next year will kind of develop his game along. Mannix Landry is the kind of guy you want in your locker room. He's a natural leader. You cannot teach leadership. On top of that, getting Josh Doan, you're bringing home Doner's kid, and he's a good player. He plays a lot like his dad. He should, at the absolute worst, be a top 9, a 3rd line winger, and the Coyotes could use that. He replaces Connor Garland's overall grit. On top of that, you had Dylan Guenther, who should be able to replace Garland's offensive production. Once he is fully developed, you can get him playing with Clayton Keller. And then Janis Moser, probably the most NHL ready of the prospects the Coyotes drafted, should be playing in at least Tucson next year. He has some upside, very defensively responsible. I understand none of these are huge splashes. Guenther is probably the guy that's going to get the most national attention, probably the equivalent to Victor Soderstrom in the 2019 draft. However, looking at the draft class overall, minus those couple of minor blunders or question marks, I think the Coyotes actually had overall a pretty good draft, and it was definitely better than the draft that was the 2020 NHL draft, so I'll go ahead and take that. Overall, the Coyotes drafted pretty well in my opinion. Not the greatest, obviously. You could have made a couple of adjustments, a couple of different picks. However, I'm also not the GM, so what do I know? Been a few days. What is up, guys? Day late and $1 short here. Let's go ahead and talk about the Coyotes' most recent move. This happened on August 14th. It is August 17th as I record. Like I said, I am always a couple days late, but you know what? It is never too late to talk about a little bit of Arizona Coyotes. So, as of the 14th, the Arizona Coyotes have reached an agreement with Janis Moser, the defenseman that they selected in the 2nd round of the most recent draft, 60th overall, to a 3-year entry-level contract. And honestly, I'm really excited to see him play, hopefully for Tucson next season, because one of the best things about him was also one of the worst things about him, his age. He's 21 years old, he's an overager, 4th year of eligibility for the draft. Obviously, his game is going to be a lot farther along than other prospects, so throwing him right in the AHL this year should not be a bad idea. Hell, you know what? If he ends up playing well enough in camp, he might even be the 7th defenseman. I wouldn't expect him to play very many games, but if he plays well enough, something like that could end up happening. But with Janis Moser, the best and worst thing about him was that age, because you're looking at him like, okay, why did no other team take you over the last 3 years? However, you now got him at a point where his game is going to be good enough to hopefully translate well enough to the North American game and be able to make an immediate impact at the very least in Tucson. And the Tucson Roadrunners can definitely use a lot of the extra help, because I don't know if you've noticed, a pretty good amount of the Coyotes' old players in their system are just kind of gone now, so you're gonna want to reinvigorate that. And on top of that, if Tucson's good, it'll then have those players used to playing in a winning type environment. You go up to the NHL, you build that winning culture from the ground up. Once again, I'm not going to stop referring to when Shane Doan said that. I 110% agree with that. As someone whose first year covering this team was 18-19, that year's Tucson Roadrunners were phenomenal until injuries started happening and they started bringing up guys that they never ended up using, which ended up hurting Tucson in the long run. They got bounced in the first round of the playoffs, I think, or they ended up missing the playoffs. I don't remember. But obviously, having more good, high-quality talent, or at the very least, solid overall talent in Tucson is going to be good. It'll be good for Moser as well, because he can actually play against guys that are fringe-level NHLers, so it should be some of the higher competition he has played against. And honestly, when I look down at my notes that me and Kyle Pereira came up with, it's a lot of good stuff. He's good in the transition, good vision, he's a very good defender, doesn't make very many mistakes. Obviously, you're not really going to notice him all that much on the ice, but for a more defensive defenseman, even though he can move the puck around well enough, so that's a pretty good upside for him, you're not going to notice him too much, and that's actually a good thing, because you're not going to be angry at mistakes he's making. Like I said, good skater, good vision. There's a lot of good things with Moser, and I'm actually really excited to see him play in Tucson. And like I said, who knows, with how the roster's being constructed right now, you could see him play a couple of games for the Coyotes, probably at the end of the year, because that's kind of when you have the teams that are out of the playoffs seeing what they have in the system, where guys are kind of along in their development, if maybe they're going to make the roster next year, if maybe they should probably get another depth guy, defender, forward, whatever that player is. So yeah, this is pretty good news. Janis Moser should be a Tucson Roadrunner next season, and at this point, I'm just excited to see some training camp, because I really want to see how a lot of these young guys are going to look, especially considering a lot of them could end up making a run for the team. Alright, it would appear Thirsty Thursday's starting a little bit early today, boys. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I apologize for the microphone being in view of the camera right now, but for whatever reason, my voice doesn't want to cooperate, so I'm gonna have to just talk like a normal person now, instead of getting loud like I normally do. So, because the Coyotes cannot have anything nice, it's been announced today by the city of Glendale, and also reported on by The Athletic, that the city of Glendale will be opting out of their lease with the Arizona Coyotes. So basically, after this upcoming season, the Arizona Coyotes will need to find somewhere else to play, or unfortunately, leave the state of Arizona. And as you would probably expect, the reactions on Twitter have all been very just calm and rational, and not a single person has been celebrating the idea that maybe a bunch of people are about to lose their favorite sports team, you know. Honestly, I swear, no matter how long I've been a hockey fan, I will never feel fully accepted in this community, because in the back of my mind, I know that pretty much everyone I talk to secretly wants my team to leave. Luckily for Arizona Coyotes fans, most of the people that are just shouting on Twitter actually have no idea what they're talking about, and they're just jumping directly to conclusions saying this team will relocate, when in reality, there's still a very good chance that the Coyotes will stay in Arizona, because the original plan was always going to be that the Coyotes would leave Glendale. I'm a West Valley kid. I've been living in the West Valley since about 2007. I've always felt more at home here. I love being, in the West Valley, the Glendale kind of Litchfield Park area. However, most of the people that are hockey fans, they live in the East Valley. There's an article going around that as of 2017, roughly like 70% of all the premium ticket holders live in the East Valley. So obviously the Coyotes ownership, Gary Bettman for a long time have known, this team is not going to do well in Glendale. The Coyotes have near constantly finished in the bottom 15 or so in attendance, maybe even the bottom 10, and it's clear that most of the people do not want to make the drive from the East Valley to the West Valley, because if you're not from Phoenix, I'll just go ahead and break it down to you. Everyone typically lives in the West Valley A lot of the cities in the West Valley are referred to as bedroom communities, so everyone does their grocery shopping and everything there, and they live there, but they normally go out to do stuff in the East Valley. So most people work in the East Valley. That's where a lot of the money is, so you're always going east in the morning and you're coming back west in the afternoons or the evenings. So anybody that wants to go to a hockey game that lives in the East Valley where more of the money is, you're then going to have to go against the flow of traffic, which is going to take a longer time. And for the Cardinals, you're only going to 8 games a year. A lot of people will just kind of deal with it. On top of that, you're not dealing with the same level of traffic on a Sunday because most people do not work Sundays. However, when you look at 41 home games, that's 41 events. A lot of people do not want to make an hour and a half, 2-hour drive just to go watch a hockey team that usually is not that good. A lot of the times the Coyotes do not put a very good product on the ice. And one of the best things about the Arizona sports market is that unless you are building towards something or you are good, a lot of the times they will just kind of turn their nose up at you. That's primarily because the Arizona sports market has way too many transplants, but it also goes to show that you need to be actively trying to be good for this city to care about you. I do like that about the city. I also kind of hate that about the city because I'm a hardcore fan of teams that usually suck, because most of our teams usually suck. But anyway, the original plan was always going to be the Coyotes going to the East Valley. About a month ago, even though Craig Morgan reported that he had heard the deal was already dead, there was an article released that the Coyotes are in talks with the city of Tempe, as well as trying to secure private funding, as all arenas should be, privately funded, to build an arena in Tempe, Arizona, which would accommodate the East Valley hockey fans, because there are a lot more of them. You're also closer to downtown Phoenix. You're obviously in the better parts of the greater Phoenix area, where the most possible people are. You're going to be getting more people, and the attendance is going to go up, because one thing you generally don't hear too much of when you're in Glendale is the amount of people that would just kind of be in the area. Maybe you're at a bar, maybe you're whatever, and there's a Coyotes game, and you're like, hey, I'll just go check it out. That happened a lot when the Coyotes were in downtown Phoenix when they were playing at America West Arena, and the attendance was always higher. They also did mostly have good teams that made the playoffs most years. However, there was a lot more people in that general vicinity that would just kind of come across the Coyotes, playing at the arena. Hey, what's going on down here? I'll go check it out. And that's where you're going to get a lot of additional ticket sales of people just kind of getting bored, and then you turn them into hockey fans. In Glendale, yeah, we have Westgate. Yeah, people go to the movie theater or whatever. There's a couple of bars, a couple of restaurants, but typically it's only really active around late Friday night, late Saturday night, and then any football game, maybe a couple of concerts. When there are good concerts or good events coming into Glendale, you'll get some business in Westgate. But when it comes to most Coyotes home games, as someone who has, again, lived in the West Valley since 2007, I was a season ticket holder for the Coyotes between 07, 08, and was it 13, 14 or 14, 15 is one of those 2 years. That's when I kind of started to drop off for a couple of years. I've been to way too many hockey games, all right? I literally am more familiar with the Canadian national anthem than the American national anthem. That's how many hockey games I've gone to, all right? And for the most part, Westgate is just dead because Westgate is really expensive. A lot of the restaurants are really expensive. People kind of avoid shopping at Westgate actively or hanging out there for the most part. It gets a little bit busier towards hockey season, obviously. On top of that, the weather's just better in general. But for the most part, it's dead a lot. It generally is dead a lot. So you're not going to get as many people as you would in a more populated area. You'd be like, hey, what's going on? Hey, there's a bunch of commotion down there. Hey, want to go catch a Coyotes game? And on top of that, when most of the people that have the money to afford to go to a hockey game live in the East Valley, they're looking at it like, I don't want to drive an hour and a half, 2 hours just to go to this hockey game. They have to already be aware of that hockey game to get down there, where at least if they're in that area, maybe you kind of hear about it casually on the radio. Hey, it's a 20-minute drive. I'll go ahead and check that out. So the original plan was always going to Tempe or maybe even Scottsdale. So while yes, admittedly, it is entirely possible the Coyotes could end up relocating, and yes, the whole conspiracy of them going to the Central makes it easier for them to relocate. You can shuffle teams around. I completely understand that. This was always going to happen. And one of the things the city of Glendale ended up pointing out as one of the reasons for them wanting to end this lease is the fact that the Coyotes were definitely not going to want to stay in Glendale. The Coyotes were not making any long-term plans to stay in Glendale. They always wanted to go to the East Valley. This team was always going to move out of Glendale, Arizona. I'm not shocked by this. I'm shocked that it's happening right now before that arena deal ends up getting finalized with Tempe, because now the Coyotes have to very quickly try to find another partner. Madhouse on McDowell is wide open and available. It seats about 13,500 or whatever for a hockey game, which since the Coyotes usually average around 10K a night, on the bright side, the stadium would look a lot fuller. On top of that, it's a little more centralized to the downtown Phoenix area, so it's not quite as long of a drive. More people in the Phoenix, the Tempe, the Scottsdale area are going to be more willing willing to make that drive. And on top of that, you will be able to get some people just kind of flowing in that are in the nearby area saying, hey, want to check out a Coyotes game. You could also look at the Footprint Center. Obviously, John Gambadoro came out and said it's highly unlikely the Coyotes will end up playing there. And while I do not necessarily disagree, money does talk, and if a lucrative enough agreement came together for just a 1 or 2 year lease just to kind of keep the team there while the new arena is being built, it's possible. I think the Madhouse is probably the best of the options because you already have the connection with the Phoenix Roadrunners, with the Phoenix Mustangs, both championship teams, mind you. On top of that, back in the greater Phoenix area, that's where the Coyotes were at their most successful, except for 2010, 2011, 2012, when this team was going back to the playoffs and they went to the Western Conference Finals. There was playoff success. Of course, the fans are going to start coming back. That's how the Arizona sports market works. So everyone that is celebrating the Coyotes are officially moving to Quebec or Houston, not quite yet. All right, this was always going to be part of the plan. However, now that means they need to secure that private funding for that Tempe arena sooner rather than later because the clock is officially ticking. Because if they can get the funding secured within the next, let's say, 5 months, and then they can secure a deal with the Madhouse in McDowell, the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, for a 2-year lease. Coyotes play there for 2 years, then go into their brand new building in Tempe, and they get to stay here long term. Got a little bit of an update. Thankfully, I waited just long enough to edit this video so the statement from the Coyotes could be released, so I'll go ahead and just throw it on screen and read it for you. Quote, "We are disappointed by today's unilateral decision by the city of Glendale to break off negotiations on a multi-year lease extension agreement. We are hopeful that they will reconsider a move that would primarily damage the small businesses and hardworking citizens of Glendale. We remain open to restarting good faith negotiations with the city. Most importantly, the Coyotes are 100% committed to finding a long-term arena solution here in Arizona, and nothing will shake our determination to do what is right for our organization, residents of the entire valley, and most important, our fans." The statement that sticks out to me the most is right here at the end of the first paragraph. We remain open to restarting good faith negotiations with the city. Not long after that original article was posted, the Fourth Period was reporting that this might just be a negotiating tactic for the city of Glendale, considering the fact the Coyotes have no interest in staying there long term. It would make sense that the city of Glendale would want a more favorable agreement if they're going to agree to, let's say, a 2 or 3 year extension while the Coyotes are trying to build that arena in Tempe. So pretty much just like I was saying earlier, it's very likely the Coyotes are going to end up staying in Arizona. Stay mad. So I'm a couple of days late to this story, but in my defense, I've been completely booked over the last couple of days. Concert, new job, 18th copy of Skyrim, Sonic Colors launching last night. Been busy. Anyway. So it's finally happened. The Arizona Coyotes have finally submitted that proposal for that land on Priest and the Rio Salado Highway to put an arena there for their long-term, viability in the desert. I'm going to be completely honest with you here, especially after having a couple of days to chew on it. It really is dawning on me that this is it. Like, realistically speaking, not attempting to fearmonger or anything like that, but if this proposal does not go through, the team likely moves. So this is that huge step ever since that 2009 bankruptcy into finally keeping this team here long term. And also, does it not make a lot more sense now why the city of Glendale would end their year-on-year lease agreement when the city of Glendale wanted the Coyotes there long term? The Coyotes probably only wanted to be there for like 2 or 3 more seasons, giving them just enough time to build this new arena. So yeah, like I said, maybe, just maybe, instead of reading a headline and saying, yes, this team's gonna move, you should actually read details, because yeah, no, it isn't over, but this really is it. Alright, so the city of Tempe did confirm they received 1 bid for that land. Of course, there's like regulations or whatever it is, so they can't specifically say who it is, but they did say it involves a sports team and an entertainment district and all that, so I'm assuming it's going to be essentially Westgate, but not West. Make of that one what you will. But let's go ahead and just read a little bit of the statement from the Arizona Coyotes. Quote, "We are pleased to have submitted a proposal to the city of Tempe. As regulations surrounding the RFP process dictate, we cannot comment any further at this time, but we remain incredibly excited about this extraordinary opportunity." Close quote. Right there. Like I said, they did it. They officially proposed it. I hope, I pray, whatever God you believe in, whatever deity, I am hoping that the Arizona Coyotes secured more than enough private funding to be able to, at the very least, I would prefer it's 100% privately funded, but at the very least, be like 85 or 90% or higher privately funded to give it the absolute max percentage likelihood of this going through. Because, yeah, like I said, if it doesn't, the best case scenario, if this proposal does not go through, is the city of Glendale and the Coyotes kiss and make up and have like the next 2 years of them struggling to find any other opportunity, it falling through, and them moving in a couple of years anyway. Worst case scenario, it being announced at the end of this season that they're moving to Houston or Quebec or wherever. I don't really care. That is how important this is. That is how big this situation is, and that is how just astronomically huge this move is. And as someone who was I was there for the 09 bankruptcy. I was there for the whole Save the Coyotes campaign, the huge success in the Valley really rallying behind these guys between 2010 and 2012, showing if this team was a consistent winner, even in the West Valley, they would be successful enough. But they need to go to the East Valley. They need to be over towards Phoenix, Tempe, Scottsdale, wherever. That's where the majority of the fans are. That's where the majority of the people that have the disposable income to go see these games are. You need to have the team out there. That's where they're going to have the highest possible financial success, because a lot of people keep trying to shove down this narrative that it hasn't worked for almost 30 years. First off, it's been 25 years. Secondly, whenever they were in Phoenix, all the way up until about 2003, 2004, I think it was 04, 05, would have been their first year in Glendale, but I know it was around 2004. Those first 5, 6 or so years, they were very financially successful in downtown Phoenix. And once again, the whole aspect of people that were just kind of in the downtown area stumbling across the hockey team, what's going on here, and the whiteouts back then, you know, how full that arena was, even though it was made for basketball and not hockey, and there were glaring areas where you could barely see action, people still went, they still paid, because they were excited about that hockey team, they were excited about having a competitive team. The Valley rallies around winning teams, and you put them in a centralized location, it works. Which gives me a lot of hope, because if you put them in Tempe, you're going to be getting a similar effect, even if it is, hey, they're up the road, people are still going to be more willing to do that than go an hour and a half out to the West Valley and have to deal with all of that, because, you know, the 10 and the 101 are an absolute nightmare to traverse when you are going westbound in the afternoon. That's why when I worked at the Cardinal Stadium, I was so thankful I was living over in North Phoenix, kind of the 7th Street and Bell kind of area, because when you were coming back home, you saw all those poor bastards going westbound, sitting in locked up traffic while you were allowed to go 70 miles an hour. There isn't a whole lot else to say about this except for the proposal has officially been given to Tempe. It's going to be going through regulatory bodies, there's going to be multiple votes and whatnot. I do believe the citizens of Tempe are also going to be allowed to opine on this and you know, dictate whether or not, to at least a small extent, whether or not it does go through. However, if it is privately funded, which once again, no details on that have been released. However, through comments earlier, they did want to secure private funding. If this is privately funded, at the very least, like I said, 85, 90% or more, I don't see that personally being a problem. I do see there being a potential problem if they are trying to lean a little bit too much on Tempe taxpayers. So it's not over yet. There are plenty of hurdles still, but the fact that they actually got the proposal in, and there are viable temporary options, those being the Madhouse on McDowell, which seats about 13,500, considering the Coyotes usually average somewhere around 10,000, they would still be able to at least maintain that, if not grow their audience a little bit, sitting right there, because once again, that's pretty much right off the 10, that's really easy for people to get to. Or Chase Field, because it happened with Tampa Bay, that doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen, but it could. Those are the most realistic, viable options, barring anything changing in Glendale, the Coyotes and City of Glendale kissing, making up, whatever. Oh, I'm nervous, I'm excited, but I am just happy at the very least that those reports we were hearing about are not dead in the water. Those reports you're hearing about were accurate, and the proposal has been submitted. So, sigh of relief for that. That is a good sign. However, the anxiety of what could happen next is pretty much going to be looming over the entire season, because up until at least December to maybe February, because bureaucracy, multiple regulatory boards, that's going to take some time. We're pretty much going to be in Schrodinger's Coyotes situation. Are they going to stay in Arizona and be the Coyotes, or are they going to go somewhere else and be whatever that team would be? Not that I would particularly particularly care because they wouldn't be in Arizona anymore, so I wouldn't follow them anymore. Make of that what you will. I'm just saying I'm not cheering for the Quebec Nordiques or the Houston Aeros. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and today the Arizona Coyotes have officially traded center Christian Dvorak to the Montreal Canadiens in exchange for a couple of draft picks. Before we get started, I just have to shout out Dom Vids, who was commenting on my Christian Dvorak trade proposal video and straight up called that Dvorak was going to be a Hab today. I think a lot of people within the hockey realm, the hockey world, kind of saw that move coming regardless. However, still got to give credit where it's due. This trade definitely makes a lot of sense for both sides, and I don't think it's a bad trade or anything. I'm a little puzzled by the amount of control the Coyotes gave up here. So let's go ahead and set the scene real quick. Montreal Canadiens coming off of a very good season where they went all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. Unfortunately, they lost. They only ended up winning one game, and they've had a decent amount of roster turnaround. You have the Shea Weber situation, so you definitely want to do your best to maintain as high quality of a roster as you can. So it made a lot of sense, especially with the Kotkaniemi thing, with Carolina coming in and offer sheeting him. Kotkaniemi, even though he's a good player, pretty much everyone can agree he's not worth the amount that Carolina offered, even though they're probably going to work on an extension for less. A lot of reports are saying now. So this year will still be that $6 million or whatever it is, but next year and the year after will probably be like $4.5, which sounds a lot more realistic for Kotkaniemi. But when you look at that, you look at the overall lack of center depth that now creates, because I think it was Drouin that left, going to LA, you now have Kotkaniemi, you need to replace those guys. So Christian Dvorak is a very good top 2 center, top 6 forward overall, very good two-way guy, very defensively responsible. Over the last couple of years, has been turning up that scoring touch and been on pace for 20 goals. Hasn't quite hit that yet, so we cannot call him a 20-goal scorer yet, but he's right on the cusp of becoming one, and I think also a system like Montreal he can still flourish in, even a little bit more so than Arizona. So Montreal definitely gets a very valuable asset here. It's going to depend on the Habs fan you're talking to, whether or not Devo is better than Kotkaniemi, but from what I can tell, most people tend to agree Kotkaniemi is probably the better offensive player, where Devo is the better two-way / overall player. So make of that what you will. All I can say is that Devo is a very good player, and I'm going to miss having him here. My problem comes from the fact that it's a first and a second, so the second's part of it regardless, so it's a second in the 2024 draft, which is kind of funny, because Dvorak was taken in the second round of the 2014 draft, so the Coyotes right there just replaced the asset they used to pick him with the pick 10 years later, so that's definitely paying off for him a little bit. You also get the first round pick, so the stipulation is the first round pick will be the best between the Montreal and Carolina picks for the 2022 draft. Unless one or both of those picks are top 10, then the Coyotes get the worst. Now, the Montreal Canadiens are not going to suck this year. Carolina Hurricanes are not going to suck this year. So very likely the pick will probably be somewhere around 13 or so that the Coyotes get, which would be good value. The problem is you put in the stipulation that if either of these teams bottom out, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Montreal has a terrible year, let's say they have a lot of injuries, whatever, and they end up getting the 9th overall pick, and Carolina, who's probably going to be a playoff team, probably going to win at least one round in the playoffs, let's say they're around 23, you're getting the 23rd overall pick, you're not getting the 9th, and I don't like the fact they gave up that level of control, because like I said, Montreal, to whatever degree, desperately needed to replace that center depth. The Coyotes had the supply. You have to have that killer instinct to not put a dumb clause in there like that, because even though the statistical likelihood is low that either Montreal or Carolina sucks this year, you don't want to take that chance, because then you're essentially gambling with a pick that could be somewhere around 13th being a pick that's closer to like 23rd. I understand it's a deep draft. It's still a bit of a dumb gamble, regardless of how high the likelihood is that the Coyotes will win that gamble. But when you look at Christian Dvorak and the Coyotes situation, he has 4 years left on his contract, a very respectable and reasonable cap hit. On top of that, the Coyotes are going through their rebuild thing right now, 25 years old Christian Dvorak. He still fits the timeline for the Coyotes rebuild, so in my opinion, they did not need to move on from him. I don't mind that they did, obviously. They definitely want to, let's be honest here, they want to tank. So when I look at the roster, a lot of people have been saying Arizona is going to be one of the worst teams in the league next year. I didn't quite see that. I saw a team that was going to be ridiculously mediocre, that at best, I know some people like to take what I say and assume I'm saying something else, so I will reiterate, at best, if everything went very well, the rookies were booming, everything was going well, the Coyotes would have won probably 25. That's what I was expecting next year. You lose Christian Dvorak, you now have no established, like, top center. Obviously, you can throw Barrett Hayton out there, but the fact is that Dvorak still did fit the Coyotes' timeline. There was no need to move on from him. But when you look at the concept, and you look at it that Dvorak could, especially with how good he has been the last couple of years, probably have led to the Coyotes winning a few extra games, which would have potentially taken that high draft pick they really want and made it a little less high. You look at that and you say, probably in our best interest to just tank this year, actually trade away everything, because, yeah, minus Connor Garland, Before this trade, the Coyotes' top 6 was pretty much still intact. You look at that, it makes a lot more sense where the Coyotes would want to get rid of that talent, because that's what a rebuild is. You get rid of pretty much everybody except for a couple of guys, and you say, you guys are going to be the franchise cornerstones moving forward. You're the guys we're building around. So very likely, they're building around Schmaltz, Keller, and Chychrun, except for they're probably not building around Schmaltz because they want to. It's because they're locked into that long-term contract. So yeah, it makes sense. The value is decent. I'm not mad about the value. I just don't like that stipulation. I find giving up any level of control there to be a lack of killer instinct and just fumbling the bag here, because the Coyotes were in the driver's seat. You can't sit there and say that the Arizona Coyotes needed to make this trade. But yeah, to conclude, honestly, not a bad trade. Pretty decent value. I don't like that lack of control, that stipulation there. I don't like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sit there and try to act like it's not that big of a deal. I find that to be a really stupid gamble, because you never know. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Other than that, I think it's a decent trade, and given the fact that I've seen a lot of Montreal fans angry that they gave up as much as they did, that probably tells me they got good value overall. Don't think it's a bad trade. It's actually a pretty decent trade. Good value. Can't complain. I just wish that one stipulation wasn't there. But either way, this move pretty much for me gets rid of any hope this team is going to be mediocre. This is going to be a very rough season. So, going to be like most Coyotes seasons. And as of today, September 20th, 2021, the absolute worst kept secret in the National Hockey League this 2021 offseason has finally been unveiled. The Arizona Coyotes have announced their rebranding, and they are fully going back to the Kachina. First and foremost, I just want to praise one thing. Bringing this back as the secondary logo is I'm 100% on board with that. Look, second only to the Howling Coyote. I love this logo. It's what I grew up with. Growing up, this was all you had to do was show me this logo and I was happy, all right? Second only to that. This logo is GOAT. Absolutely love it. Anyway, but let's just talk real quick about the jersey. So they finally unveiled the white Kachina. We all knew this was coming. You're seeing it on your screen right now. That is a gorgeous jersey. It looks phenomenal as an Adidas, all right? And I will fully disclose, before we continue on, I was getting a little tired of seeing the Kachina, primarily because it's one of two reasons. The absolute, biggest reason is because I remember being a kid, and when they were looking for a third jersey, when they were going to bring in the Flying Fox, you know what I'm talking about. I was actually one of the people suggesting, why don't you bring back the Kachina? You know, it's your history, you can keep it going forward. And the amount of people that said how stupid of an idea that was, and even up until about 2018, were saying how disgusting the Kachina logo and jersey was, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, that there was, no overarching, oh yeah, we were kind of wrong on that. It was just straight up, it went from this is the worst logo to the best logo, and it just annoyed me. So whenever the Andre Tourigny press conference was going on Facebook, I actually said I was getting tired of seeing the Kachina. I was just annoyed, honestly, but I have to at least disclose that. I feel like that's kind of the best thing to do, but this away jersey looks phenomenal, and I can tell you right now, looking at the current away jersey that's finally being phased out, I never thought this was a good looking jersey. Honestly, there's only one away jersey I have ever liked the Coyotes wore. That's this one right here. I love this jersey. I always liked the color up top, and the fact that the Kachina essentially brings that back. You have more design, obviously, some of the stuff towards the bottom as well, but I'll always like a jersey that has more color up here. That's a design that I like more. This was just plain and bland, and I never liked this jersey, to be completely honest here. Howling Coyote or not, never liked it. And this road Kachina, this new white Kachina, in my opinion, it actually kind of looks better than even this, and I love this jersey. I grew up with this jersey, and even I'm on board. Like, that white Kachina looks phenomenal. The downside, like I was alluding to a little bit earlier for me personally, is the fact that they announced straight up as of the 2022-23 season, the Howling Coyote will be 100% phased out, and that just kind of depresses me. Like I said, growing up, this logo right here, it could bring me happiness. And the Coyotes have seen their best, most successful periods while they were rocking the Howling Coyote. They went, obviously there was the bankruptcy, but the resiliency, bouncing back, making the playoffs 3 years in a row, going all the way to the Western Conference Finals, seeing the Valley rally around that team, seeing the whiteout being brought back, that was all under this logo. And to me, it's always going to rub me the wrong way that they're just straight up like they're trying to throw it out, and that just kind of makes me really sad. I wish they would just keep it, even if it's for one game a year, just keep wearing the Howling Coyote red jersey. However, I think I've accepted it, all right, because let's be honest here, the Kachina is a very good-looking jersey and very good-looking logo, and I can't be upset by them getting rid of one logo for a logo that's honestly still really good. These jerseys are phenomenal, and on top of that, worst-case scenario, courtesy of my wife, I finally did get to act on this. A Shane Doan patch on it, by the way. Happy about that. But my AZ Sports Guy jersey will always be a Howling Coyote, so you know what? That one kind of is what it is. I can at least have that to kind of hold on to, but I think overall this is going to be a good move for the Coyotes, because when you're seeing just how many people are finally coming around to loving the Kachina, how well the jersey sales have been, you want to generate as much revenues as possible, and if this is what they think is going to get them there, so this team can be as profitable as they possibly can and get into the black so they can finally make some money here, at the very least, since moving from downtown Phoenix, I'm cool with it. Honestly, I am. I think I've accepted it. I've accepted the fact that the Howling Coyotes just, for whatever reason, everyone's just tired of it, and it's going to be retired, and I'm still sad by that, honestly, but given the fact that this also is kind of an opportunity for a new beginning, on top of that, it could open up pathways for, like I said, this team to be more profitable, this team to make more money, and hopefully lead to that success that can keep them here long term and be a viable team here. I embrace it, honestly. I seriously do. It took me a while to finally get to this point, but you know what? Better late than never, and like I said, that white Kachina looks phenomenal, and I'm gonna have to give me a couple of those. I might even have to get a Capobianco one or a Dylan Gunther one. It's a good looking jersey. I just typically don't like white jerseys for one reason: they stain way too easily. Like, look at this real quick. Can you see the black stain right there? I think it's what, right? Yeah. What is this? That was not there when the jersey got here, and it's just been up there. What? It's that time of year again. Hockey's back. I got to go to my first live hockey game in forever, and it was a preseason game against those gosh darn Kings. I made a vlog about it. That should be up before this video. But anyway, go ahead and talk briefly about it, primarily because I do want to talk about a couple of the main prospects and King Louis himself. So go ahead and start off. In the second period, no goals in the first. It was kind of uneventful, but I do believe it was the first period where Andrew Ladd got into a bit of a tussle. So we did get to see a fight in preseason hockey. Make of all that what you will. He didn't win it, by the way, but it's the Arizona Coyotes. They're not going to win a whole lot this year, so make of that one what you will. But 8 minutes and 53 seconds into the second period, Sean Walker is first from a couple of nobodies I don't care about. I'm not a Kings channel. I'm talking about the Coyotes. But the man, the myth, the legend, Louis the Great, Louis the King, King Louis, whatever you want to call him, Louis Eriksson himself with a snipe, his first of the preseason from Schmaltz and Gunther. At 14:40 of the second, we go into the third period tied, and for whatever reason, multiple times they reiterated it. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we're having a shootout. I left before the shootout. I don't care about a shootout. I think it's kind of dumb anyway, but we're not quite done yet with Gunther. Go into the third period, the Arizona Coyotes, 9 minutes, 21 seconds into the period. Gunther is first from O'Brien and Crotty, and the Coyotes walk out of this one with a 2-1 victory over the LA Kings. And honestly, overall, I think they played pretty decently, mainly in the first period when it was scoreless. Oddly enough, I think on their power plays, despite the fact they did not score on any of their 5 power plays, I think they moved the puck around relatively well, and if they had the actual full-time NHLers out there, they're probably going to be scoring more power play goals than people are going to think if that system is what gets translated into the regular season. I'm not going to really talk too much about the overall quality of hockey because they were outshot 36-24. I really can't brag too much here. I want to talk about the goaltending briefly. So Kozhinosh actually got the start, 18 saves out of 19 shots faced, .947 save percentage. The one goal he gave up was a garbage goal, honestly. I was actually making fun of my brother-in-law because he couldn't even tell the goal went in. It looked like it went in. Then they started celebrating awkwardly 10 seconds later, and I'm like, yeah, it's actually a goal. It was a garbage goal, not a whole lot. But Thornton, out of nowhere, 17 saves. He played pretty well for whatever reason. I'm assuming he's probably going to be like a Tucson backup this year or something like that. So now moving on to the defense, I want to specifically talk about Gostisbehere for a couple of seconds. He's moving the puck around relatively well, had a couple of decent shot opportunities, primarily on that power play. Maybe, just maybe, he actually ends up adding something to the Coyotes power play. Maybe he doesn't, no idea. Another person I want to talk about was Janis Moser. Minus the one penalty he took, for the most part, I think Kyle Pereira's right. You don't really notice him on the ice all that much. He didn't really turn the puck over very much. He doesn't make very many mistakes, and he moved the puck around pretty decently, so I look forward to seeing him hopefully playing in Tucson this year. A couple of probably future Roadrunners out there. I mean, everyone else played fine, I guess. Crotty, Strawman, Dyson Mayo, they all played okay. Let's talk about the forwards. First and foremost, why is Christian Fischer wearing the A? Moving on from there, Andrew Ladd. He's actually going to play, isn't he? Okay, Andrew Ladd is playing. I hardly noticed him on the ice. Obviously, it's preseason, not a whole lot you can say there, but he didn't look very good in general. Make of all that what you will. He's going to make the team. He's clearly going to play. My God, he might actually be the first-line center. Nick Schmaltz actually looked like one of the few players that was genuinely trying each and every shift. He actually had a couple of good plays where he was rushing into the zone, carrying the puck. He actually had a couple of good shots, moving the puck around well. Even his deeks and dangles, he had a couple of little plays there. I think he looked pretty good. Ryan Dzingel, enough said. Barrett Hayton does not look good anymore. It's weird. He had a couple of shots, a couple of opportunities, and it just seemed like, I know it's preseason, but it felt like he didn't want to be there. So make of that one what you will, but Barrett Hayton might not actually end up making the team if he plays like this continuously throughout the training camp process. Like I said, it's a preseason game. Look into that as much as you want to. Matthias Maccelli and Jan Yannick were actually combined for a while, then they moved Maccelli, they moved Yannick. You had a couple of different combinations. Louis Eriksson and Nick Schmaltz were actually playing with Maccelli for a little bit. Maccelli either looked like a speedster with wheels and handles, or he looked like someone that had no idea or business being on an NHL ice surface. Preseason or not, he's definitely a raw talent, probably going to be playing in Tucson this year, hopefully kind of getting that game right, because there's some rough talent there. I just want to see what it can do at a higher level of competition. And Jan Yannick, he played okay. I honestly have no idea what you expect from him. He played pretty well in Tucson from what I could tell last year. Maybe, just maybe, again, preseason, but maybe he still just needs more time, honestly. And finally, we'll talk about the two players y'all want to hear me talk about. Dylan Guenther. Dylan Guenther skated well. He did get some good shots off. He turned the puck over a couple of times. He's not ready. I know he's not old enough to be in the AHL yet. Obviously, more time to develop. Hopefully, they don't do what they did with Barrett Hayton, where they kind of force him onto the opening day roster, even though he doesn't end up playing, because I feel like it's not going to benefit him. Just let him go back to play with the team he played with last year. Give him some more development time. He'll probably be fine, but it's one of those things, almost like Maccelli, except for he played better overall than Maccelli. Obviously, he had 2 points, he had a goal, and it was a secondary assist, sure, but still had a goal and an assist. You can't take that away from him. He was part of both of those goals for the Coyotes and scored the game winner, so once again, can't take any of that away from him. It is kind of dependent on the shift, but he still looked pretty good overall. Should be fine, looking like he probably could end up being that goal scorer the Coyotes really need in like 3 years. And finally, Louis Eriksson. He absolutely sniped, boys. He got that first goal. King Louis. I'm probably going to need to get a King Louis jersey. Other than that, I really don't have a whole lot to talk about. The first period, the team as a whole came out and played pretty well. They played hard. I think the defense was pretty decent overall. The offense was actually getting some opportunities, moving the puck around well. Ironically enough, in the second period, it kind of died down a bit, and they scored, obviously. And in the third, for like 80% of it, it felt like they couldn't really get anything going despite having power play time. And I have no idea what that was all about, yet they still managed to score and win. That tells me the system, the adjustments they're making, once again, you put the actual NHLers out there, there could be something there. 25 wins. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I am in fact so petty that I used an invite to go hang out as an excuse to get a ride down to the Tempe Mall so I could get this nice Coyotes polo. Don't talk trash about me, I will use you for a ride. Anyway, let's go ahead and have a little bit of a Coyotes report. Have to get the monster going because it's pretty late for me. 9:30 isn't late for most people, but I'm one of those old people that has to wake up at 6 something in the morning to go to work. So, I didn't get to watch the full game last night, but I got to watch a little bit of it, and I also want to talk a little bit about it, but once again, didn't get enough to do a full report, but I can also talk about an injury update and some roster cuts, so there's just enough here. Anyway, talking about last night, the Coyotes at the Ducks for the second preseason game. Loui Eriksson was not playing. Can't exactly say I was that hyped. The first period, look, I need to give credit to the Ducks for at least setting up that stream, but at least for me personally, even after I was done uploading a video, it was choppy and not very good, and no matter what device I was watching it on or on mobile data versus Wi-Fi, it just didn't work properly, so that probably made it a little bit less enjoyable to watch. On top of that, the audio is not synced, so it was like 20 seconds behind. It was really distracting. Make of all that what you will. The first period, no one really got their footing. I mean, the Ducks did score 4 minutes and 16 seconds in. O'Regan, 1-0 there. That would be the last Ducks goal, and the Coyotes would take over, and honestly, I don't even blame Prosvetov for that. He got the start, by the way. I don't blame Prosy for that one because it was kind of a garbage goal, one of those rebound type goals, so make of all that what you will, but after that, pretty much stood on its head from what I can tell. Then the backup comes in. Vejmelka? Sure. I'm not very good with very, very European names. Prosvetov, 15 saves, 1 goal against, 938 save percentage, and the backup, 14 saves. Perfect. But when the Coyotes started scoring, and it was funny, I was laying down in bed last night, I'm like, you know what, I'll turn the stream back on for a little bit. I turned it on right when Barrett Hayton's in the corner. He's applying some pressure, gets the puck over to Keller. Keller fires it over to Krause. His first of the preseason. We are tied. 4 minutes, 43 seconds remain in that second period, and it just kept going Coyotes from there, even though I decided to try to go to bed for the night. So, Cam Dineen on the power play at 13:51 from Timmins and McCartney, and then Soderstrom at 18:04 from Foshing and McCartney. It's his second assist in the night, and Lawson Krause finished it up 12:08 the third. His second of the night from Johan Larsson. Coyotes win 4-1. I like seeing this. In the era of Loui Eriksson, the Arizona Coyotes are undefeated, and even though they might not win the cup this year, we're at least going to have the preseason championship. Anyway, real quick, Krause had a couple of goals. Soderstrom and Dineen each had a goal. McCartney 2 assists. Keller, Hayton, Timmins, Fashing, and Larson each had 1 assist. And sometime after that play, Barrett Hayton would leave the ice injured and would not return. There is still no update on that one yet. I'm assuming that one's going to be considered day-to-day for the time being. As well as, before the game was announced, it was revealed that Kyle Capobianco will be day-to-day with a lower body injury. So, gotta love how the injuries are already starting. Hopefully they're all minor, and they're relegated mostly to the preseason. Now, looking at these roster cuts, there are 10 names. I want to primarily talk about a few of these. The first one, Dylan Guenther, going back to Edmonton to the WHL. I'm really happy about this move, not because Guenther looks bad or anything. He actually looks pretty good, but you can tell he is not quite ready, and just like I was saying I hope they were going to do, not saying I think anyone listens to me, trust me, I don't even think y'all listen to me half the time, but the fact that, unlike with Barrett Hayton, they're not trying to keep him on the opening night roster just to give him the experience. They're like, no, we saw what you can do, there's some raw talent there, work on this, go back to the WHL. I think that's going to benefit him in the long run. Mannix Landry is going back to the QMJHL. Really like Mannix Landry as a concept. Didn't really leave much of an impression in the one preseason game I got to watch, but then again, I only got to watch a little bit of that game last night anyway, so that has to kind of have a bit of context there, but at the very least, they got a little bit of a look at him. Probably also going to have the same with Dylan Guenther. Hey, work on this, go back down to QMJHL, and we'll see you next year. He'll probably be better next year. Reese Fatilli? Sure. He's going back to the WHL. And then there are 7 names that are going to Tucson. I'll get a couple out of the way that I really don't have much to say on. David Tendick, Ty Eberson, Cole Holtz, Cam Crotty, and Ben McCartney. I know McCartney just had a couple of assists. However, he's probably not a guy that's going to be making the roster with Krause and Fisher on the roster anyway. You might as well let him go down to Tucson now because, hey, you have a little bit of success up here, just a little bit in the preseason. Keep doing that in Tucson. See you next year. Liam Kirk, they kind of hyped him up so much in the offseason, finally bringing him over, giving him his ELC. Now he's going to Tucson. Not gonna lie, this Tucson team is starting to look pretty good. I might have to buy another Tucson jersey and drive my happy butt down there a couple of hours to go watch the Roadrunners, because there's a couple of interesting players, including him, but also Matthias Maccelli. And if you guys remember what I said about him in the last Coyotes report, it comes down to this. He is clearly not ready. It is a lot of raw talent, but he has not played even in the AHL yet, so giving him a full season in Tucson, he wasn't going to make the roster this year anyway. Let's establish that. I know I'm probably one of only 2 people that genuinely believes in Maccelli, but I'm going to talk to all y'all like you all believe in him. But he wasn't going to make the roster this year anyway. Going down to Tucson is just going to benefit him. And I can see him filling in the role of the Connor Garland, or whenever he left, Lane Peterson, or whenever he left, Michael Bunting, where you have a guy that's probably going to be taking over scoring given the proper role. Definitely looking forward to that. Tucson's going to be looking pretty good this year. And that's about all I got for today. Appreciate y'all for watching, but go away now. Galche's back, boys, and he's here to stay. Let's go ahead and talk about this. It dropped last night. I was too busy just trying to go to sleep last night, but we'll talk about it now. The Arizona Coyotes have officially agreed to a 1-year contract with former Coyote legend Alex Galchenyuk, and anyone who watches my channel knows I was a fan of Galchenyuk here, and all you buttholes kept trying to say he wasn't that good. 41 points in 72 games on an offensively inept system while being bounced up and down the lineup constantly while still being tied for the goal leader and being 1 goal away from being the Coyotes' only 20-goal scorer in 18-19. Alex Galchenyuk was good as an Arizona Coyote, and now he's back. He's had a very good preseason, and they've given him that 1-year contract, and Galche is back in the lineup, and I cannot be more excited. This season, you got the renaissance of Louis Eriksson. He's going to pot 30 goals this year. You got Galchenyuk. You have the rise of the captain himself, Jakub Chychrun. It's going to be a pretty fun season, not going to lie. 27 years old for Alex Galchenyuk. I actually would not mind him being part of the team longer term, at least for the next couple of years. And on top of that, we can officially say the Coyotes won that Pittsburgh trade now, because they got Kessel and Galchenyuk, despite the fact that Phil Kessel requested a trade a year into it. But we're not going to talk about that right now, because the Coyotes are winners, all right? Galchenyuk is a Coyote, and I'm really happy right now, because I genuinely don't think he ever got a proper fair chance. People expected too much of him. I was talking about it was actually one of the first 5 or 6 videos I ever did as the AZ Sports guy, where I was talking about it, and I pointed out, John Gambadoro, it sticks in my mind. It's like, oh yeah, good player, 30-goal scorer, when at the point the Coyotes acquired him, there were 2 full seasons of him being a sub 20-goal scorer since that 30-goal year. So the way I see it is he is no longer a 30-goal scorer, but he is very likely a 20-goal scorer. And then when you look at how that offensive system was ran, I would not stop saying it all of 18-19. Rick Tocchet was not an offensive coach. The system was not offensive under him. It was more offensive. Haha. But when you look at it, I kept pointing out this team was so inconsistent because it seemed like they would have offensive success in spite of Rick Tocchet and his system, and despite the fact that he would not give Galchenyuk a consistent spot. He was on the first and the fourth and the third, back to the fourth, back to the second, back to the third. He was bounced around constantly, missed 10 games, and was still almost a 20-goal scorer, which would have been the only 20-goal scorer in that entire team. I said it back then, I will say it again. Galchenyuk is a good hockey player. He was good as a member of the Arizona Coyotes. He never got his proper fair shake, and now whenever the jerseys become readily available, I'm going to have to get me a Galchenyuk white Kachina, but for now, I'll just stick with the starter one that I have now that looks like a lacrosse jersey on me, because for whatever reason, a medium back in the 90s is like a modern-day boys XL. Anyway, to wrap everything up, to bring it all together, put it in a nice little bow, Alex Galchenyuk is a Coyote. The Arizona Coyotes have officially redeemed themselves and won that Pittsburgh Penguins trade, especially if Phil Kessel doesn't end up going anywhere this year, and they're going to win the Stanley Cup. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got a little bit of news that's dated a couple of days, but hey, day late, dollar short around here. Let's start off with the easier news. So Kyle Kevin and Alex Galchenyuk are both considered week to week with an injury. One's an upper body, one's a lower body. That's per Craig Morgan. That really sucks because I want to see Galchenyuk and Kuemper on the opening night rosters. However, week to week, they still could end up making it because we're still about 8 days away as of recording from opening night, and this was announced a couple of days ago, so they both could be ready for opening night, but they also could miss a little bit of time. Really sucks for a guy like Kuemper, especially because he really could use that NHL time, that opportunity in the main roster, and it seems like he's having a good enough training camp because, well, with about 4 more roster spaces getting ready to be cut, he's still on the main roster, or at least still on the Coyotes roster, so looks like he's playing pretty well. And Galchenyuk, I'm still so ridiculously happy he's back in Arizona, and that really does suck that he might end up missing the opening night game, but like I said, still time. Now I want to talk about this. So they actually cut their roster by 2. There's 27 players left. Boko Omama, which I did not exactly expect him to be on the opening roster. I expected him to be in Tucson. That's why I'm wearing a Tucson hat. Not really, I just put on a Tucson hat, but hey, it works. But I expected him to be in Tucson. He's pretty much a career AHLer. He's pretty much the guy you want on your bottom 6 to make you tough to play against. Tucson needs to be tougher to play against, so that's probably what they were going for when they ended up acquiring him. But Josef Kozanash, the man that was sent here alongside a second-round pick for Adin Hill and a 7th, did not make the roster. I am shocked by that. You would have expected them to have traded. I know Adin Hill was primarily because they didn't want Seattle to take him, but the fact that the guy they traded Adin Hill for, and Adin Hill is going to be the backup this year, didn't even make the roster. He's going to be in Tucson, meaning he would be Prosvetov's backup. That's weird. I did not have that on my bingo card. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't exactly expect that to be the case, but either he's not having a very good preseason / training camp, or maybe it really was just to avoid losing an asset for nothing, and you also got a second round pick on top of that. Doesn't really matter because the Coyotes have a very interesting goaltending situation, and now that we're down to 27 players, I think it's time to do a roster projection. So hopefully later on tonight, I'll be doing my Coyotes roster projection for the season. God have mercy on my soul. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We're about 8 or 7 days, depending on when you're watching this, away from the Coyotes opening night matchup against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a roster projection, lineup projection. This one's a little more difficult, primarily because we don't really know what's going to be going on if Galchenyuk and Kuemper will be missing time or not, and if Phil Kessel will be ready for opening day. Likely will. However, considering the fact multiple reports have come out and said that the Coyotes do not see Kessel as part of that long-term future, he will very likely be traded, and that's kind of my personal opinion on it. I don't think Phil Kessel really plays this year at all, because I think he's going to get traded because he wants to go to a contender. The Coyotes want more second-round picks. It all works out in the end, so I'm just going to put it out there right now. I don't have Kessel on any of the 4 lines. I have him as an extra forward. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. On the first line, I have Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, and Dmitry Yaskin. This line was actually really hard to put together, primarily because of that right wing spot. Yaskin should be a pretty decent 15 or so goal scorer if he can kind of get back to form. I really don't like Schmaltz as a center. However, they've been playing him a lot more as center over the last couple of years. He has been getting a little bit better at it, and on top of that, him and Keller tend to play better together, and Christian Dvorak being gone means that you can't exactly have the Dvorak-Keller or Dvorak-Schmaltz line anymore, so you're going to just have to stick Schmaltz with Keller. You throw Yaskin on there, maybe some good things will happen. For the second line, I have Alex Galchenyuk, Andrew Ladd, and Louis Eriksson. Personally, I am kind of leaning a little bit more so Johan Larsson becoming that second line center, especially with the amount of time he spent as a first line center last year. However, Andrew Ladd, they're going to play him. Like, they are seriously going to play that man. I'm assuming he'll be a second liner. Galchenyuk, when he's healthy, I think he deserves a spot in the middle 6, especially closer to the top 6. If he can kind of get going again, somewhere around, 15 goals or so, I would very much appreciate. I'd like him to be a 20-goal scorer and get a little bit of recognition, but you can't have everything you want. Have him there with King Louis. I know it's a bit of a meme, but with the amount of players on this roster that are looking to kind of reestablish themselves, get one last contract, whatever, you could see some pretty decent numbers, goals, assists, and overall points out of Ladd, Eriksson, and Galchenyuk this season, so why not throw them all together? For the third line, I have Lawson Krause, Johan Larsson, and Ryan Dzingel. Ryan Dzingel needs to stay in the top 9. I have no idea where else to put him. You can play him at either side of the wing or as a center, so just throwing him right there on the third line right wing does tend to make some sense to me. Lawson Krause works better on the left wing. Keep him in the top 9 as well. I've always liked him more than Christian Fischer. Adds a little bit of a sandpaper to the lineup. You have Johan Larsson, who surprisingly scored some some goals and was actually a pretty decent facilitator overall last year. Not saying he's a first-line Sidney Crosby or anything, but he was a lot better at dishing the puck than I gave him credit for last year, so keeping him in the top 9, I think on the surface shouldn't be a terrible top 9. Doesn't mean I think it's going to be a great one. And then for the fourth line, let's go Roussel, Beagle, Boyd. Nowhere else really can I fit those 3 players. For the most part, from what I can tell, what I've heard from the Hockey Guy and other comment sections, those guys are for the most part defensive or at least two-way forwards. Put them on the fourth line, you really can't hurt anyone. Moving on to the defensive pairing. So I have Jakob Chychrun and Connor Timmins. One thing I really liked about Timmins throughout the preseason is he is a very good puck-moving defenseman. He has a decent shot as well. However, you look to Chychrun to deliver that point blast, but if Timmins really needs to, he can get it on net. You have someone in front like King Louis, you can tip it in. I like that pairing, especially because in my opinion, Victor Soderstrom was drafted to play with OEL. I don't really know if they're going to want to mix Soderstrom with Chychrun, especially on that first line, because this would be Soderstrom's first full season. Probably isn't ready for that role. On the second line, I actually have Kepabianko and Strawman. Strawman, you're going to want to limit minutes to an extent. However, he's going to be there primarily, maybe as like a backup power play kind of guy, but you also want him to guide guys like Timmins and like Soderstrom, other right-handed shot defensemen, and you give Kepabianko that shot. I think if you put him in your top 4, I think some good things are going to happen. Yes, last year his stint in the NHL was not very good. However, he was not given very much of a chance. Rick Tocchet was desperate to make the playoffs to save his job. It was not a winning formula for young talent that needs that extra opportunity to really flourish. I think putting him in your top 4 will be pretty good. On top of that, you can also look at him as a power play guy if there's any injuries or anyone's on a cold streak. I think that would be a really good move. For the third pairing, I have Gostisbehere and Soderstrom. I think Soderstrom probably kicks Lyubushkin out, primarily because Ilya Lyubushkin, his entire stint in Arizona, he's been that 7th defenseman that primarily gets the extra minutes in games because there's a lot of injuries on defense. Soderstrom, especially with how he's looked pretty decent overall from what I can tell for training camp, I have no question he ends up making the roster, because why would he still be around when there's 4 more roster cuts to be made and only 8 defensemen on the current roster? It just makes a lot of sense to me. I think you have Soderstrom and Gostisbehere. Gostisbehere, especially with how his overall defensive game isn't exactly great, you put him on your third pairing, you really can't lose out on a whole lot. He can also fill in on power play time. He moves the puck around pretty well. He actually looked pretty decent in the preseason, so if anything, you have capable puck-moving defensemen that are also offensively minded overall on every single one of these pairings. I think that'd be really good in the long run, especially for the younger guys. And then finally, for the goaltending, Carter Hutton and Karel Vejmelka as the backup. I am still shocked. Josef Kozanash, the guy they traded Aiden Hill for, didn't end up making the roster. From what I can tell, he didn't look all that great in preseason. You throw him down in the AHL, he'll be the backup to Ivan Prosvetov. If any injuries happen, Prosy can just come up and you can have Kozanash staying down there. But I still find that interesting. But from how well he was playing overall, maybe you'll have a decent guy that can come in for roughly 20 or so games, because Hutton should still be a pretty decent goaltender. Yes, go ahead and give me his record and his save percentage from Buffalo. My counter argument is he was playing in Buffalo. And finally, as my extras, I have Christian Fischer, Phil Kessel, and Ilya Lyubushkin. Fischer, I know it's a bias thing, but honestly, I've never really thought he was that great of a player. Lawson Krause is a better overall version of the same exact player. They literally play the exact same style of game. You don't need 2 players filling the exact same role. But Christian Fischer, for whatever reason, they seem to love this kid. He's going to make the roster. I just don't have him in my lineup projections because I think Lawson Krause is a better hockey player. As for Phil Kessel, like I said, he's supposed to miss a little bit of time. Might be okay to go for opening night. Hasn't been 100% confirmed, but I'm still leaning he ends up getting traded. So that's kind of why I'm not putting him on the lineup projections overall, because I don't know how much longer he's going to be a Coyote. I do know, however, we're going to have another second round pick coming our way. And finally, Ilya Lyubushkin, like I said, he's pretty much always been that 7th defenseman here, especially if Victor Soderstrom can outplay him. I think he has a pretty good chance at taking Lyubushkin's job, and Lyubushkin just being a 7th defenseman, that if you need a little bit more physicality, you can swap him out for Soderstrom or somebody else on any given night. I think that's overall a good setup. And now that I've given you all my projections, looking at my lineup, I see it going one of 2 ways realistically. I'll go ahead and put the quote-unquote preview here. This team lacks a lot of talent, but you have a lot of redemption stories. You have a lot of guys like Yaskin, Eriksson, Ladd that want to either reestablish themselves or establish themselves as NHL level players that are trying to get one more contract. I can see guys like that having good seasons. The only problem is, do the Coyotes deal them at the deadline for the highest amount of value? Or if that ideal scenario worked out and this team could run for a second wildcard spot, yes, I know I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just saying, these are the two ways I see it. Would they kind of keep the team together? That's the kind of roster it is. It's a kind of a boomer bust roster because, like I said, a lot of guys are going to want to get that extra contract. A lot of guys are going to want to reinvent themselves or reestablish themselves. On the other hand, a lot of inexperience, a lot of, I'll just go ahead and say it, a lack of modern day NHL talent. It's pretty much a 2011 All-Star team. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, that was 10 years ago, so they're probably going to be about a 25-win team. I would not be surprised if they won 30 or more if all of those things happen to line up. However, I am fully expecting about 25 wins because when you look at how the team is constructed, they are not constructed to be a playoff team. They are constructed to be a team that just, you need to get a team out there because they sold off all their talent to the highest bidder, and the only players that are current NHLers on here, at least current top 6 NHLers, are Schmaltz and Keller, and Schmaltz has had his fair share of consistency struggles, whereas Keller, despite the fact that I think he's grown into a better overall player, he's still overpaid, and I don't think he's ever going to be that solid first-line winger. I actually think he's more of a middle six guy. But yeah, so at the end of the day, probably about a 25-win team. Maybe they'll finish above one team in the Central. I don't really expect much because even if they do go on some sort of run, that just makes those players' value much higher. You trade them off at the deadline, you say, now we got a couple extra picks going into the next draft. So with all that being said, looking like the 2021-22 season for the Arizona Coyotes, gonna be an interesting one. Probably a very painful one as well. Well, on the bright side, Coyotes hockey is back. My properly fitting Tucson Roadrunners jersey showed up today, and I'm testing out some new lights I got at Five Below. Let's go ahead and talk about this game. So, I didn't get to watch any of it. I didn't realize it started at 4 o'clock until I had already gotten to work, and the first thing I said to my boss before I had clocked in today was, as soon as 4 o'clock hits, I'm going to be listening to this game. I didn't have headphones, so I guess we're all going to be listening to this game. Joke's on me, I had a lot of deliveries between 4 and when I got off work, so pure isolation, getting to just listen to a hockey game. And the Coyotes came out playing about as well as most people would have expected. Let's be honest here. We were not expecting a master class in offense or defense or anything. Most of these guys' first NHL game together, regular season that is. Let's go ahead and jump into it. And 40 seconds in, Texier from Domi, he haunts us. I swear, he couldn't consistently score when he was here, but he can consistently score against us. Whatever. Skip ahead another 14 minutes, and Bjorkstrand is first from Werenski and Voracek on the power play. 2-0 going into the intermission. Then, 35 seconds into the second period, Boone Jenner from guess who, Max Domi. On the bright side, about a minute later, Strawman gets his first as a Coyote and the first of the season, so there goes my Chikrin or Louis Eriksson scoring the first goal of 2021-22 prediction. It is now gone. But it's from Krause and Larson, cool. Between 11:10 of the second and 8:43 of the third, 4 consecutive Columbus goals would be scored. At that point, it's 7-1. Coyotes get another power play. Clayton Keller is first from Kessler and Gostisbehere at 16:46. But because the Coyotes couldn't have anything nice tonight, 2 minutes later, Nyquist his first from Bjorkstrand and Roslovic. 8-2 is your final. Carter Hutton played all of that. Look, let's go ahead and give Carter Hutton a little bit of a break. 3 of the first 4 goals he gave up were all deflection goals. The other 4 just kind of downhill from there. I'm really surprised we didn't end up getting Vejmelka. I was listening to that first intermission interview, and Bill Armstrong said his name. He said how to pronounce it. I Googled it for like 40 minutes, couldn't find a single pronunciation, and I wasn't paying full attention, so I didn't fully hear. I was just hoping Hutton would get pulled so I can actually hear someone else say it. So Vejmelka it is for the time being. I mean, look, I'm going to be completely honest here. I sat there, I listened to the game, I got excited whenever Strawman scored. I'm like, woo, 3-1. Coyotes down 2-0. I quote tweeted, we got it right where they want them. Remember against the Ducks, Coyotes go down. They like being down by a couple of goals. 2-0 is the worst lead in hockey. And then it just kind of got out of control there. When Keller scored his 69th goal of the year, I was like, now it's time to strike with like 3 minutes left. But in reality, I was just happy to have hockey back. I was just hanging out, driving the work truck, then the work van, because how the vehicle switching thing works doesn't really matter. Driving around, getting to listen to some hockey. Driving home, listening to some hockey. Sitting down, taking out my frustrations on the Washington Capitals and NHL 21 franchise mode, just listening to some hockey. I really can't complain. Carter Hutton, however, let's just talk about him real quick. He had 18 saves, 8 goals against, .692 save percentage. It was not a very good debut, but it's one game into the season. I really can't get too mad right now. Every single defenseman except for 2, that's one defensive pairing, had a negative, and that was Lyubushkin and Soderstrom. Them playing together is working out pretty well for the most part. One game in, I'll take it. Good to see Soderstrom playing well overall. Like I said, I listened to the whole game. Did not get to watch a single minute of it. I did get to see the highlights of the goals though, so that's cool. Shots, Arizona outshot Columbus 38-26. They won 45% of the faceoffs. They went 1 for 4 on the power play. Columbus went 2 for 3, however. Hits, they out-hit Columbus 18-11. There were like 3 fights throughout the game, including Ryan Dzingel fighting. There was even, before the puck had even dropped, Max Domi and Anton Roussel were kind of giving each other the business. I kind of like how this team's identity is tough to play against. It's just not tough to score against. But at the end of the day, obviously, it's one game. I'm not going to get too angry about it, and I was expecting a bad team anyway, so I'm still not going to get too angry about it. I'm just going to have some fun getting to watch some hockey, listen to some hockey, have some hockey happen, get to talk about some hockey. AZ Sports Guy works better when there's hockey. And apparently a bunch of LED lights. Coyotes lose by a final score 8-2. And one game in, it's looking like Shane Wright just might be sporting a Kachina in a year. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the matchup between your Arizona Coyotes and the Buffalo Sabres on October 16th, 2021 in Buffalo. And I'm not gonna lie, the first period was pretty good. The rest of it just kind of dilly-dallied. So we actually got the NHL debut of goaltender Karel Vejmelka. And if you don't know who Vejmelka is, I don't blame you. But he's just the guy that kicked Josef Kozanash to Tucson. You know, the guy they traded Aiden Hill for. So essentially what I'm trying to say is Vejmelka is better than Aiden Hill. On top of that, Liam O'Brien made his Coyotes debut today. They definitely wanted to have some heavier bodies to, slow down Buffalo a little bit. It did not work. Buffalo, I'm going to go ahead and just get it out of the way now. They looked phenomenal throughout good portions of this game, mainly in terms of speed, getting opportunities. Even Kyle Okposo looked good, and Jeff Skinner looked okay himself. I don't think Kyle Okposo's looked good in like 3 years, so I'm just saying, this Buffalo team might not actually be as bad as a lot of people think they're going to be, and the Coyotes, they definitely look like a 2011 All-Star team because they're definitely a lot slower than I figured they would be. Want to throw it out there, I would not be surprised if some of the younger kids started getting an opportunity closer to December than later on like March or something like that. Anyway, so I do have some miscellaneous notes, but the best way to kind of talk about it is the Coyotes were really slow. Buffalo outworked them a lot, and it was a lot of the Coyotes kind of trying to weather those storms, and they did a phenomenal job of it. The defense, it did a little more bending than breaking in my opinion, but there were still too many defensive turnovers. There were some good plays by guys like Clayton Keller. There was a couple plays where he was actually involved on the forecheck and the back check. He forced a couple of turnovers. There was one play when he was actually helping to maintain the Coyotes' offensive pressure, and he jumped to the ice, swung his stick around, and kept the puck in. So I think Clayton Keller actually had one of the quieter, better performances. Keep him. I know they're trying to trade a lot of players. Keep Keller. I think Keller is probably going to be a good piece of the core. One other thing that really stuck out to me is the amount of times that Jakob Chychrun had wide open lanes where he was driving that puck from the point and he just couldn't hit the net. It was almost as if I quipped to my wife back here. You can't see her. She's doing her homework. But I quipped to my wife earlier. I'm like, it seems like in the offseason, Jakob Chychrun developed a net allergy because he couldn't hit the net. He's allergic to it. Anyway, stupid jokes aside, Coyotes take a couple of bad penalties. They kill off a couple of bad penalties. And going into that first period, they did a pretty good job generating their opportunities, even though consistently throughout the entire game, they were being outshot. shot. I think the final shots were 33-18 or 33-19. So the Coyotes definitely did not get those, 38 shots that they got against Columbus there. But towards the end of the first period, 13:51, Andrew Ladd from Dzingel and Larson. That is Andrew Ladd's 250th career NHL goal. And this was just a classic hard-working goal. Big heads-up play. Larson gets it deep. And then you have Dzingel behind the net. He just turns around. This is kind of one of those goals you're going to score 100 times if you play a lot of the NHL games. You see your player in front of the net, in this case, Andrew Ladd, and tape to tape. And just, you don't want to take away credit from Ladd, but it's almost like you're just deflecting it in, even though you're taking the shot. It's a pretty good one-timer. And Dzingel had a fight in the last game, threw the body around a little bit here, so it forced a lot of turnovers. That was one of the better pickups. That is one of the most underrated pickups that I think people need to keep an eye on, because Ryan Dzingel is a good hockey player and probably one of the better players in the team right now. Anyway, Buffalo starts to pressure in the last couple of minutes, and because the Coyotes just could not get it out, Beagle takes a penalty, the birthday boy, because I wouldn't stop saying that over and over on the broadcast. Take a shot every time you hear the birthday boy on the broadcast, you will die. So at the end of the first period, shots are 14-5. The Coyotes do weather that storm towards the end of the period, but they just couldn't hang on to the top of the second, because even though they were doing a decent job to start to kind of get that puck out of the zone, 1 minute and 5 seconds into it, Eakin gets a goal. It's just one of those garbage goals where hard-working play to get a rebound, you put it in. Not a whole lot Vejmelka can do there, and other than that, he was phenomenal. Going a little bit later into the second period, Chychrun, on a slap shot, his stick broke, and Vinny Hinostroza had a breakaway on the other side. Vejmelka does stop that puck, but right there were a couple, plays like that where Buffalo was looking really good for multiple minutes at a time, where the Coyotes were just, can we get the puck out of the zone? And that was the battle they were trying to win. If the Coyotes would have managed to win this, I think the Coyotes are either the luckiest team or they're destined for a Stanley Cup, because you cannot spend that much time in your defensive zone and expect to win hockey games, but they were still in it because of Karel Vejmelka. So you have to give Vejmelka all the credit in the world, because he was phenomenal. Have I said Vejmelka was phenomenal yet? I just want to make sure I'm saying it enough. Anyway, so like I said, the Coyotes, once again, they weather a sustained Buffalo attack. They had a couple of little attacks themselves, predominantly in the first period between 14 and 12 minutes, so about 2 minutes. Arizona had a good offensive pressure, but they generated one shot off of that, whereas you look at Buffalo, they're generating 2, 3, 4 shots on some of these, including the one that led to that Eakin goal. I think it was 2 or 3 shots on that because the Coyotes could not get it out, and that was kind of the story of the night. Third period, the Coyotes' lack of legs, that came back to bite them, because they just could not win those races to the puck. There was a couple of times Lawson Krause had one where if he could have just broke out a little bit, you have a breakaway right there, but the defense on Buffalo's side was just too quick. They're a good team. All right, we might not want to talk about that because the whole Eichel thing, but Buffalo's looking like a pretty good team right now. Give them their credit. Go to overtime. Y'all know I hate 3-on-3 overtime. It's literally just a series of, I don't have a clean break. Let's go back behind my own net. Wait, try it again. 4-on-4 was so much better. I don't care. You can fight me in the comments. Go into the shootout, and Vejmelka, despite playing well throughout the entirety of it, your luck's going to run out eventually. Coyotes lose 2-1 in the shootout. They go to 0-1-1 on the season, and I'm not going to lie, kind of impressed by what I watched, considering just how good Buffalo looked. Arizona kept themselves into it. They did generate some opportunities. The defense did a lot more bending than breaking, and that's a pretty good sign considering that no one expects this defense to be decent at all. And Karel Vejmelka is a madman. All right, remember the whole Aiden fucking Hill thing? We gotta find a way to incorporate some colorful verbiage into Karel Vejmelka's name. Go ahead and give me some ideas if you got them, but I'll go ahead and just mull that around. But anyway, Coyotes lose, big surprise. On to the next one. Well, that didn't go as planned. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I was not staying up until midnight last night making a video on that. Look, it was a pretty good, fun first period of competitive hockey. Surprisingly competitive hockey. Then the third period, was actually pretty good. The Coyotes, for about 2 periods, 40 minutes of hockey, looked good. Kind of the same story you had last year, except for one little problem, one teeny tiny little thing that was called the second period. 4 goals and 5 shots, 5 goals in 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and jump right into this one. So the Coyotes come out in that first period, home opener against the St. Louis Blues, brand new division rivals. After that in-season playoff series last year, y'all know what we're talking about. The rivalry has been forged. You know what? Let's go ahead and do a little tribute to Mason right now. Blues win! again! For the remainder of the video, I'm gonna wear the Blues hat. Throat's a little sore after that one, not gonna lie. Anyway, so the Coyotes come out, they're playing pretty well. About 5 minutes in, 5 minutes 26 seconds. Clayton Keller on the power play is second from Kessel and Gostisbehere. Once again, Coyotes looking good. They get the early lead. You know, bada bing, bada boom, whatever. You know, things looking pretty good. About 2 minutes later, Pavel Buchnevich is first from Kyrou and Krug. 1-1 tie. And then by the end of that period, because Buchnevich allegedly, apparently didn't like what Lawson Krause had to say, maybe what he likes for dinner, I have no idea. Headbutts him, he's out for the game. He also got a 2-game suspension. What's the point of the headbutt? It's funny, but it's dumb. Anyway, skip ahead to the second period, and the Coyotes, 3 minutes, 58 seconds into the period. Lawson Krause is first from Kessel and Gostisbehere. Ghost is actually moving the puck around pretty well. I also found it kind of eerie and funny at the same time that Kessel and Gostisbehere, in that exact order, got the assists on both of the first 2 goals. Coyotes up 2-1. Everything's looking pretty good. Coyotes might actually pull out the first win of the year, and like I was saying going into the year, they're gonna be bad. They're probably not going to be that bad. You look at them versus St. Louis as opposed to them versus Buffalo, Arizona looked a lot faster. They kind of got their legs back underneath them. Maybe because St. Louis just isn't as fast as Buffalo this year. No idea why. But anyway, the Coyotes got the legs back under them. They were looking pretty good. Everything was hunky-dory till 11 minutes and 10 seconds of the second period. Justin Falk is second on the power play of the Coyotes. That defense started to really bend. And it kind of broke because, like I said, 4 goals in 5 shots, 5 goals in 5 minutes, and what, 2 Kyrou and 2 Kostin goals later, the Coyotes are down by a score of 6-2. In hindsight, I'm really glad I got the college-ruled composition books because I need the extra space for the goals against. Anyway, you hit the third period and the Coyotes come out and they're firing on all cylinders. If you pretend, if we just go into this magical little dimension where the second period just didn't exist, Coyotes walk out of there with a 3-2 win, baby, because Christian Fisher, even though he's not my favorite Coyote, we can go ahead and bring back the Fishy, because at 5:25 he gets his first from Keller and Gostisbehere. That's Gostisbehere's 3rd assist of the night. I didn't think he was going to play that well. Give him credit. Anyway, and then you skip ahead about 3 minutes, 8 minutes, 23 seconds. Travis Boyd from the Bushkin and Louis Eriksson. I need to get a crown or something so we can do a whole Louis Eriksson bit, but I don't have one yet, so whatever. Coyotes got some momentum. They are now down 6-4. It's a couple goal game. Maybe something happens. You can see Mason kind of starting to break down on Twitter a little bit. I thought it was funny. Then Ivan Barbashev decided that was enough of that. 12 minutes, 25 seconds from Thomas and Tarasenko. And your final score is 7-4. Oh, and side note, by that point, Vejmelka came in. He had 11 saves, like a 917 save percentage. 1 goal against. Pretty good goal by Barbashev. Gotta give him credit, but there's a reason Vejmelka ended up kicking Kozanosh to the AHL, and Kozanosh didn't even play that well in the 1 game he got in the AHL, so maybe that might have been a bad trade. But we got the second round pick, so it's fine. But looking at Carter Hutton, 36 minutes and 17 seconds on the ice, 15 saves, 21 shots against. He had 6 goals against, and I know the narrative is he had no help. All right, the defense pretty much broke at that point. They were bending till it broke. 5 goals in 5 minutes. That's breaking. That's not bending. That's breaking. But the problem was a decent amount of those, let's say at least 2. At least 2 of those 5 goals he should have got. He should have stopped, and Carter Hutton has just not looked good this year. So for all the Coyotes fans that really want Shane Wright, Carter Hutton is your franchise goalie this year. But for someone like me that would like closer to 30 wins because I want to pretend this team isn't going to be a joke this year, I'm on Team Karel Vejmelka. Just saying. Miscellaneous notes. Coyotes were outshot 33-26. They won 51% of the faceoffs. Coyotes go 1 for 4 in the power play. St. Louis 1 for 2. 18 penalty minutes for the Coyotes versus 16 for the St. Louis Blues. Coyotes are out hit 15-12. There's some miscellaneous team stats for you. A couple of players to look out for that at least had a pretty good performance. Gostisbehere, he had 3 assists. You had Krause and Fisher, who I've said multiple times are essentially the same player. They both scored a goal, so they're giving you the exact same production right now. Fisher had a good game. I'm not a fan of the guy, but I have to give credit where it's due. Keller, I want to like Keller right now because you're still seeing him get involved in the forecheck and the back check, forcing turnovers, passing the puck smartly. And then he does this weird thing where when he decides he doesn't want the puck, if a teammate passes it to him, he will immediately shoot it back at the teammate that passed it to him. And it just didn't make sense. And it forced a couple of bad turnovers. And I think one of them led to a scoring opportunity. opportunity? Clayton, you're a good hockey player. I'm a fan of yours now. Been a fan for a little over a year and a half now. Whatever that was, don't do it again. Unless you're all in on the tank and you want Shane Wright and Austin Matthews here, then by all means, whatever that chip pass was away. Anyway, Kels had a goal and a couple of assists. And of course, King Louie himself. King Louie ended up getting an assist. That goal originally went to Labushkin, so I actually had it originally credited to Labushkin in my notes, and then it got changed to Boyd after the fact, so once again, a good idea for me to go ahead and delay the video until today. So Boyd gets his first, Eriksson gets his first assist of the regular season. Now that Eriksson's on the board, the NHL better watch out, alright? His 50-goal season's coming up right now, alright? He just needed to get warmed up. The King just needed to get used to his new surroundings. He's gonna start potting goals left and right. I'm calling it right now. Anyway, the Coyotes' next game is on Thursday against Edmonton, and no Coyotes sales representatives. I will not pay you to watch this team lose. I will be here not wearing pants, watching them lose from the comfort of my own home. My friends, not only did I get to go to this glorious hockey game, not only did I get this amazing hat, but I got a white Kachina. However, I can talk about that more in a different video where I'm finally going to show off the other Adidas that I bought. My Louis Eriksson jersey still hasn't shipped. That was ordered like 3.5 weeks ago. I was hoping it'd be here for opening night, but whatever. No harm, no foul. Let's go ahead and talk about this game. So, I originally wasn't going to go to this one. Then last second, my wife got the tickets. I figured let's go ahead and go check it out. The 3-0 Edmonton Oilers come in to Gila River Arena to take on the greatest tank in NHL history. Your Arizona Coyotes walking into this one 0-2-1. Karel Vejmelka gets to start today, and I think Carter Hutton and him finally came to an understanding. We need to do this. We need to be shite for right. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the goal scoring. So, I actually think Arizona played a pretty good first period. With about 5 minutes to go in the first period, I decided to go downstairs to go check out that Kachina because I didn't actually remember they had those at the arena yet. I do vaguely remember an Instagram post where the Den was saying they had some, but considering you can't get them on NHL.com just yet, and they were saying they were still pre-orders on the website link that they were sending out, I didn't think they had them, but they did, so I had to go check that one out. I ended up missing a Warren Fogle goal. Also, when did he leave Carolina? 18:02 from Cassian and Bouchard, 1-0 Edmonton. Then you go into the second period, and I have this down to a science. The Arizona Coyotes play pretty well in the first, play pretty good in the third period overall so far in the games that they've played. That second period really is the dagger. Let's just go ahead and strike that second period. Second periods no longer exist. They're not allowed to exist. We no longer accept them, but Hyman on the power play, 6:31 from Nugent Hopkins, and Connor McDavid at 8:53, his 5th of the season. His 200th career NHL goal. I was there for that one. It was funny. Coyotes were down 2-0, and for the most part, obviously, McDavid had not got on the score sheet yet, and for the most part, they were actually... The Coyotes do this thing when they're playing certain teams. Against Washington, they're usually pretty good at shutting down Ovi. I know the goal we're all talking about, but the last couple of years, they usually do a pretty good job at shutting down Ovechkin. So I'm like, hey, you know, at the very least, the Coyotes are shutting down McDavid for what that's worth. Literally, like, 60 seconds later, McDavid scores his 200th. Never count those eggs before they're hatched, boys, because I'm pretty sure I brought that one to the ether. That was my bad. I apologize. Then we hit the third period, about 90 seconds in, 1 minute, 25 seconds. Dyson Mayo. So let's go ahead and talk about Dyson Mayo. Dyson Mayo got his first NHL game today, and it's funny because walking into the arena, I saw the Craig Morgan tweet. I'm talking to my wife. I'm saying, who's he going to replace? Victor Soderstrom? And I was going on this little tangent talking about how it was ironic. Last year when Soderstrom got his opportunity to come up and play a couple of games, they were actually talking to him about what he would do if he had the opportunity to shoot the puck, and he said he would just shoot the puck. So far this year in the first 3 games, he seems almost allergic to shooting that puck. He's got a couple of opportunities, but for the most part, he kind of holds and waits and second guesses everything. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, but I was commenting on how the only person he could possibly be replacing is Victor Soderstrom, and I thought it was funny because in the first couple of shifts, Dyson Mayo had a shot opportunity, and he actually was going gunslinger, so I'm like, oh, the thing that Victor Soderstrom said he was going to do last year, Dyson Mayo's doing right now. That entire tangent out of the way, 90 seconds into the third period, Dyson Mayo is first of the season, first career goal, and because I am 2 months older than him, keep this boy on your team. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. because I'm his elder. Whatever, you guys don't care. Anyway, Mayo is first from Dzingel and Ladd. Every single time Ladd is brought up, I still can't get over the fact they're actually playing him. This is the actual timeline. It is the year of our donor 2021, and Andrew Ladd is still a thing. Make of all that what you will. From that point, I sarcastically said before the period started, here's a 4-goal period, and it ended up being a 3-goal period. Hyman on the power play at 9:05 is third from McDavid and Nugent Hopkins, and then McDavid is second of the night at 10:58, so about a minute and a half later off another power play goal. McDavid's your first star of the game. He had 2 goals and an assist. McDavid is a cheat code. I think we should all just send letters to the NHL to get McDavid to not, because McDavid is legitimately just too good. There's a reason he was a number 1 overall pick. I'm going to throw it out there. I like Jack Eichel. Jackery Eichel's a good player. Connor McDavid's like way the hell up here. Let's talk about Kyle Turris. He served a penalty. Bouchard ended up getting a 10-minute misconduct later on in the game, so he was gone. He had a 2-minute penalty as well. Kyle Turris took the penalty. I forgot he was on Edmonton. It's funny, back in my mind, I'm like, hey, if they're going to be bringing back old faces, you might as well bring back Kyle Turris. They never did, so boo. So let's talk about Commander Karel Vejmelka. All right, you know, he's finally on board with the tank. 26 saves on 31 shots, 5 goals against, .839 save percentage. His record is now 0-1-1. It feels so unfair because Karel Vejmelka, you could tell, is trying, but just he got beat multiple times, including that Hyman goal that just kind of sucked. If Chychrun doesn't take that penalty, he's not in that position, and if Connor Timmins just kind of got a whack at it, it's going away. But you really can't, you can't harp on the small things, honestly. For the most part, this is a game you're going to look at and you're going to say, hey, Dyson Mayo looks pretty good, doesn't he? We can use that on the blue line. Maybe Soderstrom's not quite ready. Maybe Soderstrom goes back down to the AHL. Maybe plays like a 20-game stint, see kind of where his game's at. There's a couple of things you can do there. I think with how well Mayo played, you got to keep him in the lineup, and I'm really interested to see if Mayo ends up playing with Kevin Bianco, and Kevin Bianco comes off of the injured reserve. So you got some stuff to look forward to. Keep both of those boys on your team. Coyotes outshot 31-28. Coyotes win 44% of the faceoffs. Go 0-for-4 on the power play. Clayton Keller was one of the biggest reasons because he kept turning the puck over. Him and Phil Kessel, for whatever reason, had a fetish for turning that puck over today and just making bad passes. But Arizona out-hits Edmonton 25-24. They block more shots, 14 versus 10, but they give the puck away more times, 10 versus 6. Those are your team stats. Arizona Coyotes lose by a final score of 5-1. I'm not gonna lie, honestly, it didn't even matter that the Coyotes lost. I just got to have fun watching some hockey, and it took me a while to get used to it, but I am finally starting to associate the Coyotes with this logo and not the Howling Coyote, at least not only the Howling Coyote, so progress. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup last night between the Arizona Coyotes and the New York Islanders while wearing my brand new Coyotes jersey. I love these ones. Look, it was only like $40 and it's one of the original Phoenix Coyotes ones. I like that. I'll take that. But anyway, getting into the game, Coyotes get shut out. I'll just go ahead and spoil it right there. And shutouts are kind of my favorite games to write notes for. All you have to do is write down 3 Islanders goals and there you go. There's no, hey, this Coyote scored that much, whatever, trying to figure out how many points. So I want to thank the Arizona Coyotes. Obviously, I'm being facetious right now, but let's go ahead and talk about this. So Dyson Mayo, despite scoring a goal in his first career NHL game, is out. Soderstrom's back in. However, I think the intended effect for bringing in Dyson Mayo actually was achieved because Victor Soderstrom started shooting a lot more in this game. He didn't hit the net very often. A lot of the times the shots were being blocked, but he was taking shots. That is progress. I do need to give a little bit of credit there. I just wish you would have found a way to keep Mayo in. For whatever reason, Liam O'Brien was in last night. Look, I understand he's the kind of player that absolutely bumps and grinds his way into the coach's heart, but the problem is he's not very good. He's a liability on offense. He can't handle a puck. He's almost as big of a stonehands as Paul Bissonnette, if you guys remember when he used to play, so you kind of got to keep that one in mind, and his only contribution was getting punched in the side of the head yesterday. The whole O'Brien thing needs to go away, and I'm pretty sure Ben McCartney had a hat trick last night in Tucson. I'm just saying, if you want someone to fill the exact same role, you might want to consider McCartney. He also had a very good training camp, but someone like O'Brien's, like I said, he's the guy that bumps and grinds his way into the coach's heart. I'll go ahead and be honest here. I watched all but the last 6.5 minutes of the third period. My sister wanted to go to bed. We were all hanging out at her house watching the game. So the pregnant woman kind of gets priority, and the game was already over anyway. They lost, so we might as well just. It's 6 minutes. I'm not gonna get too angry about not getting to finish that hockey game. But First period, Coyotes played solidly. For the most part, they were still being outshot right around, I'd say, the lower half of the first period. 16-32, Cal Clutterbuck is second from Pelech. And then you go to the second period, despite having a very productive period, once again, the Coyotes, despite getting outshot, for the most part of this game, they looked pretty good. They were playing pretty well and competing with the Islanders. The problem is, the Islanders are a defense-first, low-scoring team, so you really can't give all that much credit, but the defense did look better today. Anyway, Brock Nelson is second from Bailey and Dobson on the power play with 11 seconds remaining, and that was kind of the dagger because the Coyotes couldn't really get anything going throughout that second period, and with 11 seconds to go before the period was over, New York scores again. You go ahead and go to the third period. Beauvillier, 10:51, is second from Nelson and Palmieri. 3-0 final, and the Coyotes just looked flat. There's not a whole lot to say. The defense played better than usual. The offense was getting some chances, but not very much. They ended up outshooting New York by 2 shots total, but it felt like they were being outshot the entire way. And despite the fact the Coyotes had some chances, they never really felt like they were in control. I don't really know what else to add to a game like this. It was kind of a snore fest, or at least the Coyotes showed, like Armstrong was talking about going into the season, they're going to compete night in and night out. They're not going to be very successful night in and night out. So they lose by a final score of 3-0. They do outshoot the Islanders 26-24. They win 46% of the faceoffs. 0-for-1 on the power play. They do get out hit 37-26. So I could imagine that's why O'Brien was in there, but he didn't help them out hit New York. So I guess that failed. They were out blocked 16-14 and gave the puck away more times 8-5. Not a whole lot to say on this one. Coyotes go down 3-0. We're going on like a 6-game road trip coming up. Their next game's going to be against Florida on like a 6-game road trip. So win one of these. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup that just got done about 2 or 3 minutes ago as of recording between the Florida Panthers and the Arizona Coyotes. I'd also like to debut the disappointment that is the Walmart Coyote shirt. Finally decided to put it on while I was watching the game. I got to listen to the first 2 periods at work and then on the way home, and then while sitting here catching up on notes for like ASU and the Cardinals, I was watching the games. Wearing the Coyotes Walmart shirt, I was hoping for the comeback. They did make it interesting, so let's go ahead and hang on to that, because at the very least, this is kind of what I would imagine Bill Armstrong had envisioned for this team. You're gonna go out there, you're gonna compete. I just don't think they would have envisioned 0-5-1. Let's go ahead and start off with the starting goaltender, Carter Hutton, who actually played pretty well. 10 saves on 11 shots, a .909 save percentage. Then he would leave and not return after the end of the first period, so 20 minutes of total play. Karel Vejmelka comes in. He actually plays pretty well overall, gives up 3 goals, 26 saves, posting an .897 save percentage, though unfortunately he would get the loss, an 0-3-1 record on the year so far, but Vejmelka played pretty well. He played okay. Carter Hutton played surprisingly well. It really does suck to see him injured. Unfortunately, those are not the only Coyotes injuries today. Connor Timmins would leave the game in the second period. I think it was a left leg injury. And then Ryan Dzingel, after his fight sticking up for the injured Connor Timmins, would end up leaving as well. He had a 10-minute misconduct, would not return for the third period. That is 3 currently injured Arizona Coyotes. If you want my armchair GM opinion of who's going to probably get called up, I'd assume Kozanosh, so that way Prosvetov can still keep playing in Tucson, as well as Kozanosh was the last of the goaltenders to get sent down, so it just kind of makes sense. Defenseman-wise, maybe Kolyachonok. They definitely were high on him, so maybe they do something there. And then probably Hudson Foshing, because he at least has some NHL experience, so he kind of fits what the Coyotes are doing right now with their forwards, but maybe, just maybe, you get Barrett Hayton, something like that, but that's just kind of off the cuff there. Anyway, getting into the goal scoring, so Clayton Keller, his 3rd goal of the season to start off the scoring, 17:43, Coyotes go up 1-0, though Joe Thornton would end up responding. But I do want to talk about that Keller goal real quick. The assist goes to Schmaltz. It was a pretty good move on him, goes ahead and opens the legs of Spencer Knight, because Heater would not stop repeating that, at the very least, after that goal, all the way up until the intermission, for whatever reason. Like, hockey is one of the most, like, sexually charged sports when you think of the innuendo. Just listen to Bob Hehouse, Tyson Nash, Lindsey Fry. You're gonna hear plenty of long shafts and big bodies banging all over the place, if you're into that sort of thing. But anyway, Keller, his 3rd goal of the year from Schmaltz, is a pretty good move to go ahead and open up the 5-hole, and that's the kind of killer shot you need out of Keller. That's 3 goals in 6 games. He's a goal per every other game guy, so 0.5 goals a game right now. That's something to look forward to. That's something to kind of keep your eye on. Keller is actually it looks like he might be returning to form to become a 20-goal scorer again. That's really good for his development, but like I said, Joe Thornton on the power play with about 19 seconds remaining gets his first of the year from Reinhardt and Montour, 1-1 going into the period. The shots were 11-1, meaning meaning Florida had to do 10 times the work in order to get the same exact level of production as the greatest tank on ice. So make of all that what you will, Florida fans. Then you go into the second period, it's all Florida at that point. You have Vetrano and Aaron Ekblad scoring. Ekblad on the power play, so that's 6 minutes and 10-19 respectively. Ekblad's third. It's 3-1 going into that third, and the Coyotes do come out a little bit scrappy, but Huberdeau is third from Bennett and Tippett at 6:54. It's 4-1. This game's pretty much over. Like I said, I'm just kind of taking notes while I'm watching the game because I don't care. I have an undefeated football team and a championship caliber basketball team. I would rather be here for every second of my winless hockey team. And for once, that would almost pay off because Liam O'Brien is first from Fisher and Strawman at 11:57. He just kind of comes across the line. He shoots it. It's a really weird angle shot, but he snipes it in. It's a good shot. I'm not going to stop complaining about you because you sucked in the last game, but Liam O'Brien played pretty well in this game. So I guess it's going to be the Richard Panik effect where I really don't like a guy. I complain about that guy. They score in the next game, making me look dumb. So O'Brien sucks. Then Phil the Thrill about 33 seconds later on a nice little backhand forehand move, and he just puts it in his first from Lyubushkin and Johan Larsson. We have a hockey game. It is 4-3, and the Coyotes are getting some pressures, but Florida, like they were doing most of this game, was owning Arizona in the faceoff circle, killing a lot of time, and then the Coyotes finally get the goalie pulled. Anthony Duclair, former Coyote, so that's both Domi and Duclair scoring against the Coyotes this year. His fourth from Uyghur and Barkov at 19:21, and your final will be 5-3, but I'm not gonna lie, they played pretty well. I mean, Keller, O'Brien, and Kessel having the goals, but obviously Schmaltz, Strawman, Fisher, Lyubushkin, and Larson with the assists. That's a lot of Coyotes getting on the board, a lot of Coyotes, moving the puck around and kind of spreading the love, spreading the scoring around. Like I said, this team going into this season is gonna compete night in and night out. I was just hoping they would be competing for 30 wins and not like 15. Anyway, team stats, Arizona's outshot 41-21, yet they still keep it within a 1-goal game up until that empty net goal, which if you want to pretend the empty net goal didn't go in for at least 5 seconds, fine. That means the Coyotes were outshot by 20 shots and still kept it within 1 goal. That's still pretty impressive. They win 43% of the faceoffs, 0-for-1 on their power play, where Florida's 2-for-3. They do out-hit Florida 33-23. They do block way more shots than Florida, 20 versus 9. And on top of that, they also force Florida to turn the puck over more, 13 versus 7. Arizona, they had a pretty good game. This was a good game against a much better opponent. They made it competitive. Yeah, they lose, but I wasn't expecting a win anyway, so I'm just going to be happy with the performance they got, and that's going to give you a little bit of momentum going against the reigning Stanley Cup champions in Tampa Bay, who are having their own struggles. If I was a betting man, I would assume the Coyotes actually get their first win there, because you're seeing that momentum start to build, and they're playing a better 200-foot game. You can't exactly discount that, and it's showing that Arizona, they're still here to play. So I'm here for it. I'm happy, and I definitely think Arizona has a shot to get their first win against Tampa Bay, though Tampa Bay could also, especially since they're struggling, use a matchup against Arizona to get themselves back on track, so 50-50 split. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and unfortunately, we have enough news to talk about for the Arizona Coyotes. 3 players down and injured, 3 players being called up from Tucson. Let's go ahead and jump right into this one on this fine late night, October 26th, 2021. First and foremost, I'll go ahead and start off with the injuries. So, Carter Hutton, who left after the first period of that game against Florida, he's going to be out about 2 to 4 weeks, per Craig Morgan on Twitter. Connor Timmins will miss about 8 to 12 weeks with that lower body injury on that leg. And Ryan Dzingel, there is no update for him with a upper body injury. It's weird when it comes to the no updates. It could literally be he's fine, he's going to play in the next game, or going to be out for a while. Now, considering the fact they did call up 3 Tucson Roadrunners, including a forward to potentially replace him, I'm more so inclined to believe he's going to miss at least a little bit of time. So, those 3 players who ended up getting called up: defenseman Cam Dineen, center Barrett Hayton, and goaltender Ivan Prosvetov. I was completely wrong about Galchenyuk and Josef Kozanash. However, I guess I was partially right about Hayton. If they end up bringing him up, it definitely seems like they don't want to be using Hayton quite yet in the season. He only had 1 assist in 4 games in Tucson so far, though it was in the last 2 games, so technically it's 1 assist in 2 games. I'm stretching that, but we need to have a little bit of positivity here. Cam Dineen right now, a goal and 2 assists for 3 points in 4 games. And Ivan Prosvetov, 2-1-0 record, 134 goals against, 944 save percentage, couple of shutouts. One of these guys is not like the other. I'm a little bit surprised they wouldn't go with Kozanov because, like I said, you would probably want to justify the Adin Hill trade, give Ivan Prosvetov plenty of time to develop in Tucson, but with how well he's played so far, maybe he ends up playing better than he did last year in the couple of games he got to play, and maybe he ends up getting thrown to the Wolves the exact same. But looking at the guys they're bringing up, you have to assume Dyson Mayo gets back in the lineup in some way, shape, or form, and Cam Dineen's going to be a reserve. Maybe Barrett Hayton ends up getting a game or two. And Prosy, I have no idea what they're going to do with him. Vamilka's been playing well enough, but do you think maybe they're going to be like, hey, we're kind of over-relying on Vamilka right now, maybe you get Prosy to get a start, not necessarily against Tampa Bay or anything, but on this road trip, maybe Prosvetov gets one of them. It's going to be interesting to check out. However, it also kind of sucks because Hutton had his best period as a Coyote, ends up leaving with an injury. We're not going to see him for about a month. Connor Timmins, he was moving the puck around well. Maybe not the strongest defensively so far, but he's got to get time in the NHL. He's got to get the opportunities, and he's got to kind of adjust to the style of play in the NHL. Being out for about, 2 to 3 months, that's going to set his development back, unfortunately. And then, of course, Dzingel having no idea, him being the wild card in all of this. So anyway, that's a quick little update on the Coyotes players that are going to be out for a little bit on injured reserve, as well as the Tucson Roadrunners now getting a chance to come up. It's going to be interesting for Tucson. They got a couple of games coming up, and one thing that always bothers me is that, especially when Tucson plays well to start seasons, right now they're 2-2-0-0, so it's not exactly like you're going to be derailing everything, but the Coyotes get injured, then you got to have Tucson players come up, even if they don't end up playing. So it's basically Tucson having to play shorthanded. That kind of sucks for them, but anyway, we can talk about that later. I'm the AZ Sports Guy, and there's your Coyotes report. Hey yo, since the Cardinals lost, that means the Coyotes can start winning now, right? What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I did listen to the entirety of this game. I didn't get home until somewhere around the third period, maybe the very end of the second period. I just decided to keep listening to it while I was watching a bit of the Cardinals game. Let's go ahead and talk about this, because the Coyotes did my boy dirty, and I'm a little mad about it. So first and foremost, Nick Schmaltz is day-to-day. That was announced yesterday, and Barrett Hayton, they called him up to play, and play he did because he ended up getting an assist. That's how you do it, Barrett. But I want to talk about Ivan Prosvetov, alright? I was hoping he'd get a start here or there, maybe getting one this road trip, and I know I said that, and in the back of my mind, maybe I was thinking Washington. I was not thinking about immediately throwing this kid from playing against AHL level talent to the two-time defending Stanley Cup champions. You left the kid to die pretty much, and there was 3 goals in the first period. 5:39 of the first, 7:40 of the first, both go to Killorn, and then Stammer on the power play at 10:41. It's 3-0 when there's 12 shots. Ivan had already given up 3 goals before he had collected 10 saves, and I can't even blame him. He actually made some pretty impressive saves throughout. Bob Hehouse was talking a lot about him, especially some of the stretch saves he was making with his pad. And yes, Heater, I know he was a former gymnast. I don't know why you felt the need to fixate on that for half your broadcast, but you had to talk about something. With the Coyotes, at one point, you go into the second period, and that guy that ended up getting taken by Seattle, and Tampa Bay got him right back off waivers, he scored. It's 4-0. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. You can yell at me in the comments. In that third period, something happened. The Coyotes scored a goal. At 12:36 of the third, Lawson Krause, the sheriff himself, scores his second of the season from Barrett Hayton. And from what I saw of the play, Barrett Hayton has the puck, and then Lawson Krause kind of just takes it from him, and he shoots it. It goes right in. It goes off of the goal net cam and out. 4-1, we got ourselves a ball game, right? No, we don't, because about 6 minutes later, Tampa Bay immediately comes back. It's 5-1. That's your final. The Coyotes lose. They are now, 0-6-1 is their record. So poor Prosy. Poor Prosy. Unfortunately, Ivan the Terrible tonight. 23 saves, 5 goals against, 821 save percentage. I don't blame him. All right? You're playing against the defending Stanley Cup champions. I'm more mad at who made the decision to let him play tonight, all right? I understand you gotta beat the best to be the best, right? This is not a team that's built to be the best. Krause had a goal. Hayton had the lone assist. Shots. Coyotes were narrowly outshot 28-25. They did, however, win 61% of the faceoffs. That was good. We needed some of that. There was a couple of fights. Liam O'Brien in the first 5 seconds against the one-man dynasty himself. That was pretty exciting, although it didn't end up getting the Coyotes going for much more than 3 to 4 minutes, because that's when, Tampa Bay would really start to just take control of the game. game. Power plays, Coyotes 0 for 3, Tampa Bay 1 for 4, so at least the penalty kill wasn't terrible tonight. Or this afternoon, earlier in the afternoon, however you want to think about it. At least the penalty kill wasn't terrible. Alright, we're getting better. Now it's only 75% of the times, not, what was it, 85? They're out hit 22 to 19. They do block more shots, 10 versus 7, and they did not give the puck away once. Allegedly, I don't believe that stat, but it's right there on NHL.com. I'll go ahead and just regurgitate that to you. At the end of the day, Coyotes play again tomorrow. The Cardinals lost. Please take that energy and just get one win. Just win one for me. Unless you're gonna go 0-81-1. In that case, do it, because if they don't give you the first overall pick after going 0-81-1, the league is rigged. Man, that is a heartbreaker. Before I get started, I just want to talk real quick about this team is so much better than that record shows. I don't care if they go 0-81-1 legitimately. They do a lot of the little things right, and they were generating more opportunities than they have been for the last handful of games. And you're seeing them, minus that Tampa game, you're seeing them, especially getting later into games, competing with some of the better teams in the NHL. Yeah, they got shut out against the Islanders, but they still kept that competitive. Yeah, they ended up losing to Florida, but they kept that one close enough. Probably the only time I'm ever going to find myself agreeing with Tyson Nash and Matt McConnell. The Coyotes legitimately played probably their best game of the season against Washington. This team is doing a lot of little things right. Unfortunately, as a direct result of that sell-off, they just don't have the talent to get it done. And this is one of those games where they were in it for a very long time. And I just want to say, I don't care about the losses, really. I'm proud of what they did in this game. I don't care about the shots. They kept it close against one of the better teams, one of the teams that's probably going to be a cup contender when we get later on into the year, as long as they can stay healthy. I got nothing but nice things to say about this. And Karl Vejmelka, I might have to make a video on this one day. What is it with the Coyotes just randomly stumbling across these guys that no one thinks anything of, and then boom, elite performances? I know Brizgalov's one of those. Darcy Kuemper's a story. No one saw anything coming out of that guy. Story for another day, but seriously, Karl Vejmelka, he's had a couple of really, really good performances that he's probably deserved shutouts on. And I did get to take some notes for this one, alright? I was listening to the first period, and then I was watching the final two periods here at my desk. But let's go ahead and just talk about this real quick, just so I can go ahead and review those numbers for you real quick. Shots, 13-8 Carolina in the first, 14-12 in the second in favor of Carolina. They led all game. Every single period, they led the entire game, but the Coyotes did at least make a better effort in that second. 12-3 in the third. At that point in the third period, it was a tie game already, but it's just not going to get it done. So speaking of the second period, I did have some miscellaneous notes for there, and Victor Soderstrom on the power play. This was somewhere around 3 minutes into the period. I don't know personally what's going on with him, what the changes from the mindset last year where he was like, I would just shoot the puck. You're seeing way too much hesitation, and right there on the power play, he had a wide open lane and still chose to hesitate and doesn't end up getting a shot in that period, and that was one of the periods where the Coyotes kept the shots competitive. Victor Soderstrom, I'm not sure that if the coaches need to start working with him again, if maybe he can use another 5 to 10 game stint in the AHL, or if he'll figure it out at the NHL level, but right now, especially when he has those open lanes, he does need to start shooting, and to his credit, in that third period, he did at least take advantage of a couple of shot opportunities. However, both of them were blocked. Skip ahead to a little bit later in Jakub Chychrun 5:20. He also hesitates to shoot, and it blows an entire wide open lane for him. You're seeing a little bit too much of this for Chychrun throughout the season, as he's hesitating to shoot. He's not really hitting the net when he's shooting. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there either. I 100% believe that man's going to be the captain of this team moving forward. These are little things he's going to have to work on. I don't know if he's just going through a cold streak. Things happen, but he needs to kind of bounce out of that, because you're going to need that leader to emerge and arise out of this team, because who else are they really going to be getting that production from? Moving on to 9:04 of that second period, Barrett Hayton had a very impressive little play. So he was actually fighting in front of the net and trying to tip a Shane Gostisbehere shot onto the goal, ends up becoming a save. However, you see little things like that. That's what I'm looking for out of guys like Barrett Hayton, Clayton Keller, getting involved in the plays, trying to get involved in tipping the puck into the net, applying pressure, getting in front of the goaltender. Obviously, Clayton Keller in that example works better as an outside shooter. However, seeing Barrett Hayton do those little things, it's seeming like he's finally starting to get his game back on track. If he ends up staying up for the next 5 or 10 games, I would not be surprised if he ends up scoring a couple of goals because of the way he's playing and he's doing those little things. I think that's one of the bigger things that I keep saying and keep going back to, and I keep noticing on this team, is they work hard and they do those little things to keep themselves in games. They fight for the puck. They're going into board battles hungry. Not quite as hungry as a guy like Connor Garland, mind you, but they're still doing so. They're still getting bodies in front of the net, and they are more willing to take shots. Too bad on the power play, they just get the yips, whatever it's called. I know it's a football term, but still, they just kind of don't feel like shooting that consistently on the power play when we're talking about open slash semi-reasonably open lanes. Obviously, if it's clogged, don't shoot, you force a turnover, but just that's kind of going to be the biggest thing you're going to have to look at moving forward for the team, especially as they're probably going to have another sell-off, whatever they can get at the deadline, so this could end up getting ugly in that context. Then at 12:40, Phil Kessel had a breakaway and just did nothing with it. He tried to do a little move, didn't do anything with it, and the puck goes right back down, and Carolina showing that speed. This is a fast team, and they end up getting an opportunity down the other way. Then at 16:52, it's a 2-on-2, it's a rush, and Karel Vejmelka, he makes this save that man had no business making, and that's so much momentum built up for the Coyotes. You're looking at a frustrated Carolina team, like, what more do they have to do to beat this man? Well, 5 seconds later, on the very next faceoff, it's won. Nate Chas gets his first from D'Angelo and Martinook. It's a tie game. Two former Coyotes involved in that goal, but right there, it shows that's that killer instinct is the best way to talk about it. The killer instinct is those teams that when they're getting frustrated, that very next play, they're going to follow it up by even more effort. And Karel Vejmelka, despite how phenomenal he is playing this season, he's not stopping that by himself, unfortunately. Going into that third period, the Coyotes still looked good. It's tied. They're applying a lot of pressure, and there was 2 or 3 different periods from the late second to the early third where Carolina just had onslaught after onslaught, but that defense bent but didn't break, and they withered the storm, and just this is probably, like I said, I know I said it a couple of times, this was probably the best game the Coyotes have played all season, and man, what could this team do if they still had Dvorak and Garland? That's one of the reasons why I said they did not need to tear it down. However, if this team's going to be even better than they would be in 5 or so years, it might end up being worth it. However, late into the period, it's a really tight game, 17-16, Jacob Chychrun over in the corner. It was all numbers. It was a really bad penalty to take, and they put Carolina on the power play, and considering the fact that I see Jacob Chychrun as being the captain of this team moving forward, it's one of those things where in the most important moments, you can't take away the momentum from your team like that, and he's gonna have to kind of learn from that experience, because that was all numbers into the boards. If it wasn't gonna be a cross check, it would have been a boarding. On plays like that, especially when the game is as close as it is, you have to just find a way to try to play it with your stick, maybe try to get him with the side of your body. There's different things you have to do, but you have to find a way to kind of dial it back there, because that ended up costing the Coyotes literally, 15 seconds later at 17:33, Pesce on the power play. The Coyotes once again put their opponent on too many power plays, and despite the fact that Vejmelka was playing phenomenal, the defense probably had one of their best games they've played all year, and that penalty killing unit damn near as good as it was in like 18-19 when they were actually scoring goals on shorthanded, where they didn't score goals, but they did have at least one opportunity there. I just want to kind of draw some parallels there. You can't keep playing with fire there. That's unfortunately what they do, and the final is 2-1. The Coyotes drop. They fall to 0-7-1 on the season. Obviously, the tank is still undefeated, but man, that's a backbreaker. That one is depressing to think about. Karel Vejmelka, 37 saves, 2 goals against, a 949 save percentage. This man right here, if he was on a winning team, if this team was winning hockey games right now, he would probably be a Calder candidate, a Calder front runner. You would hear people talking about him right now. That's why I pointed out, like, the Coyotes just seem to have phenomenal luck when it comes to hitting on goaltenders, even if it's only for short periods of time. But wow, that's probably the greatest goaltender they're going to get at the worst possible time. Shots, the Coyotes were outshot 39-23. They just couldn't compete in the face-off circle. They only won 36% of those. They go 0 for 3 on their own power plays despite getting a couple of good opportunities. Carolina goes 1 for 5, and the penalty killing unit, like I said, it was very good in this game. It just wasn't good enough when you have that one extra penalty late in the game. Hits 28-13 in favor of Arizona. Tyson Nash, probably one of the other times I'm ever going to agree with him, also mentioned how the Carolina Hurricanes just really don't have that sandpaper in the lineup. They're a very fast, very skilled team, but as anyone knows, that ends up being a bit of a glass cannon, potentially, because if you start seeing some injuries, that could start to ruin their season. If you're a Carolina fan, definitely kind of keep your eye on that one, and I wouldn't be surprised if at the trade deadline, somewhere around there, they try to pick up like a sandpaper kind of guy, but Jordan Martinook's kind of that, I suppose. Block shots, the Coyotes blocked 23 shots shots today versus Carolina's 8, and they gave the puck away fewer times, 17 versus 10. Like I said, they're doing a lot of the little things. They just don't have that overall talent that's going to put the puck in consistently, and unfortunately, I mean, you still have to win games. You want to see the development out of Chychrun, Keller, Soderstrom, guys like that, Barrett Hayton. You want to see development out of those guys. You want to see a couple of wins. I'm not saying go for a playoff spot. I'm saying you need to start seeing a couple of wins on the board, because even if the Coyotes do go 81-1, that still isn't going to guarantee get them the number 1 overall pick. And if they ended up having a miserable season like the Arizona Diamondbacks did, just to not end up getting that number 1 overall pick, you essentially did waste a season. And now all that losing is just going to, it's going to create another losing atmosphere for some of the younger guys. You want them to be able to have some confidence and them to be able to make the difference. You want them to be able to win a couple of games for you, because that's the confidence maker. That's what you're gonna need when this team is ready to win. So I don't care if they win no games. They should be trying to win games, and they should be at least a 15-win team. I know the expectations have gone down even more with how they've played, but seriously, they should be competing for more wins than this, because you want those young kids to develop properly and to try to develop some sort of winning culture there, and you can't do that if every single time you have the opportunity to win, you find a way to lose. Not saying this team needs to be in a playoff hunt, they just do need to be securing a few wins now, because this could get really miserable for them, and the Coyotes end the month of October. They end spooky season. Well, the tank's undefeated, but the team's winless.